Chapter 558, A Meeting. Dao Heart-Planting Demon. True Person Situ was startled and immediately took action, using a magic treasure shaped like a golden bell to trap the disciple with black pupils, isolating the disciple's aura. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he turned to see that many cultivators around the camp had suddenly become abnormal, like puppets with their strings pulled, trembling and twitching. They slowly turned their heads, their pupils all uniformly black. True Person Situ gasped. Dao Heart Mutation, demonic seeds spreading. When exactly did this ghost Taoist make his move? Other feathered true persons sensed the abnormal aura and also flashed out. Upon seeing the surrounding cultivators and soldiers of the Tao lose their minds, their pupils black, they were all shocked. True Person Situ commanded sternly, "Release your magic treasures and protect your minds." The remaining individuals with their minds intact were shaken and repeatedly conjured their magic treasures, guarding their sea of consciousness. True Person Situ sighed, flipped his right hand, and produced a resplendent, glazed lamp. This lamp, named the Universe Pure Light Goblet, was the sect's most treasured artifact, integrating divine sense deduction and spirit dispelling. True Person Situ unleashed the Universe Pure Light Goblet, and as its pure radiance swept out, the gloom dispersed. The strange heavenly Tao anomaly aura permeating the air also gradually faded. The brilliant lamplight acted like a screen, protecting everyone. It also isolated the cultivators outside who had been Tao heart planted with demons. Within the Universe Pure Light Goblet, some cultivators had unknowingly had demonic thoughts planted. But as their demonic thoughts grew, they would be scorched by the pure light, with black ash-like miasma spreading. True Person Situ would then expel these cultivators to prevent them from infecting more. Within the Universe Pure Light Goblet, pure light overflowed, and the cultivators all appeared tense, meditating and focusing their spirits, guarding their vital channels. Outside the Pure Light Goblet, however, it was like purgatory. Cultivators were fighting, fellow Taoists were slaughtering each other. Cultivators from various families, senior martial brothers, or familiar Tao companions, their Tao hearts collapsed, their expressions contorted, and they fought each other. When a feathered true person couldn't bear to watch and was about to intervene, True Person Situ stopped him. "If you don't go, they will die. If you go, they will still die, and perhaps even more will die. After all, if a feathered cultivator were to have their Tao heart planted with demons, the consequences would be unimaginable." The feathered true person hated it, but could do nothing, so he could only sit down again, close his eyes in pain, and refuse to look at the tragic scene outside. Everyone's expressions were grave. True Person Situ also frowned deeply. After an unknown period, his spirit suddenly jolted, and he looked up. He saw not far away, a Taoist, carrying a small cultivator, slowly walking over. The Taoist had a child's face and crane-like hair, with sinister eyes. It was True Person Xian San, but at this moment, his expression was cold, with strange miasma swirling around him. It was clearly not True Person Xian San, but rather the ghost Taoist. True Person Situ felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. The other cultivators were also trembling with fear. However, the ghost Taoist seemed to pay them no mind, nor did he cast a glance at them. It was as if the Tao heart-planting demon was just a casual act. If he could kill them, he would. If he couldn't kill them, it didn't matter. The ghost Taoist, dressed in black, carrying Mo Hua, walked grandly and unconcerned past them in front of thousands of Tao soldiers, hundreds of golden core cultivators, and 10 feathered true persons. He was heading towards Lishan City. The surrounding cultivators were killing each other, like eerie spirits. And he himself was the eerie spirit personified. The Tao court forces, however, didn't dare to even breathe. Silence reigned all around. A feathered cultivator, filled with righteous indignation, wanted to make a move, but was stopped by True Person Situ. True Person Situ shook his head slightly, his gaze extremely stern. He sensed the divine sense aura that contained unfathomable, ghostly calculations. He knew that anyone present who dared to make a move would surely die. No matter who it was. They were helpless. Even though they were feathered true persons from the major powers of the Tao court, they could only watch as the ghost Taoist passed by them. Watching the ghost Taoist's dark figure gradually recede and disappear towards Lishan City, into the vast sea of blood. The feathered cultivators present gritted their teeth in anger and resentment. Only Bai Qingqing's gaze was slightly focused. She saw the child the ghost Taoist was carrying. If her guess was correct, that should be the junior martial brother mentioned by Zisheng and Zishi. And the ghost Taoist entering the sea of blood meant that the scheme targeting her senior martial brother was about to reach its climax. Bai Qingqing frowned, then stood up, bowed slightly to True Person Situ, and conjured a brocade umbrella depicting mountains and rivers. She then stepped out of the pure light goblet. The surrounding cultivators affected by the demon planting lunged at Bai Qingqing, but were repelled by the mountain and river umbrella one by one. Bai Qingqing followed the path the ghost Taoist had taken, also heading towards Lishan City, and entering the sea of blood. True person Situ sighed helplessly. Within the universe, pure light goblet, 3 more feathered true persons harbored malicious intent. They exchanged glances, conjured their magic treasures, and then left the pure light goblet without a word, pursuing the ghost Taoist. The remaining feathered true persons felt tempted and looked towards true person Situ. Senior Situ, this? True person Situ's gaze turned cold. He remained seated, only saying in a deep voice, "Everyone has their own fate, it cannot be forced." But in his heart, he silently thought, "If you want to die, go die yourself." These feathered true persons knew the profoundness of Xuanji Valley's Xuanji calculations, and they also knew the saying, "Not listening to elders leads to trouble," so they all suppressed their restless thoughts and sat down to meditate peacefully. True person Situ, however, looked towards the direction the ghost Taoist had left, his brow deeply furrowed. In his eyes, there was deep worry. This was Tao heart-planting demon. No, this was the heavenly machine ghost calculation. The path of divine sense, ultimate evolution, one thought branching into 2 methods, heavenly machine ghost calculation. He never expected that this ghost Taoist had cultivated heavenly machine ghost calculation to this extent. Even in his sect, which had always produced prodigies, he was considered unprecedented. Heavenly machine ghost calculation, cultivated to the extreme. Divine sense mutates, becomes immortal and indestructible. If the forces of righteousness did not unite to thoroughly suppress and kill the ghost Taoist, allowing him to continue like this, he would inevitably become a great demonic overlord who spanned heaven and earth. But how could he be killed? Master Zhuang was at the end of his strength, and heavenly machine derivation was lost. In this world, who else could comprehend the heavenly machine and contend with the ghost Taoist? An immortal and indestructible ghost Taoist divine sense. Who could truly kill him? True person Situ's face was stern, and he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. In Lishan City, the broken walls and ruins had been dyed red by the sea of blood. The remaining demonic cultivators were instantly affected by the Tao heart-planting demon, turning their blades against each other and dying completely. The ghost Taoist walked directly to the 5 elements mountain protection array. He reached out to touch the array, but his fingers were instantly dissolved into bloody mist by the magnificent power of the array. However, in just a moment, the bloody mist flowed back, reforming into bone and flesh. The ghost Taoist's hand was completely restored. The ghost Taoist pointed a finger, and some strange, black and gray formation patterns crawled onto the array, corroding it from the outside in. But the faster it corroded, the faster the array self-repaired. Unable to break the array, the ghost Taoist's expression was cold. He then lifted the unconscious Mo Hua and shook him in front of the array. Inside the array, a helpless sigh seemed to echo. Then, the light flickered. The 5-colored light curtain of the array opened automatically, revealing an entrance. The ghost Taoist sneered, carrying Mo Hua, and walked into the 5 elements mountain protection array. Not long after, Bai Qingqing also arrived outside the array and saw the entrance to the 5 elements mountain protection array. The entrance had not yet closed. After hesitating for a moment, she entered the array through the entrance. After Bai Qingqing entered the array's light curtain flickered, the formation patterns wriggled, and the entrance gradually closed. Just as it was about to close, the 3 feathered true persons of the Tao court also arrived. Seeing the entrance closing, the 3 hurriedly made their moves, their sword lights and saber lights flying, obstructing the array's closure. Then, they also entered the 5 elements mountain protection array through the narrow entrance. Afterward, the 5 elements mountain protection array completely closed. Outside, there was the soul banner and the sea of blood. Inside, there was the mountain protection array. Outsiders had no idea what was happening within the mountain protection array, within the former site of the 5 elements sect. And after an unknown period, the unconscious Mo Hua gradually woke up. His forehead felt somewhat heavy. He vaguely sensed extremely terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations around him. This spiritual energy was vast as the sea, and he himself felt like a small boat caught in a storm, buffeted by monstrous waves, tiny and powerless. The surroundings were hazy, and people were talking. These voices were all familiar. Mo Hua narrowed his eyes, and it took him a long time to recover. He then realized that he was already inside the 5 elements sect, in front of the 5 elements sect scripture pavilion. The surroundings were in ruins. Once intricately carved beams and painted pillars were now broken stones and debris. Everything visible was dilapidated, and astonishing spell auras remained, suggesting a great battle had taken place. Nearby, 3 people had been corroded into white bones. They had clearly met their end. Moreover, their bones were crystal clear, with fine, crystal-like traces of feathering. Mo Hua's heart trembled. 3 more feathered cultivators. Dead? He looked up and saw Old Master Kuei. Old Master Kuei was wrapped in a blood-red robe, and his body was also gradually dissolving. But after his flesh dissolved, there was no blood and flesh beneath the skin, only dark brown, mottled with grain. Blood of Tao annihilation. Good, you actually. Old Master Kuei coughed. Colluded with that old immortal, the blood Taoist. The ghost Taoist, with a cold expression, bowed to old Master Kuei. Senior, please forgive me. Without this, I would not have been able to deal with you. Old Master Kuei's gaze was like a sword, and he said sternly, then who told you my fatal weakness? The ghost Taoist remained silent. Old Master Kuei laughed in anger. Good, good. Without distinguishing between righteous and demonic. What kind of Tao are these cultivators cultivating? The ghost Taoist said in a deep voice, Senior, farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red robe emanated an even darker, deathly blood-red light. Bit by bit, inch by inch, it enveloped and corroded old Master Kuei. And step by step, it devoured old Master Kuei's vitality. Old Master Kuei looked at the ghost Taoist and said coldly, Don't let me see you again, or I will surely kill you. The ghost Taoist bowed slightly. This junior remembers. Grandpa Kuei. Mo Hua's heart ached, and he murmured. Old Master Kuei, being corroded by the blood-red robe, heard this, cast a final glance at Mo Hua. The coldness in his eyes faded, replaced by gentleness, and a hint of apology and regret. Finally, he completely turned into a wooden sculpture, mottled and incomplete, devoid of life. The ghost Taoist glanced at Mo Hua, frowning. Grandpa Kuei. Old Master Kuei actually allowed this child to call him Grandpa Kuei. The ghost Taoist only frowned and pondered for a moment before stepping again towards the scripture pavilion. The heavenly machine's calculations were exhausted, the demonic cultivators were punished, the Tao court was deterred, and even old Master Kuei was dissolved by the blood Taoist's immortal blood. The obstacles before him were completely cleared. Ahead, there was only his junior martial brother whom he hadn't seen in hundreds of years. Just then, a cold and clear voice rang out. Senior martial brother. The ghost Taoist turned his head and saw Bai Qingqing standing beside him. Bai Qingqing had been standing by, witnessing the ghost Taoist kill the three feathered true persons of the Tao court, and then watching the ghost Taoist dissolve old Master Kuei with immortal blood. She could only stand by and watch. No one could stop what her senior martial brother was doing. Whoever blocked him would die, including herself. It was just that she remembered the requests of her two children, so at the last moment, she wanted to save Mo Hua from the ghost Taoist. No matter what, this child was innocent after all. Moreover, he was still a disciple accepted by senior martial brother Zhuang, and he shouldn't be caught up in this turmoil and die here. Senior martial brother, give me that child. The ghost Taoist looked up at the scripture pavilion, thought for a moment, and then casually tossed Mo Hua towards Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing immediately caught him and couldn't help but examine Mo Hua, thinking silently. Is this the junior martial brother that Zishi is concerned about? His spirit root is so poor. Compared to Zishi, it's like heaven and earth. She looked at his appearance again. He was quite good-looking. His features were as beautiful as a painting. His appearance was cute. His temperament was pure and pleasant, making one feel affectionate at first sight. Moreover, his eyes were clear, showing he had a good disposition. It's just that his spirit root is very poor, and his bloodline is even worse. Bai Qingqing frowned. Why did senior martial brother Zhuang take such a young disciple? Besides, what surprised her most was her senior martial brother. Her senior martial brother was once gentle and kind to others, but since entering the demonic path and becoming the ghost Taoist, he had become strange, terrifying, and cold-hearted. This was the first time she had seen her senior martial brother carrying a child and not letting go all the way. And, in her eyes, their interaction seemed casual, even somewhat intimate. Bai Qingqing frowned in confusion. Mo Hua looked up and also saw Bai Qingqing. The first time he looked at her, he felt amazed. So beautiful. The second time he looked, he felt that this woman's features resembled his junior martial sister's. Are you my junior martial sister's mother? Mo Hua couldn't help but ask. Bai Qingqing was slightly stunned and couldn't help but nod. Mo Hua silently calculated. My junior martial sister's mother, therefore, my martial uncle's junior martial sister, and also my master's junior martial sister. So should I call you martial aunt? Bai Qingqing was taken aback. This child is so smart, and seems a bit familiar? That's right. Bai Qingqing nodded again. Disciple Mo Hua, greetings, martial aunt. Mo Hua said politely. Bai Qingqing's heart warmed slightly. She looked at Mo Hua again and found that Mo Hua had no injuries, wasn't Tao heart planted with demon. His eyes were clear, and there was nothing unusual. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Bai Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then said to Mo Hua, Good child, you stay here and don't run around. I'm going in to see your master. Mo Hua immediately said, Martial aunt, can I go in? Bai Qingqing was startled. Mo Hua said in a low voice, I want to go see master too. Bai Qingqing's heart felt a little bitter, but she still refused. It will be very dangerous if you go in. Oh. Mo Hua nodded, disappointed but sensible. Bai Qingqing left Mo Hua behind and walked towards the scripture pavilion. After a few steps, she looked back and saw Mo Hua standing there alone. She felt a little heartache and a little worried. What if the ghost Taoist came out? This child would probably still be in danger. But she couldn't worry about that anymore. Her senior martial brother's life was in danger. Although the ancestor had told her to stand by and watch regarding the opportunity involving the Guishu heavenly burial, when it truly came down to it, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Alas, may everyone's fate be as it may. Bai Qingqing's expression was serious. Gritting her teeth, she also walked into the scripture pavilion. And Mo Hua stayed where he was. He wanted to go in, but he couldn't. The scripture pavilion seemed to have some barrier. His martial uncle and martial aunt were highly skilled and had deep formation attainments, so they could ignore the barrier and enter the scripture pavilion. But he himself could not enter. However, staying here didn't seem safe either. Once things were settled, when his martial uncle came out, he would probably kill him too. Mo Hua sighed. Just then, the 5 elements mountain protection array around him buzzed. Mo Hua was startled and looked up. He saw that within the array, a main conduit of the formation pivot was operating on its own, shining brilliantly. This is the formation pivot. Mo Hua suddenly remembered what his master had told him when he first arrived at the 5 elements sect. He remembered that at that time, when he was talking to his master about the 5 elements mountain protection array, his master had drawn a mountain map on paper, traced a few lines along the mountain's terrain, and instructed him. This is the 5 elements mountain protection array's main conduits network. Remember it. When the formation circulates, there will be a life gate on the formation pivot. This small section, although it is a second-rank formation pivot, is similar in structure to the 5 elements demon-slaying array, and your divine sense is sufficient, so you should be able to derive the life gate yourself. Mo Hua was stunned and lost in thought. Derive the life gate. Did Master make arrangements in advance? Did he anticipate that I would be captured by martial uncle and brought back to the 5 elements sect, so he told me the life gate of this section of the array in advance? Did he want me to derive the life gate of the 5 elements mountain protection array and then leave on my own, away from this dangerous place? Master. Mo Hua's eyes turned red. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to see his master one more time. But what could he do if he saw his master? His cultivation was so low, his divine sense wasn't strong enough, and he hadn't learned formations well yet. In such a dangerous place, he couldn't even protect himself. The array buzzed again. It seemed like his master was urging him to leave. Mo Hua felt a bit dejected. He wiped his tears, sat down on the ground, and, following the derivation method his master had taught him, step by step, he derived the formation pivot of the array, located its position, and determined the life gate. After determining the life gate, Mo Hua looked up at the scripture pavilion. It was as if his master was inside, silently watching him. As if saying, "Go." Mo Hua lowered his head, his back looking dejected, and walked silently. He reached the section of the mountain range marked by Master Zhuang, and then to the array in front of the mountain range. According to the life gate he had determined, Mo Hua stepped and walked into the array. The array formed a spiritual curtain, and spiritual energy flowed like blades, impenetrable. But the life gate was the crucial point of the formation pivot, and also the place left for life. Mo Hua walked into the life gate, and the surging spiritual energy flowed rapidly around him, like a vast ocean river or charging 10,000 horses, but it did not harm him. On the contrary, this spiritual energy was protecting Mo Hua. It escorted Mo Hua safely out of the mountain protection array. 4th floor of the scripture pavilion. Master Zhuang sat silently, watching Mo Hua walk out of the array alone. A moment later, the scripture pavilion trembled. The 5 elements formation on the 4th floor was corroded by black formation patterns, broken open, and a figure walked in. White hair cascaded down his shoulders, his expression cold. It was the ghost Taoist. Master Zhuang's aura was weak, his face as pale as paper, but his expression was calm, as if welcoming fate, showing a serene smile. It's been a long time. Senior martial brother. Chapter 559, Master and Sect. The Taoist Gu's expression was as indifferent as ever. He looked at Mr. Zhuang, his junior brother whom he hadn't seen in centuries. His dark pupils revealed a hint of vigilance and solemnity, but then, they became blank. There was nothing here. No arrangements, no killing intent. And his junior brother, his lamp almost out of oil, was completely different from the proud and untamed genius he remembered. A surge of anger inexplicably rose in the Taoist Gu's heart, and his voice was filled with chilling coldness. Where is your heavenly secret calculation? Where is your immortal heavenly formation flow? Where is your cultivation, your abilities, your methods, and your schemes? Mr. Zhuang gave a wry smile. I'm at the end of my road, powerless to turn back. Why waste the effort? Sharpness flashed in the Taoist Gu's eyes. So, you're just waiting to die here? Mr. Zhuang remained silent, then sighed softly. Everyone is born, and everyone dies. When alive, we think man can conquer heaven. When dead, We finally know our powerlessness to change fate. It's the same for me, senior brother. In the Taoist Gu's dark pupils, hatred filled with disappointment surged. Even if you die, you could die a little later. Your heavenly secret calculation couldn't possibly fail to calculate even a sliver of hope. What good would it do to calculate it? Mr. Zhuang asked. The Taoist Gu paused. Mr. Zhuang smiled, his voice filled with deep weariness, his breath extremely weak. It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. The great Tao has 50, heaven's evolution has 49. I am the 49th sect leader. With the heavenly Tao's ultimate number, the sect ends here, and my life ends here too. No matter how I calculate it, the result is the same. Heavenly secret calculation is inevitable, it cannot be changed. The Taoist Gu's expression grew increasingly severe. After a moment, all emotion subsided, and his demeanor returned to coldness. The Taoist Gu said indifferently, "Good, then I shall fulfill your wish." The Taoist Gu clenched his fair right hand, and an ancient long sword appeared from nowhere. The sword's body was ancient bronze, carved with mottled, obscure patterns that were both solid and illusory. "Shumi sword," Mr. Zhuang murmured, a look of nostalgia appearing on his face, along with a sense of peace in facing death. Just then, the surrounding formation patterns vibrated, the barrier broke, and Bai Qingcheng, who had unleashed the Brocade Mountain River umbrella, revealed herself. She saw Mr. Zhuang, his face as pale as paper, his hands tied, awaiting death. She also saw the Taoist Gu, filled with killing intent and holding a long sword. Bai Qingcheng's heart trembled, senior disciple brother. The Taoist Gu's sword tip stopped before Mr. Zhuang. He glanced back at Bai Qingcheng, his expression cold and eerie, and said indifferently, "Master is dead, the sect is destroyed. I am not your senior disciple brother, and you are no longer my junior disciple sister." Bai Qingcheng's heart ached. "Please, senior disciple brother, show mercy." The Taoist Gu's indifferent expression gradually faded, and a mocking smile appeared on his bizarre face. This smile was extremely strange, as if it had been plucked from many faces and pieced together. The Taoist Gu's voice also became noisy. It was as if many people were laughing and speaking together. "Show mercy." At this point, why talk about showing mercy? The Taoist Gu looked at Bai Qingcheng and said indifferently, "If I don't kill him, how can I obtain the Guishu diagram? If the Guishu diagram is not obtained, how can your Bai family seize this diagram? If this diagram is not seized, how can you find the burial land of heaven? Before you came, did the old fogies of the Bai family tell you to stand by and do nothing? They don't want you to interfere. They are happy to see it happen. They also want me to kill my junior brother. What about you? You keep saying I should show mercy, but what about you in your heart? Haven't you also been plotting against him? Wanting to covet the inheritance of his innate formation flow, wanting to steal the secrets of Guishu and the burial land, to earn merit for your Bai family, and to pave the immortal path for your children with heavenly spirit roots. You call him senior brother with your mouth, but in your heart, have you ever considered him your senior brother?" Bai Qingcheng's face turned pale. She wanted to say, "No, it's not like that," but the words stuck in her throat, and she felt a deep sense of guilt. The Taoist Gu glanced at Mr. Zhuang again, his gaze complex, and said faintly, "I've been hunting you for centuries. This junior disciple sister of yours, you treat her like your own sister, but she has also been plotting against you her whole life. You took many disciples before, all of them prodigies, but in the end, you were betrayed by all of them, and none were willing to stay by your side. The Tao court wants to kill you and strip your Tao bone. The demonic sect wants to kill you and seize your Tao diagram. And your master, whom you've always respected." A cold smile appeared on the Taoist Gu's face. "How did your sea of qi shatter? How did your sea of consciousness deplete? Who could set up a conspiracy that obscures the heavens to plot against you? It was Master." Bai Qingcheng's pupils shook violently, her face showing disbelief. She had never heard of this matter before. The Taoist Gu's gaze became fierce as he looked at Mr. Zhuang and continued, "It was Master who was using you. From the very beginning, from the moment he took you in, it was all his plan. Master, adhering to the sect's legacy, was searching for someone with innate Tao bone from the very beginning. He searched his entire life and finally found you. Do you know why?" Mr. Zhuang's expression was indifferent. The Taoist Gu sneered and continued on his own, "Because innate Tao bone is the key. The secret of Guishu and the burial land is hidden within a drop of blood of the celestial beings passed down from ancient times, tens of thousands of years ago. This drop of blood is indestructible and cannot be erased. Therefore, it must contain the opportunity to become an immortal. For tens of thousands of years, no one has been able to decipher the mystery of this drop of blood. However, Master, he figured it out." The Taoist Gu's expression was solemn, his gaze trembling slightly. "This blood of the celestial beings is immortal and indestructible, containing profound mysteries that cannot be comprehended. Then it must be integrated into a person's bloodline to incubate. And the only ones qualified to integrate with this blood of the celestial beings are those with unparalleled talent and innate Dao bone. The Taoist Gu looked at Mr. Zhuang and said slowly, "That is, you, junior brother. Master, he never considered you a disciple from the beginning, nor even a person. In his eyes, you were just a chess piece in heavenly secret calculation, a tool, an embryo for incubating the blood of the celestial beings and comprehending Guishu and the burial land. Do you know how this blood of the celestial beings is incubated? Yes, you know." The Taoist Gu's eyes were filled with ridicule. "Even if you didn't know before, you should know now. Master imparted the sect's inheritance to you, making you a peerless cultivation genius, and then designed to kill you once you achieved success in cultivation. First, he shattered your sea of qi, causing your cultivation to drain. Then, he shattered your sea of consciousness, severely damaging your divine sense. For ordinary people, after their sea of qi or sea of consciousness shatters, they would generally die and their Tao would dissipate, but you wouldn't, because you have innate Tao bone and carry the blood of the celestial beings. After your sea of qi and sea of consciousness were both shattered, your innate Tao bone became your sea of consciousness and sea of qi, supporting your life force. This is like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Without the support of the sea of qi and sea of consciousness, the innate Tao bone rapidly absorbs the blood of the celestial beings, overgrowing and thus accelerating the fusion of the Tao bone and the celestial blood. Once the fusion is complete, the blood of the celestial beings will be refined. And on your Tao bone, the secrets of the celestial beings hidden within the blood of the celestial beings will appear. That is, that Guishu and burial land diagram. At this time, then kill you. Strip your Tao bone. Then you can obtain this complete Guishu and burial land diagram, which contains ancient opportunities." Bai Qingqing's face grew paler and paler. She never imagined that her usually kind master would be so calculating, so venomous. Master adopted senior brother and treated him like his own son. But he harbored calculations like a tiger eating its cub. And in her eyes, the peerless genius, Mr. Zhuang, was merely a tool exploited by Master. The Taoist Gu looked at Mr. Zhuang, his tone somewhat sorrowful and mocking. "You are proficient in heavenly secret calculation. No one has ever been able to calculate you in your life, but from beginning to end, from birth to death, you have been schemed against every moment. They fear you. They respect you, but no one cares about you. Whether it's the Tao court or the demonic sect, everyone only wants you dead. They just want to kill you, cut open your heart, dismantle your Tao bone, and see what opportunities you hold." A look of desolation, but more of acceptance, appeared on Mr. Zhuang's face. Yes. He glanced at the Taoist Gu again, as if trying to discern the shadow of the once gentle senior disciple brother with a benevolent smile from his sinister face. However, he could no longer see it. He had gradually forgotten what his senior disciple brother used to be like. Mr. Zhuang felt a pang of regret and sighed softly. The Taoist Gu looked at Mr. Zhuang, an indescribable anger and disappointment surging in his eyes. Despite all this talk, he still appeared as if he desired nothing and understood life and death. The distorted human faces on the Taoist Gu's face appeared and disappeared, finally merging into one and vanishing without a trace. His gaze became emotionless and cold. The Taoist Gu raised the Shumi sword and pointed it at Mr. Zhuang. "Senior disciple brother, stop!" Bai Qingqing exclaimed in alarm and quickly shouted. She wanted to step forward, but the Taoist Gu, with a flick of his hand, restrained her with his Taoist Gu formation patterns. Bai Qingqing's gaze sharpened, and she unleashed the Brocade Mountain River umbrella. As it spun, brocade radiance flowed, but this radiance was dissolved one by the eerie formation patterns. Without using her feather ascension power, she could not break free. Bai Qingqing felt bitter. Whether it was cultivation, divine sense, formations, or even divine sense calculations, she was no match for her former senior disciple brother, the current Taoist Gu. She could only watch helplessly. She watched as the Taoist Gu's Shumi sword pierced senior brother Zhuang's chest, then dissected his heart meridians, and took out a piece of innate Tao bone as clear as jade, which was condensed in his heart and maintained his depleted sea of consciousness and shattered sea of qi. Not a drop of blood flowed out, because all the blood was annihilated by the Shumi sword qi. The Tao bone was crystal clear. It seemed to have extremely complex, vast, ancient, and profound patterns imprinted on this innate Tao bone in a state of innate generation, with blood and bone fused. This diagram resembled a formation diagram. This was the Guishu and burial land diagram that cultivators and powerful beings from all factions dreamed of obtaining. The moment the innate Tao bone was stripped, Mr. Zhuang's life force began to wane. His face grew even paler, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and his entire aura gradually became ethereal, almost void. Bai Qingqing's heart ached. The Taoist Gu also looked at Mr. Zhuang, lost in thought. He knew that this scene would eventually happen, but it seemed he still hadn't expected that it would actually happen. He had personally killed his junior brother. Mr. Zhuang's aura was already very faint, but he still had a breath of life left, seeming to still have some lingering concerns. He wasn't too concerned about the blood of the celestial beings, the innate Dao bone, or Guishu and the burial land. Senior brother. Mr. Zhuang murmured softly, for the sake of our brotherhood, please don't make things difficult for my few young disciples. The Taoist Gu's expression was stunned, then turned cold again, just as he was about to mock him. At this moment, several golden shackles suddenly appeared in the air. These shackles displayed a majestic and rough Dao formation pattern. Upon appearing, they formed a cage, seemingly intending to tightly bind the Taoist Gu. The Taoist Gu sneered, a foolish old man who wishes to be a fisherman. His gaze sharpened, and he directly swallowed the innate Dao bone into his abdomen. Then, his body was covered with black and gray formation patterns. These patterns, from the outside inward, devoured and dissolved his physical body one by one. And the Taoist Gu's figure gradually faded, gradually disappearing. A hoarse and powerful voice echoed in the void. Taoist Gu's evasion. Trying to run? The golden light in the air intensified, and chains overlapped. But it seemed they couldn't stop the Taoist Gu's escape technique at all. His body gradually annihilated and disappeared, but as he left, he cast one last glance at Mr. Zhuang. This gaze was extremely complex, with some pain, and finally, only resolve remained. After that, the Taoist Gu disappeared. A cold snort echoed in the air, and then the golden light dispersed and also vanished, as if an unknown powerful being, following the clues of the Taoist Gu's calculations, was pursuing him. In the formation repository, only Mr. Zhuang remained. Having lost the Guishu and burial land diagram, the dying Mr. Zhuang was no longer cared about by anyone. No one cared about his life or death. Bai Qingqing walked forward and helped Mr. Zhuang up, but she felt his body was lighter than willow catkins, thinner than paper, and her heart trembled. Senior brother. Mr. Zhuang slowly opened his eyes, looked at Bai Qingqing, his gaze gentle, and gave a faint smile, but he didn't speak. It seemed he no longer had the strength to speak. Bai Qingqing's expression was tense. Senior brother, you can't die? After a long while, Mr. Zhuang finally spoke, his voice very light and tired. I've calculated my whole life. I'm very tired. I want to sleep for a while. Bai Qingqing's heart ached. Senior brother, you can't die? Is there nothing you want to do in this world? No one you want to see? Mr. Zhuang hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and murmured, no more. In this world, there is no one I want to see. After saying this, Mr. Zhuang slowly closed his eyes. No matter how Bai Qingqing called out to him, he showed no reaction. The last trace of color in his face had completely disappeared. His meager life force, like spring water seeping into the desert, gradually dried up. Bai Qingqing looked at Mr. Zhuang's expression, her face blank. She had never imagined that she would witness this scene. Witnessing her senior brother die before her eyes. That was senior brother Zhuang. Such a peerless genius, such unparalleled elegance, such unparalleled pride. No matter what happened, he was always well prepared. No matter what mistakes she made, he would tolerate them. No matter what she wanted, he would find a way for her. Senior disciple brother was right. She was also plotting against senior brother. But she always thought that no matter how she plotted, senior brother would still be that senior brother, the one proficient in heavenly secret calculation, the one who was confident in everything. Not like this, pale and lifeless, with no vitality. Senior brother is going to die. A tremendous sense of fear spread throughout her body. Bai Qingqing trembled all over. Everyone dies eventually. But she had lived for hundreds of years and had never realized, never imagined, that one day, the senior brother who treated her like his own sister, who had always been tolerant and caring, would die. She felt a tightness in her chest, her heart twisted like a knife. 2 lines of tears silently flowed down. Bai Qingqing wiped her cheeks, looked at the teardrops on her fingertips, and murmured, so, I can still shed tears. Death. Bai Qingqing suddenly startled. No, he can't die. Senior brother. He cannot die. Master is dead. Senior disciple brother has become a demon. If senior brother dies too, then in this world, those who once cherished her will all be gone. Senior brother cannot die. But, how can I save him? What can I use to save him? His sea of chi shattered, his sea of consciousness depleted, his Dao bone stripped, his life force dissipated. In such a situation, no pills would be of any use. Bai Qingqing felt suffocated, clutched her chest, endured the pain, and her mind raced. After a moment, a flash of inspiration struck her, and she realized. True Man Situ. The Qiankuan Qingguang lamp. There will be another chapter later, but it will be delayed. Chapter 560, Profound Fire Everlasting. Outside Lishan City, at the cultivation camp, the commotion had ended. There was a sea of casualties among the cultivators. These cultivators had all been infected with heart demons by the demonic Taoist, leading them to kill each other. True Man Situ calculated with his fingers and used the Qianquan pure light lamp to illuminate every corner of the camp. Only after confirming that there were no more demonic seeds and no trace of the demonic Taoist's bizarre aura did he finally relax his expression. Afterward, the cultivators who had tragically died were prepared for burial. The other cultivators, still shaken, took their rest. Inside a room, True Man Situ was restless, frowning, and lost in thought. A moment later, a figure flickered, and Bai Qingcheng, clad in white, burst through the door, saying, "Senior Situ, I have something I need your help with." Bai Qingcheng's expression was anxious. True Man Situ was taken aback, then frowned, anticipating that this matter must be significant. A while later, he followed Bai Qingcheng into a secret chamber within the camp. Seeing Mr. Zhuang lying inside, his aura almost completely dissipated, True Man Situ's heart skipped a beat. "This?" True Man Situ pointed at Mr. Zhuang, his finger trembling slightly. "The Guishu too was stolen by the demonic Taoist, and my senior brother's life force is draining away. He is on the brink of death. I implore you, senior, to save my senior brother's life." Bai Qingcheng pleaded earnestly. True Man Situ gave a wry smile. Was this a matter of whether to save him or not? "True Man Bai, I am not an alchemist. An alchemist can't save him." "Then," Bai Qingcheng said, "I wish to ask you to use the Qianquan pure light lamp to extend my senior brother's life." True Man Situ's heart leaped, and he immediately refused. "No, absolutely not." Seeing Bai Qingcheng's frosty expression, he explained, "It's not that I'm stingy, but this. The Qianquan pure light lamp is not the 7-star everlasting lamp. It cannot extend life. It can't," Bai Qingcheng stated with firm conviction. "No." True Man Situ was interrupted by Bai Qingcheng before he could finish. "My ancestor mentioned that in times of crisis, the Qianquan pure light lamp can temporarily extend life." True Man Situ's face darkened. He had forgotten about this. This girl is from the Bai family, with a profound family heritage. She knows the secrets of this divine treasure, so she cannot be fooled. True Man Situ was still unwilling to agree, so he asked, "Then, do you know how to use it?" Bai Qingcheng shook her head. "I don't, but you definitely do." True Man Situ was stunned. Bai Qingcheng's gaze sharpened, and she continued, "You are the Grand Elder of Xuanji Valley, highly respected, and your algorithms are profound. You must know how to extend my senior brother's life. My skills are not refined." But Bai Qingcheng's gaze was firm. She didn't listen at all. True Man Situ, helpless, decided to tell the truth. "It's not that I disagree, but the price is too great. This Qianquan pure light lamp contains heavenly secrets and can ward off evil and disaster. It is a supreme treasure of our Xuanji Valley, passed down for over a dozen generations, and is incredibly precious. This treasure is different from the 7-star everlasting lamp. It is not used for extending life. If you use it as an everlasting lamp, it will suffer severe wear and tear. Perhaps before life is extended for long, this pure light lamp itself will reach the end of its lifespan. I do not consider myself a selfish person, but no matter what, I cannot possibly cripple, waste/destroy the sect's supreme treasure to extend the life of an unrelated person." True Man Situ shook his head repeatedly. Bai Qingcheng gritted her teeth. "I will find a divine treasure to gift to Xuanji Valley in exchange for the Qianquan pure light lamp." "Divine treasures are not that easy to find." True Man Situ disagreed. "Then consider it as our Bai family owing you a great favor." Bai Qingcheng said, "Is it the Bai family that owes the favor, or True Man Bai? You, who owes the favor?" True Man Situ asked. If it was the Bai family owing the favor, then he might consider it. But if it was merely the favor of a feather transformation True Man, although the favor of a feather transformation True Man was valuable, it was clearly not valuable enough to exchange for Xuanji Valley's supreme treasure. True Man Situ refused no matter what. Bai Qingcheng's gaze turned somewhat unfriendly. True Man Situ was startled, then his heart leaped. Did she mean? Could she be intending to rob him? He had indeed heard that this eldest daughter of the Bai family had always been arrogant and willful in her actions, but that was over 100 years ago. Now that she had become a true man and had a pair of children, she should have become more steady. But what if she really tried to rob him? He wouldn't lend it even if she tried to snatch it. The Qianquan pure light lamp definitely could not be lent. True Man Situ was about to refuse sternly when he suddenly froze. The scenes of heart demons being planted in broad daylight replayed in his mind. The dark pupils in that disciple's eyes. The cultivators on the Dao court side, infected with demonic thoughts, killing each other. The demonic Taoist walking by calmly in front of them. And that terrifying aura of heavenly calculation and demonic divination. True Man Situ felt a chill in his heart. If Mr. Zhuang truly died, who else could restrain the demonic Taoist? Without heavenly calculation, how could they contend against heavenly calculation and demonic divination? Heavenly calculation was different from cultivation. No matter how high one's cultivation, without understanding heavenly secrets, one could still be calculated to death. While their Xuanji Valley's divine sense algorithms were indeed profound, they were still no match for the one thought. two methods, and heavenly calculation and demonic divination. And if one day, the demonic Taoist truly became a great demonic overlord, using heavenly calculation and demonic divination as his foundation and heart demons as his technique, slaughtering Xuanji Valley, eradicating Xuanji Valley's divination, what would he do? How to prevent it? How could it be prevented? The more True Man Sidhu thought, the more alarmed he became. This thought was by no means baseless. Those who can perceive heavenly secrets and are proficient in divination, within their sea of consciousness, countless thoughts, like fleeting reflections, are all omens. They are fragments of future possible causes and effects, like reflections in a mirror. He vaguely seemed to see images of the demonic Taoist slaughtering Xuanji Valley. The mountain gate was grim, enveloped in demonic energy. The sect disciples, with black eyes, turned into walking corpses, killing each other. Extinction of the sect. True Man Sidhu trembled with fear. In such a situation of overwhelming demonic calculation and life annihilation, let alone one Chinquan pure light lamp, even 10 would be useless. True Man Sidhu glanced again at the weak, life force draining Mr. Zhuang and sighed deeply. In this world, if there was anyone who could contend with the demonic Taoist, it would likely only be Mr. Zhuang, who hailed from the same sect and possessed astonishing talent. Let's take a gamble. Although he might not live to see that day, he had to seek fortune and foster good karma for the future disciples of Xuanji Valley. All right, True Man Sidhu nodded. I promise you. Bai Qingqing was stunned. She had been prepared to forcibly seize it, but she never expected True Man Sidhu to change his mind so suddenly. However, I have a few conditions. True Man Sidhu added. Bai Qingqing nodded. Please state them, senior. True Man Sidhu sighed. This counts as a favor that your Bai family, at least you, True Man Bai, or Xuanji Valley. In the future, if Xuanji Valley faces any danger, please True Man Bai, come to our aid. Bai Qingqing agreed. That is natural. True Man Sidhu continued. Regarding a heavenly treasure to replace the Chinquan pure light lamp, if True Man Bai obtains one in the future, please gift it to me, to compensate for Xuanji Valley's losses. Bai Qingqing replied. All right. One more thing. True Man Sidhu's gaze turned solemn. Do not mention my involvement in saving him to anyone. Mr. Zhuang had too many enemies and too great karma. True Man Sidhu feared he would not be able to bear it. Bai Qingqing nodded solemnly. True Man Sidhu breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was with great reluctance, he still took out the Chinquan pure light lamp and said to Bai Qingqing, You and Mr. Zhuang are from the same sect. You should know that Mr. Zhuang's sea of qi is depleted, and his sea of consciousness is shattered. Neither pills nor external help can cure it. I can only use the Chinquan pure light lamp as the formation I, consume the lifespan of this lamp, and set up the profound fire everlasting formation to lock Mr. Zhuang's karma. Without the cause of death, the effect of death will not arrive. By locking his karma, Mr. Zhuang will temporarily not be considered dead. But you must know, this is merely extending life through heavenly calculation, not saving him, and it cannot save him. Once the lamp extinguishes and the formation is destroyed, his karma will resume its course, and Mr. Zhuang will still die. Bai Qingqing endured the pain. All right. Even if it was just locking his karma and not considering him dead, it was still a glimmer of hope. It was better than having no hope at all. True Man Sidhu sighed and began to ignite the pure light lamp, set up the profound fire formation, and light the everlasting lamp, temporarily locking Mr. Zhuang's karma and sealing his death. Bai Qingqing breathed a slight sigh of relief. After guarding Mr. Zhuang for a few days, she suddenly remembered that she seemed to have forgotten Mo Hua. She scanned Dali Mountain with her divine sense, and found Mo Hua walking alone on a mountain path outside Dali Mountain, seemingly lost and without direction. Bai Qingqing felt a pang of heartache and brought Mo Hua to Mr. Zhuang. Mo Hua saw his master, who had once patiently taught him, smiled at him, stroked his head, and cared for him deeply, lying there cold and unconscious, his life and death unknown. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. For the next few days, Mo Hua neither ate nor drank, staying by Mr. Zhuang's side. Within the Chinquan lamp, pure light overflowed. In the profound fire everlasting formation, the formation patterns were profound. Mr. Zhuang lay within the formation, his aura as faint as mist, ethereal and formless, appearing both alive and dead, with only a trace of life force lingering. He had thought he was already dead and would sleep forever. But in a hazy state, he still sensed a familiar, cherished aura. Mr. Zhuang finally opened his eyes and glanced at Mo Hua. Mo Hua was guarding him, his head drooping, his figure dispirited, his eyes red, constantly wiping away tears with his sleeve. Mr. Zhuang felt some heartache and some relief. Someone genuinely cared about him. He imprinted Mo Hua's image in his mind and silently thought. Live well. Cultivate well. Learn formations well. Learn well. Mr. Zhuang's thoughts faltered, and he felt his life force stagnate. This thought seemed to be merely a flicker of returning light, a remnant of his dying consciousness. However, even this was enough. Mr. Zhuang looked at Imo Hua and closed his eyes with satisfaction. Imo Hua was suddenly startled and looked up to see that Mr. Zhuang had already closed his eyes. Imo Hua rubbed his eyes, but his eyes were sore and blurry. He didn't know if his master had woken up or if he had glanced at him. Master! Imo Hua's heart ached, and tears flowed down again. 3 days later, Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi also arrived. Their expressions were dejected, and upon seeing Mr. Zhuang, their hearts grew heavy and their eyes turned red. Only when they saw that Imo Hua was safe and sound did they feel slightly better. The two of them sat beside Imo Hua, accompanying him, and stayed by Mr. Zhuang's side, refusing to leave. Bai Qingcheng was helpless but also resigned. She hadn't expected that her children and her disciple Imo Hua would have such deep feelings for her senior brother. She could only instruct Aunt Shui to prepare some food or tonifying blood qi pills, watching the 3 children eat a little each day to prevent them from losing their blood qi. Besides that, Bai Qingcheng's greatest concern was the demonic Taoist. Although this matter seemed to have been settled, she still felt a lingering unease, as if the demonic Taoist had some other scheme. When she asked True Man Sidhu, he also frowned, unable to understand. The demonic Taoist's actions were erratic and unpredictable. However, it was thought that since the Guishu Tianzong II had been obtained, the demonic Taoist's objective was achieved, and he should have no other intentions. Furthermore, she had inquired about it before. It seemed that the elders of the 7 pavilions of the Tao court had locked onto the demonic Taoist's aura with the golden light heavenly instrument and were relentlessly pursuing him. With the demonic Taoist preoccupied with his own affairs, he should not dare to commit further evil. Bai Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, Bai Qingcheng planned to leave. She needed to ensure Mr. Zhuang was well settled, that the everlasting lamp did not extinguish, and she also had to send Zishi and Zixing back to the clan. At the same time, she also had to find a way to send this child, Imo Hua, home. The Tao court and various cultivators stationed outside Lishan City were also preparing to leave. However, on the eve of their departure, an unforeseen unexpected event, occurred. As they were about to part ways, True Man Sidhu decided to host a simple banquet as a farewell. But before the wine had been served 3 rounds, a commotion erupted within the camp, accompanied by sounds of terror, ferocious roars, frenzied shouts, and the clash of swords. True Man Sidhu's heart trembled. This is heart demons being planted. The expressions of others also changed drastically. They immediately rushed out and saw that several Tao soldiers were indeed emanating demonic energy, their minds lost, their expressions ferocious, as if they were about to devour someone. It was exactly the same as the signs of heart demons being planted that day. True Man Sidhu, as if facing a great enemy, quickly subdued those possessed disciples and turned to order everyone to be on guard. But upon looking up, he frowned. There was no aura of heavenly calculation and demonic divination. This meant the demonic Taoist was not present. True Man Sidhu was somewhat surprised. These Tao soldiers were merely infected with demonic seeds previously, and they were only now erupting? These demonic seeds were very faint and not contagious, posing minimal threat. True Man Sidhu released his divine sense and scanned the area. Finding no abnormalities, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was being overly cautious. The others also breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had thought the demonic Taoist had returned to attack. Everyone intended to return to continue drinking and to calm their nerves. But halfway back, Bai Qingcheng suddenly froze and stopped. True Man Sidhu looked puzzled. True Man Bai? Something's wrong. Bai Qingcheng frowned and murmured. True Man Sidhu was somewhat taken aback. What's wrong? Bai Qingcheng said, Master, the demonic Taoist's every move is calculated. He would never leave these scattered demonic seeds here for no reason. He must have another motive for doing this. As Bai Qingcheng spoke, her face suddenly turned pale. Zishi. Her body moved like falling leaves, her feet picking up speed, and in a few flashes, she arrived in front of the secret chamber. Zixing and Zishi were both holding bowls, being cared for by Aunt Shui as they drank nourishing soup. Seeing Bai Qingcheng's hurried demeanor, they both looked confused. Mother. Bai Qingcheng pulled them to her, examined them carefully, and sensed their auras with her divine sense. Then she looked at their eyes, and a stone in her heart finally settled. Mother, did something happen? Bai Zishi asked. Bai Qingcheng shook her head. Just as she was about to say something, her expression changed. Where is Imo Hua? Bai Zishi replied. Imo Hua was too tired and fainted. Aunt Shui sent him back to his room to rest. Bai Qingcheng's face turned ashen. Bai Zishi also realized something was wrong and stammered. Mother, you two wait here. Bai Qingcheng instructed, and then her figure flashed, graceful as a startled swan. In a moment, she arrived in Imo Hua's room. Imo Hua's small body lay on his side on the bed, sleeping peacefully. Bai Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief, but still felt uneasy. She softly called out, Imo Hua. Imo Hua seemed not to be asleep. Hearing the movement, He turned onto his back and slowly sat up. It's nothing, you should sleep. Bai Qingqing's words were cut short. At this moment, Imo Hua had already turned his head. His face was innocent, but his pupils were completely black. An extra chapter, I did my best. Chapter 561, Stealing Knowledge. Dao Heart See Demonic? Senior brother, is he trying to cut all ties? Bai Qingqing's heart trembled. What a ruthless heart. At this moment, several other feathered true lords also rushed over. Although Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi were instructed not to move around, their hearts were filled with concern, and they couldn't help but follow. They all saw Imo Hua. They saw Imo Hua's strange expression, his dark and hollow pupils, his youthful face, and the pervasive demonic energy. True Lord Situ's gaze was shaken. Demonic thoughts deeply planted. How long has this little cultivator been in contact with the ghostly Taoist? Why were such deep demonic thoughts planted in him? And this strand of demonic thought, it actually carries a trace of the aura of the origin demonic seed. True Lord Situ was greatly alarmed. How deep was the karma between the ghostly Taoist and this little cultivator? He actually went to such lengths to plant such deep demonic thoughts and completely kill this little cultivator. The other feathered true lords also had solemn expressions. Senior Situ, what should we do? This little cultivator carries the demonic seed. To prevent its spread and endless disaster, should we eliminate him first? In his eyes, there was a hint of killing intent. Bai Zixi's gaze turned cold, and she said crisply, "Who dares?" The feathered true lords were all startled, and were somewhat stunned by Bai Zixi's imposing aura. Afterward, they became somewhat indignant. Their cultivation was profound. They were all ancestors of a sect. When had they ever been so rudely offended by a little girl in the qi condensation realm? Everyone looked at Bai Zixi with ill intentions. Bai Zixing stood protectively in front of Bai Zixi, angrily saying, "Who dares to bully my sister? Who dares to touch my junior brother? Rude brat. You." A feathered true lord was furious and was about to scold him, but was pulled by someone next to him. He turned his head and saw Bai Qingqing, whose face was like frost and whose gaze was like a sword, and quietly swallowed his words. The Bai family, and this true Lord Bai, he couldn't afford to offend them. These two children were also rumored to have heavenly spirit roots. Never underestimate a young man's poverty. He couldn't act on impulse, speak carelessly, and cause trouble for himself. However, this little cultivator still needed to be dealt with. Senior Situ, what do you think? He threw the problem to True Lord Situ. Bai Qingqing also looked at True Lord Situ. Her gaze was reserved, but she was clearly asking him if there was a way to save Imo Hua. True Lord Situ was in a dilemma. Save him? How could he save him? The ghostly Taoist Dao Heart Seed demonic technique damaged the Dao Heart and damaged the sea of consciousness. It was incurable and unsavable. The best method, of course, was to end the pain quickly, to suppress and kill him early, to prevent the demonic thoughts from spreading. But True Lord Situ tugged at his beard. It was truly difficult to lay a hand on such a little cultivator to kill him. If he didn't kill him, it could lead to endless future troubles. Moreover, even if he were to kill him, who would do it? Although this child seemed to have no background or origins, he was a disciple of that Mr. Zhuang. Although his spirit root seemed inferior and his talent ordinary, likely just a disciple to fill a quota, as long as it was related to Mr. Zhuang, there would be great karma. He didn't have the courage to truly kill him. Furthermore, if this child were truly that simple, the ghostly Taoist wouldn't have gone to such lengths to plant such deep demonic thoughts, to create a diversion, and kill a child of only 10 years old. True Lord Bai was right. The ghostly Taoist's actions must have a purpose. There must be something strange about this matter. True Lord Situ frowned deeply, looked at Imo Hua again, and sighed helplessly. Although this child has deep demonic thoughts planted, judging by his appearance, he isn't completely mad. His mind hasn't been completely lost, and he's only in the qi condensation realm with limited cultivation. Even if he goes mad, he can't kill anyone. In my opinion, let's first confine this child and observe the situation. If all else fails, the demonic thoughts would have to be nipped in the bud. True Lord Situ didn't say this aloud, but everyone understood. Bai Qingqing's gaze slightly condensed, and she sighed. Let's follow Senior Situ's suggestion. She truly had no way to deal with the Dao Heart Seed demonic technique, so she could only try to stall for time. Hopefully, this child Imo Hua would be blessed by heaven and overcome this disaster. Since True Lord Situ's Qianquan Xingguang lamp was being used as a light, Bai Qingqing then summoned her brocade mountains and rivers umbrella, covering Imo Hua within it to isolate his aura. This was both to prevent Imo Hua from going mad and his demonic thoughts from spreading. It was also to protect Imo Hua. Around Imo Hua, True Lord Situ drew the divine sealing formation of the mysterious vein valley, firmly trapping Imo Hua and the ghostly Taoist demonic seed in the center to prevent any accidents. Zixing, Zishi, you should go back first, Bai Qingqing said softly. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi both shook their heads. They wanted to stay here and guard their junior brother. They had promised their master to take good care of their junior brother. Bai Qingsheng had no choice but to stay with the two children, guarding Mo Hua. Junior brother. Bai Zishi looked at Mo Hua's dark pupils, her heart aching, and she tightly pursed her lips, her face pale. Mo Hua was confined under the brocade mountains and river's umbrella, quiet and not making a sound. The mysterious, vain divine ceiling formation was spread all around, isolating his aura. His pupils were dark, and his expression was slightly dazed, as if he was ignorant of everything. However, in his sea of consciousness, Mo Hua frowned deeply. He sensed a great terror. A powerful, dark, bizarre, black and gray phantom, like misty ink, suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. Then, a void and distorted figure gradually emerged. His face was very unfamiliar, hazy, with blurry afterimages. But his aura was extremely familiar. Mo Hua knew without looking. This person was his senior uncle, and the true, ghostly Taoist. Or rather, a strand of the origin demonic thought. Mo Hua felt a little nervous, but not panicked. This was because, at this moment, the ghostly Taoist was still outside the boundary of his sea of consciousness. Between him and the ghostly Taoist lay a grand, layered, complex, and dense as a cocoon. Riddle Heaven Formation. The bottleneck of the heavenly evolution art, which was an obstruction to foundation establishment, had now instead become a natural barrier to Mo Hua's sea of consciousness, refusing the ghostly Taoist entry. Ghostly energy swirled, and the ghostly Taoist transformed from void to reality, gradually manifesting. As soon as he solidified and looked up, he saw thousands upon thousands of formations stretching between him and Mo Hua, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Riddle Heaven Formation? How could it be, the Riddle Heaven Formation? How could a Riddle Heaven Formation be formed in a cultivator's sea of consciousness? This point completely exceeded his expectations. Through the Riddle Heaven Formation, the ghostly Taoist's deep gaze looked at Mo Hua, his expression cold with a hint of doubt. Who set up this Riddle Heaven Formation? Who had the ability to set up the Riddle Heaven Formation in a cultivator's sea of consciousness? And for what purpose? The ghostly Taoist glanced at Mo Hua, frowned, and pondered. At such a young age, he could already manifest his divine sense. His sea of consciousness was resilient, his divine sense was powerful. If he could be accepted as a disciple by his senior brother, he must have some extraordinary qualities. His sea of consciousness must hide a great secret. Senior brother. To cover up this secret and protect his little disciple, to prevent me from peeking into the truth, he went to great lengths and set up this Riddle Heaven Formation. He wanted to use this Riddle Heaven Formation to keep his little disciple secret. So that's how it is. His heavenly mystery calculation has been used here. To construct the Riddle Heaven Formation. The larger the formation, the greater the secret it concealed. The ghostly Taoist's dark pupils trembled slightly, his expression also quite excited. Mo Hua didn't know what he had figured out, but he knew that he was definitely not the opponent of this formidable senior uncle. So he said, Senior uncle, as you can see, there's a great formation separating us. I can't get out, and you can't get in. I won't entertain you. Please go back soon. The ghostly Taoist sneered. A mere first-rank Riddle Heaven Formation wants to stop me? Junior brother, you underestimate me too much. Mo Hua was stunned. Did his senior uncle's words mean that he could break the Riddle Heaven Formation? But this is the Riddle Heaven Formation. Unraveling each formation, even for his senior uncle, would take at least 1 or 2 years, not 10 or 8 years. Could his senior uncle intend to stay in his sea of consciousness and not leave? He couldn't afford to host him. Just then, Mo Hua's expression changed, and he looked intently, his heart greatly shaken. The ghostly Taoist's face gradually blurred, distorted, turning into a mass of ghostly shadows, and then these ghostly shadows began to differentiate, turning into strands of distorted, void-black human figures. These ghostly shadows spread out in all directions, and then began to erode the Riddle Heaven Formation. Mo Hua was shocked. What is this? Is this Tao Heartseed demonic? No, that's not right. According to Mo Hua's previous observations and understanding, the so-called Tao Heartseed demonic technique was essentially a special method based on the application of divine sense. Mo Hua looked carefully again. Now it was in his sea of consciousness, without any external appearance. Everything presented itself in its most original divine sense state, so Mo Hua could see it very clearly. These differentiated ghostly shadows were derived from spiritual sense algorithms. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. And the differentiated ghostly shadows were not eroding the Riddle Heaven Formation. They were essentially using the mutual generation and restraint, strengths and weaknesses of formation patterns to cancel each other out, to devour. So, they were essentially unraveling the formation. The ghostly Taoist was unraveling the Riddle Heaven Formation right in front of him. And the basis for unraveling the formation was that special ghostly Tao algorithm. Mo Hua had overheard his uncle Bai and that old man surnamed Sidu talking about it. His senior uncle's spiritual sense algorithm was from the same origin as his master's, but with differences. This spiritual sense algorithm, which is heavenly mystery calculation. In other words, his senior uncle was using the heavenly mystery calculation to unravel his heavenly evolution arts bottleneck, the riddle heaven formation. Mo Hua's heart was greatly shaken, and then his thoughts stirred. Could this also be his master's arrangement? Did his master feel that he was unraveling formations too slowly? So he asked his senior uncle to help him unravel formations, to help him break through the bottleneck of foundation establishment, wanting him to reach foundation establishment earlier. Mo Hua's heart ached, and his eyes felt sore. Master, Mo Hua murmured. Suddenly, his thoughts stirred, and he was stunned again. No, it wasn't that simple. His master's goal might not just be to have his senior uncle unravel the riddle heaven formation and break through the bottleneck of foundation establishment, but possibly also to allow him to learn the heavenly mystery calculation. Mo Hua's heart trembled, and then it thumped. If he learned the heavenly mystery calculation, he would know himself and his enemy, and then when he encountered his senior uncle in the future, he wouldn't be confused and be controlled, led by the nose by him. Moreover, the heavenly mystery calculation could break the riddle heaven formation. Then he could use the heavenly mystery calculation to unravel the riddle heaven formation himself in the future. Mo Hua was a little lost. Did his master consider him so far ahead? Mo Hua felt a little sad, then his expression strengthened. He definitely couldn't fail his master's expectations. He must study well, as his master instructed. Learn all of his senior uncle's tricks, without missing a single bit. Mo Hua's eyes gradually brightened, shining like stars. This was the best time to learn heavenly mystery calculation. In his sea of consciousness, his senior uncle was not hiding anything, differentiating his ghostly thoughts, and unraveling the riddle heaven formation in front of him. The riddle heaven formation contained tens of thousands of formations. Unraveling them one by one meant unraveling tens of thousands of times. Every time the ghostly Taoist unraveled a formation, it was equivalent to using an example formation to personally demonstrate how to master the heavenly mystery calculation and use it to unravel all formations. Tens of thousands of times. Even if Mo Hua were an idiot, he could grasp the general idea. But he wasn't an idiot. His divine sense was extraordinary. He was a direct disciple of Mr. Zhuang. His calculations were proficient, his formations were profound, his formation principles were clear, and he had even perceived Tao insights and comprehended supreme formations. Previously, traveling with the ghostly Taoist and witnessing Tao heart seed demonic and ghostly Tao sealing heaven was like an early preview, giving him a basic understanding of the heavenly mystery calculation. Learning now was twice the result with half the effort. The ghostly Taoist unraveling the riddle heaven formation in front of him. It was like serving the meal directly to Mo Hua, even feeding it directly into Mo Hua's mouth. Mo Hua's spirit was greatly boosted, and then he stared intently at the strands of ghostly thoughts, eroding and unraveling the formation patterns. He firmly imprinted these scenes into his mind, constantly memorizing, comprehending, calculating, and replicating them, until he finally achieved complete mastery. Mo Hua was like a cat that had fallen into a fish tank, devouring greedily, wishing to fill his belly to the brim. The riddle heaven formation was mysterious and complex, with vast formation patterns, and it was not simple to unravel. Even the ghostly Taoist, using the heavenly mystery calculation to differentiate his ghostly thoughts and erode the formation, had to concentrate fully. Occasionally, he looked up and saw Mo Hua, and frowned. This little guy's appearance was very strange. His small face was tense, he was concentrating, not knowing what he was looking at or what he was thinking, only the light flowing in his eyes, as if he was calculating something. But when he looked again, he found Mo Hua looking nervous, as if he was afraid. The ghostly Taoist was stunned. Was it an illusion? How could a cultivator of over 10 years old be able to calculate? How could he learn the methods of divine sense? Even his own astonishingly talented junior brother had to rely on heavenly human blood and innate Tao bones to achieve it. What could this little guy rely on? The ghostly Taoist's gaze turned cold. Regardless, as long as I break the riddle heaven formation and peek into this little brat's sea of consciousness, I'll know everything. And I'll know why junior brother is hiding this little disciple so deeply. The ghostly Taoist's divine sense moved, and ghostly energy surged. Numerous ghostly thoughts accelerated their erosion of the riddle heaven formation, which was like a silken cocoon. Strands of formation patterns and formations were all dissolved under the heavenly mystery calculation. And the more the ghostly Taoist unraveled, the more Mo Hua saw, the more he learned, the more he understood, and the deeper his comprehension became. All sorts of ghostly Tao, myriad changes, all came into view. The mysteries of heavenly secrets, the ebb and flow of the great Tao, all entered his divine sense. Time passed bit by bit. Outside the Sea of Consciousness, by Qing Cheng, by Zixing, by Zixi, and the feathered true lords were all waiting anxiously. Mo Hua remained quiet, his pupils dark. The situation had not worsened, but it had not improved at all. And within the Sea of Consciousness, the ghostly Taoist was unraveling formations, and Mo Hua was learning. After an unknown period of time, Mo Hua's Sea of Consciousness trembled, and his divine sense became clear. The Riddle Heaven formation, with its thousands of formations and myriad methods, was completely swept away, and those fine silken threads, like cocoons, were all dissolved. Mo Hua clearly sensed that the bottleneck to his foundation establishment had dissipated, and the sky filled with ghostly energy recondensed into a human form. The ghostly Taoist stepped forward, entered Mo Hua's Sea of Consciousness, and stood before Mo Hua. Before Mo Hua could feel happy, his gaze sharpened, and his heart became solemn. This was the ghostly Taoist. This was the heavenly mystery calculation. The complex and vast Riddle Heaven formation had been unraveled just like that. The formation that would have taken him years, or even decades, to unravel, had been unraveled by his senior uncle. The ghostly Taoist's face was cold. He raised his right hand slightly, condensing a bronze-colored long sword. It was the Sumeru sword that had pierced Mr. Zhuang's chest and stripped him of his innate Tao bones. Mo Hua's eyelids twitched. Senior uncle really wants to kill me. If the divine sense dies, the divine consciousness perishes. Even if the physical body remains, it is only a shell. The ghostly Taoist revealed killing intent. Mo Hua didn't waste any words. He raised his hand and cast a fireball technique, directly blasting towards the ghostly Taoist. The ghostly Taoist swept his Sumeru sword, and the sword light split the fireball, dissipating the spell. However, his expression showed a hint of surprise. Spell manifestation. And the spell's power was quite considerable, which meant that this little guy's divine sense power and application methods were far superior to ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Next, Mo Hua's attacks continued. He pointed his divine sense, and fire-red formation patterns appeared, followed by an explosion. The earth-fire formation exploded, and flames erupted, engulfing the ghostly Taoist. However, it also failed to harm him in the slightest. But the ghostly Taoist couldn't help but be stunned. Formation manifestation. He glanced at Mo Hua and frowned. Where did these things come from? Who taught him? How could he, at his age, already use these divine sense techniques? No wonder his junior brother valued him so much. It seems I've underestimated this little guy. However, the methods are still too immature. The ghostly Taoist's expression was cold. This demonic seed of his was only at the peak of foundation establishment. It was both to deceive others, to fool those feathered and golden core cultivators. It was also to prevent a demonic seed stronger than golden core from being planted, which would likely shatter Mo Hua's Sea of Consciousness the moment it entered. If the Sea of Consciousness shattered and Mo Hua died, he wouldn't be able to figure out what secret his junior brother was hiding in this little disciple. This peak foundation establishment demonic seed contained a trace of his ghostly Tao origin. Using it to deal with this little guy was overkill, more than enough. Manifesting formations is just showing off. The ghostly Taoist pointed his sword tip, and ghostly energy permeated. Black and gray ghostly Tao formation patterns suddenly appeared, locking Mo Hua directly, and bit by bit, eroding Mo Hua's divine sense. This ghostly Tao formation technique was very powerful, generating and regenerating endlessly. He couldn't break free at all. His divine sense was also being eroded bit by bit. Mo Hua's heart was solemn. He glanced at the formation patterns peripherally, and his heart was enlightened. He learned what he saw on the spot, and used his divine sense to manifest formation patterns, dissolving the ghostly Taoist formation patterns one by one. Then, finding a flaw, he immediately broke free. After breaking free, Mo Hua breathed a sigh of relief. But the ghostly Taoist froze on the spot, looking at him with disbelief. Heavenly mystery calculation. He looked at Mo Hua, his dark pupils trembling, as if he had seen something utterly incomprehensible. How can you know heavenly mystery calculation? Mo Hua felt a little guilty, so he said, My master taught me. Nonsense. The ghostly Taoist gritted his teeth. Even your master doesn't know it. This heavenly mystery calculation was a supreme divine sense technique, an unpassed down knowledge. He was the only one in the world who knew it. The ghostly Taoist's gaze was fierce, and he wanted to say more, but suddenly, the scenes from before reappeared in his mind. Mo Hua's concentrated small face, his bright and shining eyes, his thoughtful expression, and the bits and pieces from their journey together. The ghostly Taoist's pupils trembled, and he said incredulously, You actually learned the heavenly mystery calculation by stealing. It's not stealing. Mo Hua corrected him righteously. He learned it fair and square, openly and honestly, in front of his senior uncle. How could something done with integrity be called stealing? Chapter 562. Don't look. As expected, the Guidao Ren was momentarily stunned, then still couldn't believe it. Was heavenly mystery grand calculation something that could be easily stolen and learned? Looking at himself after using it a few times, this little thing had actually learned and applied it proficiently. Moreover, in front of him, with his Tao heart seed demon planted, his life hanging by a thread, it actually had the courage to steal his heavenly mystery grand calculation. What kind of thing did his junior brother teach? It looked harmless, but it was incredibly strange. The Guidao Ren's gaze was icy. No matter what, if it had learned heavenly mystery grand calculation, then it was certain to die. Imohua's expression also became solemn. He could also sense the intense killing intent in the Guidao Ren's eyes. However, the current situation was already one of no return. Tao heart seed demon, eroding the sea of consciousness. Judging by his martial uncle's demeanor, he hadn't intended to let him go anyway. He had to find a way to survive his martial uncle. Within the sea of consciousness, it was silent, only killing intent condensed. The Guidao Ren's expression was cold, holding the Sumeru sword horizontally, accumulating a strange sword energy. Imohua's gaze was clear, holding his fingers together and focusing his mind, manifesting spells. The two began a true battle of divine sense within Imohua's sea of consciousness. This demonic seed of the Guidao Ren, at the peak of late foundation establishment, possessed powerful divine sense and profound Taoist arts. As for Imohua, although his divine sense was only 13 threads, his divine sense was refined. He had many divine sense techniques and had experienced numerous dangerous divine sense battles, making him a seasoned veteran, more or less. The divine sense battle was about to erupt. Black sword energy swept out, and scarlet fireballs flew. After several rounds, Imohua realized a terrifying fact. It's over. He was no match for his martial uncle. This martial uncle of his was simply too strong. His aura was like a deep abyss or a towering mountain, with strange energies swirling around him, his methods unfathomable. His fireball technique and manifested formations couldn't harm him in the slightest. All his attacks were basically resolved by a few sword strikes before they could even get close. And his sword energy was extremely powerful, causing injury upon contact. Imohua didn't dare to directly block it. He could only stall, delay, and then try to find a way to save his life. The two continued to fight. After dozens of rounds, Imohua was consistently at a disadvantage, his movements clumsy, being chased by sword energy. However, to his surprise, he had managed to hold on against his martial uncle. Although still in a sorry state, he had temporarily survived. He hadn't been killed by his martial uncle with a single sword strike. "I'm this good?" Imohua was startled, his mind stirring, and he suddenly understood. His speed was faster than his martial uncle's. He discovered that the speed at which he manifested spells and formations seemed to be a notch faster than his martial uncle's. His martial uncle's speed was due to his own immense strength, and his own speed was due to the enhancement of his divine sense by the heavenly evolution art, the application of his divine sense by the spirit hub formation, and the tempering of his divine sense through daily formation drawing. His attacks were slightly faster than his martial uncle's. It was precisely this slight edge that allowed him to barely hold on against his martial uncle. In this world, no technique is invincible without speed. Grandpa Koei was right. Imohua's heart settled slightly, and he began to concentrate, maneuvering around the Guidao Ren. The Guidao Ren's expression was as indifferent as ever, but he felt a slight surprise in his heart. Why is this little fellow's movement so fast? Is it Elder Koei? This set of spell movements was almost inherited from Elder Koei. The marvel of applying myriad techniques lies in the heart. When mastered, it becomes fast and tricky, just like this little fellow. The fireball technique was fast and fierce. The water prison technique was fast and precise. The flowing water steps were fast and versatile. What else did he know? The Guidao Ren's gaze sharpened. Originally, all these things could be resolved by his Guidao sealing heaven array. It was just that he never expected that his junior nephew would see through his Tao heart seed demon and steal his heavenly mystery grand calculation. Now, if he sealed him with an array, he could use the profound calculation to resolve it. Truly slippery and elusive. Do I have to just drain him out like this? The moment this thought surfaced, the Guidao Ren was startled, and then anger surged. He, dealing with a chi condensation junior nephew, couldn't crush him with overwhelming force, and now he had to rely on attrition? The Guidao Ren found it utterly absurd. The Guidao Ren's expression turned cold, but he suddenly realized something was wrong. His anger gradually dissipated, and instead, he frowned. This junior nephew of his was a bit unbelievable. The divine sense battle was effortless. Although his techniques were still somewhat immature, they were extremely proficient, as if he had experienced many divine sense battles. But how was this possible? How old was he? Manifesting divine sense avatars, spells, formations. Putting himself in his shoes, if he hadn't encountered his own demonic thought, a demonic thought based on heavenly mystery, grand calculation, and Tao heart seed demon. An ordinary foundation establishment of thought body would not be this little fellow's opponent. Did such divine sense truly need protection from the enigmatic Heaven Grand Array? Was the enigmatic Heaven Grand Array protecting this little fellow's divine sense from being killed, or protecting others' divine sense from entering and being killed by him? Guarding against Tao Heart Seed Demon? That didn't seem right either. If it was to target Tao Heart Seed Demon, his junior brother could have found other ways to guard against him. There was no need to expend so much effort to set up the enigmatic Heaven Grand Array. Besides, if his junior brother was truly capable, could he set up the enigmatic Heaven Grand Array? The Guadao Ren's mind conjured the image of his junior brother, his face as pale as paper, his aura weak, devoid of life. With his oil spent and his lamp dry, even with the ultimate heavenly mystery grand calculation, he might not be able to set up such a grand enigmatic Heaven Grand Array, even if it was only a first-rank one. The Guadao Ren's heart trembled. Did I guess wrong? This enigmatic Heaven Grand Array was not set up by his junior brother to protect his little disciple. Instead, it was something that was already present in this little fellow's sea of consciousness. The Guadao Ren was slightly shocked by this thought. Already present in the sea of consciousness. That was even more impossible. Whose sea of consciousness would have the enigmatic Heaven Grand Array? What was this array for? Countless cultivation experiences and canon texts flashed through his mind one by one. The Guadao Ren looked at Mo Hua and, thinking of his cultivation, suddenly had a flash of insight. Qi condensation 9th layer, breaking through to foundation establishment. If there was indeed the enigmatic Heaven Grand Array in his sea of consciousness, then most likely, it was the bottleneck for foundation establishment. The Guadao Ren was shaken. Did my junior brother want me to help his little disciple break through the bottleneck of foundation establishment? For a moment, he didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. But then, his heart grew solemn. The cultivation method. What kind of cultivation method would use the enigmatic Heaven Grand Array as the bottleneck for foundation establishment? Was a cultivation method that used the enigmatic Heaven Grand Array as the foundation establishment bottleneck meant for people to learn? What kind of person could truly learn such a cultivation method? The Guadao Ren looked at Mo Hua, who was only about 10 years old, his face serious as he executed the flowing water steps, condensed fireball techniques, and manifested the earth fire array, trying to restrain him. Under the pressure of his sword energy, although clumsy, he was not flustered, his movements were orderly, and he was calm and composed. The Guadao Ren murmured in his heart, "This little fellow is actually a little monster." Not only that, the cultivation method he learned was also by no means simple. The Guadao Ren's gaze sank. Then, I can't just kill him. I must capture him and interrogate him properly. Find out the bottom line of this cultivation method thoroughly. The Guadao Ren suddenly stopped his movements and put away the ancient bronze Sumeru long sword in his hand. Mo Hua was startled, but his expression became even more solemn. As expected, after a moment, the Guadao Ren's aura changed drastically. A dense black aura, mixed with dense formation patterns, containing powerful and strange energy, rose from all around him. Mo Hua was startled. Not good. Martial Uncle is angry. He immediately used the flowing water steps, his toes lightly touching the ground, and with a few flashes, he ran far away. Then Mo Hua looked closely and saw that the black aura first rose, then converged, condensing around the Guadao Ren. The Guadao Ren was now wearing a strange, pitch-black Taoist robe. This Taoist robe was completely different from his previous one. The Taoist robe seemed to be woven from black mist, with countless human faces on it, struggling in pain, appearing evil and terrifying. Mo Hua's divine sense stirred, and his heart was shocked. This Taoist robe contained a more profound heavenly mystery grand calculation, capable of devouring souls and spirits, violating heavenly harmony. But this kind of heavenly mystery grand calculation was too profound. Mo Hua couldn't understand it at all. He only knew that his martial uncle was furious and was likely prepared to kill him by any means necessary. What to do? Mo Hua's gaze was solemn, and then he was suddenly startled. He sensed a familiar aura. At the same time, the Guadao Ren, clad in the black Taoist robe with human faces, exuding a terrifying aura and about to strike Mo Hua, also froze. In Mo Hua's sea of consciousness, a majestic aura permeated. The Guadao Ren trembled all over, with excitement, eagerness, and fear. Is this the aura of the great Tao origin? How is that possible? The Guadao Ren suddenly turned around and saw that in the center of his sea of consciousness, a Tao stele had appeared at some unknown time. The Tao stele was ethereal, a chaotic expanse, broad and ancient, strangely incomplete, as if a vast and profound aura was floating within it, and in a trance, it was as silent as the void, containing nothing. The Guadao Ren's pupils trembled violently. So that's how it is. The true secret of this little fellow was this. This mysterious broken stele, containing the aura of the great Tao origin. Mo Hua's expression changed drastically, his face turning pale. The Guadao Ren sneered, abandoning Mo Hua, and walked towards the Tao stele. The Dao steel trembled, and an ancient, mysterious, and natural aura instantly permeated the surroundings. This aura was suppressing and obliterating the Gui Dao Ren. The Gui Dao Ren's expression was solemn. His black Taoist robe swelled with the wind, and black and gray formation patterns crawled across the eerie human faces, intertwining to form countless eerie demonic thoughts. It seemed that by using heavenly mystery grand calculation, he was forming residual souls, transforming them into human thoughts, concealing the origin, and masking heavenly secrets, thereby evading the obliteration by the great Dao aura. His Taoist robe was being worn down bit by bit. The strange black energy around him was dissipating strand by strand. The human faces were being ground into ashes by the great Dao. But the Gui Dao Ren's figure was still moving step by step towards the Dao steel. He wanted to see what secrets were on the broken steel in this little fellow's sea of consciousness. Why did this broken steel contain the aura of the great Dao origin? Imo was greatly alarmed and quickly said, "Martial uncle, don't look." But the Gui Dao Ren completely ignored him, his figure flickering, approaching the Dao steel step by step. Imo gritted his teeth, pointed his fingers in succession, and fireballs whistled, trying to force the Gui Dao Ren back. But several fireball techniques, upon touching the Gui Dao Ren's black soul Taoist robe, were all annihilated and disappeared without a trace. Imo then used the water prison technique. The water prison technique also only managed to slightly impede the Gui Dao Ren's progress, with very little effect. Imo's gaze sharpened, and he began to condense an array. A moment later, he pointed at the Gui Dao Ren. Gold and red formation patterns autonomously wound and formed at the Gui Dao Ren's feet, fitting together to form the Golden Lock Triple Lotus Earth Fire Composite Array. The Golden Lock Array trapped the Gui Dao Ren. The Triple Lotus Earth Fire Array resonated with each other, like three fire lotuses suddenly blooming, accompanied by raging flames, engulfing the Gui Dao Ren. This composite array was something Imo had no opportunity to use before, being suppressed by the Gui Dao Ren. Now that the Gui Dao Ren was coveting the Dao steel and not paying attention to Imo had the opening to fully manifest this trapping and killing composite array. The Gui Dao Ren was not afraid of the power of such an array, but all his mental effort and profound calculations were being used to resist the aura of the Dao steel. Caught off guard, unable to evade, he was still injured by the Golden Lock Triple Lotus Earth Fire Composite Array. His Taoist robe trembled, and his strange energy flickered. The Gui Dao Ren took a few steps back, and then was forced back again by the majestic great Dao aura of the Dao steel, having to retreat another dozen steps. The Gui Dao Ren looked up, his face tinged with black energy, but his gaze held a hint of surprise. Manifesting a trapping and killing composite array. This little fellow's array attainments are indeed somewhat surprising. Being able to draw composite arrays and being able to manifest composite arrays are vastly different, and the understanding of the Dao of formations contained within them is like the difference between heaven and earth. This brat's array skill far surpasses his age. Could it be that this is all thanks to this broken steel? The Gui Dao Ren looked up at the Dao steel. Imo, however, had, at some point, positioned himself in front of the Dao steel, spreading his arms, his face anxious, as if trying to block the Dao steel and prevent the Gui Dao Ren from seeing it. But his small body was no match for the Dao steel. "Martial uncle, you can't look." Imo's small face was serious. The Gui Dao Ren sneered, but his heart was certain. This steel must hold a great secret, and it is definitely related to formations. This is also likely why his junior brother, with his heavenly mystery grand calculation, was so secretive and didn't want this little disciple to be discovered by him. Since that's the case, then I must see it. The Gui Dao Ren's pupils were dark, and his aura intensified. Imo gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, focused his mind, and circulated his divine sense to its extreme, beginning to manifest the 5 Elements Mountain Protection Array. This array was derived from the 5 Elements Mountain Protection Grand Array of the 5 Elements sect. However, it was only first rank, and it was only a part of the Mountain Protection Grand Array, simplified by Imo himself when he was studying the second-rank 5 Elements Mountain Protection Grand Array. But this was already the strongest defensive composite array he had mastered. While manifesting it, Imo subconsciously applied the art of heavenly mystery grand calculation, which made the manifestation of this composite array extremely fast. The 5 colored formation patterns overlapped, forming a spiritual curtain, protecting the Dao steel in the center. The Gui Dao Ren's eyes revealed ferocity. "You think a mere 5 Elements Mountain Protection Array can stop me?" He stepped forward as always, and at the same time, the residual souls on his black Taoist robe transformed into ghostly faces and scattered, continuously gnawing at Imo's 5 Elements Mountain Protection Array. While it looked like eating, in essence, it was unraveling. The 5 Elements Mountain Protection Array was being eroded bit by bit. Despite this, Imo's gaze was steady, and he continued to manifest formations, as if wanting to compete with his martial uncle in formations. Lines of 5 elements formations were generated, and one after another, they were devoured by the Guidao Ren's residual souls. The Guidao Ren, with his black-souled Taoist robe, resisting the obliteration of the great Tao, was breaking through Mo Hua's formations while advancing step by step towards the Tao steel. Mo Hua's formation patterns were deciphered as soon as they were manifested, and the formations were in continuous retreat. With his divine sense strength, divine sense techniques, and array attainments, it was extremely difficult to directly contend with the Guidao Ren, even with just a foundation establishment demonic thought of the Guidao Ren. Mo Hua's brows were tightly furrowed, his face as pale as paper. And after an unknown period of stalemate, the 5 elements mountain protection array was finally completely eroded and shattered. The Tao steel was also completely revealed to the Guidao Ren. Mo Hua still wanted to condense spells, but the Guidao Ren's expression turned cold, and with a wave of his Taoist robe, residual souls with fierce expressions rushed towards Mo Hua, biting at him. The residual souls were ferocious, and the strange energy was chilling. Mo Hua was forced to use the flowing water steps to evade the Guidao Ren's residual souls. But the residual souls were relentless, still charging at Mo Hua, forcing him back several feet. Mo Hua retreated, and at this moment, the Guidao Ren was only a stone's throw away from the Tao steel. Martial uncle. Mo Hua's face showed despair. The Guidao Ren, who had been repeatedly obstructed by Mo Hua, looked at the despair on Mo Hua's small face, completely dispelled his guard, and glanced at the Tao steel without any defense. The Tao steel, both clear and obscure, both virtual and real, seemed to contain everything, yet also nothingness. The Guidao Ren was first stunned, then looked closely, and his expression instantly became horrified. Because on the void and chaotic surface of the steel, there was actually a stroke of crimson, terrifying formation pattern. This stroke of formation pattern exuded an aura of annihilation that erased all things. Threads of scarlet tribulation lightning, shocking to the eye, flowed in and out on it, containing supreme great Tao annihilation laws. This was a heavenly immortal thundermark that erased everything. Thank you to Sushu Piaofei, Fengji Kiakili, Mini 2, Tianxing Yushushi, Xihan So, Kenfeng Shi, Tian Yiming, AI Qigong AI Budong, Shi Air San E, and many other numerical book friends for your rewards. Thank you all for your monthly passes. I didn't expect to have so many monthly passes, hee. To thank everyone, I'll add another chapter today, but it will be a little later. Chapter 563, One Derivative, One Deceit. Heavenly thunder patterns, obliterate all. Upon a single glance, the deceitful Taoist felt his entire body tremble, his heart filled with fear. This was the fear that came from the great Tao. At the same time, the black-souled Tao robe on his body, which was impervious to spells, impenetrable by divine sense, and indestructible by formations, condensed with heavenly machined deceitful calculations and the remnant souls of fierce spirits, was instantly torn apart by the tribulation lightning, turning to ash piece by piece. Martial uncle, I told you not to look. Mo Hua's tone was one of sighing, but his face was smiling like a little fox. If you look, you'll turn to ash and vanish. The deceitful Taoist found it hard to believe. This innocent and harmless little creature. He was actually a little trickster. Not only him, but also his junior brother. The deceitful Taoist finally understood. His junior brother, who had put on an act of having calculated everything, being disheartened, having lost all will to live, and meeting death serenely. But he had already calculated everything clearly. The deceitful Taoist was taken aback. His junior brother's last words before death replayed in his mind. Martial brother, for the sake of our brotherhood, please don't make things difficult for my few young disciples. At first, he had only felt contempt for his junior brother, who was once ambitious. His life was nearing its end, yet he didn't strive for progress, and he wanted to entrust his disciples' lives to the mercy of others. He had already fallen into demonic ways, becoming cold and heartless. Those who deserved to be killed would be killed, and his pleading would be useless. But thinking about it now, his junior brother must have known all this. Pleading was fundamentally useless, so his words were never a plea to me. Instead, they were to lure me into a trap. Specifically mentioning young disciples and asking me not to make things difficult for them was actually reminding me. He cared deeply for his young disciples, and his young disciples harbored a secret. He also naturally led me to make a move, causing me to plant the demon of Tao heart into this little one's sea of consciousness. Then, as a matter of course, he would use heavenly machined deceitful calculations to help his young disciples solve the grand formation puzzle and break through the foundation establishment bottleneck. Even this calamity of killing within the divine sense, he had also calculated it. He might not have known what this calamity was, might not have known about this broken steel, might not have known about this tribulation lightning, but he must have calculated that once I entered, I would die in the sea of consciousness of his young disciple. Knowing he was bound to die, he set up the entire situation from beginning to end. It seemed as if all heavenly machines were calculated, but it was all a scheme. So this is how heavenly machine derivatives are used. The deceitful Taoist's dark eyes were cold, his face filled with anger, a trace of lingering shock, but his lips curved slightly upward. Even in death, he schemes against me. The deceitful Taoist murmured, then cast his gaze back to Imo. Everything Imo had done flashed before his eyes. Powerful divine sense, meticulous control, condensed spells, manifested formations, diligent study, astonishing comprehension, and cunning schemes. His junior brother was gone, but this little one remained. The deceitful Taoist's Tao robe was shattered, his body annihilated piece by piece. He took one last look at Imo, his eerie face showing a faint smile, and his voice, ethereal and broken, said, "Little martial nephew, we will meet again." Before his voice could fade, the deceitful Taoist was completely annihilated by the tribulation lightning, his demonic thoughts dissipating. Imo frowned, released his divine sense, and probed his sea of consciousness. After confirming that the demonic thoughts of his martial uncle, which had planted the demon of Tao heart, had been wiped out by the tribulation lightning, shattered, and completely annihilated, he then plopped down onto the ground and took a long breath. Martial uncle's demonic thoughts were too powerful. This was likely the strongest divine sense existence Imo had encountered so far, and perhaps for a long time to come. Although he was only at the peak of Foundation establishment, the oppressive feeling was pervasive. In a direct confrontation, he was no match at all. Imo could only act, tricking his martial uncle into looking at the heavenly Tao thunder patterns. This was something he had also learned from his martial uncle. At the Myriad Demons Hall, Dryad Cliff, Great Departure Mountain, his martial uncle had used tribulation lightning to kill the martial demon of Ascension right before his eyes. Imo's impression was extremely deep. Tribulation is also a killing weapon. At this very moment, he had also put it to good use, using a stroke of immortal script containing tribulation lightning to kill his martial uncle's demonic thoughts. There is still much I can learn from martial uncle. Whether it was planting the demon of Tao heart or heavenly machine deceitful calculations. The idea of using heavenly Tao rules to suppress and kill powerful enemies had also benefited Imo immensely. He must remember the exemplary teachings of his martial uncle. Imo nodded seriously. Then he blinked and looked at the majestic divine sense floating in his sea of consciousness, unable to resist licking his lips. The demonic thoughts that had planted the demon of Tao heart were annihilated by the tribulation lightning, their intent shattered, but there remained, though impure, a very potent and extraordinarily vast quantity of deceitful Tao divine sense. This deceitful Tao divine sense was black and gray. It was a powerful, masterless divine sense that had been ground down by the great Tao and annihilated by the tribulation lightning, containing the variations of deceitful Tao. Imo's eyes lit up. This is what martial uncle gave me, so naturally it's mine. Martial uncle is truly a good person, Imo said gratefully, and then his eyes began to sparkle. If he could refine this powerful, deceitful Tao divine sense, could his divine sense break through its long-standing bottleneck? Imo's heart warmed, and he immediately sat in meditation. He began to slowly devour these deceitful thoughts. Since the Tao steel had ground them down for him, and the tribulation lightning had annihilated them for him, these deceitful thoughts should be safe, and there was no need for him to manifest formations again to reburn them. The majestic divine sense, like the sea, filled the surroundings. Imo held his breath, opened his small mouth. Strands of black and gray, along with some peculiar aura, were absorbed into Imo's abdomen. Imo's mind trembled, and he couldn't help but open his eyes. These divine thoughts, they seemed a bit off. Within them seemed to be contained some variations of heavenly machine deceitful calculations and insights into the deceitful Tao of divine sense. This insight seemed to be martial uncle's insight. Although Imo didn't know what use this insight had, he thought that since martial uncle was so powerful, this insight must also be extraordinary. Even if it couldn't immediately bring him great enlightenment, it would definitely deepen his understanding of heavenly machine deceitful calculations. Imo rejoiced and began to calm his mind, absorbing, breathing, and refining while simultaneously experiencing and understanding. He slowly settled these insights, which could only be understood but not explained, and were ever-changing and cunning, into his heart, condensing them onto his Tao heart. Time flowed by little by little. The remnant divine sense of the deceitful Taoist was also gradually being devoured by Imo. Imo's divine sense was also growing stronger bit by bit. His understanding of the deceitful Tao was also deepening bit by bit. Imo felt his sea of consciousness was full, as if he had eaten too much, but he still endured, meditating and refining. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Martial uncle wouldn't gift him every day. Even if his martial uncle gifted him again next time, he might not dare to accept it. This time it was the right time, place, and people, and martial uncle was caught off guard, which led to his downfall in a small ditch. Next time, he wouldn't be so lucky. Therefore, when it's time to eat his fill, he must not be polite. Mo Hua hungrily and thirstily refined the divine sense, strengthening his divine sense. Infinite divine sense, drop by drop, flowed into Mo Hua's sea of consciousness, filling the chasm between the 13 patterns and the 14 patterns, that impassable gap. After an unknown amount of time filling. Finally, the gap in divine sense between the early stage of foundation establishment and the middle stage of foundation establishment was completely filled. The heavenly chasm disappeared, and divine sense ascended. Mo Hua's sea of consciousness suddenly trembled, and he felt his divine sense surge, his sea of consciousness expanding outward, his divine sense becoming even more potent. His divine sense had finally crossed the threshold, reaching the middle stage of foundation establishment. 14 pattern divine sense. At the same time, outside the sea of consciousness, the moment his sea of consciousness broke through, Mo Hua's divine sense suddenly overflowed, and his 14 pattern foundation establishment divine sense produced violent fluctuations, spreading outward. All the ascension stage true lords present were startled. What was that just now? Foundation establishment divine sense. Foundation establishment. Middle stage? They looked at Mo Hua, who was sheltered by the splendid mountains and rivers umbrella, in unison. The fluctuation of foundation establishment divine sense, to them, ascension stage cultivators, was indeed not strong, and could even be considered negligible. But it also depended on who this divine sense emanated from. The divine sense fluctuation just now, was it this young cultivator? An ascension stage, true, Lord murmured. It should be. The others were somewhat unsure. If they said no, with so many ascension stage cultivators watching, they were certainly not mistaken. But if they said yes, divine sense of the middle stage of foundation establishment. They looked at the small Mo Hua again. Was this the strength of divine sense that he should possess at his age, his realm, and his level? Even Bai Qingqing's eyes widened with surprise, his expression momentarily dazed. However, true Lord Situ's expression was grave. At that moment, the fluctuation of divine sense was indeed foundation establishment divine sense. But when the divine sense fluctuation dissipated, and true Lord Situ probed with his own consciousness again, he found that Mo Hua was surrounded by mist, chaotic and strange, and he could perceive nothing at all. This was clearly his aura and karma being concealed by someone or something. If it were Mr. Zhuang, it would be fine, but if it were the deceitful Taoist, true Lord Situ's expression became solemn, his gaze fixed. Without reason, divine sense fluctuations would not occur, unless something abnormal had happened in this child's sea of consciousness. Now that he had been subjected to the demon of Tao heart planting, the only abnormality was likely. The deceitful Taoist had devoured this child's divine sense. True Lord Situ's heart turned cold, knowing that something bad had happened. At this moment, Mo Hua suddenly moved. He clutched his head, his expression showing a hint of pain, a hint of discomfort, a hint of confusion. Everyone was startled. Their expressions changed drastically, all as if facing a great enemy. The deceitful Taoist had woken up. Someone drew a saber, someone unsheathed a sword, someone summoned a magical treasure. But for a moment, fearing the deceitful Taoist's majesty and the strangeness of the demon of Tao heart planting, they did not dare to act rashly. The room was silent, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Under the splendid mountains and rivers umbrella, Mo Hua's pupils remained dark. In front of everyone, he shook his head, his divine sense recovering a little. Then he raised his small hand and rubbed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the blackness in his eyes gradually receded, and a pair of eyes regained their clarity. Everyone was stunned on the spot. What's going on? The demon of Tao heart planting was certain death. At best, it would lead to madness, and at worst, the loss of both body and mind, with no place to be buried. How could he be safe and sound? True Lord Situ stared into Mo Hua's eyes for a few moments, seeing that they were black and white, clean and clear, lively and agile, and couldn't help but gasp. How is this possible? The demon of Tao heart planting can still heal itself. It was unheard of. True Lord Situ was shaken. Who exactly was this young cultivator? True Lord Situ's gaze flickered with doubt and confusion. Then he looked at Mo Hua, his expression startled. In a daze, he noticed that Mo Hua seemed different compared to before. His face was still innocent and pure, but his gaze was deep, half clear, and half deceitful, the two merging. One derivative, one deceit, forming a natural whole. Thanks for the tips from Wind Chocolate, Burned Flames Mage, Katie Star, and Superintendent of Wind. Chapter 564, Farewell. One origin, one oddity? Sidu Jinren thought he had seen incorrectly. He couldn't help but blink. When he looked again, Imohua's expression was as usual, still looking obedient, cute, and a little bewildered, with no other abnormalities. What exactly is going on? Situ Jinren muttered to himself, perplexed. On the other side, Bai Qingqing was also somewhat incredulous. Dao Heart, Seed, Demon dispelled. Did senior brother go easy on him? This was impossible. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but ask, Imohua, are you alright now? Imohua nodded. Martial uncle, I'm fine. Everyone exchanged glances. Then, Yuhua Jinren tentatively asked, little brother, have you seen a Taoist with a strange aura? Yes, Imohua replied truthfully. Everyone's hearts tightened. Then someone else asked, where is that Taoist? He left, Imohua said. Everyone was stunned. Left? Yes, Imohua nodded. Master taught me meditation technique. When evil thoughts enter the body, one can calm their mind and meditate to restrain oneself and suppress evil thoughts. I meditated for a while, master. Imohua almost blurted out martial uncle, but he held himself back and changed his words. That Taoist saw that my Dao heart was firm and impenetrable, so he left. A group of Yuhua cultivators listened as if hearing a heavenly script. Was Dao Heart Seed Demon like this? But the little cultivator in front of them had clean eyes and a clear mind, clearly free from demonic influence. Meditation technique. The Yuhua Jinren were curious. Was this also one of Mr. Zhuang's methods? They wanted to ask, but it wasn't easy to inquire about such things. Situ Jinren, however, frowned. Bai Qingqing was even more stunned. Others might not know, but she, being from the same lineage as Mr. Zhuang, knew what meditation technique was used for. Meditation technique was used to calm the mind, cultivate the heart, and discard distracting thoughts. It could also restore spiritual sense. But to say that it could restrain oneself, dispel Dao Heart Seed Demon, was clearly nonsense. Bai Qingqing glanced at Imohua. Imohua's small face was serious, and his sincere gaze was filled with a hint of bewilderment. He didn't look like he was lying at all. This made Bai Qingqing doubt herself. Had she not learned it well, or learned it incorrectly? Was there a deeper knowledge to meditation technique? Bai Qingqing was somewhat puzzled. However, no matter what, Imohua was safe and sound, which was a good thing. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. Unless absolutely necessary, they did not want to kill a 10-year-old cultivator. Moreover, this little cultivator had a special identity. However, they were still a little uneasy, fearing that Imohua's demonic thoughts were not gone, and the demonic seed was dormant, which could suddenly invade his mind and drive him mad. Thus, they could only lock him in his room and observe him for a period of time. A few days later, Imohua was completely normal, and there was no strange demonic energy. Everyone was then relieved and released Imohua. Only Situ Jinren occasionally looked at Imohua thoughtfully, his gaze carrying a trace of worry. He could never forget the look in Imohua's eyes that he had seen in a daze that day. The way his eyes were half clear and half bizarre, yet perfectly natural, was truly unfathomable. Clarity was fine. But this strangeness, the more he looked, the more it resembled the bizarre Taoist. He always feared that one day Imohua's spiritual sense would suddenly change, his pupils would turn black, and he would become a miniature bizarre Taoist. Fortunately, afterward, Imohua's expression remained normal, with no abnormalities. Situ Jinren finally felt at ease. And with this, the matter of the bizarre Taoist was considered settled and came to an end. The mysterious heaven array had been resolved, and Imohua's heaven evolution arts bottleneck had been broken. He could consider officially establishing his foundation. However, before establishing his foundation, he needed to spend some time preparing. He needed to nourish his meridians and sea of qi, buy some pills as a backup, and prepare spirit stones. Most importantly, he needed to completely refine the remaining bizarre thoughts, to become one with his body and mind without any flaws. Otherwise, he would not be at ease. But the other cultivators had to leave first. The various Yuhua, Dao court families, sect forces, and Bai Qingqing. For Imohua, establishing his foundation was a major event. But for other cultivators, especially these Yuhua Jinren, it was a trivial matter. Their predetermined itineraries would not change. No one cared whether Imohua, a mere qi condensation cultivator, established his foundation. In the following days, Yuhua Jinren began to leave one after another. 3 days later, Mr. Zhuang was also to be sent to the Bai family. Imohua then temporarily put aside the matter of establishing his foundation. He was afraid that he would never see his master again, so he stayed by Mr. Zhuang's side every day during these days. His master, who was once as gentle as spring rain, now lay there, cold and stiff. Imohua felt heartbroken. He wished his master could open his eyes, look at him again, and speak to him, but unfortunately, all of this was a fantasy. Sometimes, when Imohua was tired, he would lie down beside him and sleep. The ever-burning lamp cast a dim, warm light on him, as if someone were comforting him, but Imohua knew nothing of it. One day, as Imohua was drifting in and out of sleep, he heard someone talking. It was Situ Jinren and Martial Uncle Bai. Perhaps they thought Imohua was asleep, so they did not avoid him. Can he be saved? It's difficult. When Imo Hua heard this aged voice, he knew it was Situ Jinren. Besides the heavenly mechanism being severed, his physical body also, alas, his sea of qi is shattered, his sea of consciousness is depleted, his Dao bone has been taken, and his heart's blood has been incinerated by sword qi. There is no way to repair it. Even if, in the future, there are any heaven-defying treasures to mend this physical body, that would only be the first step. Spiritual sense is the most troublesome. This involves heavenly mechanism, as well as karma. Bai Qingqing's face was pale. Is there really no chance at all? Situ Jinren shook his head. Such things are like becoming an immortal. Is there a chance to become an immortal? Of course, there is. But in these vast 9 provinces, among all living beings, no one has become an immortal in tens of thousands of years. There is a chance, but it is too slim. Such a chance is almost the same as having no chance at all. Bai Qingqing sighed. Situ Jinren hesitated for a moment and then advised, "Let me say something, true person Bai. You might not like to hear it." Bai Qingqiang was startled. "Senior, please speak." Situ Jinren carefully said, "Now, Mr. Zhuang has just died." Situ Jinren paused here, feeling it was somewhat inappropriate. To say died, but there was still a sliver of life. But to say not dead, it was actually almost the same as being dead. Mr. Zhuang's life is hanging by a thread. Situ Jinren rephrased it, then continued. You lost your senior brother, and your heart is filled with grief, but this grief is only temporary. You want to save Mr. Zhuang, but this intention is actually only temporary. As time passes, your feelings will fade. Situ Jinren sighed deeply, as if he had experienced it all. Cultivators have long lifespans. This fleeting time is enough to erase all regrets and pain. As people live, they become numb, and there is nothing they cannot let go of. So, Situ Jinren sighed. True person Bai, you should focus on your own cultivation and concerns. You don't need to force anything else. Bai Qingqing was silent for a moment. She knew that what Situ Jinren said was correct. In her life, she had also regretted and suffered, feeling that life was not worth living. But as long as she endured some years and crossed that hurdle, as time passed, the grief and setbacks of the past would fade, like healed scars. They might be ugly, but they would no longer hurt. Like senior brother. Her heart ached now, but perhaps in time, she would also become numb and forget. Bai Qingqing pursed her lips. Then, what if I insist on saving him? Situ Jinren frowned. Then it will be very difficult. Mr. Zhuang has too much karma and too many enemies, with complex entanglements. How many people in this world want Mr. Zhuang dead? Whether it's the Dao court or the demonic sect, perhaps no one wants to save him. If you save him, there will be immense obstruction. Bringing someone back from the dead is very difficult. Besides a large amount of spirit stones and spirit items, it also requires unremitting persistence and perseverance. Along the way, there will be torment, pain, accompanied by continuous hope and despair, making it difficult to persevere. It requires an extremely tenacious Dao heart to remain true to one's original intention and persevere. Moreover, this is not enough. Even if the physical body is revived, the heavenly mechanism is completely severed, and he still cannot live. There must be a heavenly mechanism array containing the great Dao of life and death to have a chance to mend Mr. Zhuang's severed heavenly mechanism and obtain a sliver of life. Stealing in, seizing creation, reversing life and death. Such formations are extremely profound, extremely powerful, and extremely ancient. Most of them have been annihilated in ancient dojos or in forbidden lands where cultivators perished. Where can you find formation diagrams? Even if you find the formation diagrams, who can learn them? No one can learn them. Even if they learn them, who has the ability to truly construct them? Situ Jinren's brows were tightly furrowed, and he genuinely lamented. The world often says that formations are vast and profound, but only those of us who have truly studied formations to their depths know how vast and profound formations truly are. There are mountains beyond mountains, and heavens beyond heavens. But beyond the heavens, there are still unreachable heavens. There are some formations in this world that are extremely profound and difficult, and perhaps not even meant for humans to learn. Situ Jinren's aged face even showed a hint of despair. Bai Qingqing also looked fearful, but after a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth and stubbornly said, I will not give up. Situ Jinren sighed and nodded. Whether she would truly not give up or not, he had said what he needed to say, so he said no more. Meanwhile, Imo Hua, who was lying on his side, heard everything. Stealing in, seizing creation, reversing life and death. He firmly remembered this sentence. As the sky began to brighten, Situ Jinren and Martial Uncle Bai left after discussing matters. Imo Hua opened his eyes and slowly sat up. He glanced at Mr. Zhuang again, memorizing his master's appearance, and secretly made a decision. The master that others cannot save, I will save. The formations that others cannot learn, I will learn. Even if everyone in this world wants my master dead, I will make sure my master lives well and continues to live. Mo Hua's small face was serious, his gaze firm, engraving this oath deeply into his Tao heart. The rising morning sun cast its light upon the master and disciple. Mo Hua murmured, "Master, you sleep for a while. When the time comes, I will call you." 3 days later, Bai Qingqing was about to leave. She had to take Mr. Zhuang, whose karma was locked and whose life was on the brink, and also bring Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi back to the Bai family. Bai Zishi then found Bai Qingqing, her gaze firm, and said, "Mother, I want to take little junior brother back to the Bai family." Bai Zixing also nodded beside her. "Mother, please take Mo Hua back too." Bai Qingqing looked somewhat indifferent. Why? Bai Zishi's gaze was complex, and her emotions were hard to fathom. She said, "I promised master to take good care of junior brother." MHM. Bai Zixing also nodded. They brought up their master, thinking their mother would give them face. But Bai Qingqing shook her head. "How will you take care of him?" The two were stunned. Bai Qingqing said, "If he encounters danger at the Bai family, who will protect him? You? You are only at Qi condensation, what can you do? Even if you reach foundation establishment, what can you do? In the second-rank cultivation world, foundation establishment cultivators can command the wind and rain, but in the Bai family, mere foundation establishment can protect no one." Bai Qingqiang looked at the two children, her heart softening, but she still said frankly, "Moreover, you are disciples of the Bai family, relying on the Bai family, not yourselves. You want to protect him, but if one day the Bai family wants to harm him, what will you do? What can you do? Can you resist your family? With your cultivation, how can you resist the Bai family, a 10,000-year-old clan? If you cannot resist, will you have to watch your little junior brother die?" Bai Qingqing's words were cold and realistic. Bai Zishi and the other child's faces turned pale. They lowered their heads, clenched their fists tightly, but could not speak. They couldn't protect anything, neither master nor little junior brother. Bai Qingqing looked at the two children, her gaze filled with pain, and her tone softened slightly. Cultivators, in the end, must rely on their own cultivation. I know you have deep affection for your fellow disciples, but bringing Mo Hua back to the Bai family is not helping him, it is harming him. The Bai family is too large, its karma too deep, and too complex. Bai Zishi trembled. "Mother, then?" Bai Qingqiang hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached out, stroked Bai Zishi's head, and sighed. "Let's go. Forgetting your little junior brother is the best protection for him." Little senior brother and little senior sister were about to leave. They would go to Liyuan City and take the flying cloud ferry to leave the Great Li Mountain Prefecture. Mo Hua came to see them off. It was his first time in Liyuan City, and his first time seeing a cloud ferry. The cloud ferry was huge and luxurious, parked at the ferry terminal. It looked like a giant koan with wings of the sky. It was said that when it flew, it was like a large ship in the sea of clouds, flying at extremely high speeds and capable of crossing prefecture borders. The principle of the cloud ferry seemed to be using spiritual energy currents to rise with the clouds. Mo Hua was very curious, but because departure was imminent, he was in a low mood and had no intention of studying the cloud ferry. Bai Zixing was afraid Mo Hua would be unhappy, so he chattered on about many things. They were all about famous sites in Qianzhou, such as towering cultivation buildings, ancient and elegant temples, soared energy waterfalls hanging from the sky, the ancient pavilions of the Bai family, the 3 pure spiritual mountains, and so on. Mo Hua listened with great interest. Bai Zixing also told Mo Hua that he must visit the Bai family in the future. However, he warned him to go only when his cultivation was higher. There were many villains in the Bai family, and they might harm him. Mo Hua gave Bai Zixing a gift, a large dragon controlled by the spirit hub formation. Compared to before, it was no longer a crawling insect. Mo Hua attached 2 wings to it, allowing it to lift off the ground. Although it couldn't fly high, it was much better than crawling on the ground. However, with the wings, it looked a bit ugly. Mo Hua also promised, "When I get better at formations, I'll make one for you that can fly without wings." Bai Zixing was overjoyed, then asked Mo Hua, "Did you study the move I taught you properly?" Mo Hua was startled. "What move?" Bai Zixing looked displeased and said word by word, "Flying dragon in the sky." Mo Hua remembered the move Bai Zixing had created himself, jumping into the sky, striking a pose, and then wielding a long spear to descend from the heavens. Mo Hua felt a little embarrassed. Can I not learn it? It was pure flash, completely useless." "No," Bai Zixing insisted. "This is a move I created myself. I only teach it to you, and only the 2 of us, brother and sister, in the entire world know it. You must learn it well." Mo Hua reluctantly said, "All right." Seeing Mo Hua agree, Bai Zixing nodded with satisfaction. Then he remembered something and became a little dejected. "I originally wanted to go back to Immortal Pass City to see Uncle Mo and Aunt Lu. Now I can't. Qianzhou is so far away, I don't know if I'll ever have a chance again." Aunt Lu's cooking was delicious. Bai Zixing fondly remembered the carefree, delicious days in Immortal Pass City. Mo Hua comforted him. There will be opportunities. Bai Zixing perked up and nodded. Mo Hua thought for a moment, then asked, what about little senior sister? He hadn't seen little senior sister at all during this journey. Bai Zixing was slightly startled and sighed. She originally wanted you to go to the Bai family too, but since you can't go now, she might be too embarrassed to see you. What's there to be embarrassed about? Mo Hua said in a low voice. Is little senior sister throwing a tantrum? Bai Zixing thought for a moment and nodded. Probably. But he also knew it wasn't the case. Since hearing their mother's words, Zixi had locked herself in her room and refused to see anyone, as if she was afraid of being sad when she saw Mo Hua again. Bai Zixing didn't quite understand and shook his head. It was normal to feel sad when parting. That's precisely why they should see each other more. Bai Zixing then reluctantly chatted with Mo Hua for a long time. It wasn't until someone urged them that the Cloud Fairy was about to depart that he said goodbye to Mo Hua, looking back at him with every step before entering the ferry. We're really parting. Before entering the Cloud Fairy, Bai Zixing's eyes suddenly felt a prickle. All the little moments, the laughter, and the arguments shared by the three fellow disciples over these days and nights flooded his mind. Bai Zixing tried hard to hold back his tears. He took one last look at Mo Hua, imprinted his junior brother's appearance in his heart, and then stepped into the vast Cloud Ferry. Mo Hua stood at the ferry terminal, feeling reluctant, but he silently watched his little senior brother and his unseen little senior sister depart. Inside the Cloud Ferry, Bai Zixing knocked on Bai Zixi's door. Aren't you going to see junior brother? Silence from within the room. If you don't go see him, you might never see him again. Through the door, there was still no response from inside. Bai Zixing shook his head helplessly, holding the large dragon given to him by his junior brother, and turned to leave. Inside the room, Bai Zixi sat quietly, her dark eyelashes trembling. A hint of loneliness flickered in her beautiful eyes. The clear sunlight shone in, casting a pale hue on her face, adding a touch of melancholic beauty to her otherwise cold and flawless countenance. She sat there quietly, lost in thought, her mood complex and slightly chaotic. A moment later, the immense humming sound of the Cloud Fairy echoed. Bai Zixi suddenly started, and Bai Zixing's words echoed in her mind. Might never see him again. Her heart trembled. She quickly got up and walked out of the room, onto the deck of the Cloud Fairy. But at this moment, the Cloud Fairy had already set sail. The sky was clear, and the magnificent and colossal body of the Cloud Fairy soared through the clouds, stirring up layers of cloud waves. When Bai Zixi looked again, the sea of clouds was vast and boundless. Mo Hua's small figure was already obscured by the vast expanse of clouds, completely disappearing from her sight. Never to be seen again. Bai Zixi felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if being gouged by a knife. A crystal-clear tear, like ice and snow, slowly slid down her pale, flawless cheek. The white clouds were like giant waves, and the cloud currents were like ocean currents, carrying the Cloud Fairy, riding the wind, sailing farther and farther into the endless sea of clouds. The great Tao was long, separated by seas of clouds. This parting, who knows when they would meet again. Chapter 565, Foundation Establishment. Little senior brother and little senior sister had both left. Mo Hua was now alone. Without his master, without Grandpa Kuei, without little senior brother, and without little senior sister, he would have to walk the path ahead by himself. After a period of despondency, Mo Hua began to rally his spirits. He needed to start preparing for foundation establishment. Having gone through these successive upheavals, Mo Hua had also deeply understood that cultivation was the foundation of a cultivator. He wanted to learn formations that could steal yin and yang, seize creation, and defy life and death. To do so, he needed a sufficiently high level of cultivation. With cultivation as his foundation, he could then pursue the great Tao, learn formations, and thus, from the dead end of fate, find a sliver of hope, change his master's destiny, and turn death into life. And foundation establishment was the first step in laying that great foundation. Before commencing foundation establishment, Mo Hua carefully considered everything, even making a list, wanting to be thorough and prepare for all eventualities. First, spirit stones, there must be enough. Mo Hua already had quite a few spirit stones in his possession. These spirit stones numbered in the tens of thousands. They were accumulated by his parents over the years, earned by himself from drawing formations, and also secretly given to him by his senior brothers and sisters. The better one's spirit root and the higher the rank of one's cultivation technique, the more spirit stones were required for foundation establishment. Since Mo Hua's spirit root was not good, he would require fewer spirit stones, and these tens of thousands of spirit stones were more than enough. In addition, Mo Hua had also purchased some elixirs and spiritual items in Liyuan City to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. These were not for breaking through bottlenecks, but for preventing any mishaps during breakthroughs that might damage his foundation. They were for replenishing blood and spirit, warming meridians, and shoring up his life force. These might seem like unnecessary precautions. However, he only had one life, and he absolutely could not be careless. Next, he needed to find a safe, quiet place, free from disturbances, to establish his foundation. After completing foundation establishment, he would return to Immortal Pass City to surprise his parents. But before that, there was one more matter that greatly concerned Imo. Imo turned his head and looked at the elders sitting beside him, leisurely sipping tea, and asked with a hint of confusion. Senior Situ, why are you still here? Aren't you returning to Xuanji Valley? True Person Situ slowly sipped his tea and let out a long sigh. No rush, it's rare for me to get out. I'll relax for a bit before going back. The valley is quite stuffy, and there are too many bothersome things. I'm not in a hurry to return. It had been decades, it was rare for him to get out. Of course, he had to rest and enjoy the scenery. Of course, the most crucial thing was that he had lit the Qiankuan Xinguang lamp in Xuanji Valley as a beacon, using it to extend Zhuang Sheng's life. It would probably be scrapped in a few decades, or perhaps a century. A supreme treasure of Xuanji Valley. He needed to find an excuse to smooth things over before returning. No need to rush this. Oh, Imo nodded. True Person Situ glanced at Imo, then at the meticulously and comprehensively listed elixirs and spiritual items on his paper, and asked, You're going to establish your foundation? Yes. Imo looked at True Person Situ, seeing his current leisurely, idle demeanor, seeming very free, he asked in a low voice. Senior Situ, are you busy right now? Reasonably so. Is there something? Imo's eyes lit up. He took out the paper, respectfully handed it over, and said politely, This is my preparation for foundation establishment. Could you take a look for me? See if there are any oversights or deficiencies. Imo's large eyes were clear and bright, and his words were all polite. True Person Situ nodded slightly, not feeling any aversion to it. He had a very deep impression of this child, Imo. To be honest, he quite liked this child. Although his spirit root was a bit lacking, he was cute, polite, spoke well, was intelligent, and respected his teachers and elders. He was indeed a good child. Otherwise, those two arrogant children from the Bai family wouldn't have gone to great lengths to protect their junior disciple, since he had nothing else to do anyway. Let me see. True Person Situ took the paper from Imo's hand. With just a glance, he understood the general idea. He casually sketched a few strokes with his fingertip, and words appeared without ink on the back of the paper, adding a few more spiritual items and elixirs. These are for clearing meridians, invigorating the body, and calming the mind. Although they are auxiliary, they are greatly beneficial for foundation establishment, and they are not expensive. Imo looked at them and said gratefully, Thank you, Senior. True Person Situ hesitated for a moment, then said, Just Senior, don't add old to it. When one gets older, they become more sensitive to being called old. Oh. Imo nodded repeatedly, but inwardly he muttered, Old Situ. Senior Situ is so strange. He doesn't like being called elder. True Person Situ took another sip of tea and found it bland. After all, it was a third-grade realm, and third-grade spiritual tea tasted somewhat weak. Suddenly, he froze and looked at Imo, asking with confusion, Your spiritual items and elixirs don't include anything to break through bottlenecks, do they? No, Imo nodded. His bottleneck had already been broken. It was his martial uncle who had helped him break it. But he didn't state it clearly, only vaguely saying, My spirit root is poor, and my cultivation technique is also average. Although I cultivate little spirit energy, my bottleneck was simple and could be broken easily. True Person Situ nodded and didn't press further, but he secretly pondered. That's unlikely. This little fellow must be lying to me. He is Mr. Zhuang's disciple. Even if his spirit root is worse, with Mr. Zhuang's discerning nature, he wouldn't let him choose a cultivation technique that has a simple bottleneck that can be easily broken. That would be too casual, not something Mr. Zhuang would do. Unless this cultivation technique doesn't require spiritual items and elixirs to break through bottlenecks. If it doesn't require spiritual items and elixirs, then the bottleneck is likely not in the sea of qi or meridians. Not in the sea of qi or meridians. Then where else could it be? It couldn't be in the sea of consciousness, could it? True Person Situ suddenly froze. He was a cultivator of the Feather Ascension realm, the Grand Elder of Xuanji Valley, skilled in destiny calculation, and had lived for many years. He was knowledgeable and experienced. Suddenly, a very unfamiliar, somewhat obscure, but outrageous term surfaced in his mind. Divine Sense Tao Proving. Divine Sense. Tao Proving. True Person Situ trembled, and his eyes suddenly widened. No way. Is there really someone in this world with such great ambition, using their divine sense, which cannot be enhanced through cultivation techniques, to prove the Tao? True Person Situ looked at Imo. His spirit root was rather poor, his blood energy was faint. Why did Mr. Zhuang accept such a disciple? With Mr. Zhuang's worldly talent, what kind of Tao path would he plan for this disciple? There was only one answer. Divine Sense Tao Proving. True Person Situ then recalled the powerful divine sense he had sensed from Imo that day, a divine sense that did not belong to someone of his age and realm. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Divine sense Tao proving. True person Situ was shocked. Mo Hua saw true person Situ staring with wide eyes, lost in thought for a long time, and asked with concern. Senior, what's wrong? Did you choke on the hot tea? True person Situ came back to his senses, looked at Mo Hua, and silently thought. I didn't choke on the hot tea. I was scared by you. Divine sense Tao proving. Truly, one dares to teach, and one dares to learn. They are not acting like mortals anymore. Could this child really become the second Gitaran, person of heretical ways? True person Situ felt a slight chill in his heart, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. Divine sense Tao proving and demonic thoughts / heretical ways were quite different. And if this child's disposition had any flaws, given Mr. Zhuang's character, he would certainly not teach him divine sense Tao proving. Let nature take its course, observe the changes. True person Situ thought silently. Suddenly, he made a tisk sound, feeling curious again. Can this child really achieve divine sense Tao proving? He really wanted to witness it. He had lived so long, but had never seen a cultivator who could achieve Tao proving through divine sense and make a name for themselves. True person Situ suddenly became enthusiastic and said to Mo Hua, if you have any other questions about Foundation establishment, feel free to ask me. Mo Hua's expression brightened, but he still asked politely, will it disturb you? True person Situ waved his hand. No harm done, I'm idle anyway. Mo Hua then didn't stand on ceremony and asked about the details of Foundation establishment and his concerns, leaving nothing out. True person Situ was in the Feather Ascension realm, an old ancestor, and had long mastered the matters of Foundation establishment. Mo Hua's inheritance was insufficient, and most of his questions were simple, but true person Situ patiently and diligently answered Mo Hua. He also said to Mo Hua, Foundation establishment, to some extent, depends on effort, but more on destiny. Even so, for every detail perfected, the probability of successful Foundation establishment increases by 1 point. Therefore, this destiny can also be altered if one understands it sufficiently. Mo Hua benefited greatly. He remembered that he had overheard true person Situ and his martial uncle talking about the Qingkuan Qingguang lamp of Xuanji Valley being used to lock karma and extend his master's life. The Xuanhua Chaiming array was also personally set up by true person Situ. Without true person Situ, his master might truly have had no hope of survival. Mo Hua felt immense gratitude and bowed solemnly. Senior's great kindness and virtue. Mo Hua will remember it in his heart. True person Situ couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Mo Hua, so young, with a serious little face, speaking with such earnestness. What use is this gratitude from you, a little child in the Qi condensation realm? But he didn't say these words aloud. Suddenly, his heart gave a jolt. Mo Hua bowed. True person Situ felt a tremor in his heart, sensing that, somewhere in the unseen realm, some karma had begun to turn. Divine sense Tao proving. Could it be that evil? True person Situ opened his mouth and immediately changed his words. Good. Very good. Knowing gratitude is a sign of a good child. He appeared calm and composed on the surface, but he emphasized the words knowing gratitude with great weight, as if afraid Mo Hua wouldn't hear him clearly and forget him. After that, whenever Mo Hua had any doubts, he would go and ask true person Situ. True person Situ answered them one by one. Once all doubts were cleared and all spiritual items and elixirs were prepared, Mo Hua began the formal Foundation establishment in a rented cave dwelling in Liyuan City. This cave dwelling was large, quiet, and luxurious. It was a cave dwelling that Mo Hua could not afford to rent. This cave dwelling was specially rented by true person Situ for Mo Hua to use for Foundation establishment. Mo Hua felt a little embarrassed. True person Situ put on a stern face. I am your senior, a dignified true person of Feather Ascension, the Grand Elder of Xuanji Valley. For such a small matter, it's just a small gesture. Why be so polite with me? Thank you, senior. Mo Hua smiled, silently noting true person Situ's kindness in his heart. True person Situ nodded with satisfaction and then instructed. Foundation establishment, there's really nothing much to say. Just be well prepared. If it goes smoothly, everything will fall into place naturally. If it doesn't go smoothly, don't be discouraged. Just try again next time. For disciples of aristocratic families, Foundation establishment isn't difficult. What's difficult is establishing a good Tao foundation. Mo Hua asked, does establishing a good Tao foundation involve auspicious phenomena? The notion of auspicious phenomena during Foundation establishment was something Mo Hua had heard from others. They said that aristocratic families and sects, with their geniuses who appeared once in 1,000 years, would have heavenly and earthly auspicious phenomena during Foundation establishment, with auspiciousness filling the sky, dragons and phoenixes coiling and crying, directly proving the great Tao. It's not that exaggerated. True person Situ said helplessly. These claims are all specially compiled by aristocratic families to artificially inflate their disciples' value. Most of them are mere pretenses. The auspicious phenomena of foundation establishment are not that obvious, but they do exist. Generally speaking, as long as foundation establishment is solid and the Tao foundation is complete, there will indeed be some special auspicious phenomena. Just establish your foundation steadily. Don't think about these unnecessary things. True person Situ instructed. Yes, I understand. Imohua nodded. Afterward, Imohua began to meditate and establish his foundation inside the cave dwelling. He calmed his mind, held his breath, and followed the steps one by one. First, he took some elixirs to warm his meridians and invigorate his entire body, then burned incense to calm and focus his mind. Once his body and mind were in harmony and his thoughts were not scattered, he began to refine spirit stones. As foundation establishment commenced, his sea of qi surged wildly, like a large mouth constantly devouring spiritual energy. Spirit stones were refined one after another in an instant. Streams of spiritual energy poured into the Dantian sea of qi. Tens of thousands of spirit stones were consumed like water. Imohua's spiritual power also grew stronger with each cycle, and his sea of qi gradually became more substantial. Thanks to true person Situ's guidance and Imohua's detailed preparations, the process went quite smoothly. After an unknown period, the sea of qi gradually stabilized, and his spiritual power became viscous and condensed, like flowing mercury. Spiritual energy condensed, and spiritual power flowed like mercury. This was the spiritual power of foundation establishment. Imohua opened his eyes and felt the condensed mist in his sea of qi, the flowing water-like circulation, and the substantial mercury-like spiritual power, feeling overjoyed. His spiritual power had finally reached the foundation establishment stage. He was now considered a foundation establishment cultivator. But Imohua knew that this was not enough. For him, true foundation establishment had just begun. He was walking the path of divine sense Tao proving, and the enhancement of his divine sense was fundamental. According to his master, when a cultivator establishes their foundation, their spiritual power undergoes a qualitative change, and their divine sense doubles. His spiritual power had already undergone a qualitative change. Next was the doubling of his divine sense. His divine sense, currently at the 14th pattern of the mid-foundation establishment stage, might break through its limits after doubling, advancing by leaps and bounds to reach the late foundation establishment stage, the 17th pattern of divine sense. This was the Tao foundation Imohua truly wanted to build. Imohua felt a little apprehensive, but more so, excited. A moment later, his sea of consciousness trembled, and then Imohua felt his divine sense, already at the 14th pattern, rapidly increasing. It was as if endless divine sense was emerging from the great Tao, and as Imohua gained clarity, his divine sense flowed like a spring, entering his sea of consciousness incessantly, strengthening it. Imohua's sea of consciousness also expanded bit by bit. With the strengthening of divine sense, the expansion of the sea of consciousness inevitably followed. A vast sea of consciousness could accommodate more divine sense. Imohua hadn't felt this keenly before, as his divine sense had mostly been enhanced gradually through accumulation. But now, upon breaking through to foundation establishment and doubling his divine sense, Imohua clearly perceived his sea of consciousness rapidly expanding. At the same time, more and more divine sense flowed into his sea of consciousness. Like 100 rivers entering the sea, Imohua's divine sense realm also climbed steadily. From the 14th pattern, to the 15th pattern, then to the 16th pattern. The 16th pattern was the peak of mid-foundation establishment divine sense. Afterward, further increases in divine sense would touch the bottleneck of late foundation establishment. This bottleneck was just as deep as a chasm, impassable. But Imohua's divine sense had an extremely solid foundation. After doubling, it was like a surging river, constantly pouring into the chasm and impacting the bottleneck. Imohua's sea of consciousness also felt a slight stinging pain. But he endured it with all his might, meditating calmly, discarding distractions, and guarding his Tao heart. He wanted to achieve divine sense Tao proving. Finally, after an unknown period, Imohua's sea of consciousness suddenly opened up. The bottleneck shattered, and the chasm was filled. Surging divine sense poured into his sea of consciousness, and Imohua's divine sense reached the 17th pattern. The 17th pattern was the divine sense of late foundation establishment. And it didn't stop there. Imohua's divine sense continued to grow, constantly climbing upwards, little by little, thread by thread, converging into a river, gathering sand to build a tower. Finally, it stopped at the 18th pattern. Late foundation establishment, 18th pattern, divine sense. Imohua was shocked, then overjoyed, and heaved a long sigh of relief. His master was right. It was indeed possible, to achieve divine sense Tao proving. Now that he had just entered Foundation Establishment, he already possessed a full 18 pattern of divine sense, only one step away from the 19th pattern of perfect Foundation Establishment divine sense. I finally lived up to Master's expectations. Mo Hua felt a surge of joy, mingled with a touch of melancholy. 18 pattern was already very strong. Mo Hua nodded. Just as he was about to stop meditating and end his Foundation Establishment, his expression suddenly changed. He sensed something amiss. A solemn aura of the great Tao permeated his sea of consciousness, as if he had made a mistake and touched upon a taboo of the great Tao. He had felt this sensation before, when he had collapsed the 5 elements demon-slaying array, killed Fengxi, and tribulation lightning hovered above his head. What taboo? Was his divine sense too strong? Mo Hua froze. Before he could think further, he felt his divine sense touch a barrier, like the boundary of the heavenly Tao. It seemed the great Tao did not allow him to have such strong divine sense. Soon, the heavenly Tao's restriction descended. Mo Hua's originally expanding sea of consciousness seemed to be compressed by something, suddenly shrinking. Mo Hua felt immense headache, but what was even more unbelievable was that his divine sense realm was rapidly declining. From the 18th pattern to the 17th pattern, then from the 17th pattern to the 16th pattern, and it still didn't stop. 16th pattern, 15th pattern. It continued to fall until it reached the initial 14th pattern. Mo Hua's heart turned cold. But it wasn't over yet. After the realm declined, what followed was even more intense pain from the cracking of his sea of consciousness and the shattering of his divine sense. Mo Hua suddenly realized that his sea of consciousness had shrunk, his divine sense realm had declined, but the divine sense that had been enhanced before was still there. This divine sense, due to the shrinking of the sea of consciousness, was being infinitely compressed. Consequently, the sea of consciousness was cracked by the divine sense, and the divine sense was shattered by the pressure of the sea of consciousness. What to do? In a moment of desperation, Mo Hua could only endure the severe pain, meditating to stabilize his mind, dispel the suffering, and simultaneously using heavenly mechanism deduction to maintain his shattered divine sense, while also using heavenly mechanism Gui calculation to accelerate the consumption of his divine sense. But this way, it was not a solution. Sooner or later, his sea of consciousness would be destroyed, and his divine sense would turn to dust. At the critical moment, vast, endless, dense, and layered formation patterns suddenly emerged in Mo Hua's sea of consciousness. These formation patterns flickered on and off, appearing and disappearing, forming a complete whole, as if imprinted in Mo Hua's sea of consciousness, profound and mystical. This was the Riddle Heaven Array. Was this the bottleneck of the heavenly evolution art? Mo Hua froze. As soon as the Riddle Heaven Array appeared, the divine sense that was restricted by the heavenly Tao, compressed by the sea of consciousness, and had nowhere to go, began to condense together, thread by thread, along the formation patterns. One by one, forming arrays, they were rewoven in Mo Hua's sea of consciousness, using Mo Hua's divine sense to form the Riddle Heaven Array. Mo Hua was greatly shocked and gradually had an epiphany. This is the secret of the heavenly evolution art. This is the true meaning of the Riddle Heaven Array, which serves as the bottleneck for the heavenly evolution art. Divine sense reconstruction? Reconstructing divine sense with the Riddle Heaven Array. What kind of masterful craftsmanship was this? Mo Hua had never heard of it, nor had he ever imagined it. Heavenly Tao restriction, sea of consciousness contraction, divine sense pressure, fragmentation, and then automatically seeping into the formation patterns of the Riddle Heaven Array, condensing into a formation and reconstructing divine sense. This was a passively generated process. The only problem was that divine sense reconstruction was incredibly painful, and the Riddle Heaven Array was vast in scale, and its gradual formation was too slow. Mo Hua gritted his teeth and persevered, but he was young after all and feared he wouldn't be able to hold on. I need to think of a way. Mo Hua endured the pain, and a thought flashed through his mind. Passive generation was too slow, so why not actively construct the Riddle Heaven Array himself? This Riddle Heaven Array was deciphered by his martial uncle using heavenly mechanism Gui calculation. So if he did the opposite, and now used heavenly mechanism Gui calculation to reconstruct it, the formation was vast in scale, consuming a huge amount of divine sense. But now, in Mo Hua's sea of consciousness, there was an abundance of divine sense, ranging from the 14th to the 18th pattern, almost inexhaustible, so he wasn't afraid of running out. And during the construction process, he could use heavenly mechanism deduction to understand the composition of the Riddle Heaven Array. This would be equivalent to him learning by doing, in reverse, learning the ever-changing and infinitely mystical Riddle Heaven Array. Riddle Heaven Array. Mo Hua's heart skipped a beat, and then his eyes lit up. Without delay, he immediately began, with a relatively unfamiliar and clumsy technique, to attempt to use heavenly mechanism gicculation to differentiate his divine sense, using multiple threads to accelerate the formation of the riddle heaven array and also to accelerate his divine sense reconstruction. At the same time, he learned as he drew. Using heavenly mechanism deduction, he gradually deduced and comprehended the essence of the riddle heaven array. In Mo Hua's Sea of Consciousness, the grand, ancient, obscure, and mystical riddle heaven array, condensed by his divine sense, was both passively generated and actively constructed by Mo Hua. Mo Hua's divine sense was rapidly consumed, like 100 rivers entering the sea. The pain in his Sea of Consciousness also gradually eased, like spring rain nourishing the land. And Mo Hua's divine sense underwent an incredible transformation step by step. After an unknown period, the riddle heaven array was formed, and then it gradually dissolved, merging into Mo Hua's Sea of Consciousness and disappearing. Mo Hua opened his eyes. He found that his Sea of Consciousness was still at the 14th pattern realm. But his Sea of Consciousness was hazy, shrouded in mist. Mo Hua circulated his divine sense and found that his divine sense had become incredibly condensed, like mist, as if it had undergone a qualitative change due to the compression by his Sea of Consciousness and the reconstruction by the riddle heaven array. Divine sense qualitative change. Mo Hua was profoundly shocked. He pondered for a moment, and in a daze, he had an epiphany. The true power of the heavenly evolution art cultivation technique lay in causing the divine sense to undergo a qualitative change. Divine sense qualitative change, a solid foundation, natural and agile control. Divine sense control was merely a byproduct. And the riddle heaven array, while seemingly a bottleneck, was essentially the key to divine sense reconstruction, achieving qualitative change. Divine sense qualitative change. Mo Hua looked at his small hands. Divine sense was illusory. No matter how solid it appeared, it was still an illusory phantom in essence. But now, in the small hand of his manifested divine sense, it was hazy, with mist floating, looking like a trace of solidified blood. This is divine sense qualitative change. Mo Hua stared blankly, lost in thought. His divine sense was now completely different. And because of this, he had laid the foundation for supreme divine sense. Outside the cave dwelling where Mo Hua was establishing his foundation, true person Situ felt a hint of confusion. What is it? Just now, he had sensed a fluctuation of divine sense that, while not powerful to him, was excessively abundant for a foundation establishment cultivator. This also confirmed his guess of divine sense Dao proving. But for some reason, that fluctuation quickly converged, disappeared, and vanished without a trace. Mo Hua's divine sense aura did not seem to have increased. Failed? True person Situ frowned. He waited outside, and waited, and waited. After an unknown period, Mo Hua emerged, his steps light, even a little bouncy. He was clearly in a good mood. True person Situ couldn't help but ask, "Have you established your foundation?" "Yes." Mo Hua nodded and smiled. True person Situ looked closely at Mo Hua. His aura had indeed become more solid. But his spiritual power was just average, and his blood energy was pitiably weak. As for his divine sense, he couldn't pry into it, but the feeling he got was that it seemed no different from his divine sense realm before foundation establishment. He just established his foundation like this. And moreover, why isn't there any auspicious phenomenon? True person Situ was somewhat puzzled. Even if it was divine sense Dao proving, there should have been some, even a little, so he could glimpse some clue. But it seemed there was absolutely none. True person Situ shook his head, unable to understand. Mo Hua was about to bid farewell to true person Situ. "Thank you for your guidance during this time. I've been away from home for a long time, and I'll be returning tomorrow." True person Situ nodded. It was just a small effort, no need to be concerned. But he still reminded him, the path of cultivation is long. If you pass by Xuanji Valley in the future, remember to send a calling card. I can then entertain you and show you the foundations of our Xuanji Valley. Mo Hua smiled brightly. "I will." The two chatted for a long time. The next day, Mo Hua set off. The small figure walked on the Grand Avenue, waving to true person Situ from afar. True person Situ watched Mo Hua's figure and suddenly felt a sense of reluctance, lingering for a while longer to see Mo Hua off. Mo Hua walked alone on the Grand Avenue. Although his figure was small, his Dao heart was firm, fearless, and unyielding. True person Situ thought silently. "I hope this child's Dao path knows no bounds. We shall meet again if fate allows." After seeing Mo Hua off, true person Situ also had to return to Xuanji Valley. However, before leaving, he was still very concerned. How is it possible, not even a single auspicious phenomenon? Did I misjudge? He hesitated for a moment and slowly walked into the cave dwelling where Mo Hua had established his foundation. The interior of the cave dwelling was luxuriously furnished. With inlaid wooden tables and chairs, auspicious cloud screens, and spirit-embroidered porcelain ware, everything was complete, but it was all as usual, no different from before. Not right. True person Situ scanned the area with his divine sense and suddenly froze. He reached out and gently touched a piece of porcelainware, adorned with red and green floral patterns, made from spirit stones transformed into green and bronze transformed into red. As soon as he touched it, the porcelainware instantly shattered. At the same time, the surrounding brick and stone furnishings all developed cracks, and their interiors had long since turned to dust. No aura of blood energy. No external force. No residual spiritual energy. That was divine sense. These bricks, stones, porcelain, and vessels were crushed by overflowing, unconscious divine sense. True person Situ gasped for air. Divine sense, crushing. What kind of foundation did this young cultivator establish? At this very moment, in an unknown void, souls wailed, and strange energies permeated the air. Reeds of residual souls wove a colossal net. This colossal net covered the sky and earth, like a pervasive and sinister array, containing endless Gui formations and a deathly stillness that extinguished all things. At this moment, a terrifying black shadow opened its eyes. His eyes were pitch black, as if countless Gui formations were condensed within them. The Guishu Tianzong, desolate heaven burial, has been obtained, but my Dao heart seed demon is missing a trace of origin. By whom was it erased? Or was it eaten? He did not speak, but countless souls seemed to speak for him. Chaotic voices intertwined, indistinguishable and eerily unfathomable, with a sharpness and piercing quality that harmed the sea of consciousness. Evil god, or celestial demon, dare to eat my demonic thoughts? The black shadow calculated with his fingers, and a void robe appeared on his body. Dense, strange patterns flowed across the robe. A name surfaced. Hua. Who is it? The black shadow's pitch-black gaze focused. He tried to calculate again, but the heavenly mechanism was obscured, veiled by clouds and fog, making it impossible to see clearly. Is it my junior brother? But you are already dead. I can't hide it. The black shadow's gaze turned sharp, and countless souls around him were devoured by the void robe amidst fear and struggle, turning into ashes. His heavenly mechanism Gui calculation advanced further. Vaguely, he was about to see a small human face. At this moment, a corpse king, whose aura was mutated and distorted, leaped out from the causal nexus, its eyes blood-red, its face ferocious. It bit the black shadow fiercely. This bite swallowed countless souls and also severed the karma. The black shadow froze, a trace of disbelief appearing. This is the Tao karmic retribution I raised. It is biting me. This corpse king, hidden within the causal nexus, seemed to be both protecting its master and protecting its food. It would not allow others to covet its master, nor would it allow others to covet its food. A trace of ferocity appeared in the black shadow's eyes, then gradually calmed down. Tao karmic retribution, a mutation of the great Tao. It conforms to the Tao yet defies the Tao. Hidden within karma, it is perilous and unpredictable, yet unfathomable. This Tao karmic retribution that he had raised himself, he could not kill it now? The black shadow fell silent. The myriad heavens were dead. Then, his strange patterns receded, and he retracted his robe, returning to his normal state. We will meet again. The pitch-black pupils were mottled with strange patterns, interlacing light and dark. In the void, myriad souls wailed ferociously, simultaneously calling out an unknown name that was tied to karma. Emohua. End of Wandering Volume. Thanks for the tips from Fengskio Kili, Beishiosheng de Firefashi, De Fuxiai, Katie Star, and AI Chi Gung, AI Budong. Thanks for everyone's monthly votes. An 8K chapter, the second volume, is finally finished. Chapter 566, Returning Home. 100 miles outside Immortal Pass City, the mountains were lush and the streams trickled. On the mountain path, a caravan of over 10 people, pulling several carts loaded with storage containers, slowly made their way. Mo Hua sat on one of the caravan's carts, his legs dangling leisurely. He gazed at the familiar yet slightly strange mountain scenery nearby, thinking of his parents, as well as his acquaintances and friends in Immortal Pass City. His heart was filled with excitement, yet a touch of nervousness fluttered within him, a feeling of being close to home, yet hesitant to arrive. From the borders of Province Lishan, a third-rank province, to Immortal Pass City, the journey was long and arduous. Mo Hua traveled at his own pace, visiting formation masters and seeking out formations along the way. He had been on the road for over half a year. He was now 15 years old. A first-rank formation master, with early-stage foundation establishment cultivation, his spiritual sense had 14 patterns, its quality transformed, condensed like mercury. Compared to when he left home, Mo Hua had grown a little taller. His features had also matured, and a hint of heroism had emerged in his eyes. However, for a cultivator, being in one's teens was still too young. Mo Hua had also achieved foundation establishment early. Despite having experienced many things, he still appeared like a child of pure jade, innocent and untainted. Brother Imo, your elders are really quite at ease letting you travel alone. An elder from the caravan couldn't help but ask. He had asked this question at least 7 or 8 times along the way. The elder was the owner of the caravan. He traveled extensively, selling spirit stones and pills for a living. His surname was Zheng, and he had sharp, clear eyes. Everyone called him Old Man Zheng. Immortal Pass City was becoming increasingly prosperous, with more cultivators and merchants coming and going. Old Man Zheng's caravan had purchased some cultivation goods specifically to sell them in Immortal Pass City. However, they had been attacked by demonic beasts along the way, and the formations on their carts were damaged. Imohua happened upon them and helped them repair the formations, which were all very simple, around the level of first rank, 4 or 5 patterns. It wasn't even considered lifting a finger. But Old Man Zheng was astonished. This young cultivator, at such a tender age, could already repair formations with 5 patterns. His future was bound to be limitless. To express his gratitude, Old Man Zheng treated Imohua to a good meal. Upon learning that Imohua's destination was also Immortal Pass City, he offered him a ride. Imohua, tired from his journey, happily accepted the ride, taking a brief respite. He enjoyed the free food and drink, and the company kept him from being bored. After all, they were already very close to Immortal Pass City, and it wouldn't cause a delay of more than a few days. However, each time Old Man Zheng looked at Imohua, his expression was one of disbelief. At such a young age, with such excellent talent and formations, his elders really let him travel alone. If it were him, he wouldn't bear to. Imohua replied softly, "When I was traveling, I was with someone. Now that I'm returning, it's just me." As he spoke, a hint of loneliness was hidden in Imohua's eyes. Old Man Zheng nodded, not asking further questions. Amidst the towering mountains and ridges, the caravan followed the winding mountain path, step by step, towards Immortal Pass City. Imohua looked up at the undulating Great Black Mountain range before him, and in the distance, hidden by the mountains and clouds, the faint outline of Immortal Pass City appeared, partially obscured. He let out a silent sigh of relief. No matter what, I'm almost home. It had only been a few years since he left home. The lifespan of cultivators was long, and a few years was not a significant amount of time. But for Imohua, it felt like a very long time had passed. Now, he was finally returning home. A slight ache welled up in Imohua's heart. A few days later, after traveling several dozen miles, Imohua saw familiar faces. They were several uncles from the demon hunting squad. They wore iron armor and wielded simple sabers, their faces grim and stern. They were fully alert, tracking demonic beasts, and happened to encounter Imohua's caravan. They were in the midst of pursuing a demonic beast. Their armor and blades were stained with blood, and their expressions were filled with killing intent. The other cultivators in the caravan also became wary, their expressions tense. Old Man Zheng felt a chill in his heart. This was their first time doing business in Immortal Pass City. They were unfamiliar with the place. In a desolate area like the Great Black Mountain, encountering demon hunters with blood on their sabers and grim expressions made them uneasy. They feared that a slight misunderstanding might lead these demon hunters to rob and kill them. This was something they often encountered and heard about during their travels. What was even more daunting was that these demon hunters clearly possessed immense strength. Although the caravan had hired guards, these guards were only at the late stage of chi condensation, not yet at the 9th layer. They could handle ordinary petty thieves, but they were clearly outmatched by these demon hunters who had deep cultivation, exquisite spirit tools, rich combat experience, and blood on their hands. Old Man Zheng was nervous but forced a smile. "Esteemed fellow cultivators, my surname is Zheng. I am heading to Immortal Pass City to conduct some small business. I hope you will be understanding." He began to calculate how much in toll fees he would have to pay to pass safely and minimize his losses. The demon hunters did not speak. They were hunting a demonic beast, and speaking little was a rule of demon hunting. Seeing their silence, Old Man Zheng's smile became increasingly strained. Just then, a demon hunter happened to glance at a child on one of the caravan carts. The child had a pleasant face and was smiling kindly at him. His expression jolted, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed in disbelief, Imohua." The demon hunters beside him glared at him furiously. "What's wrong? Why are you so startled? Why are you making such a loud noise? What if you alarm that listening wolf? You're an old demon hunter. How can you not know this basic rule?" "No, it's Imohua." "What Imohua? Imohua can't be." The demon hunter's words trailed off as he too froze. "Imohua, are you daft? Imohua isn't." Then, his gaze swept over and he saw Imohua, smiling innocently and uninhibitedly, in the caravan. Imohua waved at them and said with a smile, "Uncle Zhao, Uncle Sun, Uncle Zhou, I'm back." Everyone choked, and then their faces lit up with joy. "We're not mistaken. It really is Imohua. Imohua, keep your voices down, don't scare that wolf away. Who cares about that damn wolf? Let it do whatever it wants." Mo Hua felt a mix of amusement and speechlessness. Mo Hua, wait a moment. We'll get ready and escort you back to Immortal Pass City, the demon hunters said enthusiastically. Mo Hua glanced at them. He saw that their sabers and armor were stained with blood, and although their eyes were determined, their faces bore the marks of hardship. They had clearly been chasing the demonic beast for a long time and had engaged in combat. It was likely nearing its conclusion. Mo Hua shook his head. Uncles, you continue with your hunt. No need to trouble yourselves. I'll just return with the caravan. Come over to our house later, and I'll treat you to drinks. Mo Hua patted his chest and said. The demon hunters chuckled but didn't refuse. With Mo Hua's abilities, they indeed didn't need to escort him. All right, we'll finish off this wolf, and then we'll head back. We also have some fresh demon meat, freshly killed. We'll bring some back for you to taste. The demon hunters said with a smile. Mo Hua nodded repeatedly. Afterward, they parted ways. Mo Hua waved his little arms, bidding farewell to his uncles and elders from the demon hunting squad. Old man Zheng, having narrowly escaped danger, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His gaze towards Mo Hua was filled with both gratitude and surprise. Little brother, you know these demon hunters? Yes. Mo Hua nodded. They are all my uncles and elders. They took care of me when I entered the Great Black Mountain before. We are very familiar. You entered the Great Black Mountain? Old man Zheng looked at Mo Hua, who was small of limb, and didn't know what to say. However, it was good that they were familiar. Familiarity made things easier. Old man Zheng felt fortunate. Fortunately, they had met this young brother. Otherwise, without a familiar cultivator, encountering these demon hunters, who lived by the blade, in this desolate wilderness, anything could have happened. Old man Zheng became even more respectful towards Mo Hua. However, as they continued onward, he noticed something was amiss again. The further they went, the closer they got to Immortal Pass City, and the more demon hunters they encountered. And these demon hunters, upon seeing Mo Hua, without exception, first showed shock, and then their faces were filled with surprise and joy. Their expressions, which had been grim moments ago, instantly transformed into warmth and happiness, as if celebrating a festival. Old man Zheng looked at Mo Hua, his mouth agape, and murmured in a daze. These demon hunters, you know them all? How is it that all the demon hunters on the mountain know you? Mo Hua nodded. But you know, too many of them. Old man Zheng still found it hard to believe. Mo Hua smiled and said, I have good relationships with people. Old man Zheng was skeptical, and he speculated silently. This young cultivator's background must be extraordinary. Perhaps he was the child of an elder from the Demon Hunting Guild, or at least someone from its upper echelons. Or perhaps he was the young master of a prominent family in Immortal Pass City. Old man Zheng continued to guess as they proceeded. As everyone continued on, the sky gradually grew darker. The sun was setting, and the afterglow painted the mountains. Old man Zheng flipped through his map, estimating their progress, and frowned. It's getting a bit late. If we don't hurry, we might have to spend the night in the deep mountains. Spending the night in the deep mountains would be very dangerous. The Great Black Mountain now had a newly constructed mountain path that extended from the deep mountains to the inner mountains, and then to the outer mountains, leading directly to Immortal Pass City. The inner mountains were inhabited by ferocious demonic beasts. The deep mountains were even more bloodthirsty, and occasionally, second-rank demonic beasts would appear. It was fine during the day, but if they had to stay overnight in the deep mountains, encountering demonic beasts in the pitch darkness, with the treacherous terrain, it was likely that everyone would become a meal for the beasts. Shall we take a shortcut while it's still light? At least to get out of the deep mountains. Someone suggested. Old man Zheng pondered for a moment and nodded. We need to hurry. We must reach Immortal Pass City as soon as possible to avoid unforeseen trouble. Mo Hua looked up and surveyed his surroundings. He realized they were deep within the Great Black Mountain. The mountain path had been recently repaired, and the terrain had also changed slightly, which made him feel unfamiliar. Changes in the terrain. It seemed to be due to the immense power released when he had dismantled the 5 elements slaughtering demonic formation. The power had almost leveled half of the deep mountain, thus altering the entire topography. The mountains were still the same, but the rivers and terrain were different, and the path was no longer the same. Mo Hua couldn't quite discern his exact location for a moment. A merchant accompanying them said, I've been to Immortal Pass City a few times. I know a shortcut, but it's a bit late, and we might encounter demonic beasts. Old man Zheng pondered for a moment and sighed. That's better than spending the night in the deep mountains. You lead the way. Everyone be careful. All right, Old man Zheng. Thus, the merchant took the lead, and the caravan turned onto a smaller path. The small path was an old mountain road. Mo Hua had a vague recollection of it. It seemed to be the path that led from the outskirts of the Great Black Mountain to Immortal Pass City many years ago. Few people used it now, so it had gradually fallen into disrepair. The journey was indeed a bit bumpy. Some rocks had collapsed due to the breakdown of the formation several years ago. People could pass, but it required some effort for vehicles and goods. There were also demonic beasts. However, Most of them were only at the mid to late stage of first rank. The guards in the caravan could handle them. Imohua merely gave them some advance warnings and did not intervene himself. Working together, they killed a Kuei Mu wolf and a red-eyed sheep demon. The rest of the journey became much smoother. As they were about to leave the deep mountains, Imohua's spiritual sense stirred and his brow furrowed. He called out, "Stop!" Old Man Zheng was startled, and the other cultivators in the caravan were somewhat confused. The sky was growing late, and Immortal Pass City was faintly visible in the distance. Stopping now would delay their arrival. However, although Imohua's voice was young, it carried an implicit authority that commanded respect. Especially considering the enthusiastic and friendly attitude of all the demon hunters towards Imohua along the way, his relationships could not be underestimated. Little brother. Old Man Zheng hesitated. Imohua raised a finger and motioned for him to be quiet. Old Man Zheng didn't understand. Imohua released his spiritual sense, peered for a moment, and his expression gradually turned solemn. He murmured, "It's the second-rank demonic beast." Upon hearing this, Old Man Zheng's legs turned weak, and he stammered, Second rank." The other cultivators in the caravan also looked horrified, and then they began to discuss. "Impossible. Second-rank demonic beasts have strong blood and qi. You can see them from far away. We haven't detected anything at all." Before they could finish speaking, a low, suppressed, and terrifying roar echoed from the gloomy forest on their right. This roar contained a chilling aura and a blood qi that made one's heart tremble. Everyone's faces instantly turned pale. It was a second-rank demonic beast. A demonic beast even stronger than a Foundation establishment cultivator. Such a beast could devour all of them. And with the speed of a second-rank demonic beast, they wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone drew their sabers, but their hands gripping the hilts trembled uncontrollably, and their faces were filled with despair. Just then, Imohua reminded them, "Don't move." Old Man Zheng also regained his senses and immediately lowered his voice. "Put away your sabers, don't show any killing intent, and don't look into the beast's eyes." At this point, he could only pray that the beast was full and wouldn't be interested in them. As long as they didn't provoke the beast, they might have a slim chance of survival. Otherwise, today would likely be the day of their demise. As everyone trembled with fear, the dark shadows of the trees stirred. From the forest, a beast as tall as a person slowly emerged. Its pupils were a deep brown, its body adorned with intertwined dark white patterns, and a majestic king character adorned its head. A second-rank tiger demon. Old Man Zheng felt a pang of bitterness. It's over. Of all the demonic beasts, it had to be a tiger, known for its strength, bloodthirsty ferocity. Tiger demons had enormous appetites. Everyone's faces were as pale as paper. Imohua, however, was taken aback. A big tiger? Why does it look so familiar? Imohua stared intently for a few moments, then suddenly froze, realizing. This was the big tiger raised by the second boss of Black Mountain Village to suck blood? Or rather, the little cat demon he had fed dried fish to before? It was someone he knew. No, a familiar demon. The big tiger's gaze swept through the crowd, then settled on Imohua. For a moment, it showed confusion, then curiosity, and then, as if recognizing Imohua, its large eyes blinked, and the ferocity in its gaze receded. It didn't seem to be hunting. It had merely sensed a familiar aura and had come to investigate. Imohua's eyes brightened, and he quickly said, "Old Man Zheng, give me that demon meat." Old Man Zheng was bewildered. Demon meat? The two I killed earlier. They had killed two demonic beasts on the way, a Kuei Mu wolf and a red-eyed sheep demon. Some of their materials had been salvaged, and some of their meat had also been kept. Oh, all right. Old Man Zheng nodded repeatedly. Imohua took the demon meat and said, "You all go ahead. I'll feed it." Old Man Zheng's expression turned stiff. "Feed?" "Yes." Imohua nodded. "I'm also familiar with this demonic beast." Old Man Zheng's mouth fell open. He looked at Imohua, then at the terrifying second-rank tiger demon before him, and couldn't believe it. "You said you have good relationships with people, but this shouldn't count as people relationships, should it? A second-rank tiger demon. You." Old Man Zheng's emotions were complex, and he found it difficult to express them in words. Imohua waved his little hand at him. "Hurry up, or it will be dark soon." Old Man Zheng couldn't wait to leave, but he looked at Imohua and hesitated. "Then, little brother, what about you?" "Don't worry," Imohua said. This great black mountain was like his own backyard. It was just that the yard had been renovated, and he was temporarily unfamiliar with the paths. Old Man Zheng looked at the sky and gritted his teeth. "Little brother, your great kindness is something I will repay handsomely. Our group will be staying at the Lanji Inn, opposite Fortune and Prosperity Restaurant. If you come into the city, you must come find me there." "Lanji Inn? Is it newly opened?" "There wasn't an inn like that before in Immortal Pass City." Imohua nodded. "All right, I'll remember that." Old Man Zheng bowed to Imohua, and the other cultivators also showed their gratitude, cupped their fists towards Imohua. and then cautiously proceeded towards Immortal Pass City. The second-rank tiger demon actually ignored them and let them leave. This was a second-rank demonic beast. Old Man Zheng was somewhat incredulous. He couldn't help but look back at Mo Hua, his heart filled with shock. Just who on earth is this little cultivator? The caravan left. Apart from Mo Hua, there was no one else around. The big tiger no longer looked fierce. It circled Mo Hua twice and let out a woof at him. Mo Hua couldn't understand the exact words, but he could roughly grasp its meaning. It seemed to be saying, "Follow me." Mo Hua had already reached Foundation Establishment, and his spiritual sense had undergone a qualitative transformation, making him more sensitive to killing intent. He didn't perceive any killing intent from the big tiger, so he figured there was no danger. He then used his movement technique and followed the big tiger behind him as they walked through the gloomy forest. The big tiger walked a few steps, looked back at Mo Hua, and seeing that Mo Hua was following, continued forward. In this manner, it led Mo Hua to a cave. The cave was spacious and somewhat damp. It didn't seem like it was its permanent residence, but rather a temporary one. Mo Hua was a little surprised. A big tiger also had a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. Had it truly become a spirit? The big tiger glanced at Mo Hua, gestured for him to wait there, and then retreated into the depths of the cave. It was rummaging around for something, and after a while, it reappeared, carrying more than 10 storage bags in its mouth. These storage bags were of various ages and designs, some even exquisite. It was unclear whether it had found them or taken them from people. It placed the storage bags in front of Mo Hua. Mo Hua stared for a long time before slowly understanding. This big tiger was repaying a favor? It had saved it twice, and it remembered this, hoarding these storage bags to give to him when they met again as gifts. Mo Hua felt a surge of emotion. He glanced at the storage bags again. Most of them were not ordinary storage bags, and their designs were different from those of the demon hunters. Mo Hua felt relieved. Mo Hua took out the demon meat from the Kuei Mu wolf and threw it to the big tiger. The big tiger sniffed it and found it to be relatively fresh. It then lay down, covering the meat with its paws, and began to eat with greedy snorts. Mo Hua stared at the big tiger for a long time, finding it quite novel. It had dark white patterns and a king character on its head. He had asked his father, Mo Shan, Elder Yu, and some other old demon hunters, but he had never heard of a tiger-like demonic beast with such an appearance. Mo Hua had also asked Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang's gaze had slightly narrowed, and he clearly knew something, but he never explicitly said anything, only remarking things like, "It's quite rare, and indeed not common." Mo Hua still didn't know what species of demonic beast this was. Moreover, it seemed it really didn't eat people, and it was incredibly intelligent. Mo Hua stared at the big tiger for a long time, shook his head, and found no answers. He looked outside at the sky again, and then said to the big tiger, "I need to leave. I'll come back in a few days to see you and treat you to dried fish." The big tiger clearly showed a look of disdain, as if its dignity as a second-rank tiger had been belittled by Mo Hua. However, it didn't refuse. Mo Hua put away the storage bags and tucked them into his clothes. After all, it was the big tiger's goodwill, and he couldn't refuse it. Furthermore, Mo Hua was very curious about what was inside these storage bags and whose they belonged to. Then, Mo Hua waved goodbye to the big tiger and set off alone, following the mountain path towards Immortal Pass City. After leaving the deep mountains and entering the inner mountains, Mo Hua felt much more familiar. Past memories resurfaced. The spirit mine, the Qian family, the great demons, and how he, with his father, had explored the mountain little by little, familiarizing himself with the Great Black Mountain, drawing maps, and setting up formations. Mo Hua couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. These events felt like a long time ago, yet also as if they had just happened yesterday. The sky had completely darkened, and Mo Hua quickened his pace. Relying on his mastery of the flowing water steps, he took only shortcuts and quickly passed through the inner mountains to the outer mountains. Along the way, he avoided demonic beasts, miasma, and poisonous swamps. Then, he trekked for several more hours. By the time he reached Immortal Pass City, it was already very late at night. Stars dotted the sky, and the lights of Immortal Pass City flickered faintly. Mo Hua slowed his steps. As he walked, he suddenly froze. He noticed a familiar figure standing at the city gate. Gentle and beautiful. It seemed that ever since she received news from the demon hunters, she had been standing at the city gate, waiting, her gaze fixed on the distant mountain path, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the small figure she yearned for day and night. Even as the sun set and the darkness enveloped her, she continued to wait silently, waiting for her child to come home. Mo Hua saw her, but she hadn't seen him. She still looked into the distance with anticipation, mixed with anxiety and a sense of uncertainty. Mo Hua's heart trembled, and his eyes became misty. He ran towards the city gate like the wind. "Mom!" Upon hearing this voice, Lu Ruhua's body trembled. She turned her head and stared blankly as Mo Hua ran towards her. For a moment, she felt as if she were dreaming. When Mo Hua reached her, she looked at his face, which had changed slightly, but was still the one she yearned for. A smile graced her lips, but tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Lu Ruhua held Mo Hua tightly in her arms, as if embracing the most precious treasure in the world. Ping'an, you're back. Lu Ruhua's voice trembled slightly, but it was soft, like a gentle, warm breeze. Yes. Mo Hua's eyes were moist. Nestling in his mother's embrace, he nodded. Mom, I'm home. Thank you for the rewards from Feng Zhi Qiao Koli, Bei Xiao Shang De Huayan Fa Shi, Py Huang, Katie Star, Du Feng Shi, Zhong Yu Ko, Sang Chun, and Ai Qi Gung Ai Bu Dong De Deshang. Chapter 567, Original Intention. Mo Hua had returned home, and he had also successfully achieved foundation establishment. News of this quickly spread throughout Immortal Pass City. All the cultivators in Immortal Pass City, whether they heard the rumor first or learned of it later, were both surprised and delighted. They never expected that Mo Hua, after going out to travel for just a few short years, would have actually reached foundation establishment. And Mo Hua's proficiency in formations was so good. After reaching foundation establishment, if given enough time, he might even become a second-rank formation master. A second-rank formation master, in all of Immortal Pass City, it might not be possible for one to appear in several hundred years. Elder Yu was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. He had known for a long time that Mo Hua was a child with extremely high talent and comprehension, and a kind heart, destined for a boundless future. But he never expected that this future would arrive so soon. A few years felt like closing his eyes and opening them again, and Mo Hua had already reached foundation establishment. Now that Mo Hua was home, Elder Yu, who was usually a bit stingy, specifically took out the spirit stones he had been saving for a long time to host a welcome banquet for Mo Hua. Mo Shan knew that although Elder Yu was a foundation establishment elder, he had been taking care of most of the rogue cultivators for so many years that he himself lived hand-to-mouth and hadn't saved much spirit stone. Now, Immortal Pass City was different from before, and the rogue cultivators were also living a bit more comfortably, so naturally, they couldn't let him spend too much. Mo Shan then said that this would be Mo Hua's foundation establishment banquet, and Elder Yu didn't need to spend any spirit stones. In Immortal Pass City, a foundation establishment banquet was considered the most grand banquet. It was extremely difficult for rogue cultivators to achieve foundation establishment. Successfully reaching foundation establishment was the greatest event, usually requiring a grand feast and inviting many guests. Mo Shan and Lu Ruhua had also fantasized before about being able to hold a foundation establishment banquet for Mo Hua, for their own son, in this lifetime. But before, this could only be a dream. It was not easy for rogue cultivators to achieve foundation establishment. Mo Hua was frail from birth, and his spirit root was neither particularly good nor bad. His cultivation would inevitably be fraught with difficulties. Even if Mo Hua did reach foundation establishment one day, the two of them might not live to see that time, might not be able to witness Mo Hua's foundation establishment with their own eyes. But they never expected that Mo Hua, only 15 years old, had already succeeded in reaching foundation establishment. Mo Shan and his wife, in addition to their surprise, still found it somewhat unbelievable. Even with Mo Hua, who had already reached foundation establishment, standing before them, they still felt as if it were a dream. After that, they began preparing for the foundation establishment banquet. Lu Ruhua took out quite a lot of spirit stones and held a banquet at Fortune and Prosperity Restaurant. These spirit stones were what she had saved for Mo Hua over the years, originally intended for Mo Hua to get married in the future. But now that Mo Hua had reached foundation establishment, Lu Ruhua was extremely happy and thought of spending some to celebrate. After all, Mo Hua was still young, and it was still early for him to get married. She could save more later. Moreover, Fortune and Prosperity Restaurant was half owned by Mo Hua. When Mo Hua was away, this half belonged to Lu Ruhua. And Xiaofu, the manager of Fortune and Prosperity Restaurant, also called Lu Ruhua Master. And Xiaofu was also very close to Mo Hua. So, holding it at Fortune and Prosperity Restaurant was almost the same as holding it at their own home, and it wouldn't cost too many spirit stones. On the day of the foundation establishment banquet, the crowd was bustling, and almost all the rogue cultivators in the city came. These rogue cultivators either watched Mo Hua grow up, were very close friends with Mo Shan, or had received favors from Mo Hua. Some of the influential cultivators in the city also came, such as the Yin family, Master Luo, Master Qian, and some smaller families. There were too many people, and Fortune and Prosperity Restaurant couldn't accommodate them all, and Xiaofu temporarily rented out the shops along the entire street. Everyone ate meat and drank wine merrily. The entire Immortal Pass City felt like it was celebrating the new year. Cultivators who were doing business from out of town, not understanding what was happening, thought Immortal Pass City was celebrating some festival. After inquiring, they learned it was a foundation establishment banquet, and the cultivator who had reached foundation establishment was also a first-rank formation master certified by the Dao Court. They were all greatly shocked. a Foundation Establishment cultivator, a first-rank formation master. In a second-rank immortal city like Immortal Pass City, such a person was truly a formidable and renowned figure. These traveling merchants also understood the principle of worshipping the local deity. They all prepared some modest gifts, personally delivered them, hoping for a cup of wine, to share in the joy, and also hoping to make a good impression. Some merchants even paid a price to personally toast Mo Hua and congratulate him. It was a joyous occasion, and no one minded these small gestures. Old man Zhang, through connections, held up his wine cup, feeling apprehensive, and went to toast Mo Hua. But when he looked up, he saw that the first-rank formation master, the great figure of Foundation Establishment, was actually the young cultivator who had traveled with him and chatted with him all the way. His mouth fell open so wide it could fit a duck egg. At the Foundation Establishment banquet, wine cups clinked and conversation flowed. Elder Yu was very happy, his face creased with smiles, but there seemed to be a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Time waited for no man. Previously, in Immortal Pass City, he was the only Foundation Establishment cultivator, and he had to bear the pressure of confronting the mighty Qian family. Elder Yu couldn't fall no matter what. Therefore, he had a strong temper, scolded harshly, and his methods were also quite unscrupulous. But now that the lives of the rogue cultivators had improved, Elder Yu breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly felt that he was getting old. He couldn't muster that spirit anymore, no matter what. Now, looking at Mo Hua, who had reached Foundation Establishment at the age of 15, Elder Yu was not only gratified but also felt a sense of daze. However, on the surface, he remained calm. Mo Hua, with his strong divine sense and sharpened observation skills now, perceived Elder Yu's thoughts. So, he went to drink with Elder Yu. Mo Hua was drinking fruit wine, brewed by his mother with her own hands. It was mild and sweet, with a slight hint of alcohol, but not pungent. Elder Yu still drank strong liquor. After drinking for a while, Mo Hua secretly said, "Elder, why are you still at the early stage of Foundation Establishment?" Elder Yu was startled and couldn't help but glare at Mo Hua. The Foundation Establishment realm is like climbing a mountain, step by step. How can it be so easy to cultivate? Oh, Mo Hua nodded. Elder Yu suddenly sighed and said with a bitter smile, "I'm old. I can't cultivate anymore." Mo Hua shook his head. "How can you say you're old? Think about it. If you break through to the middle stage of Foundation Establishment, you can live for another 100 years. If you break through to the late stage of Foundation Establishment, you can live for another 100 years. If you keep breaking through, won't you not be old anymore?" Elder Yu chuckled. "It's not that easy." "Then what is easy?" Mo Hua asked. "Opposing the Qian family is not easy, and making a living as a rogue cultivator is equally not easy. Even if it's not easy, you still have to do it. If something needs to be done, then do it. It doesn't matter whether it's easy or not, or whether it succeeds or not." Elder Yu was lost in thought. After a moment, he was stunned. "These? Who told you all this?" Mo Hua patted his chest. "Me." Elder Yu clearly didn't believe him. Mo Hua said with a serious little face, "Elder, I have already gone out to travel. I am now a Foundation Establishment cultivator who has seen the world." Seeing that Mo Hua, although he had reached Foundation Establishment, still maintained his usual demeanor and speech, which was both sensible and a bit cute, Elder Yu couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Then he mused in his heart, "That's right. What does it matter if I'm old? I was too tired before and had no time to cultivate. Now that I can catch my breath and have some free time, isn't it just the right time to focus on seeking higher realms and improving my cultivation?" Cultivators cultivate themselves and establish their destiny. If one does not use cultivation to temper oneself, are they still considered a cultivator? So what if I'm old? A person lives for a lifetime. As long as they are alive, they must steadfastly hold on to their Tao heart and seek the Tao with all their heart. Elder Yu suddenly became enlightened, and his gaze gradually became sharp again, carrying a hint of determination and stubbornness. Mo Hua nodded gratifiedly, and then said, "Elder, this time you are freeloading my meal. Next time it will be my turn to freeload yours." "Freeload your meal?" Elder Yu was startled, and then he realized that Mo Hua was talking about the Foundation Establishment banquet. "What meal do you want to freeload from me?" Mo Hua's little face was solemn. "I want to freeload your Golden Core banquet." Elder Yu spurted out a mouthful of old wine. "I'm this old, and I've just reached the early stage of Foundation Establishment, and you're already thinking about freeloading my Golden Core banquet? This child, you really dare to think more than I do." But he was startled, and then he thought, why shouldn't he dare to think? Why shouldn't he dare to think? Whether he succeeds in reaching the Golden Core stage is another matter, but if he doesn't even have this bit of ambition, then what kind of cultivation is he pursuing? Elder Yu gritted his teeth and cursed. "Good. Damn it, Golden Core it is." Elder Yu's voice was a bit loud, and he also uttered a "damn it." Everyone around heard it, and looked at him with expressions of shock. Elder Yu then realized he had misspoke. But he was thick-skinned and pretended as if he hadn't said anything, raising his cup with Mo Hua and drinking. Everyone also wisely turned their heads, pretending that nothing had happened. However, Yu Qingyi, who was not far away, seemed a bit lost. His father hadn't cursed in a long time. Since life in Immortal Pass City had gotten better and better, his father's temper had become more and more gentle. In recent times, he basically didn't curse like he used to. He had become so gentle that it even made him feel a bit unfamiliar. But now, Yu Qingyi heard his father curse again. Although it was simple and unadorned, just a simple damn it, filled with emotion but lacking technique. However, in his heart, he felt inexplicably relieved. This was indeed the father he was familiar with. Yu Qingyi thought silently. Mo Hua actually wanted to curse along, but the words were already on his lips. He looked up and saw his mother, Lu Ruhua, looking at him, so he swallowed the words back. He was a good child and didn't curse. Mo Hua thought silently to himself. After the Foundation establishment banquet, Mo Hua was busy for another period of time, mainly because he had too many friends in Immortal Pass City and too many acquaintances. He wandered around, and days passed without realizing it. He met Instructor Yin. Instructor Yin, along with Manager Mo, was busy rebuilding the Little Lingyin sect. Starting from nothing and building a sect from scratch was difficult, but Instructor Yin was mentally firm and would not give up. The remains of the past elders and sect masters of the Little Lingyin sect were refined into iron corpses by the traitor Lu Qingyun and used for evil deeds. Later, when the zombie plague subsided, these corpse-ified remains were cremated and brought back by Instructor Yin, buried on a hill near Immortal Pass City. Green mountains and clear waters, where the bones of the ancestors of the Little Lingyin sect were buried. Mo Hua went to burn incense and pay respects. He had learned the spirit hub great formation of the Little Lingyin sect, so he had received the inheritance of the Little Lingyin sect and owed them a favor. Naturally, he had to pay his respects to show his reverence. Instructor Yin looked at the current Mo Hua with great satisfaction, but he was always stern and didn't say much. They drank tea and chatted about formations for a while, and then Mo Hua was secretly pulled aside by Manager Mo. Manager Mo took out a stack of drawing papers and gave them to Mo Hua, saying with a worried expression, "I've been worrying about this matter for the past few days. Can you give me some advice?" When Mo Hua looked at the drawing papers, he found that they were all portraits of female cultivators. Mo Hua was both familiar and unfamiliar with them. Familiar because, before, sects and families often sent him these beauty portraits privately to entice him to marry into their families. Back in Nanyu City, Lu Qingyun had done such a thing. But unfamiliar because the women in the portraits were clearly more mature, and they seemed out of place for someone of his age. "These are," Manager Mo whispered as if he were doing something illicit, "helping my senior brother find a Dao companion." Mo Hua thought, as expected, and whispered back, "For something like this, shouldn't you let Instructor pick it himself?" Manager Mo pouted. "He's a blockhead, like a stubborn iron tree that won't bloom. It's useless to ask him." He flipped through a few portraits and placed them in front of Mo Hua. "You help me take a look too. What do you think of this one? Mature and charming, with a seductive appearance. She's said to be single and has quite a bit of spirit stones." Mo Hua found the blind spot. "How did she get these spirit stones?" Manager Mo was startled, then patted his head. Right, this kind is not suitable." "That was close. I almost got fooled by appearances. If I gave this to senior brother to see, he'd scold me to death." Manager Mo pointed to another portrait. "This one's appearance is slightly inferior, but her family background is good. She's the daughter of the Song family from 100 miles away. However, she's said to have a bad temper, which is why she hasn't been married in 100 years. A bad temper? She probably wouldn't get along with Instructor." Manager Mo nodded. "That's right. If senior brother really married her, and their personalities clashed, wouldn't that cause more trouble?" He shook his head and continued muttering. "This is the daughter of a sect elder. If senior brother wants to rebuild the sect, she might be able to help him. This one? No, she has too much of a worldly aura. This one? The portrait is too fake. I suspect they gave the painter a lot of spirit stones as tip. This one wears too much makeup. Her face is painted pale white." Manager Mo considered several, finding them all unsuitable. Finally, his eyes suddenly lit up. "This one is good. Although her appearance is average, her temperament is very good, and she's devoted to formations. She hasn't married in over 100 years, and she seems like a good match for my senior brother." Mo Hua leaned over to take a peek. He saw a woman with her hair tied up, wearing plain makeup, without any adornment. Her appearance was not outstanding, but her temperament was intellectual, and indeed, she seemed well suited to the Instructor. Manager Mo also felt she was increasingly suitable, but after a moment, he muttered again. "It's just that my senior brother has that wooden head and stubborn temper. Others might not necessarily fancy him. What's wrong with my wooden head?" A cold voice suddenly sounded. Manager Mo looked up and saw Instructor Yin looking at him with a cold expression. "It's over." Manager Mo's heart sank. Only then did he realize that while he was leaning close to Mo Hua, secretly helping Instructor Yin pick a Dao companion, Instructor Yin had been standing behind them, watching them silently. He must have heard all the bad things I said. Mo Hua, standing beside them, kept his eyes on his nose and his nose on his mouth, remaining silent. His divine sense was powerful, and he had actually known Instructor Yin had arrived long ago, but seeing Manager Mo so engrossed and focused, he didn't have the heart to interrupt him. Instructor Yin's expression was very displeased. Manager Mo sensed that something was wrong and stammered. I just remembered. I still have some matters at the formation pavilion. I'll be going back now. With that, he moved like the wind and bolted. Mo Hua didn't know that the plump Manager Mo had such good movement techniques. Since Manager Mo had slipped away, Mo Hua also felt it inappropriate to stay, so he stood up and bowed. Instructor, I'll be going back now. I'll come to see you again next time. Instructor Yin nodded, looking at Mo Hua with anticipation, but he also admonished, don't learn bad things from that fatty. The fatty Instructor Yin mentioned was naturally Manager Mo. Okay, Instructor. Mo Hua agreed with a mouthful of promises, and then he also slipped away. After Mo Hua left, Instructor Yin sighed helplessly, bent down, and picked up the drawing papers scattered on the ground one by one. As he picked up one of them, Instructor Yin suddenly froze. On the drawing was a woman with her hair tied up and plain makeup, without any adornment. The woman's gaze was focused, her mind undisturbed, a female formation master who devoted herself to studying formations and could draw 9 pattern formations. Instructor Yin was momentarily lost in thought. After bidding farewell to Instructor Yin, Mo Hua also went to visit Old Man Feng. Old Man Feng had shown Mo Hua great kindness. When Mo Hua was young and frail, with insufficient blood and energy, he was nourished by Old Man Feng's medicinal pills. Later, when his mother fell gravely ill, it was also thanks to Old Man Feng that she was not in serious trouble. Old Man Feng did not attend the Foundation establishment banquet. Old Man Feng was an alchemist and was stationed at Apricot Forest Hall, treating the sick and saving people, so he couldn't get away. Moreover, he was old and didn't like noisy occasions. Lu Ruhua prepared some exquisite and light dishes and asked Mo Hua to deliver them for Old Man Feng to taste. Mo Hua also gave Old Man Feng some pill books and formulas he had collected during his travels as a reunion gift. Old Man Feng was overjoyed, stroked his beard, and nodded repeatedly. He then looked at Mo Hua and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Mo Hua was truly someone he watched grow up from childhood. From a tiny little thing, he had grown up slowly. Although he was only 15 years old, not old yet, he had already become a renowned first-rank formation master and a Foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, he had used formations to help so many cultivators in Immortal Pass City. Good child. Old Man Feng's eyes were filled with relief. Apricot Forest Hall had people coming and going, and Old Man Feng was a bit busy. Mo Hua didn't want to disturb him, so after chatting for a while and confirming that Old Man Feng was doing well, he got up to leave. Before leaving, Old Man Feng suddenly seemed to remember something, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke solemnly. Mo Hua, you, at such a young age, have such cultivation and formation attainments, which is truly rare, and your future is boundless. But even if, in the future, your cultivation becomes higher and higher, to the point where the vast cultivators and all living beings in this world are nothing more than humble ants, mere dust at your feet, you must never forget your original intention. Do not be arrogant and indifferent. Do not forget that even the most humble person is still a living person with joys and sorrows, life and death. Mo Hua was startled. Then his eyes shone brightly, his Tao heart illuminated, and he said with a clear smile, Okay, Grandpa Feng, I'll keep it in mind. The detailed outline is not finished yet, so there's only one update recently. I'll add more updates once I get things sorted out later. Chapter 568, Scarcity. After that, Mo Hua went to visit Director Zhou. Director Zhou was very enthusiastic and grateful to Mo Hua. He was very old and had held the position of director for many years. Although he had been diligent, his achievements were minor, and he had planned to retire and enjoy his old age. He never expected that in the last few years, Immortal Pass City would change dramatically. Opening item forging shops, building alchemy shops, constructing great formations, slaying great demons, and ensuring peace in the region. His achievements as director could now be described as illustrious. Director Zhou was busy with his duties, but he still managed to steal some leisure time to bring out his treasured good tea and brew it with Mo Hua to taste and chat. Most of the conversation was about the various stories of Immortal Pass City over the past few years of Mo Hua's travels. Mo Hua chatted with Director Zhou intermittently, and after a while, he couldn't help but ask about Zhang Lan. He was still quite concerned about Zhang Lan, this kind stranger who had passed by. Director Zhou was somewhat relieved and told Mo Hua everything about Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan had already returned to his clan. The Zhang family was a long way from Immortal Pass City. Zhang Lan had chosen the remote and obscure Immortal Pass City as a remote small immortal city to work as a registrar and pass his days, precisely to avoid the disputes within his clan. Now that he had reached the Foundation establishment realm, he could no longer avoid it and had to return. As for what happened within the Zhang family after his return, Director Zhou was unaware. Mo Hua felt some regret. He still wanted to meet Uncle Zhang Lan, by the way, to brag about having reached the Foundation establishment realm. However, since he had returned to his clan, he didn't know when they would meet again. He wondered if he would have found a Dao companion by then. Would he be forced into a marriage by his family with a woman he didn't love, and then fall for a woman he couldn't have outside the family? As Mo Hua chatted with Director Zhou, his little head moved slightly, recalling the cliché storybooks he had read, and he automatically imagined a passionate tale of love and hate for Zhang Lan. After a while, they finished their tea, and Mo Hua got up to take his leave. Director Zhou was busy with his duties, and it was not convenient for him to disturb him further. Director Zhou personally escorted Mo Hua to the door before returning to his official duties. After a moment, he remembered Mo Hua, shook his head, feeling regret and concern. Limitless potential. It's just, Immortal Pass City is too shallow to raise a great dragon. After bidding farewell to Director Zhou, Mo Hua took the opportunity to visit the friends he had grown up with. Most of them had become demon hunters and had gradually grown up, taking on responsibilities. Dezhu was still learning item forging from Master Chun, and his craftsmanship was becoming more and more exquisite, which pleased Master Chun greatly. However, the three brothers, Dehu, were no longer in Immortal Pass City. Mo Hua asked Dezhu, and that's how he learned the reason. As Immortal Pass City became increasingly prosperous, more and more cultivators traveled through. An elder from a passing sect saw that the three brothers, Dehu, had good bone structure for body cultivation and took them in as disciples, bringing them to the sect to cultivate. The name of the sect was said to be Great Desolation Sect, located south of Li Prefecture, bordering the wilderness. It was a distant journey, and they could only return once every few years, or perhaps a decade. Great Desolation Sect. Mo Hua silently remembered this name, wondering if he would have the chance to see Dehu and the others again at the Great Desolation Sect in the future. Mo Hua wandered around for several more days. He had met everyone he needed to see. With nothing else to do, he thought of that big tiger. He asked his mother to help him make a pile of large dried fish. The little cat demon had turned into a big tiger, a second-grade demon beast. The small dried fish were not even enough to fill its teeth, so he had to make large dried fish. Immortal Pass City had many mountains and few waters, so it couldn't raise big fish. These fish were bought from outside. They were of various sizes, with the largest being taller than Mo Hua, and the smallest being at least a foot or two long. Their scales were thick, they looked strange, and they had a strong fishy smell. Cultivators rarely ate them, so they were abundant and not expensive. But based on Mo Hua's experience as a demon hunter, he guessed that the big tiger, which resembled a big cat, would definitely like them. Live creatures could not be put into storage bags. Dead fish could be. Mo Hua used several large storage bags to pack several large bags. Taking advantage of the early morning and the rising sun, he slung the dried fish and entered Great Black Mountain. Mo Hua searched for a long time in the deep mountains before finding the big tiger in a cave, gnawing on the bones of some unknown demon beast. Sensing the aura of an outsider, the big tiger instantly became alert, its gaze fierce. When it saw that it was Mo Hua, the big tiger was stunned for a moment, then went back to hugging its bones and licking them. Mo Hua gave it the dried fish. The big tiger sniffed it, frowned, and even let out a meow, appearing somewhat repulsed. It was a big tiger, not a big tabby cat. Big tigers cared about their reputation. Not to my taste. Mo Hua was a little confused. He remembered that the big tiger used to love small dried fish when it was young. But the big tiger didn't want to pay attention to him and continued to lick its bones. Mo Hua didn't force it. With nothing else to do, he sat at the entrance of the cave and admired the scenery of the deep mountains. The big tiger licked its bones until there was no more meat. Then it saw the fish in front of it. It was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Mo Hua. Seeing that Mo Hua wasn't looking at it, it stealthily picked up a fish and swallowed it whole. It swallowed so quickly that it didn't taste the flavor. It looked up at Mo Hua and then tasted another one. Then, it couldn't help but taste another one. As it was eating, the big tiger looked up and found Mo Hua staring at it with a smiling face. The big tiger's eyes flickered, and it silently covered the fish by its mouth with its paws, preventing Mo Hua from seeing. Mo Hua threw the rest of the fish to it and said with a smile, "Eat slowly, and I'll bring you some more when I have time." The big tiger was no longer reserved. It chewed the dried fish with large bites, its eyes narrowed into slits. It even rubbed its furry large head against Mo Hua. Thus, Mo Hua's days in Immortal Pass City gradually settled down. He cultivated every day, studied formations, accompanied his parents, met friends for tea, occasionally went into the mountains to relax, and fed dried fish to the big tiger. However, occasionally when he was alone, there would still be a trace of loneliness in his eyes. This trace of loneliness could be hidden from others, but not from Lu Ruhua. Lu Ruhua thought for a moment, then asked softly, Huar, you returned alone. Where are Zixing and Zixi? Mo Hua was stunned, his gaze dimmed. Little senior brother and little senior sister, they have gone home. The Bai family is very, very far away. Lu Ruhua felt a bit regretful and asked, then, what about Mr. Zhuang? Mo Hua shook his head, not knowing how to speak. After a long while, he said in a low voice, Master, he has also gone to a very distant place, and it's very likely he will never return. A trace of tenderness appeared in Lu Ruhua's eyes. She gently hugged Mo Hua and said warmly, you are still young, and you have a long road ahead of you. If fate allows, you will meet again. Mo Hua replied softly. The sense of loss in his heart was slightly relieved. The next day, he went to South Mountain outside Immortal Pass City again. South Mountain was remote and had beautiful scenery. On South Mountain, there was the abode of forgetting. Mr. Zhuang lived in seclusion here, and Mo Hua and his senior brothers and sisters had studied here. But now, nothing remained. At the end of the old path, it was empty. The mountain residence, the big huai tree, the bamboo forest, the pond, and the fish in the pond were all gone. On the path up and down the mountain, he would no longer encounter his little senior brother and little senior sister. No one on the mountain would rest in the bamboo residence, wait for the cool breeze to blow, wake up from their sleep, teach him formations, and answer his many questions. Under the big huai tree, he sparred and played with his little senior brother, while his little senior sister read nearby. Master was taking a nap, and Elder Koei was playing chess. These scenes gradually blurred. It was as if it were just a dream, shrouded in a mist that seemed both real and unreal. Past events, all forgotten as they passed. Mo Hua's mood was complicated. A faint melancholy tinged his clear eyes, but it dissipated in an instant. It was like the thin mist of early morning, dispersed by the first rays of dawn. We will meet again, Mo Hua murmured. There were still many things he needed to do. The road ahead was long, and the Tao was vast. What he needed to consider now was the path after reaching the Foundation Establishment realm. Mo Hua sat quietly on the mountaintop. After calming his emotions, he began to ponder. He had now reached the Foundation Establishment realm. His divine sense was only 14 patterns, and his realm was mid-stage Foundation Establishment. However, due to the qualitative change of his divine sense, it was as condensed as mercury, making his divine sense qualitatively different from other cultivators. As for the use of this difference, Mo Hua had not yet thoroughly researched it. But at least, it laid the foundation for his divine sense proving the Tao. And it was completely different from other methods of proving the Tao with divine sense. However, besides divine sense, Mo Hua found that his foundation establishment was basically a mess. His spiritual energy was very weak. His spirit root was not strong, and his cultivation method did not focus on spiritual energy. Therefore, although he had reached the foundation establishment realm, his spiritual energy was much weaker than cultivators of the same realm. Not to mention comparing him to prodigies like his senior brothers and senior sisters. His physical body was even weaker than his spiritual energy. This was not unexpected for Mo Hua. He was congenitally weak. After reaching the foundation establishment realm, his blood essence had increased slightly, but that was only compared to the qi condensation realm. In the foundation establishment realm, he was still at the bottom. In addition, his foundation establishment spells were also a headache. Mo Hua followed the path of spiritual cultivation and relied on spells to survive. He was now a foundation establishment cultivator, so he naturally had to learn second-grade spells. But he had nowhere to learn second-grade spells. So far, the only second-grade spell he had learned was the fireball technique. Because the fireball technique was a basic spell, it was common everywhere, and it was the least scarce among all ranked spells. The current state boundary had corresponding ranked fireball techniques. When Mo Hua returned from the Greatly Mountain boundary, he had collected some fireball technique manuals along the way, cross-referenced them, and comprehended them to learn the second-grade fireball technique. Although it was far from the perfect mastery he had with his first-grade fireball technique, its power was higher, and it was barely enough usable. He could study and improve it later. Besides the fireball technique, all the spells Mo Hua was good at could not be learned. Flowing water steps was a unique skill of the Zhang family. When Zhang Lan taught him, he only taught him the first grade, without considering the second grade. Because at that time, Zhang Lan was only at the 9th layer of qi condensation, and he absolutely did not expect Mo Hua to advance to foundation establishment so quickly. Water prison technique was very obscure. Mo Hua did not have a second-grade water prison technique manual. Invisibility technique was even more obscure. Mo Hua also did not have a second-grade invisibility technique manual. The strength of cultivators was generally based on their realm. Although first-grade spells could still be used, their power and effectiveness would be greatly reduced, incomparable to second-grade spells. Even if the first-grade flowing water steps were ingenious, when performed, they would at most be on par with low-tier movement techniques and second-grade low-tier spells. A first-grade water prison technique could trap qi condensation cultivators for a few breaths. But when used on Foundation establishment cultivators, it would only be for a moment, only able to interrupt their actions, unable to bind or restrict their movements. The first-grade invisibility technique was still quite good, because the core of the invisibility technique relied on the cultivator's divine sense. Emohua's divine sense was very strong, so the effect of the invisibility technique was also strong, and it was not easy to be detected. But from Emohua's current perspective as a Foundation establishment cultivator, his invisibility technique still had many flaws. It could be used, but it was only barely usable. If he had the chance, he should find a way to learn the second-grade invisibility technique. Second-grade water prison technique, second-grade invisibility technique, second-grade flowing water steps. These spells were either obscure or unique skills, and Emohua could not learn them even if he wanted to. Emohua sighed. He once again deeply felt the importance of inheritance for cultivators. General families or sects and other cultivation forces would build scripture pavilions, libraries, formation pavilions, and other cultivation pavilions to widely collect and treasure all kinds of rare, ancient, or obscure Taoist scriptures and manuals, from low-grade to high-grade, encompassing everything. Cultivation methods, Taoist arts, formations, alchemy recipes, item forging manuals, etc., were all available. The larger the force, the wider the collection, the more complete the collection, and the deeper the heritage. Disciples of families or sects could focus on cultivation without any distractions, without having to search far and wide and desperately look for these rare cultivation classics themselves. Rogue cultivators could not do this. They had to find and learn all the classics, including cultivation methods, Taoist arts, and formations, themselves. Even if they found some, they would have to pay a considerable price to learn them. Great aristocratic families monopolized inheritance, profiting from it, while also cutting off the path to seeking immortality for most rogue cultivators in the world. They also consolidated their own power and stood above rogue cultivators, remaining eternal for thousands of years. Without inheritance, one could not make any progress. Emohua sighed again. Although he knew these things before, he didn't take them to heart. Now, as his cultivation increased and he saw more of the world, his feelings deepened. Besides spells, formations were the same, but the situation was a bit special. Emohua possessed extremely profound formation inheritance. Heavenly machine deduction, heavenly machine deception, one deduction, one deception, exhausting the heavenly machine, was a method of using divine sense and the supreme method to understand and control formations. This was a method that could be used at any rank. Although Emohua's realm was low and his experience was shallow, and his formation attainments were not yet high enough to learn the profundities and use them to the fullest, heavenly machine deception and heavenly machine deduction must have even higher knowledge. But being able to learn both heavenly machine deduction and heavenly machine deception was already unimaginable. Let's not even mention heavenly machine deduction. Heavenly machine deception was the foundation of the deception Tao, of the deception Taoist, Emohua's martial uncle. The deception Taoist of the demonic sect was proficient in the deception Tao, possessed extraordinary formations, and his Tao heart-planting demons were enough to make cultivators of the Tao court tremble in fear. Even if he only learned the superficial aspects, he would benefit greatly. Moreover, heavenly machine deception could not be considered superficial at all. In addition to divine sense algorithms, Emohua also had the 5 elements formation flow diagram. Within this, the 5 elements source patterns, deduced by the ancestors of the 5 elements sect using the return to origin algorithm, were sealed. The source patterns further contained a vast formation system that encompassed the 5 elements. These were all top-tier formation inheritances without exception. But the problem was, they were too top-tier. What Emohua lacked now was the most basic and simplest type of inheritance, which was introduction to second-grade formations. He needed to know what second-grade formations were, how to draw the formation patterns, how to lay out the formation pivots, and how to construct the formation eyes. What were the fundamental differences between second-grade formations and first-grade formations? He had learned about these things before, but his understanding was not deep. Now, facing the reality, Emohua realized that he still had many omissions and deficiencies, and he had to find a way to become a second-grade formation master and draw formations that were truly ranked second-grade. Chapter 569, Rank 2. Spiritual sense proves the Tao, taking spiritual sense as the foundation and formations as the standing. Only by learning Rank 2 formations and becoming a Rank 2 formation master can one have the capital to stand in the vast cultivation world and the boundless 9 provinces. However, Emohua currently lacked the basic inheritance of Rank 2 formations. After some thought, he went to visit Instructor Yin. Instructor Yin hailed from the minor Lingyin sect. Although the minor Lingyin sect had declined, it had produced a Rank 2 formation master, so it should still have some Rank 2 formation diagrams and formation books passed down. But Emohua's trip was in vain. Instructor Yin was not home. Only Manager Emo was leisurely drinking tea by himself. Where is the instructor? Mo Hua asked. Manager Mo shook his head. I don't know. My senior brother has seemed preoccupied these past few days, muttering to himself, coming home late and leaving early. I don't know what he's busy with. When will the instructor be back? Later tonight. Manager Mo replied, then looked at Mo Hua curiously. Did you need something from my senior brother? Mo Hua nodded. I wanted to ask about Rank 2 formations. Rank 2 formations. Manager Mo was a little surprised and a little envious. When he first met Mo Hua could only draw the bright fire formation with 3 formation patterns, and would come to his formation pavilion to draw formations for some hard-earned money. He had even lied about his identity due to his young age, fabricating a non-existent elder brother. Unexpectedly, in just a few years, Mo Hua was already about to learn Rank 2 formations. In these past few years, his own formation attainments had not advanced by even a single pattern. But Mo Hua had advanced by leaps and bounds, skipping an entire rank. It was truly disheartening to compare oneself to others. Manager Mo muttered to himself. Manager Mo, do you know how to draw Rank 2 formations? Mo Hua asked curiously. Manager Mo was Instructor Yan's junior brother and a disciple of the minor Lingyin sect. By rights, he was a legitimate formation master from a sect. Manager Mo quickly shook his head. Don't flatter me. I struggle to draw formations with 7 or 8 patterns. He was a normal cultivator and a normal formation master. He couldn't be compared to a little monster like Mo Hua. However, Manager Mo stroked his chin. Speaking of Rank 2 formations, I do recall that some time ago, a formation master, lacking skill, ruined 9 out of 10 formations. Unable to pay the spirit stones, he gave me an ancestral Rank 2 formation pattern compilation instead. A Rank 2 formation pattern compilation? Yes. Manager Mo nodded. It's a collection of basic Rank 2 formation patterns and their related variations. Mo Hua was taken aback. Isn't that quite valuable? Manager Mo shook his head. Not really. Any family with a formation inheritance would have such a thing. It's considered a kind of rather niche formation experience. Can I take a look? Mo Hua asked. Wait a moment. Manager Mo put down his teacup, stood up with his bulging belly. I'll go back and look for it. It's been a while, I don't know where I put it. Manager Mo scurried away and returned about an hour later, holding an old-fashioned booklet. Take a look. Manager Mo handed the booklet to Mo Hua. Thank you, Manager. Mo Hua said happily. The booklet had the words Rank 2 Formation Pattern Compilation handwritten on it in neat script. Mo Hua opened the booklet and glanced through it. It did indeed contain some Rank 2 formation patterns, primarily focusing on 5 elements formation patterns, interspersed with some systems of formation patterns that Mo Hua had not encountered before. In addition, it detailed the differences between Rank 1 and Rank 2 formation patterns, as well as the variations from Rank 1 to Rank 2 formation patterns. It was illustrated and comprehensive, though not overly profound. The owner of the compilation was likely a very diligent and meticulous Rank 2 formation master. However, their ancestral foundation was probably very thin. That's why they meticulously recorded and treasured every bit of formation knowledge they had, compiling it from simple to complex, rich, and detailed. This greatly helped Mo Hua. Mo Hua thanked Manager Mo again. Manager Mo waved his hands dismissively. It's nothing, nothing. However, Manager Mo was also happy to be able to help Mo Hua. Afterward, Manager Mo drank tea, and Mo Hua read the book. While Mo Hua was reading, Instructor Yin returned. He looked quite busy and was a little surprised to see Mo Hua. Mo Hua explained his purpose. Instructor Yin pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes. Wait a moment. He returned to his room, and after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he found 2 formation books. One was an introduction to Rank 2 formations, and the other was a diagram of Rank 2 formations. The introduction formation book discusses the basic knowledge of Rank 2 formations, focusing on formation theory. The diagram explains how to draw formation patterns and construct Rank 2 formations using actual formation diagrams. These are all inheritances of the minor Lingyin sect, representing orthodox formation techniques. Compared to the inheritances of major aristocratic families and sects, they might be a bit thin, but there won't be any errors. It's just a shame. Instructor Yin sighed. After all these years, no one in the minor Lingyin sect has been able to use them, including himself. Instructor Yin solemnly handed the 2 formation books to Mo Hua, admonishing him. Study them well, learn them diligently. Giving this inheritance to Mo Hua was also a way to repay Mo Hua's kindness in helping the minor Lingyin sect eliminate a traitor and recover the remains of their ancestors. Instructor Yin thought silently. Okay. Mo Hua nodded earnestly. With the formation pattern compilation and the introduction and diagram for Rank 2 formations, he should be able to preliminarily understand how to draw Rank 2 formations. However, before that, Mo Hua had one more thing that puzzled him. Instructor, where did you go just now? Mo Hua asked quietly. Instructor Yan, who was usually stern and rigid, showed a flicker of guilt on his face. Looking at Imo Hua's bright, curious eyes, Instructor Yin coughed and shifted his gaze, vaguely saying, "Nothing. Nothing, just clearing my head." "Oh." Imo Hua looked puzzled but didn't press further. Upon returning, Imo Hua began to pore over the 3 formation books, studying the drawing methods of Rank 2 formations. Rank 2 formations were composed of 10 or more Rank 2 formation patterns. Rank 2 formation patterns were somewhat similar to Rank 1 formation patterns, yet different. By flipping through the Rank 2 formation pattern compilation, Imo Hua discovered that Rank 2 formation patterns were more like the fusion of 2 Rank 1 formation patterns through a peculiar, Tao-like form. Rank 2 formation patterns were more complex, more profound, with more strokes and lines, and the variations in positional considerations were twice as difficult as Rank 1 formation patterns. The spiritual sense consumed when drawing Rank 2 formation patterns was also double that of ordinary Rank 1 formation patterns. So that's how it is. Imo Hua murmured to himself. After foundation establishment, spiritual sense doubled. In formations, the spiritual sense consumed from Rank 1-9 patterns to Rank 2-10 patterns also doubled, and the power and effect of the formations also doubled. According to the general standards for formation ranks, a 10-pattern formation was considered a Rank 2 formation by default. Rank 1 formation patterns had a simple structure and could not form formations with more than 10 patterns. Formations with more than 10 patterns must be constructed using Rank 2 formation patterns as the cornerstone, which had more profound spiritual sense, stronger structures, and more complex patterns. Except for absolute formations. Absolute formations contained great Tao principles, transcending category limitations, and were different from ordinary formations. Imo Hua frowned. If calculated this way, a Rank 1 absolute formation and a Rank 2 formation had the same number of patterns, but the rank of the formation patterns was vastly different. For example, the Rank 1 10-pattern spirit reversal absolute formation and the Rank 2 10-pattern Rank 2 formation both had 10 patterns, but one was composed of Rank 1 formation patterns, while the other was constructed from Rank 2 formation patterns. Even though Rank 2 formation patterns required twice the spiritual sense of Rank 1 formation patterns, these 2 10-pattern formations seemed to consume the same amount of spiritual sense. Imo Hua thought about it, but couldn't figure it out, so he had to put it aside for the time being. He decided to compare the spiritual sense aspects of Rank 1 absolute formations and Rank 2 formations once he had truly learned Rank 2 formations. Next was the actual learning of Rank 2 formations. When learning formations, one first learned formation patterns. Imo Hua first read the Rank 2 formation pattern compilation several times, memorizing a few basic Rank 2 5-elements formation patterns and practicing drawing them simply on paper. Then, he began to attempt to draw the first Rank 2 formation according to the diagram of Rank 2 formations. The Rank 2 Bright Fire Formation. The Bright Fire Formation was a fire element formation used for warming and lighting. It was basically one of the most fundamental formation types in all ranks. The first formal formation Imo Hua had drawn was also the Bright Fire Formation. However, that Bright Fire Formation, with 3 formation patterns, was not yet ranked. Now, the Bright Fire Formation was a Rank 2 formation, possessing a full 10 formation patterns. Of course, 10 formation patterns were not particularly difficult for Imo Hua, whose spiritual sense had already undergone a 14-pattern qualitative change. The difficulty lay only in Imo Hua's unfamiliarity with the understanding and mastery of the Rank 2 formation system. Imo Hua carefully memorized the formation diagram of the Rank 2 Bright Fire Formation. At midnight, he practiced the Rank 2 Bright Fire Formation on the Tao stele in his sea of consciousness. One person, one stele, one formation. Just like back then, when he first started learning formations. Imo Hua felt a moment of trance. It felt as if he had learned many, many formations, yet it also felt as if he hadn't learned much. The more he learned, the more he felt how little he knew. Now that his formations were approaching Rank 2, everything was starting anew. To learn entirely new formation patterns, to understand deeper formation principles, to comprehend the more ancient Great Tao. Imo Hua let out a sigh, calmed his mind, maintained a humble and peaceful state of mind, not forgetting his original intention, and began to draw his first Rank 2 formation on the Tao stele. The Bright Fire Formation. Rank 2 formation patterns were more complex in their lines, more particular in their strokes, and consumed more spiritual sense. The structure of the formation also had many more variations. Imo Hua was initially very clumsy and made repeated mistakes after drawing a few times. Either it was an error in the formation pattern stroke, or a conflict in the formation pivot, or poor control over the layout. Imo Hua had to erase the formation patterns, trace back his spiritual sense, and continue drawing. Over and over again. Dry and mechanical. But Imo Hua was already accustomed to it. His strokes gradually became proficient, his control over the formation pivot structure gradually improved, and his understanding of the construction of Rank 2 formations also deepened little by little. If you don't know, Learn. If you're not proficient, practice. Draw a formation 100 times, and its meaning will become clear. Mo Hua kept drawing and drawing until he had drawn the rank 2 bright fire formation dozens of times, experiencing all the possible pitfalls before he felt a moment of enlightenment. The formation patterns and formation pivots were integrated. The stroke details were clearly understood. His strokes became more confident and measured, with a proper sense of advance and retreat. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Mo Hua drew the last stroke, and the formation was complete. On the Dao steel, the rank 2 bright fire formations formation patterns glowed, shining brilliantly. This light was more condensed, more brilliant. Just like before, it illuminated Mo Hua's first step on the path of a rank 2 formation master. Mo Hua breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes curved into a smile. Rank 2 formations. He had finally drawn it. Mo Hua couldn't help but feel a little pleased with himself. After admiring the rank 2 bright fire formation he had drawn on the Dao steel for a while, he reluctantly erased it and continued drawing after his spiritual sense traced back. The first attempt was clumsy and prone to errors. Because rank 2 formations differed in rank and formation patterns from rank 1 formations, it took a considerable amount of effort. However, after the first drawing, with his spiritual sense strength and formation comprehension, the subsequent drawings became much faster. Afterward, Mo Hua found drawing the bright fire formation to be smooth and effortless. Rank 2 formations had a cognitive barrier. Mo Hua's own understanding of rank 2 formations was also lacking. Otherwise, drawing the 10-pattern bright fire formation of rank 2 would actually be simpler than drawing the 10-pattern spirit reversal absolute formation of rank 1. Mo Hua kept drawing and drawing until he had mastered the bright fire formation. Then he withdrew from his sea of consciousness. By this time, the sky had turned white, and the rosy dawn filled the sky, dyeing Mo Hua's cheeks a rosy hue. Mo Hua was in a very good mood, a smile on his face. Drawing the rank 2 bright fire formation was considered overcoming a small hurdle. Next, he needed to actually draw the bright fire formation. Drawing it on the Dao steel, using his hand as the brush, spiritual sense as the ink, and the Dao steel as the medium, could not be considered a true drawing. Naturally, it could not be considered learned. Mo Hua got out of bed, spread paper on the table, took out his brush, dipped it in ink, and intended to try drawing the rank 2 bright fire formation. But as soon as he started to write, Mo Hua froze. He suddenly realized a serious problem. The bright fire formation was a rank 2 formation, but he didn't have any rank 2 spirit ink. Not only spirit ink, but he also had no rank 2 formation brushes, formation paper, or any other formation medium. A clever cook cannot cook without ingredients. Without brushes, ink, and paper, how could he draw formations? Mo Hua sighed. He had miscalculated. He hadn't worried about brushes, ink, paper, or inkstones for a long time, so he hadn't thought of it for a moment. But where can I find rank 2 spirit ink? The merchant guilds? Mo Hua specifically went to various merchant guilds in Immortal Pass City and visited the market, but found nothing. There were no rank 2 formation masters in Immortal Pass City, so naturally, no one drew rank 2 formations, and thus there was no rank 2 spirit ink. Even if some families or merchant guilds had some inventory, the spirit ink had been stored for too long and had completely lost its efficacy, making it unusable for drawing formations. Helpless, Mo Hua thought about it and decided to seek out Master Luo. Master Luo had been a rank 1 formation master for a long time, was highly experienced, and had many connections. Since he had been studying formations for so many years, he must have prepared some rank 2 spirit ink in anticipation of becoming a rank 2 formation master. When Mo Hua arrived at Master Luo's residence, he learned that Master Luo was not there. He had gone to drink tea with Master Qian. The Qian family of the past had long since fragmented, their clan declining, and its members scattered to make a living. The vast Qian residence had been divided into independent courtyards. Master Qian's current residence was located in the southwest corner of the Qian residence, occupying the largest and most spacious area. However, the plaque in front of the door had been replaced with Qian Family Academy. This was not only Master Qian's residence, but also an academy he had specifically established to teach formations. Master Qian still remembered his agreement with Mo Hua, diligently studying formations and passing on his knowledge to the children of the rogue cultivators in Immortal Pass City. Master Luo would often visit here when he had free time. He would drink tea with Master Qian, exchange ideas on formations, and occasionally offer guidance to other disciples. When Mo Hua entered, Master Luo and Master Qian were enjoying tea in the quiet, scenic courtyard filled with flowers and plants. In the academy, the children were diligently practicing basic formation patterns. When Mo Hua entered, Master Luo and Master Qian were both surprised and delighted. They rose to greet him, saying, "Young Master, what a rare visitor, what a rare visitor." Mo Hua's original formation attainments were already higher than theirs, and now that he had reached foundation establishment, his status was even more elevated. The two dared not neglect him. Imohua also greeted them with a smile. Master Luo, Master Qian, long time no see. Master Luo observed Imohua, seeing that although Imohua had reached foundation establishment, his gaze was deep, his spiritual sense stronger, and his formation attainments even more profound. He remained approachable, with a simple, sincere disposition, seemingly unchanged from before. This made Master Luo sigh with admiration. Master Luo said with shame, "In front of young Master, the title Master is one I dare not accept." Imohua didn't seem to mind much. After being seated, Master Qian poured tea for Imohua and asked, "Young Master, is there anything important you need?" Imohua nodded. Masters Luo and Qian, do you have any Rank 2 Spirit Ink? Rank 2 Spirit Ink. Master Luo and Master Qian exchanged glances, both looking a bit surprised. Young Master, have you learned Rank 2 formations already? Although Imohua felt that he was quite familiar with the Rank 2 Bright Fire formation, he hadn't actually drawn it yet, so he couldn't brag. He replied humbly, "I've learned a bit. I want to try drawing it." When Imohua said he had learned a bit, Master Luo naturally didn't believe it was just a little bit. Master Luo had a wry smile on his face, not knowing what to say for a moment. He was now over 100 years old and still only a Rank 1 formation master, while Imohua, at such a young age, was already about to learn Rank 2 formations. Although Imohua becoming a Rank 2 formation master was a good thing for him, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness in his heart. Spirit Ink. Master Luo thought for a moment and then nodded. "I do have some Rank 2 Spirit Ink, but not much, only 2 bottles." Master Qian also added, "I have some here as well, from the Qian family's old stock, but only 5 bottles. Young Master, please take them if you don't mind." Imohua was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master Luo. Thank you, Master Qian. You are too kind, young Master." Master Luo and Master Qian took out the Spirit Ink and handed it to Imohua. This Spirit Ink was also 5 Elements Spirit Ink, stored in jade bottles. The aura emanating from it was surging, containing astonishing 5 elements spiritual energy. Imohua couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this Spirit Ink very expensive?" Master Qian nodded. "Generally, a bottle of Rank 1 Spirit Ink costs around 10 Spirit Stones. Depending on its quality or rarity, there will be some variation. Cheaper ones are 2 or 3 Spirit Stones per bottle, while more expensive ones can be tens of Spirit Stones per bottle. Rank 2 Spirit Ink. Generally speaking, the cheaper ones are around 100 Spirit Stones per bottle. More expensive ones can be hundreds or thousands." Imohua was shocked. "So expensive. 100 Spirit Stones per bottle." These 5 small bottles in his hand were at least 500 Spirit Stones. Master Qian sighed. "Yes, it's not easy to learn formations. The higher you go, the more so. This small bottle of Spirit Ink, at 100 Spirit Stones, even if drawing a formation is foolproof and 100% successful, you can only draw about 2 Rank 2 elementary formations. And to truly learn a formation, it takes anywhere from dozens to hundreds of times. Learning a Rank 2 formation alone requires a considerable amount of Spirit Stones for brushes and ink. For the great aristocratic families and sects, it's no problem. This amount of Spirit Stones is but a drop in the ocean. They spend more than this on their daily meals. For medium-sized aristocratic families and sects, it's also not an issue. But for small families or small sects, supporting a Rank 2 formation master would be much more taxing. As for rogue cultivators, Master Qian gave a wry smile. Rogue cultivators can barely support themselves, let alone afford to cultivate a Rank 2 or higher formation master. Imohua's mouth gaped open. He looked at the few bottles of Spirit Ink in his hand again and frowned, asking, "Isn't this Spirit Ink made from monster blood? Why is it so expensive?" Master Luo was silent for a moment and then slowly said, "Rank 2 demonic beasts are difficult to hunt, and extracting their blood is also difficult. Of course, that's not the fundamental reason." Master Luo's voice lowered a few notches. "No matter how difficult it is to kill Rank 2 demonic beasts, only their blood is used for making Spirit Ink, not their inner cores, hearts, or marrow, which are scarce resources. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be this expensive. However, the formulas for mixing Spirit Ink, the techniques, and some rare spiritual herbs are held by the great aristocratic families and sects. Master Luo pointed upwards. Since they have a monopoly, naturally they dictate the prices. Whether it's 10 Spirit Stones, 100 Spirit Stones, 1,000, or 10,000. It's not for us to decide. Those who actually hunt demonic beasts, extract blood, and mix ink, actually don't earn much Spirit Stone. Most of the profits are siphoned off by the great aristocratic families. Their actions, firstly, are for profit, and secondly." Master Luo paused for a moment, but seeing that Imohua came from a rogue cultivator background, he explained more clearly, "is to prevent the lower strata from producing too many formation masters, lest it shake their foundation." Chapter 570, Sudden Wealth. Master Luo finished speaking and didn't elaborate further. There's an old saying, Only those who endure hardship can rise above others. If Imohua were to join an aristocratic family or sect in the future, become one of the superior, and share their destiny, then these words would be of no use. If Imohua upholds his Tao heart and doesn't change his original intentions, with his intelligence, he should know what I mean and naturally be aware of his situation. Master Luo looked at Imohua, seeing his brow furrowed in thought. Knowing that Imohua understood his meaning, he nodded slightly and said no more. Afterward, the group resumed their discussion about formations. Master Luo said, second-rank formations are divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced tiers based on the nascent soul stage of the cultivator's spiritual consciousness. For those who have just entered the nascent soul stage, 10 patterns are considered an introductory second-rank formation. Introductory formations are relatively simple. Although they are second-rank, they are not tiered. For early nascent soul, 11 to 13 patterns are considered elementary second-rank formations. For mid-nascent soul, 14 to 16 patterns are considered intermediate second-rank formations. For late nascent soul, 17 to 19 patterns are considered advanced second-rank formations. Second-rank formation masters are also classified similarly into elementary, intermediate, and advanced formation masters. The threshold for a first-rank formation master is very high, only focusing on rank, not tier. However, in reality, all first-rank formation masters should be considered advanced first-rank formation masters. It's just that these subdivisions were removed by the Tao Court. At the second-rank formation realm, the divisions are more detailed and stringent. Becoming a second-rank formation master is not easy, and advancing to a higher tier is even more difficult, requiring an assessment for each advancement. Master Luo frowned and sighed. Master Qian also looked quite helpless. If the first-rank assessment was already difficult, let alone the second rank. Imohua pondered for a moment and then asked, so, for an elementary second-rank formation master, is it enough to just know how to draw elementary second-rank formations? Master Luo shook his head and said with a wry smile, it's not that simple. Elementary second-rank formations encompass formations with 11 to 13 patterns, and the difficulty within this range varies greatly. Each additional pattern in a formation increases its difficulty. One must master the most difficult 13 pattern formations within the elementary tier, and not just 1 or 2. You must learn at least 4 or 5 of the 13 pattern formations stipulated by the Tao Court to apply for assessment and be promoted to an elementary second-rank formation master. The same applies to subsequent advancements. Mastering 16 pattern formations allows promotion to intermediate second rank. Mastering 19 pattern formations allows promotion to advanced second rank. Therefore, the formation masters who can truly pass the ranking assessment and steadily advance to advanced second rank are exceptionally rare, possessing profound mastery of second-rank formations. Imohua nodded and then asked, then, in that case, can an early nascent soul cultivator generally become an elementary second-rank formation master? He spoke a bit conservatively. This was because his spiritual consciousness was already at 14 patterns. If calculated by formations, learning 14 pattern second-rank formations meant he had already touched the threshold of an intermediate second-rank formation master. Master Luo, however, shook his head. No. Generally speaking, it is only possible to become an elementary second-rank formation master in the mid-nascent soul stage, an intermediate second-rank formation master in the late nascent soul stage, and an advanced second-rank formation master. Master Luo paused, then sighed. Either they have already broken through to the golden core stage, or they have been stuck at the late nascent soul stage for too long without any further progress, forcing them to spend 100 to 200 years studying formations diligently to become an advanced second-rank formation master. Imohua opened his mouth. Is it that difficult? It's difficult. Master Luo's brows furrowed into the shape of the character Chuan. He glanced at Imohua. Although he felt that this child couldn't be judged by conventional standards, some common knowledge of cultivation still needed to be conveyed to him. He is himself, and others are others. Not everyone is a little monster. Even if one's formation mastery lags behind their cultivation by a small realm, such a cultivator can be considered a formation master with great talent. It's normal for ordinary cultivators to learn first-rank formations when they are in the nascent soul stage, and second-rank formations when they are in the late nascent soul stage, or even golden core stage. Imohua asked, because their spiritual consciousness is insufficient. Master Luo nodded, weakly stating, spiritual consciousness is insufficient. Blood qi and spiritual energy can be enhanced through cultivation methods, but spiritual consciousness cannot. Most cultivators cannot cultivate their spiritual consciousness. Besides those with naturally exceptional spiritual consciousness, generally, one's spiritual consciousness is commensurate with their cultivation realm, and usually not higher. In the early nascent soul stage, spiritual consciousness is at most 13 patterns. To become an elementary formation master, one needs to learn 13 pattern formations. Learning this way is very strenuous. Spiritual consciousness consumption is immense, and recovery is extremely slow. Furthermore, learning formations in this manner is akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones, requiring extreme caution and meticulousness to avoid mistakes. If one is not careful, there is even the danger of spiritual consciousness depletion. Even so, with their spiritual consciousness depleted for the entire day, they can only practice 2 or 3 times. Second-rank formations with 13 patterns are complex and profound. Practicing them 2 or 3 times a day, how can that be enough? It will take ages to truly comprehend them. Master Luo said bitterly. Imo couldn't help but nod. He possessed the Tao steel and had practiced formations extensively, sometimes practicing 20 to 30 times in a single night. 2 or 3 times a day was indeed far too little, not even enough for him to whet his appetite. With such proficiency, it would be difficult to comprehend formations. Moreover, cultivators also need to cultivate and earn spirit stones. Even cultivators from aristocratic families or sects would likely not be idle, being busy with various sect affairs, and wouldn't have much time to dedicate to formations every day. So, Master Luo continued, sharpening the axe doesn't delay the woodcutting. It's better to first improve one's cultivation realm, enhance spiritual consciousness, and then return to study formations. This way, with abundant spiritual consciousness, learning will be easier. I see. Mo Huan nodded again, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. So, if I were to become an elementary second-rank formation master in the early nascent soul stage, wouldn't that be quite impressive? Early nascent soul. Elementary second rank. Master Luo choked, almost not wanting to speak with Mo Hua anymore. But then he thought, this matter, with Mo Hua, didn't seem entirely impossible. Master Luo felt a flicker of anticipation in his heart. If Mo Hua could become an elementary second-rank formation master at such a young age in the early nascent soul stage, he might be able to go further in the future. Master Qian also praised. If young master could become an elementary second-rank formation master in the early nascent soul stage, even among the great aristocratic families, he would be considered a rare formation genius. However, Master Qian sighed with some regret. In Immortal Pass City, the inheritance and resources for second-rank formations are too scarce. Formations are rare, and the cost of ink and paper is also considerable. Given Mo Hua's background, if he truly wanted to continue learning, the difficulties would be immense. Master Luo also felt sorry for Mo Hua. After discussing formations, the group continued to drink tea for a while. As noon approached, the disciples from the academy finished their studies and respectfully bid farewell to Master Qian before returning home for lunch. Suddenly, a child about 5 or 6 years old in the crowd spotted Mo Hua, his eyes lighting up. He rushed into Mo Hua's arms, exclaiming in a childish voice, "Brother Mo." Mo Hua was slightly taken aback and realized this child was Zhou'er. Zhou'er's surname was Chu. He was the son of Uncle Chu, a demon hunter skilled in using traps, who had taught Mo Hua the art of setting traps. Zhou'er's mother was Aunt Jiang, who helped out at Mo Hua's family eatery. Several years ago, Uncle Chu was seriously injured and could no longer hunt demons. He entrusted Mo Hua to teach his son some formation arts so that he could earn a living without risking his life. Later, when Mo Hua went out to travel, he entrusted Zhou'er to Master Qian. Seeing Zhou'er's demeanor, Master Qian said helplessly, "Without discipline, one cannot be properly trained." Zhou'er then hid behind Mo Hua, peeking out his little head. Master Qian's tone was strict, but his expression showed no blame, indicating his fondness for his young disciple. Mo Hua patted Zhou'er's head and asked Master Qian, "Master Qian, how is Zhou'er's formation learning progressing?" Master Qian replied, "He is young and just starting. For now, he should focus on memorizing texts, understanding some formation principles, and learning 1 or 2 formation patterns." Mo Hua nodded. It was already noon, and Mo Hua had asked all his questions, so he got up to leave. Zhou'er was clinging to Mo Hua, so Mo Hua took Zhou'er home. He picked out some delicious and easily digestible food from the eatery, fed Zhou'er until he was full, and then had Aunt Jiang take him home. In the following days, Mo Hua began to practice second-rank formations wholeheartedly. Every night, Mo Hua would sit cross-legged on his bed, sinking his spiritual consciousness into his sea of consciousness, and continuously practice formations on the Tao steel. The formation he had been practicing recently was the second-rank Thorn formation. The Thorn formation is a wood element formation. Once triggered, it sprouts vines and thorns that entangle and trap enemies, making it a type of 5-element confinement formation. The Thorn formation contains 11 formation patterns and is considered a relatively simple elementary second-rank formation. This was a formation Mo Hua deciphered and generated by reversing the 5 elements flow diagram. This was also the only second-rank formation Mo Hua had managed to reverse engineer and generate so far. The 5 elements flow diagram used a peculiar 5 elements origin pattern to derive all the 5 elements formations of the 5 elements sect. However, these formations had already condensed into a single origin pattern. This origin pattern was strange and dangerous, but but after being suppressed by the Dao steel, it had become much more docile. Despite this, it was still quite challenging for Mo Hua to decipher the formation inheritance of the 5 elements sect from the origin pattern. Firstly, this reverse engineering process consumed a lot of spiritual consciousness. Mo Hua also had to learn formations. Although his spiritual consciousness was strong, it was still limited. Therefore, he could only spare time or when he was bored from drawing formations to decipher this origin pattern. Secondly, the formations deciphered from the origin pattern were random. Mo Hua did not know what laws or principles the ancestors of the 5 elements sect used to derive the 5 elements formations into an origin pattern. Therefore, the formations derived through reverse engineering were chaotic and disordered. It was like drawing lots. They varied in elements, and both first and second rank formations were mixed in. Mo Hua did not know what formation he would decipher next, what element it would be, whether it would be first or second rank, or how many formation patterns it would contain. Mo Hua could only gamble. His only inference was that the upper limit of the deciphered formations was related to the strength of his spiritual consciousness. The strength of his spiritual consciousness, measured in patterns, determined the highest pattern of formation he could decipher. Mo Hua's 14-pattern spiritual consciousness theoretically meant he could decipher 5 elements formations up to 14 patterns. But theory was theory, and reality was reality. The best formation Mo Hua had deciphered to date was the second rank, 11-pattern thorn formation he was currently practicing. This was still manageable. What Mo Hua found truly absurd was that this origin pattern had no guaranteed minimum. In fact, the lower limit was appallingly low. Most of the formations he had deciphered so far were first rank, including many that were not ranked at all. There was even one with only 3 formation patterns, the most basic bright fire formation. Although the 5 elements origin pattern encompassed all 5 elements formations, it was normal for these low-level formations to be included. However, Mo Hua still felt that some formations were simply included by the ancestors of the 5 elements sect to pad the numbers, to pollute the origin pattern. Mo Hua sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. He could only continue practicing formations while hoping that one day he would be lucky enough to to decipher a second-rank 5 elements formation with 14 patterns. Until then, he could only use these 10 or 11-pattern formations to practice. Mo Hua put his thoughts aside and practiced formations on the Dao steel for another entire night. When he woke up the next day, he felt unsatisfied. Unfortunately, he had already used up the several bottles of second-rank spirit ink that Master Luo and Master Qian had given him, so he couldn't actually draw any more formations. 7 bottles of spirit ink were too few and couldn't sustain Mo Hua's usage. Even if he saved them, they wouldn't last long. Apply what you learn. Mo Hua firmly remembered Mr. Zhuang's teachings. He had the Dao steel, so learning was not an issue. By sinking his spiritual consciousness into his sea of consciousness and practicing formations on the Dao steel, he didn't need ink or paper, and his spiritual consciousness could be retracted. This allowed him to practice 10 or even dozens of times more than others. At this thought, Mo Hua felt a sense of gratitude. Fortunately, I have the Dao steel. Not only could he practice formations, but he could also hone his spiritual consciousness. As long as he persevered and continued practicing, he could learn more and more formations. His spiritual consciousness would grow stronger, allowing him to learn even more formations. This cycle would continue, snowballing his spiritual consciousness and formation mastery. However, now he could learn but not use. It wasn't just the spirit ink. The brushes and paper were also significant problems. Mo Hua had acquired several reams of second-rank formation paper from old Masterin, but it was not enough to quench his thirst, and it ran out quickly. This second-rank formation paper was very expensive. It was difficult to buy, but it was used up too easily. Even so, formation paper was the cheapest formation medium. Other formation mediums such as spirit tools, formation discs, and formation flags were even more expensive, far beyond what Mo Hua could afford. Besides formation paper, there were also formation brushes. Mo Hua did not expect that formation brushes would be even more expensive than formation paper, and second-rank formation brushes wore out even faster than first-rank ones. Second-rank spirit ink contained more potent spiritual energy and demon blood qi. When a formation brush was dipped in spirit ink, it would accelerate its wear. Inferior formation brushes would often become bald after some use. As for those durable, top-grade formation brushes, their materials were extravagant and their cost prohibitive. Mo Hua couldn't afford them even if he sold himself. Is there any way to draw formations without paper and brushes? Mo Hua stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. He had some ideas faintly forming in his mind, but he would need time to research them. But even if he didn't use paper or brushes, ink was still necessary. Second-rank spirit ink is formulated with second-rank demon blood. Mo Hua thought of the large tiger. Drawing the large tiger's blood was definitely out of the question. He had a pretty good relationship with the tiger and couldn't harm it. Then, Should he find a way to cooperate with the large tiger to hunt other second-rank demon beasts in Great Black Mountain? It eats meat, and I draw blood? Mo Huan nodded silently, thinking that if planned properly, this method was feasible. Suddenly, Mo Hua paused again. The large tiger. He then remembered that the large tiger had also given him some gifts, those unassigned storage bags. Mo Hua had too many people to greet when he returned home, so he had temporarily forgotten about them. I wonder what's actually in these storage bags. Mo Hua was somewhat curious, so he pulled out the storage bags from under his bed and opened them one by one. Some of these storage bags were still stained with blood, some were ornate and exquisite, while others were dusty and dirty, with a hint of strangeness. Mo Hua unpacked all the storage bags and sorted them out, finally understanding. Some of these storage bags belonged to legitimate cultivators, while others belonged to demonic cultivators. Besides legitimate spirit stones, spirit tools, and pills, they also contained demonic cultivation methods for drawing blood, absorbing spirits, and harvesting essence, as well as demonic arts for soul manipulation and corpse refinement. These demonic cultivation methods and arts were harmful and definitely couldn't be kept. Mo Hua planned to burn them together to prevent them from harming others. There were also some orthodox cultivation methods and arts. As for cultivation methods, Mo Hua had already learned the heavenly evolution art and had no use for them. As for Dao arts, most of them were body cultivation martial arts, and a small portion were spells, which were second-rank but seemed to be ordinary techniques. However, Mo Hua was not picky and could learn them when he had free time. There were quite a few spirit stones, totaling tens of thousands. If not for the limited capacity and inconvenience of these storage bags, there would likely be even more. The variety of pills was also rich, including spirit-replenishing pills, blood-replenishing pills, poison-repelling pills, miasma-dispelling pills, and even life-saving pills like the second-rank lesser rejuvenation pill. Mo Hua frowned. All of this added up to a significant amount of sudden wealth. Mo Hua was both surprised and delighted, yet also somewhat puzzled. Who were the owners of these storage bags? Why did they come to Immortal Pass City, and how did they die? How did the large tiger find their storage bags? Mo Hua began to search through the storage bags again, looking for any clues. After searching for a long time, Mo Hua finally found a few documents. Seeing phrases like, "for the patriarch's eyes only," to the sect master for reporting, etc., he finally understood. These cultivators came to Immortal Pass City for master. Some were from Dao State aristocratic families or their subordinate smaller families, dispatched by their patriarchs or sect leaders to Immortal Pass City to inquire about master's whereabouts. There were also some people from demonic sects, but they were likely not major sects, just some minor powers. Upon arriving in Immortal Pass City, the two sides clashed in Great Black Mountain. Then, in the fierce battle, they either directly perished, their bodies and Dao dissipated, or they were heavily injured, and the large tiger managed to pick up the spoils. Several storage bags were broken, bearing the marks of tiger teeth. It was likely that the large tiger had torn open the storage bags, eaten something within, and after refining it, had broken through to become a second-rank demon beast. For the other storage bags, remembering the favor, it had left them all for him. Mo Hua thought for a moment, believing that the facts were likely as he surmised, and even if there were some deviations, they wouldn't be significant. Since they harbored ill intentions towards master, it's fine that they died. Mo Hua accepted this sudden wealth with a clear conscience. He then sorted through the items in the storage bags, categorizing them, and unintentionally came across a map. This map was very large, encompassing all 9 provinces. The cultivation 9 provinces had Dao State as its core, situated in the center, which was also the location of the central Dao court. Outside Dao State, the other 8 provinces were named after the 8 trigrams: Qian, Kun, Kan, Li, Zhen, Zhan, Sun, and Dui. They were positioned according to the directions of the 8 trigrams, suppressing heaven and earth and guarding the central Dao State. 9 provinces map. Mo Hua was stunned and examined it carefully. Although this map covered all 9 provinces, the other provinces only had major mountain ranges marked, with their specific provincial boundaries being vague. Only Qian State had clearly delineated boundaries and detailed mountains and rivers. And within Qian State, a provincial boundary was circled in vermilion ink, with small characters annotated. Qian State, Dragon Dao Mountain Range, 5th rank Qianxua Province boundary. A place of pilgrimage for cultivators across the 9 provinces. Sects abound, and heavenly talents gather. It is the great repository of formations, alchemy, artifact forging, talismans, techniques, martial arts, and cultivation methods. It is the foremost, top-ranked province for seeking knowledge in the cultivation world. Chapter 571, The Storage Ring. The Dragon Dao Mountain Range. 5th rank Qianxua Prefecture boundary. A place of learning. Mo Hua was slightly stunned. With numerous sects and gathered prodigies, mastering formations, did that imply a complete cultivation foundation and inheritance of all formation categories? Mo Hua had only learned the 5 elements formations so far. But besides the 5 elements, formations had many other categories, each with its own distinct system. For example, the 2 poles, 3 talents, for symbols, 6 harmonies, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, and so on. Mo Hua had only seen sparse records of these formation systems in formation books, vague and unclear, let alone true, specific inheritances. Mo Hua pondered. His master likely knew formations like the 2 poles, for symbols, and 7 stars, but he hadn't taught him, only the 5 elements formations. Perhaps it was because the 5 elements formations were the most basic and widely applied. It was better to master the 5 elements formations and build a solid foundation before learning other systems, as cross-application would be easier. But the biggest reason was probably his master knew his time was short, and he wanted to teach many things, but he no longer had the time. Master. Mo Hua's gaze dimmed slightly. After a moment, he perked up and continued to examine the Qian prefecture map. The map marked many sects. And in the Qianxua prefecture boundary, cultivation sects were the most numerous. The so-called cultivation sects were different from industry sects, hidden sects, and spiritual merchant sects. Hidden sects lived in seclusion, isolated from the outside world, relatively closed off. Industry sects and spiritual merchant sects were profit-oriented. They earned spirit stones and profits by operating cultivation industries or various shops for formations, pills, tools, and talismans. They also accepted disciples, but it wasn't their main focus. As for cultivation sects, their founding principle was to impart the Tao and teach. Their main business was teaching cultivators to cultivate and passing down cultivation methods, with the disciples' spirit stone tuition as their primary source of profit. Cultivation sects also had some industries, but not many. Mo Hua learned these things by hearing from others during his travels. Mo Hua then realized that there were quite a few differences between sects. Some imparted the Tao and taught, while others were purely profit-driven. Cultivation sects. Teaching cultivation, passing down methods. Mo Hua couldn't help but wonder, can I go? He thought for a moment, then shook his head. Qianxua Prefecture was a 5th-rank prefecture, and the cultivation sects within it would likely have very expensive fees. He wondered if the windfall he received was enough to pay the tuition. Even if he could afford the tuition, would they accept him? A gathering of prodigies. These sects should be quite strict in accepting disciples, right? Mo Hua flipped through the map again and found that the text was sparse, with no other annotations or more detailed explanations. Ask someone? Mo Hua frowned and thought for a long time, concluding that the most suitable person was Prefect Zhou. Zhang Lan would likely know, but he had already gone home. Prefect Zhou was also from an aristocratic family. Although his family wasn't large, it must have had experience and knowledge, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to serve as a prefect in the Dao Court. Mo Hua went to the Dao Court office again and handed the map to Prefect Zhou. Qianxua Prefecture? Prefect Zhou was a little surprised upon hearing this. Yes, Mo Hua nodded. Prefect Zhou pondered for a moment and said, wait a moment. He then took out a few books from his storage bag. Mo Hua glanced at them and saw titles like History of Cultivation and Gazetteer of the 9 Provinces on the flyleaves. Qian Prefecture is too vast, and it's too far from here. I can't remember some things clearly. Prefect Zhou flipped through the books and carefully examined them before nodding. That's right. Qianxua Prefecture is indeed the foremost place of learning in the entire 9 provinces, with numerous sects and a flourishing academic atmosphere. Most genius cultivators under 20 who achieve foundation establishment in the 9 provinces will go to Qianxua Prefecture to seek out reputable masters, make friends with prodigies from various prefectures, cultivate and learn the Tao, and lay a foundation for their future path. Why do they all go to Qianxua Prefecture? Mo Hua didn't quite understand. Because it's a 5th-rank prefecture? Not entirely. Prefect Zhou looked at Mo Hua and patiently explained, although cultivation is divided into 9 ranks, this is an ancient division. 9 is the extreme number of heaven and earth, bordering on the celestial. After the Tao Court, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually diminished, and no one has become an immortal for a long time. Let alone 9th rank. Even 7th or 8th rank is unattainable for cultivators. For ordinary cultivators, a 5th-rank prefecture is already considered incredibly high. However, the reason Qianxua Prefecture is the #1 place of learning is not just because it's 5th rank. Prefect Zhou paused and continued. Cultivation emphasizes wealth, methods, companions, and land. Wealth refers to cultivation resources, such as spirit stones, spirit items, and other assets. Methods refer to cultivation techniques, such as cultivation methods, spells, cultivation martial arts, as well as various secret techniques not passed down, and methods for various cultivation professions like formations, pills, tools, and talismans. Companions refer to like-minded Tao companions who share similar interests, have firm Tao hearts, exchange insights, reflect upon each other, and mutually improve their cultivation. Land refers to famous mountains and great rivers, and the foundation of Taoist sects. Chinchua Prefecture possesses wealth, methods, companions, and land, coupled with nearly 10,000 years of Taoist history and numerous sects founded on imparting the Tao, with complete inheritances in various categories. Therefore, it is the foremost cultivation prefecture in the 9 provinces. Mo Hua listened with a sense of longing and couldn't help but ask, Prefect, are the sects in Chinchua Prefecture very demanding in accepting disciples? That is natural. Prefect Zhou nodded. Achieving foundation establishment before 20 is just the basic requirement. In addition to this, they also assess the Tao foundation you build. Disciples from aristocratic families and major sects polish their realms and settle their cultivation, circulating their spiritual energy through the cycle until it reaches its extreme, achieving foundation establishment at 17 or 18 years old. This kind of foundation establishment is considered true foundation establishment. Cultivators from ordinary small factions, greedy for progress, have uncoagulated blood, and thin spiritual energy, hastily achieving foundation establishment at 15 or 16 years old. Such foundation establishment naturally doesn't count. Prefect Zhou paused after speaking and looked at Mo Hua, who was 15, with weak blood and spiritual energy, feeling a bit guilty. I'm not talking about you. It's fine, it's fine. Mo Hua was very magnanimous and didn't take it to heart. His weak blood and low spiritual energy were facts that could be seen at a glance, so there was no need to be evasive. Moreover, he had proven his Tao through his spiritual sense, building a spiritual sense Tao foundation, so blood and spiritual energy were irrelevant. Seeing that Mo Hua didn't mind, Prefect Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and continued, this is just foundation establishment. Other requirements are also very strict. The first is the spirit root. General sects in Chinchua Prefecture do not accept disciples without high-grade spirit roots. Some sects with great influence and long inheritances, ranked among the top 10, only accept disciples with top-tier spirit roots. Mo Hua opened his mouth. They don't accept anyone below top tier. Are the requirements that strict? Prefect Zhou nodded, also with some helplessness. Spirit root is the foundation of a cultivator. The better the spirit root, the higher the grade of cultivation methods one can practice, the deeper the spiritual energy one cultivates, and the easier it will be to break through realms in the future, and the farther one can travel on the path of cultivation. However, even with high-grade spirit roots, there's only a slight difference between top tier and upper tier, and the disparity isn't that significant. Those sects only accept top tier simply because there are too many prodigies, and the competition is too fierce. This threshold is raised again and again. Thousands of years ago, some mid-grade spirit roots could still be accepted into these sects if they had firm Tao hearts and special skills, even serving as instructors or elders. But now, Prefect Zhou sighed. There are no humble families among those with high-grade spirit roots, let alone rogue cultivators. If your spirit root isn't good, you can't even get through the door. Therefore, cultivators often say that in this world, once a person is born, their fate is determined by their spirit root. This is just the spirit root. Prefect Zhou added, there are also family background, origin, inheritance, and so on. Without a prominent origin or a noble family background, it's even more difficult to enter. Some sects even investigate the parents of those seeking entry, their spirit roots, cultivation levels, and identities. Mo Hua found it utterly absurd and couldn't help but sigh, feeling a bit dejected. It seemed he wouldn't be able to go to Chinchua Prefecture. If nothing else, his minor 5-element spirit root of mid to low grade would dead-end his entry requirements. Mo Hua's expression was somewhat dejected. Prefect Zhou looked at Mo Hua with a hint of pity and said, there are also some smaller sects that are not particularly high in their requirements for spirit roots, but, however, their inheritances would inevitably be shallow. Even if he were admitted, he might not learn anything valuable. Prefect Zhou sighed softly. Rogue cultivators had truly weak foundations. Achieving foundation establishment was already their ceiling. He still hoped Mo Hua could be admitted to Chinchua Prefecture to systematically learn cultivation knowledge, broaden his horizons, and fill his own shortcomings so he could go further in the future. But he also knew that in places teeming with aristocratic families and gathered prodigies, the barriers were extremely high. Even crossing the threshold was extremely difficult, especially for a rogue cultivator like Mo Hua. Prefect Zhou didn't say any more, only comforted Mo Hua with a few words and some pleasantries. Beyond that, he couldn't help much. Mo Hua was somewhat disappointed, but didn't dwell on it too much. Having the opportunity to go to Chinchua Prefecture and seek apprenticeship would be great. But if he didn't have that fate, it didn't matter. One could not force worldly affairs. Mo Hua returned home and still spent some time reading and practicing formations. After using up his spiritual sense and feeling tired, he spread out the Qin Prefecture map to look at it again. After looking at it several times, Mo Hua put it away. Since his spirit root was insufficient for entry, looking at it further was useless. Mo Hua stored the map into his storage bag. Then, he thought about it and felt that this 9 provinces map was quite valuable and might be useful in the future. He took it out of the storage bag and put it back into the storage ring. The storage ring wasn't large, but Imohua's hands were small, so he could only wear it on his left thumb. This ring was a gift from his master, recognized through blood, with an ancient and unremarkable appearance. Imohua could see it, but others could not. This storage ring was a hidden storage bag. However, Imohua also felt that this ring could conceal his aura, making it impossible for others to see through his background. It was very similar to the spirit tools on his senior brothers and sisters that hindered spiritual sense detection. Other than that, it had no other uses. But because it was from his master, Imohua cherished it dearly. Imohua placed the Qian prefecture map into the storage ring and then counted the other items within it. Suddenly, he was startled. There was an additional jade slip in the storage ring. Imohua had no recollection of this jade slip. He had never seen this jade slip before when he placed things in the storage ring. Why is there an extra jade slip? Imohua was somewhat puzzled. He took out the jade slip and saw that it was dusty and old-looking, appearing to have been around for many years. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Imohua saw 3 large characters carved on the jade slip. Qian Dao Sect. Below it was a line of smaller text. Those who enter the sect with this token shall not be refused. It used the tone of an imperial decree, meaning anyone holding this token and going to the sect cannot be refused. Imohua frowned. Qian Dao Sect. The name looked somewhat familiar. Imohua took out the Qian prefecture map from his storage ring again and scanned it briefly. He discovered that in the Qianxua prefecture boundary, there was indeed a sect named Qian Dao Sect. Moreover, it was one of the 4 major sects in the Qianxua prefecture boundary. Imohua was shocked. Is this an entry token for Qian Dao Sect? How did this jade token end up in my storage ring? Could it be left for me by master? Imohua was somewhat lost. The storage ring was given by his master, and only he knew about it. Others couldn't open it. If there was something inside, it could only be something his master left behind. Qian Dao Sect's entry token. Imohua pondered and then understood his master's intention. Master gave him the token, and the token had the name of a sect. If he had the fate to know what sect this was and where it was located, he could use the token to seek apprenticeship himself. But if he knew nothing about it, then he had no fate. This jade token would be the same whether he had it or not. This is a way out master left for me. Imohua was stunned. Although he had learned heavenly machine calculation and secretly learned heavenly machine devious calculation, and possessed the 5 elements formation flow diagram, his foundation was weak, his formations were unorthodox, and he only understood the 5 elements. He needed to be admitted to a sect to learn more complete cultivation knowledge, to comprehend other formation systems besides the 5 elements, to pursue higher cultivation realms. Master had thought of all these things. Imohua's eyes felt a little sore. He opened the Qian prefecture map again and found the destination of the entry token. 5th rank Qianxua prefecture, Qian Dao Sect. Imohua understood very well. Relying solely on himself, practicing in seclusion, and comprehending would inevitably lead to slow progress in cultivation. His mastery of formations would also be difficult to reach a high level. And after foundation establishment, how to cultivate, how to solidify the Dao foundation, improve cultivation, break through to golden core, and how to ascend after golden core. He knew nothing about these profound cultivation realms. Cultivation was the foundation of a cultivator. Without sufficient cultivation, he would forever remain a foundation establishment cultivator, forever only a 1st rank, at most a 2nd rank formation master. And he would never be able to learn extremely profound formations that steal the creation of heaven and earth and reverse causality and life and death. And thus, he would never be able to save his master, or repay the kindness his master had shown him. But Imohua's heart was also somewhat conflicted. He knew that sooner or later, he would have to leave Immortal Pass City. But what about father and mother? Imohua frowned and sighed deeply. If he left, what would happen to his parents? In the following days, Imohua was somewhat unhappy. Lu Ruhua noticed Imohua's expression. After dinner one day, as she was tidying up, she asked, "Huar, do you have something on your mind?" Imohua was startled and hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "Mother, it's nothing." Lu Ruhua shook her head and looked at Imohua gently. A mother knows her child best. Imohua was her child. No matter how intelligent he was or how well he drew formations, there were some worries she, as his mother, could not be unaware of. Imohua looked into Lu Ruhua's gaze, which was as gentle as water. After a moment of hesitation, he told her about Qian Dao Sect. Qian Prefecture. Lu Ruhua murmured. Are Zixing and Zixi also in Qian Prefecture? Yes, Imohua nodded. But Qian Prefecture is vast, and they are far apart. We might not necessarily meet. Is that so? Lu Ruhua seemed a little regretful. After pondering for a moment, her gaze became firm, and she said, "Then you go." Imohua was stunned. "But, mother." Lu Ruhua shook her head. A parent's love for their child plans for the distant future. You have already achieved foundation establishment. While I am happy that you are staying in Immortal Pass City, I also know that this is as far as you will get. If you were 100 or 200 years old, I wouldn't say anything. But you are only 15 now. You can't be stagnant here forever. Although I am reluctant, I do not want to see your talent wither away. Moreover, there is also Mr. Zhuang. Lu Ruhua sighed. Although you haven't explained clearly, I know that Mr. Zhuang must have encountered some calamity, and his life is likely uncertain. Otherwise, you wouldn't have returned alone. Mr. Zhuang has been a great benefactor to you. No, to our entire family. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. I don't know Mr. Zhuang's cultivation level, but I imagine it must not be low. At your current realm, you certainly can't help him. But this kindness, you must remember. Even if you can't help now, you must keep it in your heart. When you have high cultivation in the future, you must repay Mr. Zhuang's kindness. Even if it's beyond your ability, you must do your best. Lu Ruhua's gentle expression exuded determination. Okay, mother. Mo Hua nodded solemnly. But what about father? Mo Hua still had some concerns. You don't need to worry about your father at all. Lu Ruhua stroked Mo Hua's head and said gently, your father is a demon hunter. He makes a living hunting demons. When you were young, he often went up the mountain, fought with demon beasts, and returned covered in scars, earning spirit stones to raise you. The burden of this family has always been silently carried by him since a long time ago. Although his cultivation is only qi condensation, it's not your place to worry about him. Your father's greatest regret is not being able to give you the best, whether in cultivation methods or formations. He couldn't help you. If you truly have the ambition to seek knowledge and learn the Tao, he won't say anything on the surface, but he will definitely be happy for you in his heart. Lu Ruhua looked at Mo Hua and smiled slightly. Although you've achieved foundation establishment, you are still only 15 years old. It's not yet time for you to worry about your parents. You just need to do what you want to do. Don't worry, just forge ahead. But there's one thing. Lu Ruhua admonished. Huar, you must remember that to your parents, your life is the most precious thing. No matter what, you must live well. Mo Hua's heart was touched, and he nodded. Mother, don't worry, no one can kill me. His eyes flashed. The innocence and the devious blended, one eye perceiving heavenly secrets, the other generating ominousness. Within his fate, a terrifying crimson corpse king lay dormant. In the distant South U City, mining cultivators offered incense, their faith and power empowering him, their karma protecting him. Lu Ruhua was stunned. She felt that Mo Hua was somehow different just now, but when she looked closely, he seemed no different. He was still the child she worried about. Lu Ruhua chuckled softly and pinched Mo Hua's fair cheek. Talking big again. Mo Hua squinted, smiling happily. Since his parents agreed, he no longer had to be conflicted. He had decided. He would go to the 5th-rank Qianxua Prefecture, seek apprenticeship in a sect, cultivate the Tao, and widely learn all formations in the world. Achieve Golden Core, ascend to the Empyrean. Then, step by step, reach the Great Tao. To learn formations others couldn't, to save a master others couldn't. However, one must always plan ahead. Before going to Qian Prefecture, he needed to spend some time planning, preparing thoroughly, and strategizing carefully. Don't rush the foreshadowing. The plot needs to be written step by step, and the clues need to be gathered one by one. Chapter 572, Drawing a Formation on the Ground. Mo Hua knew clearly that with his mid to low grade minor 5-element spirit root, his upcoming trip to the Qianxua Estate realm for studies, despite having an entry sect token, would not be entirely smooth sailing and would inevitably involve some hardships and obstacles. However, even so, going to Qianzhou was unavoidable. Cultivation was never meant to be smooth sailing. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, dam it. Fear no setbacks, forge ahead bravely. If one is timid and hesitant, their Tao heart will be lost, making further progress impossible. Since he had to go to the Qianxua Estate realm, preparations were necessary. The Qianxua Estate realm was filled with numerous sects and gathered countless prodigious talents. Mo Hua himself was a rogue cultivator with no origin or background, and his spirit root was not good. If he were to join a sect in Qianzhou, he would inevitably face cold shoulders, disdain, and exclusion. Being congenitally weak, he couldn't cultivate his body. His spirit root was mediocre, and his spiritual energy was low. In direct confrontations, he would be at a significant disadvantage. Since that was the case, he had to find another way. Mo Hua recalled his master's instructions. The 9 provinces of cultivation are full of geniuses. You focus on killing, which means contending with other prodigies, and you are their enemy. They won't give you a pleasant look. But if you assist in killing, you can help them compete with other prodigies, and they will have to look at you with favor. The stronger your ability to assist in killing, the less they will dare to offend you. In this way, even without an aristocratic family, any aristocratic family can become your helper. Even without a sect, any sect can become your backing. In the utilitarian and snobbish cultivation world, among the many prodigies with excellent spirit roots, cultivation methods, and Taoist arts, you will also have a place and will not be looked down upon. Imo touched his chin. Assisting in killing is amplifying spiritual energy, which means the 5 elements formations. The absolute 5 elements formations obtained from the 5 elements sect were the foundation for his standing in the upcoming trip to Qianzhou, amidst the myriad of prodigies in the cultivation sects. He didn't need to contend with the prodigies or be the foremost among them. His spirit root aptitude didn't allow him to do such attention-seeking things. As long as he could establish himself in the Qianzhou academic circle, not be bullied, and be able to cultivate properly, study formations well, and compensate for his shortcomings, laying the foundation for condensing the golden core, and even his future ascension, that would be enough. 5 elements spirit formations. Amplifying spiritual energy, assisting in killing. As long as he mastered the absolute 5 elements formations and possessed the ability to assist in killing, even if he wasn't a prodigy, those other prodigies would have to look at him with respect. Imo nodded. However, the 5 elements spirit formations. He needed to change the name. This was also something his master had instructed him to do. The Qinshu estate realm was profound and was a 5th grade state. Naturally, there would be many cultivators with high realms, old qualifications, and extensive knowledge. Upon hearing the name 5 elements spirit formations, they would immediately know its origin. It was likely that his obtaining the inheritance of the 5 elements sect would not be hidden from them. And the place where his master was finally trapped was the 5 elements sect. If someone with intentions, they could follow the clues and discover his relationship with his master. This would be troublesome. Therefore, the name absolutely had to be changed. Imo pondered for a long time and finally decided to rename the 5 elements spirit formations to the 5 elements origin formations. If anyone asked about its origin, he would say he found it. If anyone asked how he learned it, he would say he learned it confusedly. If people didn't believe him and kept asking, he would reluctantly admit that he was a formation genius rarely seen in a century. After all, that place in Qianzhou should not be lacking in geniuses. Imo mused inwardly. 5 elements origin formations. Derived from the 5 elements origin patterns, involving the origins of the 5 elements and amplifying 5 elements spiritual energy. After Imo learned the 2nd grade formations, he compared them himself. All 1st grade absolute formations were also effective for foundation establishment cultivators, and their formation effects did not diminish, with little difference from 2nd grade formations. The 1st grade 5 elements origin formations were no exception. Imo thought for a moment, guessing the reason might be related to the number of formation patterns. Although absolute formations were 1st grade formations, their number of formation patterns fell within the scope of 2nd grade formations. Therefore, absolute formations were equally applicable in the foundation establishment realm. But this presented another problem. 2nd grade formation patterns were derived from the fusion and variation of 2 1st grade formation patterns, and the amount of spiritual consciousness consumed was also twice that of 1st grade formation patterns. If that were the case, then for the same number of formation patterns, the spiritual consciousness consumed by 1st grade absolute formations should only be half that of 2nd grade formations. This was because 1st grade absolute formations used 1st grade formation patterns, and 2nd grade formations used 2nd grade formation patterns. However, when Imo actually drew them, he found that the spiritual consciousness consumed by 1st grade absolute formations was no less than that of 2nd grade formations with the same number of formation patterns. Imo was very puzzled. Why? Where did the extra spiritual consciousness wasted by absolute formations go? With Mr. Zhuang absent, Imo could only rely on himself to figure out problems. Imo pondered for a long time, and only then did he get some clues. If his guess was not wrong, the extra doubled spiritual consciousness consumed by absolute formations was used to comprehend, visualize, or communicate with certain great Tao laws or powerful Tao charm. Half of the spiritual consciousness consumed when drawing absolute formations was used for formation patterns, and the other half was used for laws. This was why absolute formations were special and so difficult. This was also why 1st grade absolute formations could almost rival 2nd grade formations, and their effects would not diminish. The great Tao is indeed relatively fair. Although absolute formations are difficult, their difficulty has its value. Imo murmured inwardly. Imo had also tried amplifying spell power with the 5 elements origin formations. The only offensive spell Imo knew at the moment was the fireball technique. The fireball technique was a fire element spell, requiring amplification by the fire origin formation. The 2nd grade fireball technique, under the spiritual energy amplification of the fire origin formation, had its power increased by nearly 20%. Increasing spell power was very difficult, and the methods were also very demanding. A 20% increase was already quite formidable. It was equivalent to raising the spell level of the fireball technique by 1 tier, giving a low-grade spell the power of a mid-grade spell. As expected of a 13-pattern absolute formation, and also the 5 elements sex Tran-Phi formation that they relied on for thousands of years. For cultivators fighting alone, such amplification was already very strong. And the more cultivators there were, the more obvious this amplification would be. In cultivation wars and Tao soldier clashes, if the 5 elements origin formations were applied, the original disadvantage would become a balance of power. The original balance of power would become a winning position, or even a complete, crushing victory. No wonder the 5 elements sect held such an extraordinary status in the past. Under such circumstances, even though Mo Hua had just entered the foundation establishment realm and was not yet proficient in the second-grade fireball technique, with the amplification of the fire origin formation, its power was still considerable. Mo Hua had tested it on a late first-grade demon beast from Great Black Mountain. Basically, one amplified fireball technique could kill a late first-grade demon beast. Some with tough hides, even if not killed, would be heavily wounded and near death by the fireball technique. As for second-grade demon beasts, Mo Hua's movement technique was currently lacking, and he dared not single-handedly seek trouble with second-grade demon beasts. The problem of the 5 elements origin formations was solved. Next was the issue of ink, brushes, and paper. Mo Hua had no ink, no brushes, and no paper. Even if he practiced diligently on the Dao steel and became proficient in second-grade formations, it would be meaningless if he couldn't actually draw them and apply them. It was always good to prepare in advance. If he waited until he reached the Qinshu estate realm to consider this issue, it would be too late. Moreover, the Qinshu estate realm was a 5th-grade realm, and the prices there would certainly be higher. Mo Hua would definitely not be able to afford the cost of brushes, ink, and paper there. Ink is indispensable. Since that is the case, I need to consider a method of drawing formations without brushes and paper, which can save a large amount of spirit stones. Mo Hua pondered. Similar to in the Sea of Consciousness. No brush, so use spiritual sense as a brush. No paper, so use the earth as a medium. This was a method of drawing formations that Mo Hua had begun to envision long ago. He had now reached the foundation establishment realm. For foundation establishment cultivators, spiritual sense doubled, and their divine sense was sufficient to manipulate objects. While Mo Hua's spiritual sense hadn't doubled, his 14 pattern, mid-foundation establishment spiritual sense was already strong enough. Furthermore, thanks to the heavenly evolution art, his divine sense had been rebuilt through the mysterious heavenly grand formation, causing a qualitative change in his spiritual sense. Therefore, spiritual sense object manipulation was not difficult for Mo Hua. What Mo Hua needed to do now was not just spiritual sense object manipulation, but further spiritual sense ink manipulation. Foundation establishment cultivators' spiritual sense object manipulation generally used solid and sharp objects for movement and combat. For example, sword manipulation. The combat power of sword cultivators in the Qi condensation realm was generally average. But for sword cultivators in the foundation establishment realm, manipulating swords with spiritual sense caused a qualitative change in their combat power. Even without manipulating swords, driving spiritual tools like flying daggers or needles yielded quite impressive power. However, sword tools were also very expensive, so Mo Hua didn't consider them for now. What he needed to do now was to replace the formation brush with spiritual sense, directly control the spirit ink, and condense it into formations. Spirit ink was like water, formless and ever-changing. Generally, foundation establishment cultivators could manipulate swords and knives with their spiritual sense, but they were completely unable to manipulate water or even ink. But Mo Hua was different. His spiritual sense was powerful, his divine sense had undergone a qualitative change, and he could control myriad changes with meticulous precision. Mo Hua's spiritual sense could drive spirit ink, which was formless and flowed like water. However, it was still very difficult, and in actual manipulation, his spiritual sense was a bit stiff, requiring much practice. In addition, there was the matter of using the earth as a medium. Mo Hua had learned the thick earth formation, which was drawn on the earth, and could communicate with the earth's Tao charm. Mo Hua practiced the thick earth formation every day. His perception of the earth's Tao charm became clearer and clearer, and his compatibility with the Tao charm deepened. Now he could also draw other 5 elements formations on the ground. However, this method of drawing also required a lot of practice. Using thoughts as a brush, and the earth as paper. What the heavens cover, what the earth reaches. Manipulating spirit ink with spiritual sense, drawing formations on the ground. After reaching the foundation establishment realm, Mo Hua could finally begin to attempt the drawing method he had envisioned after learning the thick earth formation, which was not restricted by external objects. Although the idea was good, it still required practical effort. Next, he needed a lot of practice. Practicing spiritual sense ink manipulation, drawing formations on the ground certainly couldn't be done at home, and it was also not very suitable in a mortal pass city. It was best to find a secluded place where no one else was present. Mo Hua went deep into the Great Black Mountain. He bribed a large tiger with several bags of dried fish and found an open space next to its cave to practice formations. Great Black Mountain was quiet, and the deep mountains were particularly serene. The large tiger was a second-grade demon beast with great strength. There were no demon beasts or cultivators around, so he would not be disturbed, which was very suitable for testing formations. First, it was spiritual sense ink manipulation. Imo didn't have second-grade spirit ink, so he could only use first-grade spirit ink for practice. It was not smooth at first. Controlling ink with spiritual sense, which flowed formlessly, without support or reliance, was easily lost, causing the spirit ink to spill onto the ground. Imo tried several times, but the results were not good. He thought for a moment, and, like divine sense manifestation, began to imagine his spiritual sense as a brush. The end of his divine sense transformed into fine bristles, merging and adhering to the spirit ink, and guiding the spirit ink to flow in the air as he wished. Although it was still very unskillful and sometimes failed, the results were indeed getting better with each attempt. Having learned the heavenly evolution art and comprehended the spirit hub formation, Imo had extensive experience in such meticulous control. And after his spiritual sense underwent a qualitative change, this intricate control also underwent a qualitative change. After practicing for 1 to 2 days, Imo gradually figured out the knack. Then, he practiced over and over again, and his spiritual sense and spirit ink became more and more compatible. His divine sense became a brush, merging into the spirit ink, and then controlling the spirit ink. The spirit ink seemed to become an extension of Imo's spiritual sense, capable of floating in the air according to his will, forming various drifting lines and complex patterns. After practicing for several more days and becoming skilled in spiritual sense ink manipulation, Imo began to draw formations on the ground. He pointed his fair little hand at the ground. The spirit ink, guided by his spiritual sense, condensed into fine threads and automatically flowed out of the bottle, seeping into the ground along Imo's fingertips. Then, as Imo's fingers moved, it gradually meandered, flowed, and condensed into formation patterns, finally forming a formation according to the spirit hub pattern. Without brushes or paper, a complete formation was drawn on the ground. With a faint flash of light, the formation took effect. Imo's eyes lit up, filled with joy. He had succeeded. Then, he suppressed his joy, maintaining a calm and composed attitude. It's just a simple first-grade molten fire formation. He had to continue practicing. He had to start with ordinary first-grade formations, progressing from shallow to deep, from simple to complex, step by step, formation by formation, using spiritual sense ink manipulation and the earth as a medium to draw first-grade absolute formations, and then second-grade formations. This way, without brushes and paper, he could save a large amount of spirit stones in the future. And not only that, this method of drawing formations also had fewer restrictions. It was faster, more convenient, and more covert. Even in actual combat, as long as there was free time, he could set up formations stealthily, using his thoughts as a brush and the earth as paper. Of course, Imo's current ability was far from sufficient. He still needed to practice more to reach the state where the ink followed his will, and he could do it with ease. With time, he would be able to do as he pleased, pointing at the ground and forming formations. Imo happily thought that one day he could be like the divine sense avatar in his sea of consciousness, doing as he pleased, and with a single point of his finger, a formation would be formed. Imo smiled, then gathered his thoughts and began to focus wholeheartedly on practicing again. He wanted to master this technique as soon as possible to reach perfection. Imo squatted on the ground, drawing formations. Beside him, the large tiger leisurely chewed on the dried fish, occasionally glancing at Imo. Seeing Imo engrossed in something, it was a bit curious, so it stealthily poked its head over to see what Imo was doing. On the ground, formation patterns meandered, and the formations were complex. The large tiger watched for a while, couldn't understand, its big eyes filled with confusion, so it lay back down, shaking its head and gnawing on the dried fish. In the quiet, deep mountains, one person and one tiger lived together peacefully and harmoniously. After more than half a month, through persistent practice, Imo's spiritual sense ink manipulation had become quite proficient, and drawing formations on the ground was effortless. And among the formations drawn on the ground, not only first-grade formations, but also the 13 pattern 5 elements origin formations were included. This was also the most profound formation Imo had mastered so far. However, spiritual sense ink manipulation and drawing the 5 elements origin formations consumed a lot of spiritual sense. Moreover, the speed of drawing formations was relatively slow. It was far from Imo's expected effect. The high consumption of spiritual sense was acceptable, as Imo's spiritual sense was inherently profound and powerful, and he didn't mind consuming a little more. But the slow speed was more troublesome. At least in actual combat, he wouldn't have time to draw them, unless he was sufficiently covert and had enough preparation time. How can I draw faster? Imo's thoughts stirred, and he began to ponder again. He thought for a long time, and the only method he could think of was heavenly mystery calculation. But how exactly he could achieve it, like his senior uncle, using heavenly mystery calculation to transform divine sense and apply the subtle methods of divine sense. Mo Hua was still completely clueless. After all, he had only learned it by stealing, by copying the tiger. He had no inheritance for the underlying principles and was struggling to explore it on his own. Mo Hua thought for a long time, but got no inspiration, so he could only put this problem aside for now. Anyway, he already knew the basics of heavenly mystery calculation, and the subsequent variations could be pondered slowly later. He would figure it out sooner or later. The duck in his pot would eventually be cooked. It wouldn't fly away. Next, the most troublesome thing was the second-grade formations. He needed to find more second-grade formation diagrams and learn them for future use. There were almost no second-grade formation diagrams in Immortal Pass City. The second-grade formations Mo Hua currently mastered were the 10-pattern second-grade Bright Fire formation and the 11-pattern second-grade Thorn formation. He had drawn these two formations until they were worn out. It would be best if he could learn some more difficult second-grade formations, and then find some second-grade spirit ink to test them with the spiritual sense ink manipulation, drawing formations on the ground technique, to see what his current limit was. What grade of formations he could draw using this spiritual sense ink manipulation method. The only way for Mo Hua to obtain second-grade formations currently seemed to be through the 5 elements origin pattern in the 5 elements formation flow diagram. Mo Hua had been deciphering this origin pattern whenever he had free time, but until now, the best formation he had obtained was a second-grade 11-pattern 5 elements formation. His spiritual sense was qualitatively changed 14 pattern. In other words, his upper limit should be 14 pattern. Mo Hua was a little unconvinced. No matter how bad his luck or how dark his fate, after so long, he should have derived a decent second-grade formation in reverse. Not many, just 12 pattern would be enough. Mo Hua decided to try again. Before deciphering, Mo Hua burned incense as a gesture of sincerity and washed his hands, silently chanting in his heart. Second-grade formation, second-grade formation, second-grade formation. 12 pattern, 12 pattern, 12 pattern. After chanting, Mo Hua began to deduce. Mysterious changes appeared on the origin pattern. Formation patterns were deciphered one by one, and formation diagrams were derived one by one. After an unknown period, finally, with a flash of light before Mo Hua's eyes, a formation diagram that was obviously different, shining with red light, and even more dazzling, emerged from the origin pattern. Mo Hua's breath hitched. He looked closely. It was a formation he was extremely familiar with, yet also mysteriously complex and somewhat strange. Earth Fire Formation. Second grade, 13 pattern. Chapter 573, Killing Formation. A second-rank Earth Fire Formation, and it exceeded expectations with 13 patterns. Mo Hua's eyes lit up. Indeed, luck is conserved. No matter how unlucky one might be, there are always times when things turn around. Although it wasn't 14 patterns, Mo Hua was already very satisfied. Moreover, the Earth Fire Formation is related to the Earth, and it's a killing formation. This also fit Mo Hua's current needs for formations. Without delay, Mo Hua immediately made a copy of the second-rank Earth Fire Formation diagram, observed it carefully, performed detailed calculations, and immersed himself in comprehending it. The basic framework of the second-rank Earth Fire Formation was similar to the first-rank Earth Fire Formation. The formation patterns were second-rank Fire Element Formation patterns. The formation pivot structure was an optimization and expansion of the first-rank Earth Fire Formations design to accommodate more profound and more powerful formation patterns. Mo Hua was thoroughly familiar with the first-rank Earth Fire Formation, so learning the second-rank Earth Fire Formation was essentially twice the result with half the effort. It didn't take long for Mo Hua to memorize the formation diagram of the second-rank Earth Fire Formation. That evening, on the Dao Steel, Mo Hua began his formal practice. The beginning is always the hardest. Promoting a formation from first rank to second rank required learning many new things, so it would be slower. However, Mo Hua had already learned 2 sets of second-rank formations, so he was considered initiated and was gradually becoming familiar with the second-rank formation system. What's more, the Earth Fire Formation was a 5 elements formation, which Mo Hua had reverse-engineered from the 5 elements origin patterns. And Mo Hua was most proficient in 5 elements formations. Therefore, learning it now was much easier than before. Mo Hua only practiced 4 or 5 times before he drew out the 13-pattern second-rank Earth Fire Formation. Upon activation, a red light flashed, and fire flowed within the Earth Fire Formation, seemingly containing powerful formation energy. This was a second-rank formation, and not just any second-rank formation. A 13-pattern second-rank formation was essentially the strongest and most difficult formation that a beginner second-rank formation master could master. By learning a few more 13-pattern second-rank formations, Mo Hua could even go for a ranking assessment and become a beginner second-rank formation master. I just don't know if they can assess second-rank formation masters in Immortal Pass City. Mo Hua practiced the second-rank Earth Fire Formation 10 more times on the Dao Steel, ensuring that every stroke and every pattern was clearly imprinted in his mind, and every pattern and pivot was clear and transparent before he stopped. Imo rested for a moment, then pondered. I've learned the second-rank Earth Fire formation myself, but I don't have spirit ink, so I can't draw it, and I don't know its power. As a cultivator, one must be aware of the power of their spells and formations. This way, they won't misjudge the situation. When it's time to kill, and one can kill, they won't hesitate due to overestimating the opponent's strength and let the enemy escape. Nor will they rashly attack when they are weaker than their opponent, thinking victory is within my grasp, and thus end their own lives. Neither of these is acceptable. Accurate judgment, decisive action. This was also fundamental for a demon hunter. Imo nodded. When he went into the mountains to hunt demons in the past, his father, Imo Shan, had repeatedly exhorted him about this. If you have the upper hand, kill without mercy. If you are not an opponent, run without hesitation. Therefore, he needed to be able to draw the Earth Fire formation and test its power, so he would have a better understanding and be able to make decisions about when to kill or run when facing enemies in the future. Spirit ink. In Immortal Pass City, Imo had already collected most of the second-rank spirit ink. Even if he had a way to buy it, it was fine for 1 or 2 times, but he definitely couldn't afford it if he bought more. Given Imo's speed in learning and drawing formations, spirit ink was consumed at a rapid pace, as if it were water. This was a bottomless pit, and no amount of spirit stones would be enough. Since he couldn't buy it, he could only prepare it himself. To prepare it, he would need second-rank demon blood. Imo pondered for a moment, and once he had an idea, he asked his mother to help prepare several bags of dried fish, and made them into various flavors, spicy, 5-spice, and savory. In the early morning, Imo, carrying the dried fish, went to Great Black Mountain and found the big tiger. The big tiger's eyes lit up upon smelling the fish, but then it feigned indifference, letting out an ew, as if to say it was a tiger and didn't really like fish. MHM. Imo nodded repeatedly. I understand. After speaking, he secretly stuffed the dried fish to the big tiger. The big tiger was very pleased. Imo then asked, Big tiger, do you have any enemies in the deep mountains? Oh, not people, but perhaps demons. Although the big tiger couldn't speak, it was very clever, and Imo felt it understood the general meaning of his words. Upon hearing enemies, the big tiger nodded, then looked at Imo with a hint of confusion. Imo patted his chest. I'll help you get revenge. The big tiger was taken aback, then looked at Imo, who was like a little dot compared to it, and clearly had some doubts. Don't worry, I'm very strong. The big tiger buried its head and slept, ignoring Imo. Imo cajoled and persuaded it with dried fish as bait, and finally convinced the big tiger. Second-rank demonic beasts had almost no natural enemies in Great Black Mountain, and only second-rank demonic beasts could deal with second-rank demonic beasts. Imo decided to join forces with the big tiger to hunt a second-rank demonic beast, after which the big tiger would eat the meat, and Imo would extract the blood to draw formations. Thus, a small cultivator and a big tiger began to collude. The big tiger's enemy was a second-rank Kue Mu wolf. The big tiger led Imo near the Kue Mu wolf's lair and hid in the grass, its eyes sharp and filled with anger. The lair was spacious and damp, but not deep. It contained various demonic beast remains, and even the bones of cultivators. The Kue Mu wolf was inside the lair, eating some unknown flesh and blood. This second-rank Kue Mu wolf had abundant demonic power and a large physique. Its fur was dark green, its claws and teeth were sharp, and they carried a faint green demonic power. The Kue Mu wolf demon's demonic power was wood-attributed and poisonous. Once injured by it, the demonic power would invade the body, and the poison would spread and multiply, making it difficult to eradicate. Imo didn't know what grudge the big tiger had with this Kue Mu wolf. Perhaps it had been bullied when it was young? Generally, the strength of tiger demons was supposed to be superior to wolf demons. However, this second-rank Kue Mu wolf had clearly lived longer. Although it was only in the early second rank, its aura was more terrifying, its gaze more cunning, and its fur was darker. The most crucial thing was its teeth. They were stained with human blood, turning blackish red, clearly having eaten many people. Its saliva emitted the stench of rotten flesh. Imo thought for a moment, feeling that he was only in the early foundation establishment stage. His formations were not complete, and his combat style was not systematic, so he had no proper strategy. Therefore, he could only go head-to-head. Of course, it would mainly rely on the big tiger. He could only employ some minor tricks and finish off the weakened enemy. Imo was a demon hunter and was very familiar with the habits of demonic beasts, including the Kue Mu wolf. He spent some time observing the nearby fur and bloodstains, and roughly figured out the Kue Mu wolf's movement patterns and daily habits. Imo sprinkled herbal powder on the Kue Mu wolf's usual path to mask the scent, and simultaneously set up an invisibility formation, allowing the big tiger to ambush within. He, on the other hand, ran far away, found a small pit with a large rock for cover, and used his spiritual sense to guide Ink, first setting up an invisibility formation, and then drawing a first-rank 13-pattern fire source annihilation formation on the ground. Afterward, the man and the tiger waited patiently. An hour later, the Kuei Mu wolf finished eating and began to leave its lair, as if taking a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. This was its territory. All living things, whether demons or humans, were its food. It walked along the dead silent mountain path as usual, with no movement or anomaly around it. Just then, the wind picked up. From the empty space by the roadside, a big tiger suddenly sprang out. The big tiger opened its mouth, both sinister and swift, its angle cunning, and bit down on the Kuei Mu wolf's throat. The Kuei Mu wolf's vertical pupils were both terrified and ferocious. It quickly dodged, but it was a moment too late, and the big tiger tore off a large chunk from its forearm, leaving a bloody wound. The Kuei Mu wolf's eyes turned crimson, its fur stood on end, and it revealed its scarlet fangs, but there was also a hint of surprise in its gaze. It couldn't understand how this second-rank tiger demon had suddenly appeared beside it. However, the big tiger seized the opportunity to strike while it was wounded, its eyes full of ferocity, and with a roar, it pounced on the Kuei Mu wolf again. The two second-ranked demonic beasts engaged in a fierce battle, their roars shaking the mountains, and their terrifying auras spreading. Under the surge of demonic power, the roars shook the mountains, and the terrifying aura spread. Nearby birds and beasts were terrified, scattering in all directions. Demon hunters in the distance also turned pale, sending messages to warn others to retreat promptly from the battle of the second-ranked demonic beasts. The tiger and the demon were locked in fierce combat. After a while, the big tiger clearly began to fall into a disadvantage. Even though it had struck first and injured the Kuei Mu wolf, it was still inexperienced and no match for this veteran wolf demon. Mo Hua, who was hiding far away, finally found an opportunity. He first closed his eyes, firmly locking onto the second-ranked Kuei Mu wolf with his 14-pattern spiritual sense. Then, he opened his eyes, condensed his fingers, and cast the second-rank fireball technique, while simultaneously activating the fire source annihilation formation at his feet. Fire light flowed on the fire source annihilation formation. Threads of profound energy condensed from the formation, then flowed into Mo Hua, stimulating his meridians and causing his spiritual energy to surge and tremble, amplifying and boiling. 5 elements amplification, spiritual energy boiling. Mo Hua flicked his finger, and the second-rank fireball condensed, its spiritual energy solidifying, revealing a slight liquid state, like mercury formed from flames. As Mo Hua willed it, the fireball shot out, flying towards the second-rank Kuei Mu wolf demon that his spiritual sense was firmly locked onto. The Kuei Mu wolf demon was still locked in a fierce battle with the big tiger. Suddenly, a surge of firelight flashed, and a fast and fierce fireball struck its waist. The second-rank fireball technique, amplified by the fire source annihilation formation, was quite formidable. The flames exploded, instantly charring a small area of the Kuei Mu wolf demon's skin, causing significant injury. The Kuei Mu wolf roared in rage. The big tiger was also stunned, seemingly surprised by the power of such a small fireball. Few cultivators in the entire second-rank Immortal Pass city, and even the entire Great Black Mountain, could unleash such powerful spells. After all, there were not many Foundation establishment cultivators in Immortal Pass city, and even fewer spiritual cultivators. The big tiger was only stunned for a moment before it came back to its senses, its eyes filled with excitement, and it licked its tongue before pouncing on the Kuei Mu wolf demon again. The big tiger fought and contained from the front, while Mo Hua attacked from afar with fireballs, consuming its energy and dealing compensatory damage. With the lock of spiritual sense and the amplification of the fire source formation, Mo Hua's fireballs were accurate and fierce. He was also far away, had the cover of large rocks, and was hidden by the invisibility technique, so he didn't fear being discovered or hunted by the Kuei Mu wolf demon. The Kuei Mu wolf demon was furious. Caught between attacks from both near and far, its injuries grew heavier. It wanted to kill the big tiger, but was repeatedly hindered by the fireballs. It wanted to disengage, but was held back by the big tiger. And even now, it still didn't know what was releasing these disgusting fireballs, even to demonic beasts, whether it was a cultivator or a demonic beast. As time passed, the Kuei Mu wolf was finally heavily injured and fought like a cornered beast. The big tiger no longer pressed its attack, but focused on containment, occasionally exchanging injuries to prevent the Kuei Mu wolf from escaping. Mo Hua's fireballs, however, became even faster, more accurate, and more effortless. The Kuei Mu wolf wanted to escape, but it couldn't. It wanted to feign death, but in front of the shrewd big tiger and the cunning Mo Hua, such tricks were clearly ineffective. Thus, the second-rank Kuei Mu wolf was slowly consumed and finally killed by the man and the tiger, one from afar and one up close, like cutting meat with a slow knife. and Mo Hua had killed a second-ranked demonic beast for the first time. Although it mainly relied on the big tiger to hold the front line, he had also made a significant contribution. After the Kuei Mu wolf demon died, the man and the tiger began to divide the spoils. Mo Hua first used the blood-drawing technique to extract the demonic blood of the second-ranked Kuei Mu wolf demon. After reaching Foundation establishment, Mo Hua could manipulate objects and even ink with his spiritual sense, making the blood-drawing process much faster. The Kuei Mu wolf's blood, which was faintly greenish-red within the red, was guided by Mo Hua's spiritual sense into the jade bottles he had prepared. He managed to fill 20 bottles. Afterward, the Kuei Mu wolf's blood gradually became dim and congealed, its efficacy greatly reduced, and it became difficult to extract. Mo Hua carefully put the 20 bottles of second-ranked demon blood into his storage bag and couldn't help but smile happily. 20 bottles. When mixed into spirit ink, there would be even more, enough for him to use for a while. Mo Hua was content. Next was the big tiger's meal. The big tiger dragged the Kuei Mu wolf demon's corpse into its cave and began to enjoy it slowly. Seeing that the big tiger was covered in wounds, Mo Hua took out some pills, ground them into powder, and treated the big tiger's injuries. The big tiger lay on the ground eating meat. Mo Hua lay on it, sprinkling the cool medicinal powder on its wounds to detoxify and stop the bleeding. The Kuei Mu wolf's demonic power was poisonous. While it was not a problem for the big tiger, another second-ranked demonic beast, leaving it in its body could still lead to future complications. As the big tiger ate the wolf meat, it felt the coolness on its body and the improvement of its injuries, and it couldn't help but squint its eyes, shaking its large head. After applying the medicine, Mo Hua turned his head and saw that what the big tiger was eating was a bit strange. It was a ball of blood-colored, red and green intertwined, spherical object that seemed like a heart and was slightly trembling. Is this a demonic beast's inner core? Mo Hua was stunned. This was the first time he had seen a demonic beast's inner core. Demonic beasts with rare bloodlines had inner cores from birth, but such beasts were extremely rare. Usually, a first-ranked demonic beast nourished blood, a second-ranked beast developed a rudimentary inner core, and only in the third rank did a true inner core form. The inner core was like a cultivator's sea of qi, containing the demonic beast's entire demonic power. This inner core belonged to the second-ranked Kuei Mu wolf demon. Although it had the shape of an inner core, it had not yet formed a true inner core. It could only be considered an inner core embryo. Mo Hua looked at it with curiosity. However, the big tiger swallowed the inner core in one gulp. Immediately afterward, the big tiger's aura deepened abruptly. Its demonic power became even more concentrated, and its fur even darkened a few shades. Mo Hua was startled. Was this big tiger cultivating by swallowing inner cores? Mo Hua frowned, feeling a bit bewildered. As far as he knew, demonic beasts would swallow the inner cores of other demonic beasts, but it was usually just simple eating, and it wouldn't have such obvious effects. Mo Hua then recalled the incident at Black Mountain Village, where the second-in-command wanted to suck human blood, and when there was no human blood to drink, he would drink the big tiger's blood. It was said that it was because of its special bloodline and extraordinary talent. Swallowing inner cores to increase demonic power. No wonder its cultivation progressed so quickly, and no wonder it grew from a small cat demon to a big tiger in such a short period. Mo Hua quietly committed this to memory. When he had more knowledge and an opportunity in the future, he would definitely figure out what kind of demonic beast this big tiger was. It grew stronger the more it swallowed inner cores. If it continued to eat like this, what would happen? Mo Hua shook his head. Mo Hua temporarily set aside the matter of the big tiger, as he needed to start preparing spirit ink and learn to manipulate ink with his spiritual sense to draw the second-rank Earth-Fire formation. If the Earth-Fire formation was powerful enough, and he could draw it quickly, it would be a killing move for his early Foundation establishment stage. Then, it would be much easier to kill second-ranked demonic beasts and extract their blood. He wouldn't have to rely on the big tiger to trade injuries for containment and himself to consume with fireballs, drawing out the battle and working hard for half a day to kill them. Mo Hua first tried to mix the spirit ink. Mo Hua did not have the recipe for second-rank spirit ink. He could only modify the first-rank spirit ink recipe that his senior sister had given him and make do with it. The recipe was different, but the medicinal principles were the same. Mo Hua didn't demand much. As long as it worked, it was fine. There was another problem. The Kuei Mu wolf was a second-rank wood element demonic beast, and its blood carried some wood attributes, which was not very suitable for drawing the Earth-Fire formation. Fire element demon blood would be best. But fortunately, in the cycle of 5 elements, wood generates fire, so it wasn't too conflicting. Given the limited conditions, Mo Hua didn't aim for perfection. Making do with what he had was sufficient. Thus, Mo Hua pieced things together and spent 2 days finally mixing several bottles of second-rank spirit ink. Mo Hua first used these spirit inks to draw a set of second-rank thorn formations, and found that they worked, and the effect was not bad. only slightly worse than expected, but still acceptable. Afterward, Imo began to formally draw the Earth-Fire Formation. He chose to draw the formation in the deep mountains, near the Big Tiger's cave, but a little further away. Then Imo held his breath and concentrated, using his mind as a brush and the ground as paper, to draw this second-rank formation, which focused on offense and killing. After all, it was a second-rank formation, and he was not proficient enough, so Imo drew relatively slowly and with some effort. Moreover, he failed a few times during the process, wasting 1 or 2 bottles of spirit ink. Imo felt heartbroken and had to meditate, then calm his mind and start drawing again. The red and green intertwined spirit ink floated in the air as Imo's spiritual sense moved, then flowed into the ground, condensing into a formation. The big tiger saw Imo's stern expression and the long time he spent fiddling with it without any reaction, so it became somewhat curious and stared at him with wide eyes. After an unknown amount of time, after several failures, Imo finally finished drawing the second-rank Earth-Fire Formation. His spiritual sense was significantly depleted, and his face was slightly pale, but his eyes were still excited. After drawing it, it was time to activate the formation and check its power. The Earth-Fire Formation was relatively dangerous. Imo immediately ran far away, hiding beside the big tiger, then looked forward with anticipation, subtly moved his spiritual sense, lit up the formation patterns, and activated this second-rank 13-pattern Earth-Fire Formation. After 3 breaths, everything was calm. Nothing happened. Imo was stunned. Did I draw it wrong? Impossible. How could he have drawn the formation incorrectly? He had checked it several times before. If it were wrong, he would definitely have known. Is it the spirit ink problem? After all, it's not fire element spirit ink, and the materials used are cheap, and the technique is crude, so there's some poor spiritual energy contact. Just as Imo was uncertain, his spiritual sense suddenly moved, and his expression changed. His spiritual sense detected that the nearly 100 spirit stones accumulated on the Earth-Fire Formation to power its core had instantly evaporated and disappeared without a trace. Then, the Earth-Fire Formation was filled with a dazzling scarlet light. Spiritual energy flowed, resembling molten red copper. In less than a breath's time, an astonishing explosive sound occurred. An extremely violent, even scorching spiritual energy suddenly detonated, and a heat wave swept outwards. Nearby vegetation turned to ash, and rocks melted. In the center of the Earth-Fire Formation's explosion, spiritual energy churned like lava in the Earth's veins, containing terrifying power. The big tiger was startled and leaped up abruptly, retreating far away. Upon landing, its claws dug into the ground, and its fur stood on end. Even after the Earth-Fire Formation exploded and the spiritual energy dissipated, leaving the surroundings scorched and desolate, the big tiger still felt a lingering fear. It silently turned its head to look at the small Imo beside it, its large eyes filled with shock. It seemed unable to comprehend how such a small cultivator could create such a terrifying commotion. Imo was equally shocked, murmuring in a daze. This is the power of a second-rank 13-pattern Earth-Fire Formation. Formations contain the principles of the Great Tao. The higher the rank, the stronger the power. The power of a second-rank killing formation far exceeded Imo's expectations. The second-rank 13-pattern Earth-Fire Formation, as it stood, was enough to heavily injure any cultivator in the early foundation establishment stage. Imo frowned and pondered again. Drawing formations on the ground was more powerful than he had imagined, especially when drawing killing formations. The formations were powerful, but setting them up was troublesome. If he could draw formations on the ground without restriction, with just a thought, and condense them into earth fire, then, in reality, it would be the same as in his sea of consciousness. Setting up a formation would be like casting a spell. Even if his own spiritual power was not strong, by relying on his spiritual sense to set up formations, he would have sufficient self-preservation power, deterrence, and formidable destructive power in actual combat. The prerequisite was that he could draw them fast enough. The faster he drew, the stronger he would become, and he could even catch enemies off guard, causing them to perish in the earth fire. Chapter 574, Mysterious Rope. The problem was that his own drawing wasn't fast enough. Controlling ink with spiritual sense consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and drawing formations on the ground was difficult. Thus, drawing formations quickly was very hard. Imo felt a hint of regret. As things stood, he could only prepare in advance, calculating and ambushing his opponents. He couldn't cast them like spells in the heat of battle, unless the opponent was an idiot. Another problem was that it was too expensive. A second-rank formation, to activate its core, required at least 70 to 80 spirit stones. For formations like the Earth-Fire Formation, a second-rank formation with 13 patterns, a top-tier initial formation, required at least 100 spirit stones. This was no small sum. Every time he detonated an Earth-Fire Formation, it meant 100 spirit stones were burned. For disciples of aristocratic families and sects, these spirit stones might not be much. But for Mo Hua, it seemed quite extravagant. Besides spirit stones, there was also spirit ink. A second-rank earth-fire formation required second-rank spirit ink. Converted into spirit stones, it was also very expensive. Mo Hua currently used his own concoction, a cheap, inferior spirit ink, to draw earth-fire formations. If he used spirit ink of better quality, the power of the earth-fire formation should be stronger, but at the same time, the cost would be higher. In cultivation, fortune, finances, companions, and location were indeed all essential. Mo Hua sighed. Forget it, one step at a time. He would figure out a way to earn spirit stones later. The immediate priority was to put the second-rank earth-fire formation to practical use. The power of the second-rank earth-fire formation far exceeded Mo Hua's expectations, which made him very happy. Similarly, his subsequent plans would also go more smoothly. Using the second-rank earth-fire formation to trick and kill second-rank demon beasts in Great Black Mountain, then drawing their demon blood to concoct spirit ink, and then using the spirit ink to set up the second-rank earth-fire formation to kill second-rank demon beasts, draw their blood, and concoct more ink. This way, a positive cycle would be formed. Spirit ink production would increase with usage, and the more he produced, the more he would accumulate. Formation practice would be honed through use, and the more he used them, the more proficient he would become. The only cost was the 100 spirit stones required to drive the formation's core. Detonating an earth-fire formation burned nearly 100 spirit stones. Mo Hua felt a pang of pain. However, cultivation always required sacrifices. Compared to spirit ink and formation proficiency, these costs were insignificant. In the following days, Mo Hua began to hunt demon beasts using the earth-fire formation, much like when he had first entered Great Black Mountain. After some thought, Mo Hua decided not to call Elder Yu and the others. Hunting second-rank demon beasts was still very dangerous. Even if Elder Yu was at the Foundation establishment stage, facing a second-rank demon beast head-on could easily lead to an accident. The big tiger, however, was different. It was a second-rank demon beast, and a tiger at that. Its flesh and blood were very substantial, capable of taking hits and fighting back. Mo Hua would first use his powerful spiritual sense to scan the mountain, locate a second-rank demon beast, observe its habits, and then choose a suitable ambush spot on its usual path. Afterward, he would use his spiritual sense to control the ink and draw the second-rank earth-fire formation on the ground. Then, Mo Hua and the big tiger would find a hidden spot to lie low, peeking out with their large and small heads, watching the trap on the ground and monitoring their surroundings. Outside the earth-fire formation, Mo Hua also laid down a second-rank thorn formation. Second-rank demon beasts, once they entered, would be entangled by the thorn formation for a few breaths before being engulfed by the earth-fire formation. The second-rank earth-fire formation was very powerful. Once triggered, there would be explosive sounds and soaring flames. Within the earth-fire formation, the flame's spiritual energy surged like waves, a vibrant red like magma. The big tiger was still a little startled by this, but after seeing it many times, it gradually became accustomed to it. After the earth-fire formation exploded, the second-rank demon beast within would generally be injured. Demon beasts' physical bodies were much tougher than cultivators, so even if they were engulfed by the second-rank earth-fire formation, they wouldn't typically be killed instantly, only suffering injuries of varying degrees. These injuries varied depending on the type of demon beast. For those with strong defenses, such as earth or metal elemental demon beasts, they would generally suffer minor to moderate injuries. Demon beasts with average defenses would typically suffer moderate injuries. Those with weaker physical bodies would suffer severe injuries. Inflicting such damage on a second-rank demon beast was already quite formidable. After that, it was time for the big tiger to make its move. When a demon beast was ambushed and injured, while the other was well-rested and full of vigor, the battle was inherently one-sided. Moreover, Mo Hua was there to assist with fireball technique to wear them down and finish them off. The man and the tiger cooperated tacitly. Basically, the battle would conclude in less than half an hour. Then Mo Hua would draw blood, and the big tiger would eat the meat. Afterward, they would rest and prepare for a few days before repeating the same process. No matter how powerful second-rank demon beasts were, they couldn't withstand such a coordinated attack by a cultivator and a demon beast, a combination of formations and spells, and traps and ambushes. Mo Hua's spirit ink was replenished bottle after bottle, accumulating rapidly. The big tiger's internal cores also increased one by one as it consumed them. Mo Hua's earth-fire formation became increasingly proficient, and the big tiger's strength also grew significantly. However, Mo Hua's spirit stones were also being depleted rapidly. Mo Hua was a bit troubled. I need to find a way to earn some spirit stones. The spirit ink he concocted himself was somewhat crude. It was fine for his own use, but he doubted it would fetch a good price if he tried to sell it. Moreover, in Immortal Pass City, no, perhaps not just Immortal Pass City, but the entire second-rank Great Black Mountain region, there might not even be a second-rank formation master. Likely, no one would buy it. Furthermore, he used ink like water. Although he had a lot of spirit ink now, it might not be enough to sustain his usage, drawing formations for others to earn spirit stones. He was very busy now and didn't have the time. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to ask his parents for spirit stones. He wanted his parents to keep more spirit stones so they could also successfully reach the foundation establishment stage in the future. Mo Hua frowned and pondered, then suddenly froze, looking at the scattered beast bones in the big tiger's cave. The big tiger had swallowed the inner cores and eaten the meat, but it had kept the bones of these second-rank demon beasts. Not just bones, but also some claws, teeth, and fur. Mo Hua pointed at these demon beast materials and asked the big tiger, "Do you still want these?" The big tiger, having eaten its fill, lay lazily on the ground, its round belly facing the sky, looking very content. Upon hearing Mo Hua speak, the big tiger raised its head, looked at Mo Hua, then at the bones it had left behind. It got up, picked up a large bone, and placed it in Mo Hua's arms. The meaning was likely, "I don't want them, they're all yours." Mo Hua was overjoyed, then took out several storage bags and packed up the scraps, broken bones, claws, and teeth, which were all second-rank demon beast materials. However, he did leave a few large bones for the big tiger to gnaw on. Afterward, Mo Hua, laden with storage bags, headed home. Meanwhile, in Great Black Mountain, the demon hunters were feeling uneasy. It wasn't just the demon hunters. Traveling merchants and wandering cultivators also felt apprehensive. Recently, there had been frequent disturbances in the deep mountains. Astonishing explosions and powerful, scorching spiritual energy fluctuations were heard from time to time. The roars of second-rank demon beasts shook the mountain forest. Occasionally, surges of demonic energy and vigorous blood chi would churn and surge, only to subside after a long while. It was as if second-rank demon beasts were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. And this wasn't the first time. In Immortal Pass City, Elder Yu's expression was somewhat solemn. Yu Qingyi, Yu Qingyong, and Mo Shan, among others, also had furrowed brows. Second-rank demon beasts fighting to the death. The surging demonic energy is terrifying. Could it be that a rare treasure has appeared? Great Black Mountain is a barren land. What kind of rare treasure could be here? Why has this sudden change occurred? Everything was fine before. Yu Qingyi pondered. It's not just demon beasts. There are also extremely strong spiritual energy fluctuations. Could it be? Other Foundation establishment experts have come to Great Black Mountain to hunt second-rank demon beasts. To hunt second-rank demon beasts, it would require at least 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators. Elder Yu shook his head. With so many Foundation establishment cultivators and such a grand display, we would have known. Mo Shan also nodded. That's right. And there have been no external Foundation establishment cultivators in Immortal Pass City recently. External Foundation establishment cultivators. Yu Qingyong pondered for a while. If I had to say, there is one. Mo Shan was slightly startled and frowned. Who? Everyone was stunned and looked at Mo Shan silently. Your son. Mo Shan looked astonished. Oh right, Huader had reached Foundation establishment. He had been very happy about this matter before. However, because Mo Hua, despite reaching Foundation establishment, seemed no different from before, still like a child, eating delicious food every day and studying formations, he had subconsciously overlooked this fact. He forgot that his son was already a Foundation establishment cultivator. And Mo Hua had indeed returned from outside recently. What has Mo Hua been doing recently? Elder Yu asked cautiously. Mo Shan shook his head. He truly didn't know. He only hoped that Mo Hua would do what he wanted to do. Whether it was cultivation or drawing formations, as long as it didn't go against the righteous path, he wouldn't interfere with whatever Mo Hua liked. As long as he could be safe and happy. And Mo Hua was a first-rank formation master. He didn't understand formations at all, so even if he asked, he would be bewildered. Moreover, he was on the verge of reaching Foundation establishment himself and was busy with the matters of the Demon Hunting Guild, so he was usually quite busy. Elder Yu thought for a moment, and although he felt it was unlikely, he tried asking, has Mo Hua gone into the deep mountains recently? Mo Shan recalled and nodded. He goes occasionally. He took a bunch of dried fish, saying he was going to feed the cat. Feed the cat. Everyone was a little stunned. What cat were they feeding? What cat was there in the deep mountains to feed? The atmosphere was a bit peculiar. Could it be that Mo Hua is responsible for the commotion in the deep mountains? Someone asked weakly. Mo Shan chuckled. How could that be? Then he froze, and his smile disappeared. The other demon hunters also fell silent. It seemed impossible. But when it came to Mo Hua, it didn't seem impossible. After all, Mo Hua had once detonated a large formation in the deep mountains of Great Black Mountain, which had changed the entire mountain terrain. However, it was difficult to make a definitive judgment. Elder Yu simply asked Mo Shan to go back and ask Mo Hua, and then everyone dispersed. Mo Shan returned home full of doubts. Lu Ruhua was cooking. Mo Hua followed his mother, saying, "Mom, I want to eat this. Beef is delicious. This needs to be spicier." Then, like a little glutton, he took a bite of this and tasted that. There was no indication that he was already a foundation establishment cultivator. Mo Shan looked at him with concern but also helplessness, not knowing how to broach the subject. During dinner, the table was filled with a very rich spread of dishes. Mo Hua ate with great enjoyment. Suddenly, he remembered something, took out a storage bag, and asked, "Dad, can you see if this can be sold for spirit stones?" Mo Shan was startled, thinking it was a formation, and was about to say he couldn't understand it. When he took it and looked, he realized it was demon beast materials. He was very familiar with demon beast materials. Mo Shan reached out, took out a few demon bones, looked at them for a moment, but then frowned. "I haven't seen these." In Great Black Mountain, were there demon beast materials that he hadn't seen before? Mo Shan examined them further, then suddenly froze, his mouth agape, his face filled with disbelief. "Are these the bones of a second-rank demon beast?" "Yes." Mo Hua nibbled on a chicken leg and nodded. "Dad, your eyesight is truly amazing." Mo Shan didn't know what to say. Was this a matter of eyesight? Mo Shan remembered the recent disturbances in the deep mountains and asked, How did you get these?" Mo Hua thought for a moment, then decided not to hide it. "I need spirit ink for drawing formations, so I used dried fish to bribe a big tiger, and then we teamed up to kill second-rank demon beasts. It ate the meat, and I drew blood. These bones and teeth are what the big tiger left behind after eating. I thought they could be sold for spirit stones, so I brought them back." Mo Shan listened as if hearing something from another world. Bribing a tiger with dried fish? Hunting second-rank demon beasts? These words were like a child's made-up story. Who would believe them if told? But Mo Shan had no choice but to believe them. Mo Shan was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, "How? How many second-rank demon beasts did you kill?" Mo Hua, fearing his parents would worry, said, "I didn't kill them. The big tiger did. I just helped out a little. I didn't count how many I killed. I think it was about 8 or 9. There are many more bones. I put them in the courtyard." Mo Shan and Lu Ruhua looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Second-rank demon beasts. In the past, second-rank demon beasts were rampant in Great Black Mountain. Perhaps 1 or 2 would die in 100 years. In the mere month or two since Mo Hua returned, 8 or 9 had died. Mo Shan couldn't help but sigh, looking at Mo Hua with a sense of helplessness. Forget it. It was good that he was going to Qianzhou to study. He was only 15 years old. If he grew a little older and became even better at formations, Immortal Pass City, the entire Great Black Mountain, and even the entire Great Black Mountain region might not be able to withstand his troublemaking. Afterward, Mo Shan helped Mo Hua sell these second-rank demon beast materials. The fur was damaged by the big tiger's claws, the bones had been gnawed on, and the claws and teeth were also incomplete after battles, all considered defective products. But after all, they were second-rank demon beast materials, so the price was still decent. In the Great Black Mountain region, there were no second-rank formation masters, but there were a few second-rank item forging masters. These materials could be used to forge second-rank spirit tools. Mo Shan had estimated that if all of them were sold, they would fetch about 5,000 to 6,000 spirit stones. However, they had to be sold in batches, as other merchant guilds or traveling merchants couldn't handle such a large quantity at once. Mo Hua was also overjoyed. This way, the problem of spirit stones for the second-rank earth-fire formation was also solved. Learning formations, drawing formations, using formations. He would not only not lose money, but would also earn some spirit stones and accumulate a large amount of spirit ink. However, Mo Hua's joy didn't last for a few days before he realized something was wrong again. The second-rank demon beasts in the deep mountains had suddenly become much fewer, as if they were all hiding and no longer daring to show themselves. Previously, the second-rank demon beasts would walk around in the deep mountains with swagger and fearlessness. But now, they scattered as if they had seen ghosts upon seeing the big tiger and Mo Hua, fleeing long before. They also walked cautiously, fearing they might step into an earth-fire formation. When hunting, they prioritized quick kills. After eating 7 or 8 parts full, they would immediately return to their dens and hide deeply, afraid of being discovered by Mo Hua's spiritual sense. Mo Hua was helpless and a little annoyed. Such dignified second-rank demon beasts, lacking any backbone. However, given the circumstances, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only put away the spirit ink he had already concocted and use it sparingly. The fact that second-rank demon beasts were timid and cautious was also a good thing. At least in the future, it would be much safer for demon hunters to go into the mountains to hunt. Elder Yu knew that Mo Hua had been hunting second-rank demon beasts in the deep mountains. He was shocked, but then, after some thought, not so shocked. Hunting second-rank demon beasts. This was something he had never even dared to imagine before. But in the past 4 to 5 years, things he had never dared to imagine had all come true. Elder Yu felt a sense of melancholy, then his gaze became firm. The path of cultivation is endless. I am not old yet, and I must continue to cultivate. Although the golden core stage is far off, there is nothing I dare not imagine. The deep mountains fell silent. The demon hunters of Great Black Mountain returned to their usual routines. Mo Hua squatted in the deep mountains for a few days, but didn't see any sign of second-rank demon beasts, so he had to temporarily give up and turn to continue studying the Earth Fire Formation. He would be leaving Immortal Pass City soon, and his current speed of drawing formations with spiritual sense was still not fast enough. He wanted to draw faster. But how can I draw faster? Mo Hua had already done his best. His spiritual sense had 14 patterns, which was already extremely profound. It had been reconstructed by the heavenly evolution art, condensed like mercury, and his spiritual sense control was already very, very strong. He had learned the spirit hub formation, and his control over spiritual energy was also incredibly precise. Heavenly mystery calculation deepened his understanding of formations. At his current realm, it was impossible for anyone to draw faster than him. But it was still not enough. Grandpa Koei had said, in all martial arts and spells, speed is paramount. The same applied to drawing formations with spiritual sense. Mo Hua frowned, his eyes filled with thought. He had used all the methods he could, except for one. Mysterious heavenly calculation. Mo Hua had never seen his master draw formations. The person who could set up formations the fastest that he had seen so far was his martial uncle, the mysterious Taoist. And the mysterious Taoist formations were based on mysterious heavenly calculation. If he learned it, could he then control the ink faster with his spiritual sense to set up the Earth Fire Formation? Mo Hua felt that his understanding of mysterious heavenly calculation was still not profound enough. The mysterious heavenly calculation he now possessed was still far, far from his martial uncle's. Learn from martial uncle? Mo Hua's thoughts stirred. In his sea of consciousness, the scene of the mysterious Taoist sealing the 10,000 demons hall with the mysterious Tao sealing heaven formation, slaughtering all the feathered and golden core demonic cultivators, reappeared. There was also the scene of the mysterious Taoist cracking the mysterious heaven great formation in a short time with mysterious heavenly calculation, replaying over and over. Mysterious heavenly calculation. Mysterious heavenly calculation, the division of demonic thoughts, could quickly decipher formations. Naturally, it could also quickly set up the mysterious Tao sealing heaven formation. Mo Hua pondered, but had no clues. Suddenly, an inspiration struck him. Mysterious heavenly calculation and Tao Heart Seed Demon were like inside and outside. His understanding of mysterious heavenly calculation was insufficient, so why not refer to Tao Heart Seed Demon and think about the principles of mysterious heavenly calculation in reverse. Tao Heart Seed Demon. Based on mysterious heavenly calculation, Tao Heart Seed Demon involved transforming oneself into a demon, dividing one's demonic thoughts, forming demonic seeds, and planting them in others' Tao hearts. He was a proper cultivator and could not Tao Heart Seed Demon, or divide demonic thoughts. So, if he didn't divide demonic thoughts but divided his own spiritual thoughts, would that also work? The method should be the same. If he didn't become a demon, it naturally wouldn't count as Tao Heart Seed Demon. Divide spiritual thoughts. Let's try it. Mo Hua closed his eyes and began, following the mysterious Taoist example, to use the method of mysterious heavenly calculation, dividing a portion of his spiritual thoughts according to the logic of the mysterious path. This division was complex and mysterious, based on mysterious calculations. Mo Hua could only copy the pattern, repeatedly recalling the scenes of his martial uncles setting up and deciphering formations. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Hua suddenly had an epiphany. The mysterious path opened up, and his spiritual thoughts began to divide. In his sea of consciousness, his spiritual manifestation suddenly gained wisps of black patterns. These patterns were like Mo Hua's own peeled-off spiritual thoughts, or like Mo Hua's spiritual thoughts extending outward based on certain great Tao laws. The mysterious division of spiritual thoughts. It was similar to the spiritual sense reconstruction from before, but different. This division was more like recompiling and evolving his spiritual sense using mysterious heavenly calculation. Mo Hua felt both pain and wonder. Vaguely, he felt his spiritual thoughts aligning with the mysterious path step by step. After an unknown amount of time, this mysterious thought division finally ended. Mo Hua opened his eyes and found that his body was faintly shrouded in a layer of mysterious ink shadow. Every movement he made produced an afterimage. This ink shadow, draped over him, seemed like a phantom. It was like a pure, pitch-black, ink-washed Tao robe. Chapter 575, Setting Off. Unlike what Mo Hua had imagined, the divine sense split by the heavenly mystery calculations was not a clone, but an ink shadow. Both illusory and real, with overlapping shadows, it draped over Mo Hua like a Tao robe. This Tao robe was similar to the ghost Taoists, but different. It was pitch black, yet clean. It contained no filth, no gore, but a hint of a strange, unworldly eeriness. Mo Hua's eyes also became deeper, infused with the eerie black shadows of the ghost Dao, but they were not hollow or terrifying. Instead, his divine sense was contained within, shining brightly. His pupils were inky black, containing brilliance. He was the master of the ghost Dao, not enslaved by it. This is Senior Uncle's heavenly mystery calculations. And also, the true form of heavenly mystery calculations? Mo Hua looked at himself. The Dao robe on him was only a thin layer, far from Senior Uncle's, but he seemed to have truly entered the Dao? Entered the door of the ghost Dao? Mo Hua was startled again and couldn't help but worry. Would he really become a little ghost Daoist in the future? Mo Hua pondered for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief. It shouldn't be. Heavenly mystery calculations and heavenly mystery derivations came from the same origin, both being orthodox, unparalleled divine sense algorithms. The reason Senior Uncle's heavenly mystery calculations were evil and terrifying was because he had fallen into demonic ways, turned evil, and mixed demonic techniques, as well as various vengeful souls and residual spirits into the heavenly mystery calculations. As long as he didn't let his divine sense fall into demonic ways, didn't transform his divine sense into demonic thoughts, and didn't plant demonic thoughts into the Dao hearts of others. Merely using the ghost calculations to split his divine sense did not constitute planting demonic seeds in the Dao heart. Mo Hua was relieved. Senior Uncle had fallen into demonic ways, a great demon. But he was different. He cultivated proper techniques and orthodox divine sense. However, he would need to be more careful in the future, not fall into demonic ways, and certainly not become a little demon. Mo Hua exhaled. Then his expression turned excited. Heavenly mystery calculations, splitting into ink shadows, donning a Dao robe. Would his speed in drawing formations become even faster? Mo Hua eagerly tried it, beginning to activate the heavenly mystery calculations. In his eyes, the ghost Dao manifested, revealing a deep, dark gray hue. In his sea of consciousness, his divine sense manifestation donned the Dao robe and split into an ink shadow. At the same time, his divine sense circulated rapidly, its speed more than doubling, and his formation drawing speed was as if divinely aided, the formation patterns flowing more smoothly. On the ground, the spirit ink meandered, quickly connecting, rapidly forming the array. Mo Hua was drawing himself, and the split ink shadow, like an external manifestation, sharing the same origin and thoughts, was also helping Mo Hua draw. But the consumption of divine sense was also escalating, like a river breaching its banks and flooding for 1,000 miles. The speed at which divine sense leaked was astonishing. Fortunately, Mo Hua's divine sense was incredibly profound and condensed, allowing him to endure. Mo Hua gritted his teeth and persisted, ink shadows overlapping, formation patterns flowing like galloping horses. This process, though painful, was brief. In just over 10 breaths, the second-rank earth-fire formation was completed. However, Mo Hua's divine sense was completely depleted. His sea of consciousness ached, his scalp tingled, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Heavenly mystery calculations, splitting divine sense. This allowed for extremely fast formation drawing, but the consumption of divine sense was also immense. Mo Hua's divine sense, with its 14-pattern mutation, was more than enough to draw 13-pattern formations, but after splitting his divine sense with the ghost Dao, he felt extremely strained. Yet Mo Hua was still very happy. For him, the great consumption of divine sense and the slight pain in his sea of consciousness were nothing. Compared to that, the formation completion time of over 10 breaths was already much, much faster than before, although it was still not fast enough to be used suddenly during battle. But if he could find a way to delay and secure over 10 breaths of free time, he could quietly use his divine sense to control spirit ink and set up the formation. Moreover, this was just the beginning. He had only split one ink shadow, donned only one layer, a shallow Dao robe. If in the future, he could split myriad ink shadows, the Dao robe covering the heavens and earth, wouldn't that allow him to create a grand formation with a single thought? This thought startled Mo Hua himself. He then put away his thoughts. I can't aim too high. First, I need to solidify my foundation, strengthen my divine sense step by step, study divine sense algorithms, practice divine sense control of spirit ink, construct second-rank formations, and then gradually draw better and faster. Continuously shorten the time it takes to draw formations. Until during battle, at the critical moment, I can form formations instantaneously and turn the tide of battle. This is what he should be doing now. Creating grand formations with a single thought, such a wild idea, had to be buried in his heart for now. Thus, Mo Hua's plan was basically complete. He had spirit ink, and he knew how to draw formations. There was basically nothing more he could learn by staying here. Mo Hua sighed. Although reluctant, he knew it was time for him to leave. He had to go to Qian province to study. Otherwise, his cultivation would not advance, his formations would stagnate, and he would lack cultivation resources. he might never be able to cultivate supreme divine sense and ascend the great Tao of formations in this life, much less be able to save his master. 2 months later, a cloud ferry would depart from the neighboring second-ranked Qingyuan province, travel north from south, passing through Kuan, Dui, and Xian provinces, and finally reach Kan province in the north. Mo Hua was to take the cloud ferry, departing from Li province and disembarking in Xian province along the way. This was what Manager Zhou had told Mo Hua. Manager Zhou was the administrator of Immortal Pass City, and he knew more about this cloud ferry information than Mo Hua. At the same time, he also gave Mo Hua a cloud ferry token, made of white jade, exquisite and luxurious. The cloud ferry token was equivalent to a ticket for the cloud ferry. Mo Hua couldn't help but ask, "Manager, this must be very expensive." Manager Zhou nodded. "It's not cheap. Mainly, it was difficult to obtain. For such inter-province cloud ferries, without connections, it was impossible to get one. It also cost a lot of spirit stones, inside and out. But it's fine." Manager Zhou drank a cup of tea. "It can be reimbursed." Mo Hua was stunned. "This can be reimbursed too? What is this?" Manager Zhou shook his head. "A place like the Dao Court Ministry, they can reimburse all sorts of messy and improper things. Why can't they reimburse something as proper as sending you to study in Xian province?" "But I'm not part of the Dao Court Ministry." "How can you say that?" Manager Zhou frowned. "You have the bronze waist token of Immortal Pass City. Although you're an external member, you can still be considered one of us." Mo Hua then remembered. Uncle Zhonglong had given him a bronze waist token back then. He had only used this waist token for show, and he hadn't used it for a long time, so he hadn't remembered it. That waist token should have quite a few merits. When you get to Qian province, if you're short on funds, you can exchange them for spirit stones or spiritual items to tide you over. But if you can avoid using them, then don't. When your cultivation is high and you recognize higher-level cultivators in the Dao Court, these merits will be of great use. Manager Zhou cautioned. "What great use?" Mo Hua asked. Manager Zhou replied frankly, "I'm not a high-level official in the Dao Court, so I don't know." Mo Hua paused and nodded. "All right." Manager Zhou thought for a moment, then lowered his voice. "That being said, you can use this bronze waist token, but don't rely on it too much. After all, you're an external member. If you cause trouble, no one will cover for you." Mo Hua was stunned, then nodded, indicating he understood. With the bronze waist token, he was barely considered one of us by the Dao Court Ministry. But conversely, if he needed it, he was one of us. But if he didn't, he was external. Manager Zhou was clearly biased towards Mo Hua, reminding him of everything he should and shouldn't. Then he took another sip of tea and said slowly, "You're going to Qian Study Province to study, improve your cultivation, broaden your horizons, and refine your formations. Qian Study Province gathers the prodigies from all provinces. If you make a name for yourself, it will also bring glory to our great Black Mountain province. Therefore, you are worthy of this cloud fairy token." Mo Hua was a little touched, but he also felt a sense of great responsibility, so he asked softly, "Then if I don't make a name for myself?" Manager Zhou glared at Mo Hua lightly. "What do you think the prodigies of each province are?" "Cabbages." "Prodigies, the favored children of heaven. How can you easily suppress them? In Xian province, with its numerous sects and gathering of prodigies, not making a name for yourself is normal. To actually make a name for yourself would be bizarre. Besides, making a name can be big or small. You are currently in the early stage of foundation establishment. If you go to Qian province and return in the late stage of foundation establishment, or even the middle stage, isn't that also making a name? Or, if you are currently a first-rank formation master and go to Qian province to become a second rank, isn't that also making a name, and a great one at that? So, don't feel pressured," Manager Zhou said. "Although there are many geniuses in Qian province, what do they have to do with us? No matter how high their cultivation is, they won't protect us. No matter how good their formations are, they won't draw them for us. Similarly, no matter how well you learn, they might not consider you a treasure. So just go and learn. As long as you learn something, no matter how big or small the achievement, it brings glory to the province, and we will all be happy for you." Mo Hua felt much more relaxed and smiled. "Thank you, Manager." Manager Zhou nodded slightly, in a good mood, and continued to drink his tea. When Manager Zhou mentioned second-rank formation master, Mo Hua asked again, "Manager, can one get assessed as a second-rank formation master here in Immortal Pass City?" "Second-rank formation master?" Manager Zhou was startled, then shook his head. "No. Second-rank provinces do not have the qualification to assess second-rank formation masters. At least third-rank provinces and above are required." "Oh." Mo Hua nodded. Manager Zhou raised his teacup, about to take a sip, when he suddenly froze, his teacup trembling. "You're a second-rank formation master?" Mo Hua thought for a moment, and shook his head. A beginner second-rank formation master needs to master second-rank formations with 13 patterns. Although Mo Hua felt this was not difficult, he had only learned the Earth-Fire formation, a second-rank formation, and was still some distance from being a true beginner second-rank formation master. Therefore, he couldn't be considered a second-rank formation master yet. Not yet, I was just asking. Mo Hua said. Manager Zhou nodded, calming himself down. It was just a question, it scared him. He thought it would be too outrageous for him to become a second-rank formation master at 15 years old, already being a first-rank formation master. Afterwards, Manager Zhou handed the Cloud Fairy token to Mo Hua, urging him to keep it safe and not to be late for the Cloud Fairy's departure on the first day of the month 2 months later. Mo Hua held the cool Cloud Fairy token, feeling both its weight and a sense of loneliness. I really have to leave now. He had to bid farewell to Immortal Pass City, to his parents, to his friends, and embark on an unknown path in a strange province. Mo Hua felt guilty, especially towards his parents. But he had to go to Qian province. Mo Hua sighed. For the remaining time, Mo Hua spent most of his days at home, accompanying his parents. Mo Shan and Lu Ruhua were also reluctant to see Mo Hua go, but for cultivators, pursuing the Tao, if such an opportunity arose, no matter how reluctant, they had to let go. However, their hearts were filled with concern and heartache. Mo Shan reduced the frequency of his mountain hunts, spending more time at home accompanying Mo Hua. Lu Ruhua also cooked a lot of delicious food for Mo Hua. At the same time, she packed his luggage, filling his storage bag with dried meat, preserved fruits, and rice wine. There were also quite a few spirit stones. Mo Hua didn't want them, but he couldn't refuse, so he only took half. He wanted his parents to keep some spirit stones to cultivate well, so they could reach foundation establishment, or even golden core, and live a happy and fulfilling life. As the luggage was almost packed, Lu Ruhua suddenly remembered something and handed Mo Hua a wooden box. This belongs to Steward Zhang. He left it on the table when he was drinking at the eatery that day and forgot to take it. The next day, I heard he had left Immortal Pass City to return to the Zhang family. This wooden box cannot be returned to him. Steward Zhang probably won't be back, so you keep it. If you happen to meet him in the future, you can return it to him. Mo Hua was stunned. Wooden box? He took it and looked. It was an ordinary wooden box, but made of sturdy material and sealed with a formation. He didn't know what was inside. All right, mother, I'll keep it for now. If I meet Uncle Zhang in the future, I'll return it to him. However, he was still a little puzzled in his heart. Uncle Zhang Lan, although somewhat idle and aimless, liked to slack off, but he was actually meticulous and not someone who would lose things carelessly. How could he have left the wooden box at the eatery? Mo Hua looked at the wooden box and suddenly froze. The wooden box was sealed with a formation. This formation was a beginner revival formation, simple and basic, exactly the one he had read in Introduction to Revival Formations when he first learned about revival formations. When he first met Zhang Lan, he had consulted him about this revival formation. Only he and Uncle Zhang Lan knew about this matter. Did Uncle Zhang leave this wooden box for me? Mo Hua was a little confused. He looked at the formation again and felt he couldn't bear to look. The drawing was too bad. Mo Hua could tell that the person who drew the formation had tried their best to draw it, but their foundation in formations was too poor. Mo Hua roughly confirmed it. It was Uncle Zhang Lan's doing. Did Uncle Zhang deliberately seal the wooden box with this revival formation to hide something? Mo Hua was a little curious and decided to open it to take a look. He pointed a finger, his divine sense moved slightly, ink patterns emerged, and he instantly unsealed the revival formation on the wooden box, which then opened. Inside the wooden box was a scroll. The scroll was somewhat old, as if handwritten. There were no characters written on the title page. However, it contained obscure meridian diagrams and detailed text. Others might not understand it, but Mo Hua could tell at a glance that this was a second-rank flowing water steps manual. This was Uncle Zhang Lan. Left for him. Mo Hua was stunned, then deeply moved. He flipped to the end of the manual and found a line of small characters. Although the handwriting was deliberately blurred, Mo Hua, proficient in formations and familiar with handwriting, could still discern that it was Zhang Lan's handwriting. Family's core technique, do not disgrace it. Left by a kind, unknown uncle who passed by. Mo Hua felt warmth in his heart and smiled brightly. He silently kept Zhang Lan's goodwill in his heart, thinking that if he met Uncle Zhang in the future, he would definitely return a great gift. Then Mo Hua's eyes lit up. This movement technique had helped him greatly and was a timely solution to his urgent need. Without movement techniques, spiritual cultivators were like steamed buns without legs. Anyone could take a bite, and they couldn't escape. Choosing a new movement technique to learn was troublesome, and the effect would definitely not be good. Just like formations, whether it was cultivation methods, spells, or even movement techniques, they all emphasized lineage. First rank, second rank, third rank, from shallow to deep, advancing step by step. This way, learning would be twice as effective, the foundation would be solid, comprehension would be deeper, and the effect would be stronger. With the second rank flowing water steps, even if he went to Qian province and faced cultivation geniuses at the foundation establishment realm, he would have enough self-preservation power. Mo Hua breathed a sigh of relief. Then he began to learn the second-rank flowing water steps. Mo Hua had mastered the first-rank flowing water steps thoroughly, so learning the second rank was not difficult. As time passed, Mo Hua's flowing water steps gradually improved to the level of second-rank foundation establishment. And the second-rank flowing water steps, compared to the first rank, had many more changes and were much more complex. However, before Mo Hua could fully grasp the many changes of the second-rank flowing water steps, he learned something that made his jaw drop. Instructor Yin was getting married. Instructor Yin himself told him this. Manager Mo saw Mo Hua's expression and nodded. When I heard this news, I had the same expression as you. Instructor Yin is marrying whom? Mo Hua asked. It's that woman we saw that day, who tied her hair up naturally, without any makeup, whose appearance wasn't outstanding, but whose temperament was intellectual. Manager Mo spoke a long string of words. Mo Hua remembered. It was that dignified and graceful female formation master. Speaking of which, they were quite a good match for Instructor Yin. But Mo Hua frowned, very perplexed. How did Instructor Yin meet that woman, and how did they get to the point of marriage? Manager Mo looked as if he was about to say something that Mo Hua wouldn't believe. This woman's surname is Shun, and her given name is Ru. She is from the Shun family of the neighboring province. My senior brother personally visited her, saying he wanted to meet her and exchange some insights on formations. Then, they hit it off, spent some time together, and reached the point of discussing marriage. Mo Hua's mouth widened. Personally visited. Was this the Instructor Yin he knew, who was devoted to formations and was serious and rigid? Manager Mo clicked his tongue in amazement. You can't judge a book by its cover. I never expected my senior brother to do something like this. Admirable, admirable. Mo Hua was also greatly surprised, but inwardly, he was happy for Instructor Yin. Instructor Yin had suffered hardships and wanderings for half his life due to the grudges of the Little Spirit Concealment sect, the pursuit of sect traitors, and the retrieval of the sect's inheritance, with deep-seated grief in his heart. Now that he had found someone he cherished, and they were to be united in marriage and grow old together, it was naturally the best outcome. Moreover, there would be a wedding banquet to attend. Mo Hua was already mentally calculating what delicious food he could eat at the banquet. Instructor Yan's engagement was quick, and his wedding was even quicker. Half a month later, they got married in Immortal Pass City and held a wedding banquet. Mo Hua also joined in the merriment, absorbed the festive atmosphere, and ate his fill. At the wedding, Mo Hua also met Shinru, Instructor Yan's wife. Shinru was dressed in a red gown, and even for her wedding, she didn't wear heavy makeup, appearing elegant and dignified. Mo Hua went up to congratulate them. Shinru saw Mo Hua's refined features, and her smile made her eyes clear and lively, making her seem cordial and cute. She couldn't help but feel fond of him. When she heard from Instructor Yin that Mo Hua also studied formations, she valued him even more, especially preparing a large red envelope for Mo Hua, and praised him. This child is intelligent and quick-witted. Study hard, and you will surely become a first-rank formation master in the future. Instructor Yin looked embarrassed and whispered. He is already a first-rank formation master. Shinru was stunned and turned to look at Instructor Yin with a look of disbelief, unable to recover for a long time. The wedding was lively and joyous. After the wedding, Manager Mo also looked gratified, as if a burden had been lifted from his heart. As expected of my senior brother, Manager Mo sighed. When he makes up his mind to do something, he is decisive and doesn't drag his feet. Manager Mo felt emotional and said to Mo Hua, you should also study hard in the future. Don't dwell on what you should give up, and when you should grasp something, don't let it go. Mo Hua was stunned. Grasp what? Manager Mo had the look of someone who had been through it all. You'll know when you grow up. Mo Hua blinked, somewhat bewildered. The days that followed passed peacefully and harmoniously like flowing water, but like water, they slipped away little by little. Mo Hua didn't feel much time had passed before it was time to leave. Mo Hua was reluctant, but he still packed his belongings and set off on his journey. Before departing, Mo Hua earnestly instructed Mo Shan and Lu Ruhua. Dad, Mom, you must cultivate well. Don't be lazy. The road ahead is still long, you must not slack off. Cultivate to foundation establishment, and then cultivate to golden core. Then live safely for a long, long time, and happily. When I learn formations in Qian province, I'll come back to see you. Mo Shan and Lu Ruhua found it both amusing and helpless. These were words that parents should be saying to their children, not the other way around. However, their parting sorrow was somewhat diluted by this. Afterwards, Mo Hua took a carriage, about to leave Immortal Pass City for Cloud Fairy City. The carriage stopped outside the city. Just as when he had left before, many cultivators from Immortal Pass City came to see Mo Hua off, their gazes filled with expectation and blessings. Mo Hua also waved goodbye to them with a smile. In this world, everyone had their own stories and their own lives. Mo Hua hoped that everyone in Immortal Pass City would live safely and happily, and he also hoped that their life stories would be fulfilling and colorful. As for himself, he would embark on his journey, tread an unknown path, and seek his own Tao. The carriage gradually moved away, leaving Immortal Pass City and entering Great Black Mountain. As they passed through the deep mountains, Imohua suddenly froze, walked out of the carriage, and waved towards the distant forest. In the forest, there was a large tiger. The large tiger had come to see him off. A few days ago, Imohua had bid farewell to the large tiger in advance. This trip to Qian province required taking a cloud ferry across 9 provinces. The large tiger was a demon beast living in the deep mountains, so it couldn't accompany him. Imohua was worried that the large tiger wouldn't have enough to eat, so he asked his father, Imoshan, to bring some large dried fish when entering the deep mountains and feed it if he encountered a large tiger with dark white stripes. And this time, he didn't know when he would see the large tiger again. Imohua stood on the carriage, waving to the large tiger from afar. The large tiger silently watched Imohua, its gaze somewhat lost. Only when Imohua gradually faded away and its small figure disappeared did it lower its large head and turn back into the forest, its silhouette somewhat lonely. Chapter 576, Itinerary. A few days later, Imohua boarded a cloud ferry. This cloud ferry was smaller and simpler than the one his senior brother and senior sister had taken. Even so, it was still quite magnificent. The cloud ferry ascended into the clouds, stirring up layers of cloud wolves, a spectacular sight. Approximately 3 months later, the cloud ferry would enter Qian State. Imohua also needed to reach the Gondao sect in the 5th-rank Gakshu state of Qian State over 5 months later, before September, and find a way to join the sect. The cloud ferry floated in the sky, flying amidst the clouds. Although it was called flying, it wasn't true flying, at least not like a cultivator's flight. There was a sea of clouds in the sky, and within the sea of clouds were cloud veins. Within the cloud veins were air currents. These air currents formed strong winds that flowed powerfully through the 9 provinces' clouds, finally converging into Sun State. The cloud ferry utilized the air currents within the cloud veins to navigate between state borders. Imohua was initially quite curious, but after a few days, his curiosity faded, and he found it boring. On the cloud ferry, each cultivator had a guest room. The guest room was not large, meant for cultivation and rest. Imohua spent most of his time in his small guest room, cultivating quietly and studying formations. Being alone, he rarely went out to avoid trouble. He only ventured out when he went to eat. The cloud ferry had a large cabin where various items were sold. There were various meals, but they were rather expensive. Although Imohua could afford them, he didn't eat them often, only indulging occasionally. He wasn't short on spirit stones, but he knew he had to use them sparingly when traveling. There would be many places to spend spirit stones once he reached Qian State. In the large cabin, cultivators could also rent stalls to sell local specialties, as well as spirit tools, pills, and formations of different designs. Imohua browsed occasionally, broadening his horizons. It was the first time he had seen so many different kinds of spirit tools. There were parent-child blades, spears, halberds, flying needles, pear blossom needles, red sashes, iron locks, and so on. The most expensive among them were swords. Swords were the rulers of the myriad tools for cultivation. The techniques, Taoist arts, and item forging related to swords were vast, profound, and deeply learned. Even cultivators who wielded swords were separately called sword cultivators to distinguish them from spirit cultivators and body cultivators. Many cultivators enjoyed cultivating swords. However, sword cultivators valued both techniques and swordsmanship. The methods for forging sword tools were also secret transmissions, emphasizing inheritance and heritage. Therefore, in Great Black Mountain, almost no cultivators used swords. Most cultivators near Great Black Mountain used sabers. Even those who used swords actually treated them as sabers, using them like sabers. They used swords as ordinary spirit tools for combat, not truly becoming sword cultivators. The only sword cultivator Imohua had seen was probably Zhang Lan. His very heavy ancient sword, with its rustic pine pattern, was so precious that Imohua could barely lift it. Furthermore, sword cultivators were said to have different categories. There were body cultivators who used swords for close combat, their sword energy blending with their physical strength to split mountains and cleave seas. There were also spirit cultivators who used swords for long-range attacks, wielding their swords with their divine sense to kill enemies from 1,000 miles away. However, Imohua had never seen these firsthand and didn't know if they were true. Sword cultivator. Imohua had also thought before that with his strong divine sense, if he cultivated the art of sword control, moving his mind at will, controlling myriad flying swords to form a rain of swords, wouldn't that be both cool and powerful? It wasn't until he saw the prices of sword tools at the stalls on the Cloud Ferry that he silently abandoned this overconfident idea. Spiritual swords were too expensive. Any ordinary spiritual sword cost 7,000 to 8,000 spirit stones. Slightly better ones cost over 10,000. These sword tools were also prone to wear and tear. If they broke, they had to be repurchased. Unlike the aristocratic families and major sects, Their superior spiritual swords were ancestral heirlooms, made with precious materials, durable, and maintained over years, achieving unity between person and sword with astonishing power. Mo Hua sighed. Forget it, I'll just learn my formations. There's no need to learn mere swordsmanship. I can't afford it. In the large cabin of the Cloud Fairy, besides meals and spirit tools, there were also some pills and formations. As for pills, Mo Hua didn't bother looking. Old Man Foam, fearing any mishap for Mo Hua, had prepared quite a lot for him, including both first-rank and second-rank pills. These second-rank pills were refined with the help of a second-rank alchemist that Old Man Foam had gotten through connections. They were for restoring spirit, detoxifying, and warding off miasma. What interested Mo Hua the most were the formations. But this also greatly disappointed him. Most of the stallholders were first-rank formation masters, with very few second-rank ones. Even when cultivators occasionally sold second-rank formation diagrams, the prices were extremely exorbitant, and they weren't rare, making it a poor deal. Rather than spending spirit stones to buy these formation diagrams, it was better to try his luck, meditate on the 5 elements formation flow diagram, decipher the 5 elements origin patterns, and randomly draw 5 elements formations. Besides, Mo Hua also saw all sorts of cultivators. The Cloud Fairy passed through Li State, Kuan State, Dui State, and Qian State, finally arriving at Kan State. Cultivators from these states would appear on the Cloud Fairy, coming and going, bustling. Their clothing, attire, cultivation techniques, and spirit roots were all different. These passing cultivators had different customs, appearances, and behaviors. There were even some with spirit root attributes Mo Hua had never seen before. Although Mo Hua was curious, he didn't strike up conversations with anyone. He feared there might be bad people with ill intentions towards him. Hearts are hidden, and when traveling, it was better for a small cultivator like him to be cautious. Along the way, some cultivators, seeing Mo Hua's young age, would talk to him with a fake smile. Such a cute little brother. Little brother, are you alone? Then they would either say, I have an opportunity, or they would say, sister has something good to show you. Although Mo Hua was young, he had traveled before and could barely be considered an old hand. How could he not see their ulterior motives? In such situations, Mo Hua would pretend not to see them and completely ignore them. Anyway, with powerful cultivators stationed on the Cloud Fairy, these people wouldn't dare to act recklessly and cause trouble. Usually, if Mo Hua ignored them, they would get the hint and leave him alone with a disgruntled air. Thus, Mo Hua confined himself to his small room, practicing daily routines, persisting in studying formations, and at night, on the Dao Steel, he continued to practice second-rank formations, further strengthening his 14-pattern divine sense. When he had free time, he would study the 5 elements formation flow diagram and decipher some 5 elements formations. When he felt bored, he would go out to the deck and look at the vast sea of clouds. His days passed steadily and peacefully. After getting used to it, it even became somewhat monotonous. In this way, Mo Hua, being cautious and careful, spent 3 months, and the Cloud Fairy finally reached Qian State. The Cloud Fairy docked. Mo Hua packed his belongings and disembarked alone. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and apprehensive. As soon as he stepped off the Cloud Fairy, Mo Hua suddenly froze and looked up, his gaze filled with shock. Although all 9 provinces shared the same sky, the sky above the cultivators in each state was different. Most cultivators wouldn't notice this, but Mo Hua knew that there was a heavenly Tao grand formation in the sky, and he had seen it firsthand, so he could vaguely sense it. The grand formation in the sky of Qian State was entirely different from that of Li State. This meant that this part of the heavenly Tao grand formation had different formation patterns and layouts. As for what the differences were, Mo Hua's realm was still too low to see clearly. Mo Hua looked up at the sky again. Qian State. Qian, meaning heaven. The movements of heaven are strong. Thus, the superior person strives for self-improvement. No matter where he went, the sky above was the sky, the ground beneath was the earth. The sky had an eternally unchanging heavenly Tao grand formation, and the earth had a profound earthly essence that supported all things. He should also be like this, comprehending formations, seeking the heavenly Tao, and striving for self-improvement. Mo Hua nodded. The strangeness, unease, and apprehension of being in a foreign land gradually receded. With his storage bag slung over his shoulder, he held his head high and walked off the deck, facing the vast sky, and stepped onto the land of Qian State. Qian State was vast and had many state borders. These state borders varied in size, some being low-grade and others high-grade. One of the most renowned state borders was the 5th-rank Gakshu State border, where sects flourished and academic atmosphere was thriving. The Cloud Fairy landed in Songdu City, located in the 3rd-rank Songdu State border. The Songdu State border was still quite a distance from the Gakshu State border. Songdu City was a celestial city that had prospered and developed due to the Cloud Fairy. It had convenient transportation and frequent cultivator traffic. There were also many young men and women in the city, seemingly cultivators from various states, who had come to Qian State to study via cloud ferry. However, they were all escorted by their family elders or senior members. Only Mo Hua was alone. Mo Hua rested for a night in Chengdu City and set off the next day, leaving Chengdu City and traveling alone towards the Gakshu state border. Other studying cultivators either rode horses, took carriages, or traveled in cloud carriages. To save spirit stones, Mo Hua could only walk. He planned a route for himself. This route would start from Chengdu City, traverse mountains and rivers, pass through 2 second-rank state borders, and finally reach the 5th-rank Gakshu state border. Although it was a detour, because they were all second-rank state borders, it was safer. It was better to be cautious when traveling. In second-rank state borders, which restricted foundation establishment cultivation, Mo Hua's early foundation establishment strength, coupled with his formations and spells, allowed him to navigate with ease. Even if he encountered someone he couldn't defeat, he could still escape using his stealth art and flowing water steps. However, if he went to a 3rd-rank state border and, by bad luck, encountered a golden core cultivator with ill intentions who wanted to take his life, it would truly be the end. A golden core cultivator was not something a mere early foundation establishment cultivator like him could contend with. Perhaps a single flying sword could kill him. Therefore, it was better to be a coward when necessary. As long as he could reach the Gaksha state border within a month and a half and join the Gondao sect, it would be fine. Mo Hua calculated his walking speed and distance, and the time should be more than enough. Moreover, along the way, he could also practice the 2nd-rank flowing water steps. In Immortal Pass City, he had only learned it roughly and hadn't studied it deeply, nor had he had many opportunities to use it. This journey was a perfect chance to learn by doing, improving his proficiency in the 2nd-rank flowing water steps. Such a life-saving movement technique had to be practiced a lot, until it became second nature. A single moment of slackness could cost him his life in a moment of crisis. Once Mo Hua had made his plans, he packed his belongings and set off alone along the main road towards the academic region of Qian State. Along the way, he endured the wind and slept under the stars. When no one was around, Mo Hua used the flowing water steps to travel, moving like flowing water, wind at his heels. When he was tired, he would rest. Occasionally, he encountered some caravans that, under legitimate banners, with cultivators who had upright auras and appearances, and no ill intentions detected by divine sense, Mo Hua would approach them. He would occasionally share their meals or their rides. It also gave him a chance to rest. These cultivators were mostly very enthusiastic. Seeing Mo Hua's young age and his solo journey, they were somewhat surprised and would offer him some wine and meat. He didn't accept favors without reason. Mo Hua would glance at them and point out any problems with the caravan's formations, helping to fix them. This surprised them even more. When parting, they would often give Mo Hua some gifts. Although not valuable, they were a token of their thoughtfulness, and Mo Hua was very happy. Occasionally, there were also dangers, such as demon beasts in the mountains, wanted cultivators traveling alone, or groups of cultivators that, while they could deceive others, couldn't deceive Mo Hua, who could tell at a glance that they were evil cultivators. Mo Hua had seen many demonic cultivators. When he had followed his martial uncle on his travels, he had seen a large number of demonic cultivators, alive, dead, or transformed from living to dead upon encountering his martial uncle. Demonic cultivators had impure auras, and their divine sense carried a foul sensation. Mo Hua's divine sense was sharp, making it easy for him to distinguish them. However, he couldn't do anything about it, and could only avoid them from afar. As a small cultivator in an unfamiliar place, these troubles were not something he could get involved in. His priority was to stay low-key, discreetly, and travel alone to the Gaksha state border to join a sect and pursue cultivation as soon as possible. Along the way, he occasionally passed by celestial cities or small towns. Mo Hua generally stayed temporarily, rested, asked for directions, and checked if there would be any dangers ahead. Cultivators in celestial cities were mostly indifferent. Instead, some small towns had simple customs, and the cultivators were both enthusiastic and talkative. Go forward, climb over the mountain, pass the small slope, follow the mountain path, and after another few hundred miles, pass a few small celestial cities, and you should be close to the Gakshu state border. There are demon beasts in the mountains. You're a small child. You need to be careful. If it gets too dark, the road will be difficult to travel, so stay overnight in that dilapidated temple in the mountains. That dilapidated temple used to be a mountain god temple, dedicated to the mountain god. Later, the mountain god cultivated into an evil spirit and was killed by several elders from the Gakshu state border. Now the temple is empty. Cultivators along the road who are delayed in leaving the mountain will stay there. These words were spoken by a hunched-over old man. The old man ran a noodle shop in the town. Mo Hua was hungry and ordered a large bowl of noodles, chatting with the old man as he ate. Mo Hua politely thanked the old man. The old man stroked his beard, nodded slightly, and then asked curiously, "Are you from out of town, child? Why are you alone?" "I'm going out for some experience," Mo Hua replied. The old man shook his head. What kind of experience can a child like you have? I'm 15 years old. I'm not young anymore. The old man snorted. 15 years old is not much. In our place, those under 20 are still considered children. Mo Hua asked for details and finally understood. Qian State was a large state with a pleasant climate, generally much more prosperous than Li State. Even the lives of rogue cultivators were better than those in Li State. And the cultivators in Qian State generally cultivated for longer. This was especially true for cultivators with some family wealth or those from families and sects. They didn't have to resort to body tempering and strengthening their bodies to make a living if their cultivation failed, unlike ordinary rogue cultivators. Instead, they could continue cultivating until their early 20s. They would nurture their bodies and lay a solid foundation before breaking through to foundation establishment. If that didn't work out, they could be assigned to family businesses to gain experience slowly. Therefore, before the age of 20, they were still considered to be in an age of carefree cultivation and enlightenment. Mo Hua felt a little helpless. He thought he was already a young lad at 15. But in these large states, he was still considered half a child. The old man sized up Mo Hua and then asked, "Have you reached foundation establishment?" "Yes." Mo Hua nodded. The old man showed some regret. "Too hasty. Your spiritual energy, your vital energy, why rush into foundation establishment without solidifying it properly? Are you trying to reach foundation establishment by the age of 20 so you can join a sect?" Mo Hua nodded. The old man sighed. "It's not that simple. Your foundation establishment is so thin. Even if you reach foundation establishment before 20, they won't accept you. Moreover, your spirit root doesn't seem to be very good." Mo Hua didn't hide anything and truthfully replied, "Only middle to lower grade." The old man was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. "It's difficult." Mo Hua initially wanted to ask, "What if I have an entry token?" But he thought about it and decided not to ask. When traveling, one should not reveal their wealth. Near Qian State, there were many disciples seeking education. Such a thing as an entry token would undoubtedly be very precious, and it was best not to let others know about it, lest they become covetous. Mo Hua then asked, "Do you know about the Gondao sect?" "Everyone knows about the Gondao sect," the old man said, then suddenly exclaimed, "You're not thinking of joining the Gondao sect, are you?" Mo Hua nodded. "I'll try my luck." The old man frantically shook his head. "That's even less likely. The Gondao sect is one of the 4 great sects in the Gakshu state border, and it's a top-tier major sect. In the previous Gakshu Dao debates, they have always been at least in the top 3. With your aptitude and Dao foundation, it's impossible for you to enter. Are there no exceptions?" Mo Hua asked. "Exceptions?" The old man paused. "Then I wouldn't know. But what exceptions could there be? Even if you were the sect leader's illegitimate son." The old man frowned. "It's probably still difficult. You have no idea how high the threshold for these sects is. They value spirit roots extremely highly." Mo Hua also frowned. Valuing spirit roots so highly. It seemed he had underestimated the matter of joining the sect. He wondered if the Gondao sect would recognize the entry token. If not, he would have to make other plans. Mo Hua finished his noodles, chatted with the old man for a while longer, then paid the spirit stones and set off again, heading towards the distant deep mountains. Seeing Mo Hua, so small and alone on his journey, the old man frowned, still somewhat worried, and exhorted him, "Child, be careful, try not to travel at night. If you can't help it, stay at the mountain god temple." "Thank you, Grandpa, I understand. Also, be careful of human traffickers." Mo Hua was startled. "Human traffickers?" "Yes." The old man nodded and said in a low voice, "This is Qian State. Although the sects have great power, the Dao court manages things strictly, and public security is good, but some people will do anything for spirit stones." Mo Hua said, "Human traffickers? Who do they traffic?" The old man pointed at Mo Hua. "Mainly people like you." Mo Hua was momentarily stunned, then he understood. Qian State was a region for cultivation and seeking education. Among the various powers, many talented young cultivators would come here to study. Therefore, kidnapping studying cultivators and extorting huge amounts of spirit stones from their families was a lucrative but dangerous profession. Even without extortion, these genius cultivators, with their top-grade spirit roots and excellent aptitude, could be sold for a considerable amount of spirit stones. Trafficking cultivators. Mo Hua nodded. "Okay, I'll remember." The old man didn't know if Mo Hua had truly remembered or was just pretending, and stopped talking, just looking at Mo Hua with a worried expression. Mo Hua waved goodbye to the old man, then turned around, his steps light, and walked alone along the mountain path towards the distant deep mountains. Chapter 577, Frightening Night. The deep mountains were precipitous, and the scenery was beautiful and secluded. Fallen leaves lay thick on the ground, and after rotting, they mingled with the soil, feeling soft underfoot. Pale yellow miasma floated in the mountains. Milky white clouds coiled in the forests. A babbling stream flowed from an unknown source, soaking the rugged rocks, and flowed to an unknown destination. Mo Hua swallowed a miasma-repelling pill to dispel the miasma within him. He released his spiritual sense, guarding against the demonic beasts in the forest, and carefully walked north along the rugged mountain path. He walked for more than half a day until the sun set, casting a twilight glow over the mountains, making the deep forest even more dark and profound. Mo Hua looked up and found that the night was deep, the fog was heavy, and the miasma was dense, blocking his spiritual sense. The range of his spiritual sense perception was less than half of what it was during the day. The demonic energy in the mountains also gradually thickened. Some demonic beasts that prospered by night and slept by day seemed to be gradually waking up. In the desolate night, they let out strange, inexplicable low roars that echoed deeply in the mountains. Mo Hua frowned. It seemed he couldn't travel at night. He recalled the old man's mention of a broken temple and, relying on his memory, released his spiritual sense, found a direction, and walked towards a hidden mountain path. After passing through a patch of woods and climbing over a giant rock, he continued for another half an hour and finally saw a broken temple nestled in the mountainside. The temple was dilapidated but had a slight trace of human presence, as if occasional cultivators passed by and rested here. The demonic energy and miasma nearby were also weaker. In front of the broken temple, there was a stone staircase, simple and steep. Mo Hua ascended the steps, his movements as swift as flowing water, his steps light. In a short while, he arrived before the entrance of the broken temple. One of the temple's main doors was missing, and the other was mottled from exposure to the sun and rain. Entering the temple, the walls were riddled with holes, and it was dirty and messy. The cold moonlight shone down from the roof, illuminating a mud statue in the center. Its face was pale, exuding a sinister aura. This mud statue had a narrow face with human-like features, yet it was not quite human. Under the moonlight, its eyes appeared eerie. Piercing through the dark night, it seemed to stare at Mo Hua, neither fully human nor fully beast. Mo Hua was fearless. He opened his large eyes and met the gaze of the mud statue. After a moment of staring, as the moonlight shifted, the mud statue's gaze, as if by its own volition, slowly moved away. However, Mo Hua did not let it go. He walked directly to the mud statue and stared at it with profound eyes. The mud statue immediately became still and well-behaved. Mo Hua jumped onto the altar and examined the mud statue carefully, muttering to himself, "This is strange. Why is there nothing here? There should be something. I couldn't have misread it." Mo Hua looked bewildered. The mud statue's eyes had lost their luster, and it wished it could close them. Mo Hua licked his lips. What a shame. Then he jumped off the altar, cleared a space, and with his spiritual sense controlling ink, drew a warm fire formation. As the warm fire formation lit up, an orange-yellow fire rose, dispelling the darkness in the temple and the coldness of the mountains. Mo Hua, wrapped in a small blanket, felt very warm as he roasted himself by the fire. As the warmth spread, Mo Hua suddenly felt hungry. He rummaged through his storage bag and pulled out some mountain yams and dried meat, placing them on the warm fire formation to roast. Roasting by the fire, eating the fragrant and glutinous mountain yams, chewing on the spicy beef, and drinking the sweet fruit wine brewed by his mother. Mo Hua swayed his head and body, feeling utterly content. After eating his fill, Mo Hua extinguished the warm fire formation, wrapped himself tightly in his small blanket, and, utilizing the residual warmth on the ground, fell asleep. The broken temple quieted down. The cold moonlight shone down again, illuminating the eyes of the mud statue on the altar. The mud statue's icy eyes slowly lowered, looking at Mo Hua, who was wrapped up like a little zongzi, sleeping soundly and oblivious to his surroundings. The mud statue's gaze flickered, lost in thought. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a faint white light appeared on the mud statue. This light was ethereal and illusory, indistinct and obscure. It could be perceived by spiritual sense, but not by sight. The white light gradually stretched and slowly condensed into a narrow human figure. It emerged from the mud statue, its body human-like, its face demonic, with long whiskers and narrow eyes, and covered in yellow fur. This demonic shadow tiptoed, accompanied by gusts of eerie wind, and slowly approached Mo Hua. It extended its long claws and said in a sinister voice, "Little friend, look back. See who I am." It intended to transmit this ominous sound into the little cultivator's dream, to awaken him from his slumber. But before it could finish, it saw Mo Hua, who had been fast asleep, suddenly turn his little head. His large eyes stared at it, and he asked, "Who are you?" The demonic shadow with the sinister face was startled. You're not asleep?" Then it was surprised again. "No, you can see me? Aren't you asking me to look at you?" Mo Hua asked strangely. No. The demonic shadow shook its head repeatedly. Its intention of looking was in a dream, to see the monstrous nightmare it had manifested, not to actually look with its eyes in reality. The demonic shadow was a little flustered. What's going on with this little brat? How could he see himself? Could it be? His spiritual sense is too strong? That's impossible. How strong can the spiritual sense of such a little brat be? Who are you? Emohua asked again. The demonic shadow regained its composure, its face showing anger. Just as it was about to say something, it saw Emohua's eyes, clear and sharp, even with a hint of strangeness, as if he could see right through it. The demonic shadow felt a tremor in its heart, and then heard Emohua's crisp voice. Are you the thing that was in the mud statue just now? The mud statue in the mountain god temple. Are you the mountain god? No, the old man from the mountain told me that the mountain god had become an evil spirit and was already killed. So, you're an imposter? A human body with a demonic face, parasitizing a mud statue, indicates you are neither human nor demon, but a divine sense, either a naturally born evil spirit or a ghost transformed from a human. The demonic shadow's heart sank. How does this little brat know so much? How old is he? He talks as if he's been dealing with these evil spirits and ghosts every day. The demonic shadow revealed its ferocity and said, Scared, huh? Since you know, why don't you quickly? Before it finished speaking, a fireball whizzed towards it. This fireball was fast and accurate, with flames swirling around it, heading straight for the demonic shadow's face. However, the fireball did not hit its mark. Instead, it passed through the demonic shadow's face and flew directly out of the temple. With an explosion, flames spread, incinerating several rocks. The demonic shadow was stunned, then enraged. A fireball technique aimed at its face. This little outsider cultivator is too impolite to throw a fireball without a word. Fortunately, it was a divine sense body. Spells made of spiritual energy couldn't harm its thought body. Otherwise, if it took that hit to the face, wouldn't it be disfigured? How dare you? The demonic shadow's face was filled with anger. It wanted to teach this little cultivator a lesson and show him some of the rules of cultivation. But Emohua acted as if he didn't see it. Fireball technique is useless. Is it because its destructive power is only at the spiritual energy level? Evil thought. Divine sense. Emohua mused and muttered to himself. His previous confrontations of spiritual sense were all within the sea of consciousness. Each spell and technique was a manifestation of spiritual sense, capable of harming evil thought. But now, outside the sea of consciousness, Emohua lacked experience and didn't know what methods would be effective. Emohua pondered to himself. The demonic shadow became even more enraged. Such a young brat, completely disregarding it. It was as if he didn't put it in his eyes at all. It was once a mountain god, worshipped by people. Although it had fallen on hard times, it shouldn't have been bullied to this extent by a little brat. In its own temple, with the blessing of its own statue, its thought power was stable. It was also a divine sense body, unharmed by blood and uncorrupted by spiritual energy, essentially invincible. Originally, it planned to scare the brat away, considering its young age. But since he was so unappreciative, it had no choice but to use some force to let him know the perils of cultivation. The demonic shadow's eyes turned scarlet, its aura surged and climbed. Its originally slender form gradually thickened, its limbs grew hair, transforming into a giant weasel. Emohua, instead of being scared, found it novel. He had seen transformations into evil spirits and zombies, but this was the first time he had seen a transformation into a weasel. The weasel stared at Emohua with ferocious eyes, seemingly about to attack. Emohua pondered for a moment and decided to strike first. With a slight point of his hand, he drew a golden lock formation at the weasel's feet using spirit ink. The first-rank golden lock formation was simple, so it was drawn quickly. Once the golden lock formation was formed, chains appeared, locking the weasel's demonic shadow. Bound by the golden lock formation, the weasel struggled a few times and broke the chains, escaping. However, it was greatly shocked. Formation? Without a brush or paper, how did this brat set it up? Emohua secretly nodded. His guess was correct. The power of a spell is determined by spiritual energy. While the damage of a formation is also composed of spiritual energy, it contains the principles of the great Tao and condenses a large amount of divine sense. Using divine sense to counteract divine sense. Therefore, spells could not harm it. But formations were effective against this bloodless, fleshless, spiritless, energyless, weasel demonic shadow, which was unharmed by physical attacks and spiritual energy. However, compared to formations composed purely of divine sense in the sea of consciousness, the power was slightly weaker. But it was effective, which was good. Moreover, what he was using now was only a first-rank formation. Emohua took out several bottles of spirit ink and began to concentrate, controlling the ink with his divine sense, constructing more complex formations. Seeing Emohua's calm expression, the weasel felt a slight panic. It felt that things were slightly beyond its control. This brat was not flustered or panicked, attacking one move after another with full confidence. It felt it couldn't see through him. Should it give up? But as a dignified mountain god, wouldn't it be a laughingstock if it couldn't defeat a mere brat? The weasel hardened its heart and, gritting its teeth, prepared to pounce on Emohua. However, before it could get close to Mo Hua, golden ink patterns appeared beneath its feet, condensing into 3 golden lock formations, firmly trapping it. The weasel used its claws and teeth, struggling with all its might to break free. Even though it was in a weakened state now, its strength was not what it used to be, but it could still handle a first-rank golden lock formation. But before it could fully break free, it looked down and saw more golden lock formations appearing beneath its feet. The weasel was both surprised and fearful. What's going on with this brat? What kind of education did he receive? How can he still draw formations like this? If this is how he draws formations, I can't win. The weasel felt a desire to retreat. Should I beg for mercy? As soon as this thought arose, the weasel rejected it. As a dignified mountain god, how could it beg for mercy from a mere brat? Wouldn't it be laughed to death? I'll just hold on for now. Even if a small cultivator has stronger divine sense and learns formations well, how long can he last? When both of them can't hold on any longer, it will pretend to fight to a draw and call it a truce, so as not to lose too much face. But before it could finish its thoughts, its eyelids suddenly twitched wildly. It discovered that fiery red patterns had appeared all around it, with surging spiritual energy flowing within them, an immense divine sense surging. A second-rank formation. And not just any second-rank formation, but at least a low-grade second-rank formation with 12 or even 13 patterns, a killing formation. The weasel's heart trembled. It widened its eyes and immediately abandoned its dignity as a mountain god, shouting, little friend, let's talk about it." Mo Hua ignored it and continued to draw the formation. The weasel gritted its teeth and shouted, "Young master, little ancestor, please stop drawing. If you draw any more, it will be life-threatening." It had painstakingly condensed this residual body. If it were to be blown up again, it would truly be annihilated and never to be reborn. Mo Hua stopped. It wasn't that he truly wanted to stop, but he couldn't draw anymore either. Although his divine sense was strong, using this high-difficulty divine sense formation technique to draw a second-rank 13-pattern earth-fire formation was already somewhat strenuous. Drawing the golden lock formation earlier had consumed a lot of his divine sense. Now, this second-rank earth-fire formation would likely not be completed, and even if it were, his divine sense would be on the verge of depletion. Moreover, since this weasel was so sensible and had already called him little ancestor, Mo Hua, being magnanimous, decided to spare it for now. Mo Hua walked up to the weasel and asked, "You wanted to harm me?" The weasel replied helplessly, "I just wanted to scare you." Mo Hua was puzzled. "Why would you scare me for no reason?" The weasel gave a wry smile. "Your divine sense is a bit peculiar. As soon as you entered, you kept staring at the mountain god statue, as if you had seen something. I was afraid you would discover my true nature and bring disaster, so I wanted to scare you into leaving early. I had no other ill intentions." "Oh." Mo Hua nodded, half believing, half doubting. He then asked, "Who are you?" The weasel said, "I am the mountain god of this place." Mo Hua raised his eyebrows. "Nonsense, the mountain god here was killed." The weasel quickly said, "I wouldn't dare lie to you, little friend. I am indeed the mountain god, named Huang Shanjun. I wear the skin of a yellow demon. My surname is Huang, and I am a mountain god, hence the name Shanjun, mountain lord. In the past, when I was cultivating, something went wrong, and evil thought grew, which is why I was killed by a righteous cultivator once. But because my roots were deep, a sliver of life was preserved. Over the years, I have resided in this broken temple, dispelling miasma and repelling demons, and providing a place for traveling cultivators to rest. In a way, I have accumulated some good karma. Furthermore, with the worship of the mountain god statue, I have gained a trace of incense. This has condensed this residual body, although my strength is greatly diminished, and I am merely lingering on." Huang Shanjun sighed. Mo Hua saw that his expression did not seem fake, so he reluctantly believed him a little, but still sternly threatened, "You better not lie to me, or I'll eat you." Huang Shanjun was stunned and couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, this is a child after all. He doesn't even know how to threaten someone. He is a divine sense body. How could he possibly? Huang Shanjun suddenly stiffened. As soon as the word eat appeared, he felt that it had triggered karma, and his heart trembled involuntarily. Can this little cultivator really eat him? No. Perhaps he has already eaten quite a lot. Huang Shanjun opened his mouth, his eyes full of terror. What exactly is this little cultivator? Why is he even more terrifying than me? Huang Shanjun wished he could slap himself. Why was he so unlucky to provoke this little calamity? When this little ancestor entered the door back then, shouldn't he have just hidden in the mud statue and played dead? Why did he have to be so stupid as to take a look at him? That one look almost cost him his life. Huang Shanjun felt bitter in his heart. Mo Hua, however, stared at Huang Shanjun and suddenly asked, "I have a few questions for you." Huang Shanjun immediately shed his demonic form and revealed his human body with a demonic face, saying respectfully, "Little sir, please ask." Mo Hua asked, "Your body is a divine sense. But is it considered human or a demon? And what exactly is a mountain god? How does one become a god? Mo Hua asked several questions in a row. Huang Shanjun was somewhat surprised. He thought that this little cultivator, with such great abilities and mastery of divine sense combat, must have an extremely profound family heritage. However, the questions he asked were somewhat inconsistent in depth. He knew things he shouldn't, and not only knew them but was frighteningly proficient. But there were things he should know that he seemed to know very little about. Is his inheritance incomplete, or did his master only teach him half? Huang Shanjun speculated in his heart, but did not dare to conceal anything. He was afraid that this little cultivator was bluffing him, pretending to be ignorant when he knew, and then using his words against him to eat him. The dangers of cultivation were not impossible. Huang Shanjun said, all divine sense bodies in the world are like cultivator's spiritual sense, ghost spectral thought, and evil spirit's malevolent thought. All are illusory and insubstantial thought bodies. Ghosts are thought bodies. When cultivators reach the end of their lifespan, their bodies die and their Tao dissipates. The divine sense transformed after death are generally ghosts. Ghosts and evil spirits. Their consciousness scatters and mutates, and they devour human spiritual sense to maintain their own spectral thought. Especially the spiritual sense of close relatives, which is a great tonic for ghosts. God is also a type of thought body. But becoming a god is very demanding, related to the great Tao, karma, worship, incense, and the like. I am just a small mountain god. I received some incense and worship, and by chance, I obtained the divine position of a mountain god. But as for more profound matters, I am not clear. Especially, Huang Shanjun's face showed fear. It is said that in this world, there are also primordial, ancient, supreme demon gods, evil gods, and demon gods. These beings are invisible, unknowable, and even close to Tao, close to immortal. Mo Hua's heart slightly tightened. This cultivation world seemed to be larger, deeper, and more terrifying and complex than he had imagined. Mo Hua glanced at Huang Shanjun again and asked doubtfully, mountain gods cultivate the righteous path. Are they good? Huang Shanjun gave an embarrassed laugh. I suppose so. At least my divine sense is clear. I desire incense. I wish to accumulate good karma, and I have good fruits of merit. Then why did you turn evil before? And why were you killed? Mo Hua asked curiously. Huang Shanjun seemed as if a knife had stabbed his chest. He hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, this, alas, in cultivation, it is inevitable to make mistakes. As a mountain god, I lived too comfortably, and my divine sense had not grown for a long time, so I had wicked thoughts and ate a few people. Mo Hua's gaze turned cold. Huang Shanjun felt a chill all over his body and immediately said, it wasn't me, it was the me from before. Mo Hua's little face turned stern. Wasn't the previous you? Huang Shanjun was on the verge of tears. Evil thought grew, one body with two thought. I couldn't help it. And then, I ate a few people. Although my divine sense became tainted, it did indeed become stronger. Just as the previous me, was congratulating myself, I was discovered by cultivators from nearby righteous sects. There was a white-robed sword cultivator with profound realm. He killed me with a single sword. After killing me, due to my previous good karma, a sliver of my aura remained. That sword cultivator said things like, heaven has compassion for all life. Life and death are not absolute. Leave a sliver of hope, and spared me. But he also warned me that if I committed evil again, he would exterminate me completely. So, little friend, I really dare not harm you. Huang Shanjun wished he could open his heart and show it to Mo Hua. Mo Hua nodded, and then suddenly remembered another question. You are a mountain god, a divine sense body. So how did that sword cultivator cut you with a sword? Is it? As if recalling the scene at that time, extreme terror still lingered in Huang Shanjun's eyes. Divine sense manifests as a sword. Mo Hua was stunned, and then his eyes lit up. Divine sense. Manifesting as a sword. Chapter 578, Human Traffickers. Mo Hua excitedly asked, divine sense manifesting as sword? How is it done? What does the manifested sword look like? How is it controlled by divine sense? Lord Huangshan's expression was complicated. How would I know? I was the one killed by divine sense manifesting as sword, not the one who used it to kill. Mo Hua then asked, is divine sense manifesting as sword very powerful? Lord Huangshan nodded. Look at my pathetic state after being killed, and you'll know. Mo Hua glanced at Lord Huangshan, with a hint of doubt. You don't seem very powerful either. How can that prove divine sense manifesting as sword is powerful? Lord Huangshan was mortally embarrassed. That was then, this is now. Back then, I was lord of the mountain. This entire mountain was under my command. It's just that I made a wrong step, nurtured evil spirits, and my cultivation was ruined, which is why I'm so pathetic, defeated by you, a fallen tiger being. Mo Hua frowned, his gaze dangerous. Lord Huangshan immediately swallowed the words, bullied by a dog. It couldn't be said that a fallen tiger was being bullied by a dog. This young cultivator is quite capable, at least a little tiger, and a little fierce tiger. A little fierce tiger that eats people. If I can avoid it, I shouldn't provoke it. Mo Hua still didn't quite believe him. Were you really that powerful before? Naturally. Mo Hua pondered. This is a second-rank minor state in Qian Prefecture. No matter how powerful you are, you're just a second-rank mountain god. How powerful can you be? You wouldn't understand. I used to be. Lord Huangshan's face was long and narrow, full of arrogance, but halfway through his speech, he stopped abruptly and said with an awkward laugh, I was indeed just a second-rank minor mountain god. Mo Hua looked at him suspiciously. Lord Huangshan felt guilty under Mo Hua's stare, rolled his eyes towards the sky, and pretended nothing had happened. Mo Hua felt that there was a big problem, but now that it had softened, it was not good to be too harsh, and after all, it was a mountain god, so he couldn't be too impolite. Mo Hua was still more concerned about the matter of divine sense manifesting his sword. What does a sword cultivator who can manifest their divine sense as a sword look like? Do you know their name? Lord Huangshan shook his head. I don't know. I only remember he was dressed all in white, like a celestial being, and that terrifying sword intent. As for what he looked like, I didn't dare to look closely, and I certainly didn't dare to ask his name. What sect or school was he from? Lord Huangshan still shook his head. Mo Hua was helpless and looked at Lord Huangshan with disdain. Why don't you know anything? Lord Huangshan was very helpless. What can I do? I was cut down by a sword. I'm avoiding that person as much as possible. How could I dare to ask so many questions? A white-clothed sword cultivator, killing an evil mountain god. Mo Hua could only record this clue and then find a way to investigate after joining a sect. See if he can find out who it was that manifested divine sense as a sword, find the method of manifesting divine sense as a sword, and master the technique of externalizing divine sense and manifesting it as a sword. This way, if he encounters some evil spirits or divine senses like Lord Huangshan, he can also manifest his divine sense as a sword in the sea of consciousness and cut them down with a single sword. Mo Hua muttered to himself. Lord Huangshan shivered immediately. It didn't know what Mo Hua was plotting in his little head, but it knew without thinking that it couldn't be anything good, and it might be something very terrifying. Otherwise, it wouldn't feel a chill on its neck. Little sir. Lord Huangshan put on an extremely kind, even somewhat fawning smile. The mountain wind is cool. You should rest early, so you can travel well tomorrow morning. It wanted to get rid of this little ancestor as soon as possible. I'm not sleepy, Mo Hua said. He had a Dao steel in his sea of consciousness, so he didn't feel sleepy even without sleeping. Lord Huangshan felt bitter in his heart. Oh, little ancestor, please be sleepy. If you're not sleepy, this long night will be very hard for me to endure. Mo Hua still had many things to ponder. For example, how to become a mountain god. What is good karma? If a mountain god develops evil spirits, will it become an evil god? Why does it need to eat incense? Why does it need to be worshipped? And so on. It was still early until dawn, and Mo Hua wanted to grab Lord Huangshan and ask him one by one. But as he was about to speak, he suddenly froze and looked towards the door. Lord Huangshan saw Mo Hua's strange behavior and was a little surprised. A moment later, he also froze. Someone is coming from outside. Mo Hua nodded. Lord Huangshan's expression was shocked. It now understood that this young cultivator's divine sense must be extraordinary. In its own mountain realm, it could sense the slightest disturbance before he could. We should hide. Lord Huangshan looked at Mo Hua timidly, seeking his opinion. Mo Hua nodded, and it breathed a sigh of relief, turning into a wisp of white smoke that curled and merged into the mountain god statue. Mo Hua wiped away the warm fire formation on the ground, cast the flowing water steps, and walked vertically along the wall onto the roof beam, hiding behind a large, but half-broken beam, and cast an invisibility technique to hide well. Soon, faint footsteps sounded outside the temple. Although their footsteps were suppressed in the quiet mountain night, especially in Mo Hua's perception, they were still clearly audible. Two unfamiliar cultivators hid outside the temple door, lowering their bodies, peeping into the temple, and simultaneously releasing their divine sense to scan the area. Only then did they relax their guard and say to those behind them, Big brother, there's no one in the temple. More people spoke successively. It's too late. This bird of a road is too difficult to walk. We've been tired for days. Let's rest in the temple for a while. May the mountain god bless us. Our heads are on our own necks. Our lives are in our own hands. What's there to bless from the mountain god? A group of people chattered and walked into the ruined temple. Mo Hua peeked through the gaps in the beam by moonlight and saw that the ruined temple was bustling with more than a dozen people. Most of them were at the early foundation establishment stage. Some carried sabers, some wore swords, and a few pushed mountain carts, on which were placed several storage boxes, with unknown contents inside. A cultivator in the lead, wearing green, with a sword, of middle age, looked refined and cultured. Although his cultivation was also at the early foundation establishment stage, it was clearly deeper than others, and his footwork was also very methodical. Mo Hua heard others call him Boss Jiang. Boss Jiang entered the temple, looked around, and nodded. We've traveled day and night, brothers. Everyone is tired, so let's rest in the temple. We'll continue traveling tomorrow morning. Once we deliver the goods, we can save some spirit stones and live more comfortably. His voice was gentle and elegant. The other cultivators nodded, put down their luggage, found a clean spot in the temple, and sat down cross-legged. Some took out dry rations to eat, some drank alcohol to relieve fatigue, and some, perhaps too sleepy, laid down and slept. A few others were talking in low voices, and Mo Hua pricked up his ears to listen. Boss, how many more days? 3 to 4 days of travel. How much can we earn? Don't think too much, let's get it first. The others. It's just us. The few chatted for a long time. Mo Hua listened with some confusion, not knowing what they were talking about. Just as he was about to listen further, Boss Jiang's expression suddenly changed. Something's wrong. The other cultivators were startled. Boss, what's wrong? What happened? Boss Jiang stood up, slowly looked around. His gaze sharpened. There's someone here. Mo Hua was somewhat surprised. The crowd in the ruined temple was even more shocked. They all got up, released their divine senses, scanned carefully, and then frowned. Boss, there's no one here. Boss Jiang wiped the ground with his hand, his gaze vigilant. The ground is still warm, which means a cultivator recently warmed themselves here. He looked around again and found the sweet potato peels Mo Hua had eaten. He held the sweet potato peels, his expression confused. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Boss, look. Boss Jiang heard the sound and immediately walked over. Following the direction indicated by that person, he saw that on the ground, there were scattered patterns, as if they had just been drawn over. Boss Jiang's heart trembled. This is a formation. Then his gentle gaze suddenly became sharp, and he said sternly, Everyone, be on guard. All the cultivators present instantly lost their sleepiness. They drew their sabers and swords, circulated their spiritual energy, and their expressions became extremely solemn. But after a moment, there was still no sound in the ruined temple. Whether seen with the naked eye or perceived by divine sense, they found no trace. Someone hesitated. Boss, could you be mistaken? Boss Jiang frowned, pondered for a moment, and shook his head. No, the formation was just wiped away, and it's still warm, which means someone stayed in this ruined temple not long ago. In this desolate wilderness, on this remote road, there is only this ruined temple. That person definitely won't leave. Most likely, seeing that we are many, they hid themselves. Or perhaps, they are ambushing us. The other cultivators' expressions turned grim. Boss, what should we do? Boss Jiang pondered for a moment, then looked at the ruined temple and said loudly, Fellow Taoist, why don't you show yourself? Meeting is fate. We have no enmity, and we will not harm you. Meeting in the wilderness, let's be friends. Boss Jiang's words were polite, but Mo Hua was unmoved. He didn't know if these people were good or bad, as hearts are hidden behind faces. Boss Jiang's lips were worn out. Seeing that there was still no movement around, his gaze turned cold, and he said solemnly, Fellow Taoist, if you don't appreciate this offer, don't blame me for being impolite. When I dismantle this ruined temple, smash this idol, and level this place, I'll see where you can hide. Dismantle the temple? Mo Hua was stunned. He looked down and saw Lord Huang Shan, who was parasitizing the idol, showing anger but also helplessness. It was in a sorry state now and couldn't deal with these foundation establishment cultivators. If its home was dismantled and its clay statue destroyed, it might truly be rooted out. Mo Hua didn't care. The mountain was so big, the night was so deep, even if the temple was dismantled, he could still run. But Lord Huang Shan, the mountain god, could run, but the temple couldn't. He still had a pile of questions he wanted to ask this fallen mountain god. Mo Hua thought for a moment, then withdrew his invisibility technique and said in a clear voice, I'm out. Boss Jiang was startled by the sound. He thought that anyone who dared to settle down in the dark and deep mountains must be a seasoned cultivator who was used to traveling at night. But why did this voice sound so young? Before he could recover, he saw a small cultivator jump down from the roof beam, with a petite body, a handsome face, and an innocent expression. Boss Jiang was stunned, then a chill ran through him, and he couldn't help but ask, Are you human or ghost? Mo Hua rolled his eyes at him. You're the ghost? Boss Jiang saw that Mo Hua's voice and appearance were lively and vivid, and indeed did not look like a ghost, but a living young cultivator. He was slightly relieved. But then, he frowned again. You're alone? Mo Hua naturally wouldn't say he was alone. He just said, I got separated from my master and senior brothers and sister. I'm temporarily resting in the ruined temple and will go find them tomorrow. As a sect. Boss Jiang frowned slightly, but didn't take it to heart. But there was one thing he was very confused about, so he said solemnly, Why didn't we find you when we entered the temple? Mo Hua said righteously. How should I know? If you can't find me, shouldn't you look for the reason within yourselves? Is it that your cultivation is insufficient, your divine sense is not strong enough, or your alertness is lacking? What does it have to do with me, a child? The group of people blushed with shame and anger at Emohua's words, but they seemed unable to refute him. It seemed they could only blame their own incompetence. They couldn't blame the child for hiding well. Emohua nodded slightly, seeing their self-awareness. A big man leaned close to Boss Jiang, his lips moving, and said in a very faint voice, "What should we do? Should we?" The big man's eyes were cold, and he brought his hands together to form a blade. His movements were small, his voice was light, but Emohua's divine sense was powerful, so he still heard it, but he pretended not to hear. Boss Jiang said solemnly, "No hurry, let's see the situation." He couldn't quite figure out the young cultivator's background and couldn't figure out this little brat's identity. Boss Jiang frowned and pondered, then his eyes flashed, and he asked, "Little brother, did you draw the formations in this temple? The warm fire formation?" Emohua thought for a moment and nodded. "I drew it." Boss Jiang was a little surprised and even more delighted. "You can actually draw formations?" Boss Jiang's expression immediately became gentle, and he even showed a friendly smile. "A young cultivator can draw formations. Then the price won't be ordinary. Put away your swords and sabers. Don't disturb the little brother." Boss Jiang ordered, then looked at Emohua, his voice as gentle as spring breeze and rain. "We are legitimate merchants. We passed by here and were afraid of being robbed, losing both our goods and our lives, which is why we were overly vigilant. Please don't blame us, little brother." Emohua nodded, indicating that he didn't mind. In his heart, he sneered. He had seen legitimate merchants before. Who was he trying to fool? Boss Jiang invited Emohua to sit down, and even took out some dry rations and wild fruits to treat Emohua. Emohua didn't eat. Boss Jiang didn't mind and asked gently, "Little brother, at such a young age, you can draw formations of this caliber. It's truly remarkable." "Formations of this caliber? The caliber of the warm fire formation?" This flattery didn't impress Emohua. Emohua responded perfunctorily. "SOSO." Boss Jiang probed further. Then, "Little brother, can you draw a first-rank formation?" Emohua nodded, sort of. Boss Jiang was overjoyed at this. "Little brother, your future is bound to be boundless." Then he raised his wine cup and said sincerely, "I will punish myself with a cup to apologize to little brother for my recent presumption and rudeness." Boss Jiang drank the wine in one gulp. Emohua was also very magnanimous. "It's all right, I don't take it to heart." Boss Jiang said some more flattering words. His gaze shifted, and he asked in a low voice, "May I ask where little brother's master is?" "My master doesn't allow me to say," Emohua said. "However, my master is very powerful. He can draw third-rank formations with a flick of his wrist. My senior uncle is even more powerful, but it's inconvenient for me to tell you." Boss Jiang smiled and pondered in his heart. A master from the Golden Core stage? A bit low. Has formation talent, but the master is average to below average. If he can't be extorted, then he can only sell him through other channels. Boss Jiang had made up his mind and suddenly slapped his head, exclaiming in surprise, "Your master? On my way here, I seem to have met a distinguished person who said he was looking for his disciple, saying that his disciple had extraordinary talent and profound formation skills. It seems to be very similar to little brother. This distinguished person might be little brother's master." Emohua watched his performance silently and said expressionlessly, "Are my senior brother and sister also here?" Boss Jiang said, "Yes, beside that distinguished person, there are also two disciples, a male and a female, who are extraordinary and are both dragons among men." Emohua pretended to be surprised and said in a flat tone, "Ah, that's great. They are precisely my master, my senior sister, and my senior brother." Although Boss Jiang found Emohua's tone strange, he had a guilty conscience and didn't notice it. Instead, he sighed. "It's a pity, though, they took the wrong road." "Took the wrong road?" Emohua said in surprise. Boss Jiang said regretfully. "They went in the direction of Qingzhou City, which is a detour. You might not be able to wait for them here in the mountains." Emohua looked disappointed. Boss Jiang looked at Emohua and made his judgment. This child looked smart and cautious enough, but after all, he was a child with little experience. Moreover, it involved his master, so he was anxious. It wouldn't be difficult to deceive him with a lie. Boss Jiang said, "Your master is a distinguished person, and we should also form a good connection. How about this? We take you to find your master. It's on the way to Qingzhou City." "Really?" Emohua asked expectantly. "Of course." Boss Jiang smiled amiably. Emohua's eyes revealed surprise. "That would be great. Thank you all, big brothers." Emohua's gaze was clear and pure, and as lively as a little deer. Boss Jiang felt relieved and said, "It's late. Let's rest for a while, and tomorrow morning, we'll take you to find your master." "Okay." Emohua nodded with great expectation. The crowd then rested in the ruined temple. Emohua slept quietly, his eyelashes dark, his breathing even, like an ordinary child. Boss Jiang was at the entrance of the ruined temple, far from him, talking to a few cultivators in a low voice. Boss, what are we doing with this child? He knows formations, the price is good. A cultivator said, his spirit root is too poor, he's a bit of a chicken rib. Boss Jiang said, what do you know? One outstanding trait covers 100 flaws. Knowing formations is enough. It's not like joining a sect, picking and choosing. Before coming here, the master calculated that we shouldn't cause any trouble. Someone said with concern, it's just this one deal, it's fine. Selling one is the same as selling two. Boss Jiang said in a low voice, after this job, it will be difficult to do business in the future. If we can get more oil and water, let's get more. Moreover, Qian Prefecture is so large, and the forces are complex. A master from the Golden Core stage is nothing. If a person is lost, it's like a stone sinking into the sea, you'll never find them in this lifetime. Boss Jiang and the others said in low voices. The sleeping Imohua quietly opened one eye, knowing the general situation in his heart. These cultivators were human traffickers. They specialized in the trafficking of cultivators. They looked kind, but their hearts were rotten. In a place like Qian Prefecture, with numerous sects, the ones being trafficked were mostly young cultivators of his age, either extorted or sold. Young cultivators with good spirit roots and talent could earn a lot of spirit stones, whether through extortion or selling. There were also some cultivators who had entered the demonic path, using the flesh, qi, spirit roots, etc., of cultivators as medicinal ingredients for alchemy. Old ancestor Qian used human lives to refine the longevity transformation pill. And talented young cultivators with pure bloodlines were undoubtedly the best pill conduits. Selling them to demonic cultivators could naturally earn a large sum. Imohua pondered, then slowly closed his eyes again, continuing to pretend to sleep. The deep mountain night was silent. It wasn't until dawn. Little brother, little brother. Someone woke Imohua up. Imohua woke up groggily, rubbing his eyes with his little hand. Boss Jiang had a smiling face and said kindly, it's dawn, time to hit the road. We'll take you to find your master. Fine master. Imohua was momentarily dazed, his mood complicated, but he still smiled and said, okay. Everyone packed their belongings and prepared to set off. At this moment, Lord Huangshan's whisper came from the clay statue. Little sir, be careful. They are not good people. It was a divine sense, and only Imohua could hear its words. I know. Imohua nodded, then waved at the clay statue in the main hall of the ruined temple. I'm leaving now. I'll come back to see you when I have time. The other cultivators looked at this with some bewilderment. But thinking that Imohua was a child, and had some childish nature, they didn't take it to heart. From the clay statue, the white smoke turned into Lord Huangshan's face. It smiled wryly at Imohua. In its heart, it had unspeakable bitterness. Don't come back to see me. I don't want to see you again. After tidying up, Imohua followed Boss Jiang and the others, left the ruined temple, and walked towards the distant Qingzhou city, bathed in the morning glow. This was also a necessary route to the Qian Prefecture border, and Imohua happened to be going the same way. Lord Huangshan quietly watched them leave, feeling a little worried. These more than 10 cultivators carry evil karma, and they are not to be trifled with. Will this little cultivator be all right? Lord Huangshan frowned, then suddenly froze again. These cultivators were not to be trifled with, but this little cultivator seemed. Even more so? Which child cultivator would think of eating a mountain god? Lord Huangshan's expression was blank. Looking at Imohua, who was swaggering in the middle of the human traffickers in the distance, he was momentarily unsure who he should worry about. Chapter 579, Sending Big Brother on his way. Beyond the deep mountains, there were still several hundred li to Clear Province City. Reaching Clear Province City meant half a foot already stepping into the border of Qianxua Province. Qianxua Province had a flourishing academic atmosphere and was also safer. Afterwards, according to the map, they could find the Dao Court sect and, with the sect entry token, be accepted into the sect. Being accepted into a sect. Imohua's face was filled with anticipation. Throughout the journey, his mood was light, his steps brisk, and he followed Boss Jiang and the others without any guard. He also conveniently got free food and drinks. At night, they stayed in dilapidated temples and ruined houses in the wilderness. After Imohua had eaten his fill, he slept soundly, wrapped in his little blanket. Boss Jiang and the others roasted by the fire. One person glanced at Imohua and sneered. This kid is so carefree, like an idiot, knowing nothing. Boss Jiang gave him a stern look. Mind your own mouth. The person was reprimanded and lowered his head, but he still muttered, this little idiot can't hear anyway. Someone else nearby shook their head. This child looks quite clever, but he has no worldly wisdom. What worldly wisdom? If you were as old as you are, you might not even be as good as him. If he really had worldly wisdom, then what would be the limit? All right, Boss Jiang frowned. The crowd then fell silent. Silence all around. The bonfire crackled merrily. The mountain wind was bleak at night, and everyone silently gathered around the fire, drinking to ward off the cold. Sentries were posted on the periphery, their spiritual senses scanning from time to time, guarding against any disturbance. By midnight, it was even quieter. Mo Hua slept even more soundly, occasionally smacking his lips, unsure what he was eating in his dreams. A burly man glanced at Mo Hua and said to Boss Jiang, "It's good that this kid is a bit foolish. Taking him along won't arouse suspicion on the way." Boss Jiang nodded slightly. The burly man thought for a moment, a hint of doubt appearing on his face. "Boss, can we complete the task smoothly?" Boss Jiang's brows also creased, and he lowered his voice considerably. "Only we are left. If we don't succeed, we have to succeed." The burly man said, "But we this." Boss Jiang glanced at Mo Hua from the corner of his eye. Seeing that Mo Hua was sleeping soundly, he then said, "Black under the lamp. The strongest team among our several groups, 8 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, equipped with top-tier evil artifacts and practicing demonic cultivation techniques, had their peculiarities discovered by the Dao Court Department, and they were all slaughtered, not a single one left. The remaining teams were either captured by the Gu family or were wanted and pursued by the Dao Court Department. Now the Dao Court Department is pursuing too closely, and we might all lose our lives." The burly man roared, "Damn the Dao Court Department." Then he asked in confusion, "Those useless good-for-nothings in the Dao Court Department, with too many people and little work, why are they so troublesome this time?" Boss Jiang glanced at him. "How can one sneak into the Dao Court Department without being a true useless good-for-nothing? It's just that if there's no benefit, they are unwilling to act. Once interests are involved, and there's oil to be skimmed, they will become the true hounds. This deal is of great importance. The Dao Court Department, being directly involved, and also having rich pickings, naturally works with all their might." The burly man said in a low voice, "Our group, early-stage Foundation establishment, are no match for the Dao Court Department and the Gu family, right?" Boss Jiang looked at him coldly. "Even if you were early-stage Golden Core, you would still not be their match." The burly man was speechless. Boss Jiang sighed. "That's why we chose a second-ranked province and took this route. It's also good that we are only early-stage Foundation establishment. If our cultivation were any higher, it would be too conspicuous, and we would likely be exposed halfway and killed by the Dao Court Department or the Gu family." The burly man felt a lingering fear. Cultivation really depended on fate. Sometimes, the higher the cultivation, the better, but the higher the cultivation, the faster one might die. "Boss, can we really deliver it this time?" Boss Jiang said in a deep voice. "Mr. Tu has calculated it. As long as we follow his instructions, although there will be surprises along the way, there will be no danger." The words Mr. Tu seemed to carry significant weight. The burly man felt a little more relieved. Boss Jiang added, "After this deal is done, we will earn a large sum of spirit stones. Then, brothers can buy some pills and spirit items and go into seclusion to cultivate. At least we can raise our realm by 1 or 2 levels. When the heat dies down, we can resume our old business." The burly man's eyes lit up at this, but he chuckled awkwardly. So many spirit stones, going into seclusion to cultivate is too much of a hardship. Boss Jiang saw through his thoughts at a glance, kicked him, and cursed, "Stop visiting brothels so much, you useless thing." The burly man smiled obsequiously, appearing unconvinced. He glanced at Mo Hua again and asked, "What about this kid? Sell him too?" Boss Jiang nodded. "I've thought about it. Outside Clear Province City, there are a few meeting points. When we get there, we'll deal with him then, whatever we can get." As they chatted, the night grew deeper, and weariness began to set in. Both closed their eyes to rest. In his sea of consciousness, while practicing formations and secretly listening to the story, Mo Hua frowned. Several groups. Mr. Tu. Deal. It seemed that these traffickers were not just one group, but likely a large syndicate. There might even be demonic cultivators among them. He just didn't know if the demonic cultivators he encountered on the road were also in the business of kidnapping cultivators. And Mr. Tu. Who was this Mr. Tu? He calculated there would be surprises but no danger? How did he calculate it? Did he also know Heavenly Secrets deduction methods? Or did he have treasures like Heavenly Secrets locks? Mo Hua was again in a dilemma. What should I do next? Round up this group of traffickers who kidnap cultivators? Mo Hua shook his head. He was only in the early stage of Foundation establishment. How could he have that ability? And this was Qian Province, not the second-ranked Great Black Mountain Province, where high-level cultivators were as common as clouds. He had no influence, no background, and no acquaintances. No one would back him up. He had no right to manage such affairs. Forget it, I'll protect myself first. When they were close to Clear Province City, he would find an opportunity to slip away quietly. The urgent matter was to be accepted into a sect. That was the main business. He couldn't waste time on other things. At most, after arriving in Clear Province City, he would report it to the Dao Court Department. The Dao Court Department could handle the rest. He, a mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, couldn't manage any more than that. However, he could keep an eye out for that Mr. Tu, who could calculate things. Mo Hua remembered the name Mr. Tu and continued to practice formations on the Dao steel. The next day, upon waking, Mo Hua continued the journey with everyone. After several more days of travel, they were less than 100 li from Clear Province City. Mo Hua felt it was time. He should slip away. The world was vast, and joining a sect was paramount. He didn't have time to play with them anymore. However, as they stopped for a rest in a mountain forest, Boss Jiang suddenly took out an iron bracelet and handed it to Mo Hua, saying coldly, "Put this on." Mo Hua was startled. "What is this?" "Don't ask, just put it on." Boss Jiang's tone was indifferent. The other cultivators also looked at Mo Hua and smiled sinisterly. Mo Hua said fearfully, "I don't want to wear it." A burly man sneered, "That's not up to you. Aren't you going to take me to find my master?" Mo Hua mumbled, while secretly releasing his spiritual sense, preparing to find a corner and slip away when they weren't paying attention, then use the flowing water steps and activate the concealment technique to blend into the grass. The first-rank concealment technique was slightly less effective, but he was small, and using the grass to confuse their sight would be enough to escape these people. These traffickers were unaware of Mo Hua's intentions. Boss Jiang smiled warmly, though it looked hypocritical, a forced smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Put on this bracelet, and we'll take you to find your master." "Really?" Mo Hua's face was pure, but he was secretly circulating his energy, his heels slightly lifted. Boss Jiang was about to say something else when a burly man in the crowd suddenly chuckled. "Find master? Little idiot. Who has so much free time to take you to find your master? Who knows where he died?" The surroundings fell silent for a moment. The expression on Mo Hua's face gradually faded, his gaze turned slightly cold, and a trace of dark, strange shadows appeared in his eyes. However, these changes happened in an instant and disappeared just as quickly. No one noticed. Boss Jiang's gaze was like a sword, suddenly fixed on the burly man. The burly man shut his mouth sheepishly. Boss Jiang looked at Mo Hua and said gently, "Little brother, they speak without restraint, please don't mind. We are taking you to see your master. This bracelet is a spirit tool. It's both to protect you and to prevent you from getting lost, and us not being able to find you. Wear it properly. This is for your own good." Boss Jiang's tone was gentle, but his gaze was cold, leaving no room for refusal. Mo Hua thought for a moment and nodded. "All right." Mo Hua took the bracelet and put it on his fair wrist. Boss Jiang was relieved, looking at Mo Hua like he was looking at a lamb. "Let's go." Boss Jiang led the way, and everyone followed him with sinister smiles. Mo Hua walked behind, silently looking at everyone, as if looking at a group of dead people. From then on, Mo Hua behaved himself. Boss Jiang found it a bit strange, but thinking that the iron bracelet was already on, this little cultivator couldn't cause any trouble, so he didn't pay much attention. After another 100 li, in the evening, they arrived at a food stall. The place was only dozens of li from Clear Province City. The food stall was in the wilderness, with thatched roofs and wooden eaves. It was quite spacious, but there were no customers dining. There was a fat owner and a thin waiter at the food stall. Upon seeing Boss Jiang and the others, their eyes narrowed, and they asked with a smile, "What would you like to eat, sirs?" Boss Jiang said in a deep voice, "We won't eat." The owner said, "Then lodging?" Boss Jiang said, "Can people stay here?" The owner breathed a slight sigh of relief and smiled. "The adults can't stay, but the little ones can." Boss Jiang nodded. "Then we won't stay. Bring some wine and meat." The owner said, "Good." Their conversation was a bit strange. Mo Hua thought about it and understood that these people were in cahoots. This owner was also a trafficker, disguised and lurking here, meeting with cultivators like Boss Jiang to sell young cultivators like himself. Everyone sat down at the food stall. The owner brought wine and food, then toasted Boss Jiang and asked in a low voice, "Is it done?" Boss Jiang nodded. The owner glanced at Mo Hua, frowned. "Is it him? The age doesn't match." Boss Jiang shook his head. "No, this is a bonus picked up along the way. How could the important goods be allowed to walk with us? Rest assured, everything is in order." The owner was finally relieved. "That's good." Boss Jiang asked again, "When will the people arrive?" "In an hour." "What about the Gu family?" "They've already left the city." "The Dao Court Department?" "Someone is watching." "Within a radius of 20 li, there are no such lackeys." Boss Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Good." The others also looked considerably more relaxed. They had been enduring the hardships of traveling, living in constant anxiety. Now that this deal was finally coming to an end, they could earn enough spirit stones to live good lives for several years, perhaps even over a decade. The owner brought the wine and meat. Everyone was hungry from the journey and couldn't help but feast, though they drank wine with restraint. At the last moment, they clearly didn't want to mess things up. Mo Hua was also given a small bowl of spirit meat. As he ate, he pondered. 1 hour. Who is coming? If it's Golden Core, I probably won't be able to escape. If it's Foundation establishment, once there are many people, it will be troublesome. It seems I need to make plans early. Mo Hua took a bite of meat, then slammed the bowl down, frowning. This is so unpalatable. The other cultivators looked over, their gazes unfriendly. Brat, what are you shouting about? Mo Hua said, the meat is too unpalatable. It's cooked so poorly, it's not as good as what I make. The fat owner was furious. What nonsense are you talking about? This is my ancestral craft. Mo Hua scoffed. Then your ancestors weren't much either. You? The fat owner's face turned red with anger. Boss Jiang held him back, signaling him to calm down. Why bother with a child? At this time, it was better to have one less problem. Boss Jiang looked at Mo Hua. If it's not to your taste, then go and cook it yourself. Since it was the last meal, letting the child eat what he liked wouldn't hurt. Boss Jiang thought to himself. Mo Hua said happily, okay, then got up and went to the kitchen. Boss Jiang watched Mo Hua silently. The kitchen was inside the food stall, enclosed on all sides. Mo Hua was still wearing the iron bracelet, so he couldn't escape no matter what. Moreover, there were more than 10 people watching him. However, to avoid any mishaps, Boss Jiang continued to eat meat and drink wine while releasing a wisp of his spiritual sense to monitor the situation in the kitchen. Mo Hua was indeed stewing meat. The ingredients in this food stall were all spirit meats. Although there were fewer varieties, the meat quality was good. It was clear that these people were engaged in despicable and immoral activities, yet they lived luxurious lives. Spirit meat was expensive, and Mo Hua rarely ate it, nor was he willing to. But now, there was no need to be polite. Mo Hua picked out some good meat, put it in the pot to boil, then, following the recipes his mother taught him, controlled the heat, added spices, and brought out the flavor of the meat, blending it with the aroma of the spices. Mo Hua also detected Boss Jiang's spiritual sense peeping. However, with the intensity of his spiritual sense, it was unlikely to be able to keep track of him. Mo Hua finished seasoning and turned down the heat, letting it simmer slowly. Then, he took out several bottles of spirit ink from his storage ring. His storage bag had been confiscated by Boss Jiang, who claimed to be keeping it for him temporarily. Mo Hua didn't mind. He kept the crucial items in the storage ring his master had given him. This storage ring was invisible to others and extremely safe. He now needed to remove the iron bracelet on his wrist. Mo Hua took out the spirit ink, then pointed with his finger, using his spiritual sense to control the ink and condensed formation patterns on the bracelet, unlocking the iron bracelet that was locked onto his hand. This iron bracelet had effects of suppressing spiritual energy and tracking. The Dao Court Department also had similar spirit tools, used to shackle sinful cultivators. The trouble with this iron bracelet was that it had formations drawn on it. But its advantage was also precisely because of the formations drawn on it. For Mo Hua, as long as it was a formation-related issue, it was not a problem. That's why he had obediently put on the iron bracelet at that time. To want to trap me with such formations is a bit like showing off one's inferior skill before an expert. Mo Hua snorted softly in his heart. Once the formations on the iron bracelet were unlocked, they lost their effect. After this, came the main business. Mo Hua's eyes brightened, forming illusory shadows. His pupils turned black, and the nascent spirit in his sea of consciousness was also clad in a strange Dao robe. His spiritual sense surged like a tide. The spirit ink also floated out of the bottles, condensing into lines, falling onto the ground, and merging into the soil, like fine threads, or like blood snakes, stealthily, winding their way out, layer upon layer, spreading outwards. As the sky gradually darkened, dusk fell. Everyone was unaware that something terrifying was winding its way across the ground, connecting layer upon layer like a spider weaving its web and gradually forming. The spirit meat was tender, and the cooking time was not long. Soon, Mo Hua finished cooking the meat. He scooped it into a bowl as large as his face, carried it outside, and ate the meat and soup by himself, greatly enjoying himself. The others watched him silently. They were both surprised that this brat could really cook and also somewhat amazed that the dishes he made seemed to smell good. But none of them bothered Mo Hua. It was as if no matter how well Mo Hua ate, it was a bowl of last meal before execution. They didn't know who the buyer was for the sold children, nor what they were bought for. Perhaps for raising, perhaps for enslavement, or perhaps for alchemy, talisman crafting, or artifact forging. Whether they lived or died was uncertain. So it was not wrong to call it a last meal before execution. Mo Hua finished the entire bowl of meat, his belly bulging. He drank the soup, and his body felt warm. He then poured himself a cup of wine from the table, held it with both hands, and walked up to Boss Jiang to toast him. Boss Jiang was a little surprised. Mo Hua held the wine bowl and said earnestly, "Thank you all for your care on this journey. I toast you all and send you all on your way." Mo Hua raised his wine bowl and drank it down in one gulp. Boss Jiang chuckled, but inwardly sneered. However, he still raised his wine bowl. But halfway through, he suddenly realized that Mo Hua's words were off. "Send you all on your way? On what way?" Boss Jiang was stunned. And Mo Hua? Taking advantage of his toasting to attract everyone's attention, quietly shattered a bag of spirit stones and activated the formation with his divine sense. Spiritual energy fluctuations spread out. Boss Jiang knew something was wrong and looked sharply at Imo Hua. He reached out his large hand, intending to grab Imo Hua, but Imo Hua was suddenly enveloped by a mass of mist, formless and intangible, shifting unpredictably. Boss Jiang's grab felt like grasping a ball of mist, hazy and empty. When he looked again, Imo Hua had already floated away, standing in a corner. Graceful as a startled swan, body like flowing water, both real and illusory. What movement technique is this? Boss Jiang was shocked. As he was about to pursue further, he suddenly caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, and his eyelids twitched. On the ground, countless profound, deep red patterns had appeared at some unknown time. Illuminated by the twilight, they were glaringly red. Spiritual energy flowed within them, like molten lava, enveloping all of them. Killing formation. Boss Jiang's heart trembled violently, his gaze filled with horror. Regarding the update issue. Although it's 1 update a day, the word count is actually similar to 2 updates a day. Because I don't want to break the chapters, I won't split them. As the writing of a long novel progresses, I will become more and more tired and anxious, so I can only adjust slowly and cannot write too fiercely, lest I become numb. The adjustment of the update rhythm is based on my ability to ensure that I can finish writing this book according to the outline. My energy is limited, and I cannot overdraw it. When my mindset and state are good, I will add more updates and write more. Some book friends feel that the writing is slow, and I feel very sad about it, but I really can't write fast. If you really find it too slow, I can only sadly and reluctantly advise you to wait and read it later. I apologize deeply, Shy.jpg. Chapter 580, Sword Control. A second rank, 13 pattern Earth Fire Formation. The formation patterns were burning, red as fresh blood, scorching hot as lava. In an instant, it erupted violently. The boiling fire element spiritual energy surged and intertwined, like fire pythons, completely devouring the cultivators. The spiritual energy dissipated, leaving a scene of devastation. As the dust settled, Jiang Laoda's battered figure was revealed. In front of him was a golden bell spirit tool. After being fully activated, it covered his body, but it couldn't protect him entirely. His left arm and leg were scorched black by the earth fire formation, and the blood had also been roasted dry. His right side, though protected by the spirit tool, had still endured the impact of the explosion. His internal organs ached, and he spat blood. The golden bell spirit tool was also covered in cracks, clearly rendered useless. As the leader, Jiang Laoda was experienced in the business of human trafficking, often dancing on the edge of danger with his life in his hands. He was naturally suspicious and sharp. Therefore, as soon as he heard Imo Hua's words take a turn for the worse, he became wary. In the nick of time, he took out his life-saving spirit tool, which was why he was gravely injured but still alive. However, his subordinates, the other 11 human traffickers, were not so lucky. A second-rank, 13 pattern formation was considered a great killer for cultivators in the early foundation establishment stage. They had never expected anyone to silently set up such a killing formation on the ground. Caught completely off guard, they were directly engulfed by the flames of the earth fire formation. Enduring the impact of the fire element spiritual energy, their meridians severely damaged, and they all fell to the ground. Some were directly killed, while those who survived were barely clinging to life. Without some pills to sustain them, they probably wouldn't live. Jiang Laoda's heart bled. These were all his brothers. In the cultivation world, relying solely on himself was like a lone tree struggling against the wind. He needed the support of his brothers. These brothers were the foundation he had painstakingly built over the years, through shared plunder, drinking, and feasting. Now, after this explosion, he didn't know how many would survive. Jiang Laoda, disregarding his injuries, felt immense anger. When he turned his head, his eyes almost burst. He saw that damned brat actually finishing them off, with a calm expression. Like a little king of hell, he went up to anyone who wasn't dead and finished them off with a fireball technique. This fireball technique was not weak. Those who still had a breath left were killed by the fireball technique, their last breath exhaled. Jiang Laoda's eyes turned red, and he roared. "Brat, what are you doing?" Imo Hua turned back and sighed. "I saw they were in too much pain. Keeping them alive with a single breath meant they couldn't die comfortably, so I helped them find release." Before he could finish speaking, he flicked his little hand, and another fireball technique finished off a gasping human trafficker. Jiang Laoda's anger surged, and a mouthful of blood blocked his chest. With a poof, he spat it out. Imo Hua ignored him and continued his finishing touches. They had superior numbers, and he couldn't defeat them. He could only strike first, using swift and decisive means to set up the second-rank Earth Fire formation and kill everyone he could. Afterward, he couldn't leave these severely injured people alive either. Even those who appeared dead had to be hit with another fireball technique, to let them die comfortably, to die thoroughly. lest they be ambushed and suffer a fatal setback. As for the remaining Jiang Laoda, he was still breathing, his spirit strong enough, and Imo would deal with him slowly. In just over 10 breaths, Imo had finished off all these dozen or so human traffickers. Jiang Laoda's rage had turned into a chill. He knew he had lost. One should not judge a book by its cover. He should not have underestimated this young cultivator just because he looked young, had an innocent face, and sometimes acted foolishly. This was not a foolish child, but a little devil. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, by himself, with one formation and a few fireballs, he had killed all his brothers of the past few years. And judging by his situation, it didn't look good for him either. Jiang Laoda secretly took a pill and circulated his spiritual energy to heal, while also feeling puzzled. He opened his mouth and asked, "Brat, when exactly did you set up the formation?" Imo smiled and did not answer. Jiang Laoda's gaze deepened, and he continued to ask, "Why were you also within the formation, yet you were unharmed after the formation exploded?" Imo also smiled and remained silent. He wasn't stupid. He was too lazy to explain the matters of drawing formations on the ground and calculating their life gates to Jiang Laoda, and with his understanding of formations, even if he explained it, Jiang Laoda wouldn't understand. It was like playing a lute to a cow. Imo checked his surroundings and nodded. Now all the human traffickers had been dealt with by him. Only the leader Jiang Laoda remained. Imo's face was filled with a smile, but in his heart, he was already calculating how to kill Jiang Laoda. Jiang Laoda's human trafficking. This kind of business was illicit, and for him to have been doing it for so long, the vested interests must be deeply rooted and intertwined. The forces behind him were likely not small. Having offended him, he would definitely be resented. It was also possible that he would face retaliation from the forces behind him. Therefore, he had to nip it in the bud. Otherwise, as a weak young cultivator in the early foundation establishment stage, his future situation would be very dangerous. Jiang Laoda looked at Imo, his thoughts stirring. Suddenly, he said in a deep voice, "Little brother, you might not believe me when I say this, but this is all a misunderstanding. I trafficked you, but you killed 11 of my brothers, so we're even. You let me leave, and I won't seek revenge on you. From now on, we'll mind our own business. What do you think?" Imo knew Jiang Laoda was talking nonsense, but when it came to nonsense, he was not inferior to anyone. Imo then nodded and said, "Okay, I only killed 11 of your brothers. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, it's better to resolve enmity than to create it. I won't pursue it further." Jiang Laoda was stunned, and then couldn't help but get angry, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He never expected this brat to be so shameless, to have such thick skin, and to be able to say such things so brazenly. But, killed 11 of your brothers. But, Jiang Laoda harbored a secret hatred. This brat, on the surface, looked naive and childish, but he was malicious in heart, and utterly despicable and shameless. Jiang Laoda's face trembled, but it didn't matter. This was an inescapable situation from the start, and he was determined to kill this brat to avenge his brothers. Jiang Laoda's gaze turned cold, and his expression revealed ferocity. His pale face gradually turned ruddy, his wounds scabbed over, and his aura gradually recovered. Jiang Laoda glanced at Imo and sneered. "I was talking nonsense with you to stall for time, waiting for my injuries to recover. What are you waiting for? Death?" Imo smiled brightly. "I'm waiting for the formation." Jiang Laoda was startled, and then a sense of great danger arose. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the ground was covered with several golden formation patterns. These formation patterns, layered and intertwined, resembled blossoming lotuses. A first-rank, 3-lotus golden lock reinforcement formation. As soon as the formation was completed, it manifested golden light, condensing into golden locks, binding Jiang Laoda. At the same time, Imo's eyes lit up. He pointed forward and forcefully activated his spiritual energy. The second-rank fireball technique, like a repeating crossbow, shot towards Jiang Laoda one after another. Caught off guard, Jiang Laoda was bound by the golden lock reinforcement formation and could not dodge in time. He took 6 or 7 fireball techniques head-on. The blood and chi that had just recovered were all depleted, and his injuries became even more severe. Moreover, Imo specifically targeted the face when attacking. The fireball techniques were aimed at Jiang Laoda's face, making him look even more miserable than before. Jiang Laoda struggled with all his might and finally broke free from the 3-lotus golden lock reinforcement formation. Imo felt a bit regretful seeing this. The second-rank earth fire formation consumed too much spiritual energy and could not be used for the time being. Although the 3-lotus golden lock reinforcement formation was a reinforcement formation, it was only first rank and could not trap Jiang Laoda for long. If it were a second-rank confinement formation, it would directly bind Jiang Laoda to death, turning him into a living target and exhausting him with fireball techniques. However, the second-rank thorn formation was not easy to use. As for other second-rank confinement formations, he didn't know them, and his spiritual sense was temporarily insufficient. It seems my spiritual sense and formations are still not strong enough. He had to quickly get started and find more second-rank formations to learn. Mo Hua thought to himself. After Zhang Laodao broke free from the Three Lotus Golden Lock reinforcement formation, he quickly swallowed another pill. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Mo Hua, his expression filled with disbelief. How did this brat set up the formation just now? Drawing formations on the ground without using a brush? What kind of inheritance was this? He had also studied in the Qianxua prefecture, and although he was not proficient in formations, he had seen many genius formation masters. He had never seen a formation master who could set up a formation during battle without a brush or paper. Zhang Laodao's expression became solemn. What exactly is your identity? And who is your master? Mo Hua smiled. I'll tell you after you die. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll tell others. Zhang Laodao harbored hatred in his heart. This brat was like an unyielding old hand. His mouth was full of nonsense, not revealing a single clue. But now, it was an inescapable situation, and he had no choice but to fight to the death. Zhang Laodao's gaze turned cold, his plan solidified in his mind. This brat was skilled in spells, excelled in formations, and his methods of setting up formations were hidden, strange, and rapid. Since that was the case, he could only suppress him in close combat, and not give him time to cast spells or set up formations. Otherwise, he would definitely be played to death. Little brother, I admit defeat. Let's talk things over. Zhang Laodao suddenly feigned submission. You? Mo Hua had just opened his mouth when he suddenly froze. He saw Zhang Laodao pounce like a vicious wolf, swinging his long sword, its golden light shining brightly, directly aiming for his heart. Mo Hua said angrily, shameless. Then he stepped forward, and light blue flowing water wrapped around him, supporting his body as he gracefully retreated. The second-rank flowing water steps, when displayed, were different from the first rank. Every movement was accompanied by flowing water, making his advance and retreat more effortless. Zhang Laodao's sword missed, and he spun around and slashed down again, as if intending to split Mo Hua in two. Mo Hua floated in the air, twisting lightly like water flowing into a river, surging and swirling, and easily dodged this sword. Zhang Laodao frowned, his attacks becoming more urgent. Sword energy coiled around him, and he slashed at Mo Hua with sword after sword, not giving Mo Hua any time to cast spells or condense formations. Mo Hua was indeed suppressed by him, and could only maneuver with his movement technique, unable to counterattack for the moment. However, Zhang Laodao became increasingly alarmed as he fought. He had already felt that this movement technique, which resembled flowing water and was bewildering, was very strange. Now, up close, after a few moments of close combat, he hadn't even touched Mo Hua's clothes. Only then did he realize. Absolute movement technique. This must be an absolute movement technique passed down by some major sect or aristocratic family. Otherwise, it was impossible for a spiritual cultivator, relying on their movement technique, to contend with him for so long. Not good. Zhang Laodao, already injured, had relied on his last bit of strength to suppress him in close combat, hoping for a quick victory. But he hadn't expected close combat to be useless. If this continued, the situation would become unfavorable. Or rather, it was already unfavorable. Zhang Laodao could feel his spiritual energy beginning to weaken, and the speed of his sword strikes was becoming slower and slower. And these changes did not escape the notice of this perceptive little brat. He could even see Mo Hua's eyes light up, and a smile that was both adorable and extremely annoying appear on his lips. Then, he tasted the fireball technique again. He had slowed down, but this brat had not. The openings he created were enough for this brat to dodge with ease, then bring his fingers together, circulate his spiritual energy, and condense a fireball technique. This fireball technique was extremely fast. It was condensed almost instantly and shot towards him in a flash. Zhang Laodao had never seen such a fast fireball technique in his life, and it was also aimed at his face. Zhang Laodao blocked this fireball technique with his arm, but his arms felt a scorching pain, and he staggered a few steps. When he looked up again, he saw that Mo Hua had already moved far away and was once again bringing his fingers together to condense a fireball technique. A trace of despair arose in Zhang Laodao's heart. It was a perfectly ordinary fireball technique, but combined with the movement technique and the swift casting speed, it seemed to have no flaws. He couldn't find any opening. He suddenly realized that even if he hadn't been injured by the earth-fire formation, he might not have been able to defeat this brat with his Taoist arts alone. Zhang Laodao was stunned. I actually can't defeat this brat. As this thought arose, he felt both shame and anger. He, a dignified foundation establishment cultivator, a minor leader of a gang, had been wandering in the cultivation world of Qianzhou for over 100 years, experiencing countless open and secret battles, yet he couldn't do anything about this 10-year-old brat. Zhang Laodao's Dao heart cracked. He took a deep breath, stared at Mo Hua, and his eyes revealed a chilling hatred. Then he retreated, widening the distance between himself and Mo Hua. Mo Hua, who was condensing a fireball technique, was somewhat taken aback. What did he mean? Giving up? By pulling away, wouldn't he only be subjected to the beating of fireball techniques? Did I accidentally hit his brain with my fireball technique? Mo Hua muttered to himself. Suddenly, he froze again, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Jiang Laoda. At some unknown time, Jiang Laoda had taken out a jade talisman and activated it. A layer of golden light enveloped him, as if he had been gilded. Then, he took out another sword from his storage. This sword was about the length of his forearm, engraved with golden patterns, extremely luxurious, and exuded a sharp sword aura. Mo Hua realized with shock. This Jiang Laoda was actually a true sword cultivator. When he had attacked at close range earlier, he had used sword techniques that were purely martial arts based. Mo Hua had thought he was just a body cultivator who used a sword for show. But now, Mo Hua realized that this Jiang Laoda seemed to be a sword cultivator who could control swords. Jiang Laoda sneered, then circulated his spiritual energy and activated the gold-splitting sword. Golden light burst forth from the gold-splitting sword, condensing terrifying sword energy. Jiang Laoda's gaze was stern. This was his ultimate move. It was also his hidden sword technique. Once he drew his sword, he would kill all witnesses, leaving no survivors. Otherwise, his identity would be exposed. He was a disciple of the gold-splitting sect in the Qianxua prefecture and had learned the sect's ultimate sword technique, the gold-splitting sword control art. This sword technique was something he had learned secretly. Once the sect discovered that he had learned their ultimate sword technique and used it for human trafficking, he would become a disgrace to the sect, bringing shame to the sect. He would also be relentlessly hunted by the gold-splitting sect. He could not bear the wrath of the gold-splitting sect. Therefore, he rarely used his sword over the years. Once he used his sword, he had to kill everyone, leaving no survivors. But at this critical moment of life and death, he had to reveal his trump cards to kill the brat in front of him. Otherwise, he would be in grave danger. Jiang Laoda stomped his feet and chanted incantations, condensing sword energy. His aura was imposing, showing the great power of this sword. However, with great power came a long charging time. Mo Hua would not give him this opportunity. He flicked his fingers, and instantly a fireball technique flew out, hitting Jiang Laoda's chest. But as Jiang Laoda's body flashed with golden light, it seemed to offset some of the fireball technique's power. Although Jiang Laoda was injured, his sword energy was still condensing. Mo Hua frowned, then cast another water prison technique. A first-rank water prison technique could only restrain a foundation establishment cultivator for a moment, serving to interrupt spellcasting. However, this water prison technique was also offset by the golden light. Jiang Laoda's sword control was not interrupted. Mo Hua was a bit confused, and then he remembered that Jiang Laoda had activated a jade talisman earlier, coating himself with a layer of golden light. This layer of golden light had given him a golden body. It seemed to be able to resist some spell power, and at the same time, exempt him from some spell controls, preventing his moves from being interrupted. This way, he could charge with peace of mind and unleash this extremely powerful sword control technique. Mo Hua was greatly astonished. It could be played like this? Coming from the small second-rank prefecture, Mo Hua was seeing this kind of spell and jade talisman effect for the first time. This Jiang Laoda was a master. Then what should I do? Should I run? Wait until the duration of this golden body wears off, then come back and deal with him? Mo Hua pondered in his heart. However, could he escape? Mo Hua frowned. He didn't know how fast this sword control technique was. If the speed of the sword light was faster than his flowing water steps, then he probably couldn't dodge it. Just then, Mo Hua felt a strand of spiritual sense sticking to him, seemingly trying to lock onto him. Spiritual sense lock? Mo Hua froze, his expression becoming subtle. On the other side, in just a few breaths, Jiang Laoda had finished accumulating the sword energy for the gold-splitting sword control art. The gold-splitting sword shone with brilliant golden light, possessing terrifying power. With this sword, a cultivator in the early foundation establishment stage was sure to die. And that brat was no exception. As long as he locked onto the brat with his spiritual sense, the gold-splitting sword would automatically track its target. Its sword light would seek its life, and it would chase for 1,000 feet, completely obliterating that detestable, hateful, and shameless brat. As long as he locked on with spiritual sense. Locked. Jiang Laoda tried to lock on for a long time, then suddenly froze, his eyes widening abruptly. Could not lock on? A sense of absurd incredulity washed over him. Jiang Laoda was utterly shocked. Could not lock on with spiritual sense. What kind of joke was this? He looked closely, and the small Mo Hua was standing 10 feet in front of him, unmoving. But in his spiritual sense, there was nothing but emptiness. There was no sign of this young cultivator at all. Why? Jiang Laoda pondered for a moment, his pupils contracting. His spiritual sense had been crushed by this brat. Jiang Laoda looked terrified. This was utterly preposterous. How could a greenhorn brat like him, with a spiritual sense that could crush a cultivator who had cultivated for hundreds of years in the foundation establishment realm? By what means? While Jiang Laodao found it incredible, he also recalled another, more pressing problem. What should he do with this gold-splitting sword control art that he had fully charged with spiritual energy? If he didn't attack, the sword move would backfire. But if he attacked, how could he attack? If he couldn't lock onto the target with his spiritual sense, how could he attack? Then aim with his eyes? Jiang Laodao found it unbelievable. When had sword cultivators ever needed to aim with their eyes when controlling swords to kill enemies? The myriad phenomena of the world were bizarre, and spells had countless variations. What cultivators could not believe the most was their own eyes. Controlling swords with spiritual sense and targeting with one's gaze. Wasn't that utterly foolish? But if he couldn't believe his own eyes, what else could he believe? Believe his spiritual sense? There was nothing in his spiritual sense. What should he believe? Jiang Laodao looked around with his sword control, a sense of confusion in his heart. Imo looked at Jiang Laodao with sympathy. When Jiang Laodao met Imo gaze, he became even more enraged. But the sword energy had been accumulating for a long time, and his meridians had already begun to ache faintly. If he didn't attack soon, the sword energy would backfire, and he would surely die. Jiang Laodao gritted his teeth. Fine, fate is decided by heaven, and life and death are determined by heaven. If spiritual sense cannot be used, then use one's eyes. The sword was on the string and had to be shot. If he couldn't lock on with his spiritual sense, he would use his eyes to aim, to gamble this sword. Jiang Laodao's spirit lifted. He used all his strength to control the gold-splitting sword, carrying surging sword energy, and fiercely stabbed towards Mo Hua's current location. But the moment he made his move, Mo Hua had already activated his flowing water steps and slipped away, leaving no trace. Jiang Laodao was stunned, and then could only watch as his immensely powerful sword move, locked by his gaze, could not change direction, could not turn, and directly split an empty eatery in half. The gold-splitting sword control art split a thatched hut. Jiang Laodao's face turned ashen, and despair filled his heart. The moment he attacked, he knew he was already a dead man. Only now did he understand what Mr. Tu had meant by don't make extraneous changes. If he hadn't made extraneous changes, there would have been no mishaps. And he wouldn't have trafficked such a small monster who was malicious in heart, astonishing in formations, and even terrifyingly powerful in spiritual sense. It's nearly 6K words. I revised it for a while, so sorry for the late update. Chapter 581, Opening the Box. The sword strike, poured into with all his might, missed. With his spiritual energy depleted, Boss Jiang knew he was as good as dead. Mo Hua, as expected, didn't give him a shred of opportunity or a hint of mercy. He unleashed a barrage of fireball techniques, finishing off the gasping Boss Jiang. And so, this band of human traffickers met their demise. The surroundings were a mess, scorched black. The thatched hut was ruined by the sword flight, and grass clippings were scattered everywhere. Mo Hua nodded and decided to make his escape. According to the conversation between Boss Jiang and the plump shopkeeper, their accomplices would arrive in an hour. If they were to run into them, the situation would become rather precarious. However, with a little time left, Mo Hua wanted to do some cleanup. First, he needed to erase some of the traces of the formations. While he couldn't completely eliminate them, he had to obscure them, concealing the techniques of spiritual sense manipulation of ink and drawing formations on the ground. Not all formation masters could use the ground as a medium to set up formations. This kind of clue could not be left behind. The traces of the spells were inconsequential. The second-rank fireball technique was a common spell. Anyone with a fire spirit root could learn and use it. Others wouldn't be overly suspicious. Of course, the main reason was that the traces of the fireball technique were too obvious. These dozen or so human traffickers had either been finished off by Mo Hua's fireball technique or had been battered and bruised by its blasts. Even if Mo Hua wanted to conceal it, he couldn't. Mo Hua inspected the rest, leaving no other traces. Afterward, Mo Hua began to rummage through the storage bags. A horse doesn't get fat without night grass. A person doesn't get rich without ill-gotten gains. It was wrong to casually rummage through other people's storage bags. Mo Hua was a decent young cultivator and didn't want to engage in such killing and looting. However, these human traffickers were not good people to begin with, and they were like fat meat delivered to his doorstep. It felt wrong not to take something. Moreover, he had wasted second-rank spirit ink and over 100 spirit stones to kill them. These costs had to be recouped from them. As a small cultivator, earning spirit stones was not easy. It's not about getting rich, just about breaking even. Mo Hua nodded, then excitedly began searching through the human traffickers' storage bags. These storage bags contained everything: spiritual artifacts for killing, talismans for harming others, some commonly used pills, and pills that looked rather questionable, with unknown purposes. Mo Hua had initially intended to accept everything, but after thinking about it, he hesitated. Most of these are probably stolen goods. Even if they aren't, most of them are not clean. If he took them, would he leave himself vulnerable? Would someone follow the clues to track, investigate, or even hunt him down? And, since they were stolen goods, what use would they be to him? Most stolen goods were secondhand, and it wouldn't be easy to sell them in the Qianzhou domain. If it were in Immortal Pass City, with the endorsement of Steward Zhou and the backing of Elder Yu, even if he couldn't sell them, the demon hunters could internally utilize them. But in the unfamiliar domain of Qianzhou, it was hard to say. Greed for small gains could lead to great losses. As a mature cultivator, I must learn to restrain my desires. Mo Hua thought to himself, leaving the spiritual artifacts, pills, and talismans from their storage bags untouched, not stuffing them into his own pockets. However, he didn't need to leave the spirit stones. Spirit stones were clean. It was the cultivators who were dirty. He had to enroll in the sect soon, and there would be many places to use spirit stones. Mo Hua then pocketed the spirit stones from the human trafficker's storage bags, but then he paused again. It was still not right. The spiritual artifacts, talismans, and pills were all there, but no spirit stones. This was also suspicious. This would indicate that the cultivator who killed these human traffickers was a greedy little hoarder. There's still a slight risk. He could not take them, but he couldn't take them all. Mo Hua frowned, pondered for a moment, and finally, with a pang of regret, left half of the spirit stones behind. Taking only half of the spirit stones was the safest approach. However, these human traffickers were all Foundation establishment cultivators, and they were engaged in a life-risking business. They carried quite a few spirit stones. Even taking only half, Mo Hua managed to gather nearly 5,000 spirit stones. 5,000 spirit stones was not a small sum. Mo Hua felt slightly better. Finally, it was Boss Zhang's storage bag. Mo Hua's eyes lit up. He turned Boss Zhang's storage bag inside out, finding 3 spiritual swords, 5 bottles of pills, several secret manuals, and 2 jade slips. Spiritual swords. Mo Hua was covetous, but he couldn't keep them. Keeping them would be a disaster. He couldn't use the pills either. Secret manuals. Mo Hua flipped through them. They were some body cultivation techniques and Taoist arts. He couldn't use them either, and he couldn't take them away. Mo Hua felt a touch of regret, and at the same time, a hint of confusion. Where was the sword control art? Boss Zhang's move, whatever its name, was imposing, emitting golden light, and splitting the thatched hut in half. Where was that sword control art? He didn't really want to learn it. Some sword arts required specific cultivation methods, profound sword techniques, and precious spiritual swords, consuming vast amounts of spiritual energy to unleash their formidable power. Even if Mo Hua obtained the sword art, he might not be able to learn it, nor could he afford a spiritual sword. But not learning didn't mean not studying. Knowing oneself and the enemy was good for researching the methods and principles of sword control. It would also serve as a defense when encountering sword cultivators in the future. Mo Hua flipped through it again, his gaze finally falling upon the 2 jade slips. These 2 jade slips were sealed, and his spiritual sense couldn't penetrate them, clearly indicating that their contents were extremely precious. I wonder if the sword control art is hidden within them. Should I take them or not? Mo Hua was conflicted. He thought about it and decided to secretly pilfer the 2 jade slips. Jade slips, unlike spiritual artifacts and pills, were everywhere, and they usually involved secrets and techniques. Others wouldn't investigate them. It was normal for a cultivator's storage bag to contain jade slips, and it wasn't strange if it didn't. If he took them and didn't show them to anyone, there would be no problem. He hid the 2 jade slips in the storage ring his master had given him, which could also isolate their aura, making them very safe. Moreover, Mo Hua really wanted to know if that golden shimmering sword control art was hidden within these 2 jade slips. Mo Hua made up his mind. With a slight movement of his hand, the 2 jade slips were collected into his storage ring. Then he carefully repacked some miscellaneous items, stuffed them into Boss Zhang's storage bag, and then returned the storage bag to its original owner, tucking it back into Boss Zhang's embrace. Mo Hua even cast a fireball technique to make the storage bag look like it had been damaged in battle. Having done all this, Mo Hua clapped his hands and nodded, satisfied. The bad guys were killed. Spirit stones were earned. He even got 2 jade slips with unknown contents. He could leave now. Mo Hua checked again, ensuring there were no oversights. Then, he released his spiritual sense, examining the scene from an observer's perspective. He confirmed that the deaths of these dozen or so people had absolutely nothing to do with him, and that no one would connect him to it. Mo Hua felt relieved, and then felt a surge of gratitude. All thanks to Uncle Zhonglan. It was Uncle Zhonglan from the Dao Court Ministry who taught me how to dispose of the bodies. No, how to cover my tracks. He hadn't let Uncle Zhonglan's teachings go to waste. Mo Hua nodded. Then he retracted his spiritual sense and turned to leave, but as soon as he turned, he froze again. He had a feeling he had overlooked something. Mo Hua frowned, recalling the details of his journey. The more he thought about it, the stranger it became. He suddenly remembered that these cultivators had been pushing carts along the way, and on the carts were several storage boxes. Where were those storage boxes? Mo Hua's gaze sharpened, and he swept his spiritual sense around, letting out a surprised exclamation. His spiritual sense couldn't detect them? No, it's not that my spiritual sense can't detect them, but that the aura of these boxes is hidden, making them difficult to sense. Something's wrong. Hua's eyes gradually brightened. He extended his spiritual sense to its limit, even using the derivation method his master had taught him, sensing the traces of spiritual energy. Finally, after a moment, Hua's spiritual sense stirred, and he located the storage boxes. The storage boxes were still in the eatery. Boss Jiang had placed them in a corner, so they were not affected when the ground fire formation exploded. Afterward, the eatery was split open by the sword energy, and scattered thatch and beams covered these storage boxes. Hua had not noticed them at first. Hua laboriously retrieved these storage boxes from the corner of the eatery. Boss Jiang had carried these storage boxes all the way, even using special methods to conceal their aura. Hua had almost failed to detect them. There must be a big problem. What's inside the boxes? Could it be Boss Jiang and his group's true fortune? Hua's spirits lifted. The storage boxes were locked, and the locks had formations, but they were not difficult, especially for Hua. Hua released his spiritual sense, confirming that the storage boxes had no hidden mechanisms like hidden weapons, and then he carefully unlocked the formation patterns, opening the storage boxes. As the storage boxes opened, Hua looked inside and suddenly froze. Empty. There was nothing inside. What was going on? Hua frowned. He pointed his finger, and ink patterns appeared. He opened another storage box, but it was also empty. Hua then turned his attention to the third storage box. But just as he was about to unlock the formation pattern, Hua paused, his expression somewhat surprised. This isn't a storage box. Although they looked identical, their materials and construction were completely different. This was a seemingly ordinary box, isolated by a formation. Hua's eyes flickered slightly. Storage boxes, like storage bags, contain profound principles of space, but were applied in a very basic way, utilizing spatial power to hold objects several times their own volume. However, this kind of space repelled living souls. Storage boxes could not contain people or any other living beings. The strange words Boss Jiang had spoken along the way replayed in Hua's mind. Unforeseen complications. Selling one is selling two is selling. Sell that little brat along with them. At first, Hua thought they had already trafficked other cultivators, and that capturing him was just an afterthought. But there were no signs of trafficked cultivators along the way. Moreover, their luggage consisted of storage boxes, which could not hold living people. So Hua hadn't suspected anything. He had previously thought that Boss Jiang and his group were responsible for receiving the goods. Other cultivators would do the trafficking, and they would be responsible for escorting and receiving them. They hadn't received their goods yet on this trip. But now, one of their luggage items was not a storage box, and it had been deliberately obscured to avoid detection. Then, what was contained in this box? Hua's heart leaped. He examined the box closely again and found that it was adorned with second-rank formations, and not just one. There were defensive formations to prevent the box from being damaged. There were isolation formations to prevent peeking. And there were lock formations to seal the box, preventing it from being opened. 2. Professional. Was this box specially customized for trafficking cultivators? With such elaborate efforts, who were they trafficking? Hua frowned and sighed. More trouble. What should he do now? Inside the box, there might be a trafficked, living cultivator. The box was sealed with formations. These formations were second rank. They looked solvable, but it would likely take some time, and he wasn't sure if he had enough. If he didn't solve it, this trafficked cultivator would remain locked in the box. The box was heavy and conspicuous. He couldn't take it with him. If he ignored it, in less than half an hour, another group of human traffickers would arrive and take this box away. If they were just demanding ransom, it would be fine. A financial loss would suffice. But if they sold the child to some sinister cultivators or demonic cultivators, to be refined into pills, made into medicine, used for evil cultivation, or for forging evil artifacts, the parents and relatives of this child would never see their child again, perhaps not even know if their child was alive or dead. With slim hope, filled with pain and despair, Hua felt a pang of compassion. Forget it, I'll give it a try. In 3/4 of an hour, no, in 3/4 of an hour, if I can solve it, I'll save this child. If I can't, then there's nothing I can do. Hua first sat down to meditate, recovering some of his spiritual sense, and then began to concentrate on deciphering the formations on the box. There were 4 sets of formations on the box. 3 of them were 5 elements formations that Hua was familiar with. However, Hua was familiar with first-rank formations, while the formations on the box were second-rank. But they were all below 12 patterns, so they were relatively simple. Hua, with a combination of guesswork, deduction, and calculation, managed to decipher these 3 sets of formations in just 15 minutes. Hua admitted that there was an element of luck involved. But luck was also part of a formation master's skill. Now, only the last set of formations remained. After examining the formations, Imo frowned. This was a type of formation he had never seen before. He could only judge from experience, based on the flow of the formation patterns and the pivot points of the formation, that this was a special type of lock formation. But he had no idea what category this formation belonged to, nor its system. Imo scratched his head. What should I do? A clever cook cannot cook without rice. A formation category he had no knowledge of, unknown patterns, unclear pivots, and no understanding of the principles. How could he solve it? Imo became anxious but still tried to calm himself down and proceeded methodically, thinking step by step. To decipher a formation, one must first be able to draw it. To be able to draw it, one must first obtain the formation diagram. Formation diagram. Derivation calculation. Imo froze. Deriving specific formation patterns from the spiritual traces of a formation was a spiritual sense derivation method taught by his master, which was also the foundation of heavenly mystery derivation. Now, the spiritual traces of this lock formation, his spiritual sense could perceive them. Next, first, derive the formation patterns of this formation. Learn the formation patterns on the spot, and decipher the formation. Mohua paused. Can this work? He glanced at the box again, thinking of the young cultivator trapped inside, whose life and death were unknown, and whose parents were anxiously worried about him. Imo felt helpless. Let's give it a try. Imo sat cross-legged, held his breath, and focused, beginning to derive the formation patterns of this lock formation based on its spiritual traces, following the methods of heavenly mystery derivation. It was a bit stiff at first. This was because the derived formation patterns were all unfamiliar. Imo tried to ignore the external form of the patterns and comprehend the internal rules of spiritual energy. Gradually, these patterns became vivid and intimate in his eyes. These lines seemed to no longer be strange lines, but trajectories left by the operation of the great Tao. This was true for 5 elements formations. This was true for forbidden formations. In fact, it was likely true for all formation categories. Imo had a realization, but his spiritual sense didn't stop. The more he calculated, the faster he went, and the formation patterns gradually manifested in Imo's sea of consciousness. However, it was still not fast enough. He needed to calculate faster. Imo frowned, then suddenly paused. A sudden thought struck him. If he used heavenly mystery perilous calculation to enhance heavenly mystery derivation and split his spiritual sense to calculate simultaneously, wouldn't it be faster? Imo pondered for a while, but the situation was urgent, and he had no time to hesitate. He could only try first. Enhance Master's heavenly mystery derivation with Senior Uncle's heavenly mystery perilous calculation. Imo's pupils darkened. His spiritual sense transformed into an afterimage, donned a Taoist robe, and under the enhancement of the perilous path, he used the heavenly mystery derivation method to deduce the formation patterns of this unknown lock formation. But as soon as he began to derive it, his sea of consciousness let out a sharp pain. It was as if the two types of methods were repelling each other, creating jagged edges, pulling and sawing left and right, cutting and tearing Imo's spiritual sense bit by bit. Fortunately, Imo's spiritual sense had undergone a qualitative change, becoming as condensed as mercury. Although his spiritual thoughts were fragmented by the repulsion of the two calculation methods, his essence remained intact. This searing pain was still bearable for Imo. In comparison, the speed of formation pattern derivation, however, had advanced by leaps and bounds, more than a notch faster. Imo rejoiced, and this gradually offset the pain in his spiritual sense. After about 15 minutes, Imo finally completely derived the unfamiliar formation patterns. But his spiritual sense was almost depleted again. There was also residual pain in his sea of consciousness. Although heavenly mystery perilous calculation was effective, its consumption of spiritual sense was still too great. At this moment, Imo had no time to lament. He had to seize the time to break the formation. Imo cancelled heavenly mystery perilous calculation. The shadowy figures in his eyes gradually faded, and the Taoist robe on his spiritual sense also dissipated. But as this Taoist robe dissipated, faint cracks suddenly appeared on the illusory afterimage, like torn great Tao laws. However, Imo, lost in thought, did not notice these cracks. His attention was focused on the formation before him. This was a second-rank, 13-pattern formation of an unknown category. It was like a brand new gateway to formations. Formations are indeed profound and vast. Imo sighed, and then collected his thoughts. He had to decipher the formation now, but in reality, he couldn't decipher it. Because even if he knew the formation patterns, he couldn't learn them in a short period, let alone decipher them. What he had to do was still guess. Imo had extensive experience in deciphering formations. Based on past experience, not all deciphering required an extremely profound understanding of formations. Sometimes, guessing was acceptable, but one had to know how to guess. One had to guess based on the principles of the formation. One couldn't just guess blindly. Mo Hua broke down the complete lock formation into smaller parts, analyzing individual patterns. Based on his experience and intuition, he classified the formations that countered each other. Then, he drew a few sketches on the ground and tried them out. Some guesses were correct, and some were incorrect. The correct ones were kept, and the incorrect ones were retried. After several rounds of this, he identified several sets of formations with generation and restraint relationships. There were also a few formation patterns for which Mo Hua could not determine the generation and restraint relationships. Most likely, the generation and restraint patterns for these patterns were not included within the formation itself. However, this was enough. Mo Hua estimated the time. There was a little over 15 minutes left, not enough time for him to strive for perfection and study it thoroughly. Mo Hua first deciphered the formation patterns. He deciphered all the formation patterns that had generation and restraint relationships. The lock formation dimmed slightly, but did not deactivate. Mo Hua then looked at the formation pivots, and based on his intuition, he made some adjustments. Then, based on the formation eyes, he reversed some of the spiritual energy flow. He went back and fiddled with the formation patterns again. In this way, after several rounds of tinkering, Mo Hua, with his exceptional formation intuition and a bit of muddle-headedness, managed to damage this special lock formation. The formations on the box completely dimmed. The box also lost its lock. Mo Hua immediately opened the box. Indeed, there was a small figure inside, much smaller than Mo Hua. It was a little boy, only about 4 or 5 years old, fair-skinned, with handsome features, wearing simple but expensively made brocade clothes. Perhaps because of the loud noise of opening the box, or perhaps because he heard the sounds of the recent battle. The child opened his watery eyes and looked at Mo Hua with a hint of fear. Thanks for the tip from Chocolate of Wind. Chapter 582, Conspiracy. Mo Hua looked at the little who was even smaller than himself, sighed, and then became a little angry. They even trafficked such a small cultivator. Those scoundrels led by Boss Jiang truly deserved to die. He should have fed them a few more fireball techniques. The eatery was dilapidated, covered in scorch marks. The child looked around, becoming even more frightened. His little face was pale, his eyes teary, but he held back from crying. Mo Hua asked softly, "Are you all right?" The child secretly glanced at Mo Hua and slowly nodded. Mo Hua asked, "What's your name?" The child was about to speak, but he opened his mouth, as if remembering something, and shook his head, not saying anything. Mo Hua was slightly stunned, then understood. This child probably didn't dare to reveal his surname. If he revealed his surname, people would know his identity, and it might be exploited by someone with ulterior motives to blackmail his parents. For such a young child, being cautious was a good thing, and Mo Hua didn't mind. He asked again, "Then what should I call you?" The child thought for a moment. Seeing Mo Hua's clear gaze and kind demeanor, he was not much older than himself. He was much better than those fierce, menacing bad guys. Only then did he timidly say, "My parents call me Yuer, like refined jade." Perhaps his parents named him this hoping he would be as gentle and warm as jade in the future. Mo Hua asked again, "Where are your parents?" Yuer's expression turned dejected, and he shook his head. It was normal for a trafficked child not to know where his parents were. This child's face was pale. He had clearly been living in fear these past few days. Mo Hua felt a pang of sympathy. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then I'll take you to find your parents." Yuer's dimmed eyes suddenly lit up, carrying a hint of humble hope. He stared blankly at Mo Hua. Really? As if afraid Mo Hua would deceive him, his gaze hid a trace of fragile yearning. He had likely been hurt by the wickedness of people after being trafficked, and no longer dared to trust others. "Yes, if they can't find you, your parents will definitely be sad," Mo Hua said gently. Yuer's tears flowed like pearls. I miss my mother." "Let's go," Mo Hua said. "Okay." Yuer wiped his tears and nodded. Mo Hua picked him up from the box. When Yuer saw the surroundings clearly and saw the group of cultivators lying dead in a miserable state, his little face turned even paler. He looked at Mo Hua. "These bad guys are..." Mo Hua's expression was solemn. "I don't know who killed them." Yuer was stunned. Mo Hua pondered for a moment and began to spout nonsense with a serious expression. "I was going to Qian Prefecture to study and pass by this place. I wanted to find an eatery to fill my stomach. But as soon as I entered the eatery, this is what I saw. These cultivators were killed by someone, completely wiped out. I noticed something was wrong with the box, so I opened it and rescued you." Mo Hua told the story as if he had nothing to do with it. He was just a kind, unknown older brother who happened to pass by. Yuer looked at Mo Hua with suspicion. "Really?" Mo Hua nodded seriously. Yuer looked at Mo Hua, then at the corpses on the ground, finding it increasingly strange. This child was quite clever. Mo Hua then said, "Let's hurry and leave, otherwise your parents will definitely worry about you." This statement drew Yuer's attention back. "MHM. Yuer nodded repeatedly. Mo Hua took out a cloak from his storage bag and draped it over Yuer. This was an invisibility cloak he had used with his junior brother and sister when they were stealthily tailing someone in Nanyue City. It had an invisibility formation drawn by Mo Hua. Although it was only first rank, given that it was getting dark, it was enough to mislead people. These human traffickers would have reinforcements arriving soon, so being cautious was always good. This is... Yuer, covered by the cloak, looked confused. Don't ask for now, just put it on. Okay. Yuer nodded obediently, somewhat clumsily wrapping the oversized cloak around himself. Suddenly, he looked around, his expression turning sad again, as if he couldn't bear it. Mo Hua asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Yuer glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground and said in a low voice, "Don't these people also have parents? If they die, their parents won't be able to see them again. Will they also be very sad?" Mo Hua was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected this child to be so pure and kind-hearted. Even though Boss Jiang and the others had trafficked him, Mo Hua thought that not understanding human wickedness and being too pure might not be a good thing, but this child was only 4 or 5 years old. At his age, it was better to be pure. The world could accommodate many wicked people and many selfish individuals. Why then couldn't it accommodate a child with a kind heart? Mo Hua then said kindly, "Don't worry, these people don't have parents." Yuer was stunned, then shocked. "Can people also not have parents?" Mo Hua said, "Most people do, but some people are different. They don't have parents." Yuer's understanding of the world was shattered. He couldn't recover for a long time, but upon closer thought, this kind older brother who had saved him seemed to have no reason to lie to him. Yuer felt a little better. Since they had no parents, no one would be sad when they died. This was a good thing in a way. Yuer nodded and couldn't help but think silently. It's really great that these bad people don't have parents. After comforting Yuer, Mo Hua surveyed the surroundings again, erasing all the formation patterns he had deduced and inferred, as well as the traces of breaking the formation. The boxes. Mo Hua thought for a moment, dismantled the boxes into wooden boards, and put them into his storage bag. There were residual, unknown formations on these wooden boards. He would save them and study them carefully when he had time. Then, Mo Hua flicked his finger and cast a fireball technique, completely destroying the remaining 2 storage boxes, burning the wood chips on the ground to charcoal, and mixing them together. Mo Hua's actions were clean and swift, taking only about 10 breaths. Yuer blinked and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, why are you so skilled?" Mo Hua was startled, then calmly taught him, "I learned it from a kind uncle. This is experience for traveling outside. Therefore, children must study hard. Otherwise, they will suffer great losses when they venture into the cultivation world." Yuer was a bit confused, but still nodded seriously. Everything was cleaned up, and the traces were all covered. It was time to slip away. Mo Hua pulled Yuer, hiding their figures, and left the eatery. A cultivator around 10 years old, and an even smaller cultivator, hand in hand, walked towards Clear Prefecture City in the distance. However, as the sky darkened and their figures were hidden, no one saw them. About a quarter of an hour after Mo Hua left, 4 or 5 black-clothed cultivators arrived at the eatery. Their faces were obscured by black cloth, making them indistinguishable, except for their eyes, which revealed a trace of coldness and sinister intent. However, this coldness and sinister intent turned into astonishment and shock upon seeing the state of the eatery. "Where are they?" "All dead." The black-clothed cultivators gasped in unison. "Who did this?" "I don't know." "Where's the goods?" The black-clothed cultivators released their spiritual senses to probe the surroundings. After a moment, they found the pile of storage box fragments in the corner of the eatery. They were killed for ransom? Everyone was somewhat incredulous. "No." One black-clothed cultivator frowned. "There's no residual flesh and blood. The boxes are also wrong." "Where's Sir's box? Was it dismantled? Or destroyed?" "There's Sir's formation on the box. Who could dismantle it? If the box is gone, the person is gone. If the box is destroyed, the person dies." "Not necessarily. Qian Prefecture has countless capable people. Nothing is impossible." Several people argued heatedly. Suddenly, someone asked, "Boss, what should we do?" The cultivator addressed as boss was also dressed in black, his attire unremarkable, except for his eyes, which contained a sharp gleam, and his gaze, which was like an eagle's, sharp and predatory. The black-clothed boss surveyed the surroundings and said hoarsely, "Boss Jiang and the others. It looks like they were ambushed and wiped out clean. The goods this time, both the boxes and the people, were all snatched away." "Black on black?" Someone asked in confusion. The others were furious. "We notified everyone beforehand. Who on the street has such guts to snatch our goods? People die for wealth, birds die for food. This batch of goods is too lucrative. There's nothing they wouldn't dare to do. Even if it's black on black, who has the ability to do it?" The black-clothed boss's gaze deepened as he scanned the faces of everyone, pondering. The ground is still warm, and there are scorch marks everywhere. These are traces of formations. The formations are powerful, but complex to set up. This indicates that someone had prior knowledge of the news, set up formations here beforehand, and then used the power of the formations to ambush and kill Boss Jiang and the other 12 people. And they took our goods by force. Mr. Tu calculated it, and it wouldn't be wrong, unless... The black-clothed boss's gaze turned fierce. There's a traitor among us who leaked the information. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Boss, you know me. Boss, I am loyal to you till death. Boss, my life is yours. I even violated ancestral precepts. Boss. Everyone spoke passionately, expressing their loyalty. Seeing their sincere expressions, the black-clothed boss frowned, withdrew his gaze, and said coldly, "We'll discuss this later. The urgent matter is to find the goods." The formation still retains residual warmth, and the sword energy hasn't completely dissipated, indicating that the battle ended not long ago, and the other party might not have gone far. The black-clothed boss pondered for a moment, then frowned. On the way here, did you see anyone suspicious? Or a child? The others looked at each other. To avoid suspicion, they had disguised themselves and traveled from different directions, converging nearby. Along the way, they were busy rushing and had no time to pay attention to suspicious individuals. The black-clothed boss cursed softly. A bunch of useless trash. His eyes like those of an eagle or wolf, he imprinted the surrounding scenery into his mind, hating it so much he almost gritted his teeth. It was so close. Just a little bit more, and the young master with the special bloodline would have been theirs. Once delivered to Mr. Tu as a blood sacrifice to the divine master, he would have made great contributions, and changing his blood and bones would have been possible. Snatching a child from a tiger's den, secretly achieving their goal. Mr. Tu had calculated everything. He had also arranged everything. It was just this tiny bit that was missing. The black-clothed boss's eyes gradually turned bloodshot, the blood vessels like cracks, eerily terrifying. His voice became hoarse, almost inhuman. "If I find out who ruined my good deed, I will devour your flesh raw, drink your blood raw. I will make you die a horrible death, and I will eat all your relatives and friends clean." The black-clothed boss's voice was suppressed and hoarse, as if he couldn't control the savage killing intent in his chest. The other black-clothed cultivators all lowered their heads, their faces pale, trembling, and daring not to speak. The killing intent in the air grew stronger, even exuding a strong smell of blood. The black-clothed boss's face was contorted, his hands trembling. He took out a wine flask and took a big gulp, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Only then did he feel slightly calmer. "Chase," the black-clothed boss commanded. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and quickly bowed. Yes. They all chased outwards. One black-clothed cultivator stepped out, but as soon as he reached the doorway, a sudden gust of wind erupted. The wind was like a knife, slicing him into pieces, his blood splashing everywhere. A handsome young man, holding a paper fan, his face like frost, appeared in the eatery. "Where's the child?" His gaze was as cold as a knife. The black-clothed boss looked at him and sneered, muttering, "Young Master Gu." At the same time, dozens of cultivators wearing standard Dao robes appeared, surrounding the dilapidated eatery. The black-clothed boss looked around, and his gaze became even more disdainful. Lapdogs of the Dao court department. Young Master Gu looked at the black-clothed boss, smelled the blood on him, and said coldly, "You demonic beast, whose skin are you wearing?" The black-clothed boss looked at young Master Gu and smiled. People in the world wear the skin of hypocrisy and hide evil thoughts in their hearts. Are you any different? I'm just wearing a more hypocritical skin than you, and my hidden evil is more real than yours. Young Master Gu didn't want to bicker with him and questioned, "Where's the child?" The black-clothed boss pointed at the eatery. "You saw it yourself. When I arrived, it was already like this. The child you want to save was snatched by someone else. Perhaps even." The black-clothed boss smiled sinisterly, "Killed for ransom." Young Master Gu roared, "Good, good. Then you shall leave your life behind as a burial offering for that child." The black-clothed boss sneered, "With your Gu family and these lackeys of the Dao court department, you can't do anything to me." The two parties couldn't agree, and a great battle was imminent. Young Master Gu used his paper fan. With each swing, fine wind blades flew out, each one deadly. The black-clothed boss seemed unwilling to reveal his true strength, relying only on his physical body and the foul blood energy around him to fight against young Master Gu's wind blades and the many cultivators of the Dao court department. During their fight, they deliberately avoided the eatery, as if they didn't want to damage the clues within. This was a fierce battle, and neither side showed any mercy. However, since this was only a second-rank state boundary, neither young Master Gu nor the black-clothed boss could unleash their full power, making it difficult to fight to the death. The fierce battle lasted for half an hour. Finally, the black-clothed boss, heavily injured, fled. Young Master Gu's aura was weak, clearly also suffering considerable injuries. The remaining black-clothed cultivators had all died. Young Master Gu ordered, "Record the appearances of these people. I will settle the score with them one by one later." An official, GC, officer, went and returned after a moment, reporting, Young Master, their appearances are indistinguishable. Young Master Gu walked forward to look, only to discover that these black-clothed cultivators had been planted with demonic poison. After death, the demonic energy had destroyed their bodies, contaminating their meridians and spirit roots, leaving only a pile of black, smelly flesh and blood, making it impossible to identify them. Young Master Gu cursed, "A bunch of cowards, scoundrels. Timid and hesitant. You have the guts to become demonic, but not the guts to leave your faces behind." This way, they could only investigate major sects and families under the guise of missing cultivators. But this was simply impossible to investigate. There were many reasons for cultivators to go missing. Some were out on business and were delayed for too long. Some were assassinated by cultivators with malicious intent. Some were trapped in secret realms while exploring outside. And some simply had rebellious minds, were dissatisfied with family arrangements, and ran away from home. The causes and effects were too complex. It was impossible to conclude that a cultivator had become demonic just because they went missing. Furthermore, whether it was a sect or a family, for the sake of cultivation benefits and their reputation, they would not admit it, let alone allow others to investigate. The more young Master Gu thought about it, the angrier he became. He casually waved his hand, crushing a black-clothed cultivator into pieces. But anger was useless. The whereabouts of the young master were more important now. He also searched the scene, and the results were similar to those of the black-clothed cultivators. Boss Jiang and the others were killed or severely injured by a second-rank Earthfire formation. This was undoubtedly a premeditated, well-planned ambush. It was impossible for someone to have a sudden idea and then set up a formation on the spot to kill these human traffickers. A cultivator with such skill wouldn't use such troublesome methods. Perhaps with a flick of a finger, they could slaughter these cultivators. Furthermore, more than half of the human traffickers died from a mere second-rank fireball technique. This was definitely to cover their tracks and not expose their Taoist techniques, so they used such common fireball techniques to kill people. A mere fireball technique couldn't possibly warrant a cultivator spending great effort to cultivate such a thing. Then, the young master was missing. The group of black-clothed cultivators didn't seem to be lying. They were preempted by someone else. Young Master Gu frowned. Black on black. Or is there another scheme? The young master is the crystallization of the alliance between two major aristocratic families. What force or cultivator has such audacity to target him? And who dares to intercept him midway and kidnap the young master? And they are not afraid of disturbing karma and touching the heavenly secrets. The most difficult part of this matter was concealing the heavenly secrets and covering up the karma, making it impossible to calculate. Who could do such a thing? Young Master Gu was completely bewildered. A moment later, he thought of his cousin's distressed and tormented look after the child went missing, and his heart ached even more. Young Master Gu's gaze turned colder. Disregarding his injuries, he ordered, "Those who are seriously injured will rest temporarily, and those with minor injuries will follow me to continue the pursuit. The spiritual energy here dissipated not long ago. We should still be able to track them." A director, GC officer, hesitated. "Young Master, are we still chasing?" They had been chasing for several days, without eating or drinking, exhausted, and after a fierce battle, it was too much for them, who were already overstaffed and just getting by. They were people from the Dao Court department. Even with the Gu family's power, they couldn't be ordered around like this. Young Master Gu's gaze was sharp, and he sneered. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. But if anything happens to that young master, you, and all your brothers, will have your skins stripped off." The director, GC officer, felt a jolt. He then realized that the rumors he had heard before were all wrong. That young master was not the Gu family's young master. If not the Gu family's young master, then the director, GC officer, felt as if he had been doused with cold water and couldn't help but shiver. "Young Master Gu, don't worry. We will do our best to find the young master." Then his gaze swept around. "Quickly take the pills, and as soon as your injuries improve, set off immediately." Although the crowd was dissatisfied and somewhat unclear about the situation, they knew the matter was important and dared not delay, so they rushed to recover their injuries. Young Master Gu's gaze, however, looked into the distance, his expression veiled in a dark shadow. "You are, into whose hands has that child fallen? I want to work hard and try to add more updates at the end of the month. I also hope to get little Mo Hua into the sect earlier. Of course, hard work doesn't always yield results. If my efforts fail and there are no extra updates, then just pretend I didn't say anything." Chapter 583, Nightmare. Yuer, who had fallen into Mo Hua's hands, was following this kind passing young brother, step by step, towards Qingzhou City. The sky had darkened, and the surroundings were deserted. The night enveloped the mountain forest. But after a moment, it became lively again. It seemed that there were always cultivators moving back and forth in secret. Mo Hua was perfectly aware of the traces of these people with his divine sense, but he did not know their identities or origins, so he did not reveal any clues. These cultivators were heading outwards, and the closer they got to Qingzhou City, the quieter it became. It was nearing midnight, 20 li away from Qingzhou City. Yuer had walked for several hours. His face was slightly pale, and he was exhausted. His calves felt as if they were filled with lead, making it difficult to move. However, he seemed to be afraid of being trafficked again, or perhaps he wanted to see his parents sooner so they wouldn't worry. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and endured. Mo Hua released his divine sense, surveyed the surroundings, and then patted Yuer's little head. Let's rest here for the night, and enter the city early tomorrow morning. Yuer said softly. Yuer is not tired. Mo Hua said. It's too late. The city gates might not be open. Let's get a good night's sleep and recharge. There were many immortal cities in the cultivation world. The gatekeeping policies varied in different states and immortal cities. Based on Mo Hua's past travel experience, some immortal cities had curfews at night. Some did not, but in times of major upheaval, they would close the city gates at night, sealing them with formations to prevent cultivators from entering or exiting. If Qingzhou City had a curfew, then the two of them would have to spend the night outside the city gates. There would be many cultivators gathered outside the city gates, waiting to enter in the early morning. The areas outside the city were noisy and filled with many ears, and the cultivators staying overnight were a mixed bag, making it difficult to discern good from evil. For safety's sake, it was better to avoid them. Mo Hua didn't mind, but Yuer was different. He was a child who had been trafficked. Yuer, being a child, couldn't hold on any longer and obediently nodded. Outside Qingzhou City lay a vast expanse of mountain forest. Mo Hua found a quiet and safe corner nearby, surrounded by rocks and hidden by trees, and pointed his finger at the ground, drawing a warm fire formation. A warm yellow light flickered, dispelling the oppressive darkness and the biting cold of the mountain wind, and it also illuminated Yuer's little face until it was rosy. Yuer's eyes sparkled, as if he had forgotten his fatigue. He looked at Mo Hua with his mouth agape. Brother, formations can be drawn like this. Without using a brush or paper, just a point of his finger, a formation was drawn on the ground. So effortless, so handsome. He looked like an expert. He had never seen anyone draw formations this way before. Yuer's face was filled with admiration. Mo Hua felt a little proud and said, when you grow up, I'll teach you to draw them like this too. MHM. Yuer nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of anticipation. The night was slightly cold, and the mountain wind rustled. Mo Hua took out a small blanket and draped it over Yuer. Yuer was completely wrapped in the blanket, and his small body felt much warmer. However, he then frowned, secretly glanced at Mo Hua, and pursed his lips, saying nothing. Mo Hua saw through his thoughts and smiled. Are you hungry? Yuer's small face blushed slightly, and he said softly, MHM. After being trafficked, he hadn't eaten much. After Mo Hua rescued him, they were busy rushing on their journey. Now that he was resting for a moment and feeling warm, he realized his little stomach was growling. Mo Hua smiled, took out dried meat, sweet potatoes, and some miscellaneous wild fruits and dried fruits, and placed them on the warm fire formation to roast. The heat of the fire permeated the ingredients. The aroma spread along with the warmth. Yuer was like a kitten who had seen dried fish, unable to look away. The two of them sat by the fire, roasting and eating roasted meat, roasted sweet potatoes, and some dried fruits with a wild flavor. Yuer ate with great delight. After they finished eating, Mo Hua took out some fruit wine for Yuer to drink. The fruit wine was sweet, mellow, and had a lingering aftertaste, dispelling the fatigue and hardship of the journey. It's delicious. After drinking, Yuer imitated Mo Hua and licked his lips. After they were full and satisfied, they curled up around the warm fire formation, each wrapped in a blanket, and went to sleep. Although Mo Hua slept, he was actually drawing formations in his sea of consciousness, while his divine sense remained vigilant, preventing encounters with demon beasts or other ill-intentioned cultivators. After a moment, Mo Hua suddenly paused. He noticed Yuer's small body curled up. Mo Hua opened his eyes and saw Yuer's eyes tightly closed, his little face pale. He seemed to be having a terrible nightmare, appearing terrified and frightened. 2 tear tracks flowed down his cheeks, looking pitiful and helpless, and he couldn't help but tremble. Mo Hua sighed. Yuer. Mo Hua called out softly. This voice, carrying some divine sense power, reached Yuer's ears. Yuer slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurred with tears. Mo Hua beckoned to him and said gently, Are you cold? Come here. Yuer hesitated for a moment, wiped away his tears, wrapped himself in his small blanket, and ran to Mo Hua's side. Mo Hua shared a part of his blanket with Yuer, then patted his head. Don't think too much. You'll see your parents in the morning. MHM. Yuer nodded his little head. Sleep? Mo Hua's voice was very soft, yet gentle and firm. Yuer felt his frightened heart gradually calm down, and his body no longer trembled with fear. It was also much warmer inside the blanket. Yuer secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly looked up at Mo Hua. Seeing that Mo Hua had his eyes closed and was resting, he quietly moved closer to Mo Hua. Mo Hua exuded a pure and peaceful aura. Yuer was content and gradually closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. This time, he slept soundly. In his dreams, there were no fears from being trafficked, no greedy and ugly faces of adults, no heart pierced by the malice of the world, no terror or despair, and also, those things that had occasionally appeared in his dreams since he could remember. The nightmarish scenes from the wild mountains, where living people were sacrificed, flesh and blood were bait, all life was treated as pawns, filled with pure evil intentions, bloody and cruel, bizarre and grotesque, nurturing all the sins of the world. The night was peaceful. Yuer slept well. The next day, as soon as it dawned, Imo brought Yuer to Qingzhou City. Outside Qingzhou City, there were patrols from the Dao court. When Imo was about to enter the city, he was stopped. Primarily, he was too young, and bringing a child, who was even younger than him, made him appear very strange among the many cultivators. The patrol officer couldn't help but ask, "You? How old are you?" 15. "What are you doing in the city?" "Going to the Qianxua prefecture to study." "Just you?" "And my brother." Imo patted Yuer. Yuer immediately stood up straight, puffed out his chest, and raised his head, repeatedly nodding to indicate that brother Imo was correct. The patrol officer was in a difficult position. He had received orders to investigate any suspicious cultivators carrying young cultivators. But a young cultivator carrying a young cultivator, was that suspicious? He had heard rumors that a young master of the Gu family had been kidnapped by human traffickers. But strangely, the image of the young master could not be revealed. They could only screen by age. The patrol officer looked at Yuer. This little boy does look like a young master. He then looked at Imo, muttering to himself. Human traffickers. Shouldn't be this young, right? Besides, if he were truly a human trafficker, he would try to get out of the city, not brazenly try to get in. It seems I was being overly cautious. Seeing the patrol officer muttering, Imo asked, "Has something happened?" "Yes, it's the Gu family." The patrol officer nodded. Halfway through his sentence, he realized he had said too much and immediately put on a stern face. Children shouldn't ask what they shouldn't ask. "Oh, enter the city." "Oh." So Imo pulled Yuer, passed through the city gates, and entered Qingzhou City with dignity. Qingzhou City was bustling with life. Arriving at Qingzhou City was basically taking a step into the Qianxua prefecture. He could find a connection and go to the Qian Dao sect to join. But before that, he had to safely hand over this little burden, Yuer, to his parents, otherwise he would not be at ease. Qingzhou City was quite prosperous. The streets were noisy, with people coming and going. On both sides, the stalls displayed a dazzling array of pills, talismans, artifacts, formations, and all sorts of goods. Imo and Yuer walked and browsed. Yuer looked around, full of curiosity. Imo, however, was pondering. How can I find Yuer's parents? The Gu family. Imo had heard several people mention the Gu family along the way. The human trafficker, Boss Jiang, had mentioned it, and the patrol officer before entering the city had also mentioned it. Could Yuer be the young master of the Gu family? Imo then asked Yuer, "Yuer, is your surname Gu?" Yuer reluctantly shifted his gaze from the rows of candied hawthorns on the roadside. After thinking for a moment, he replied a beat later, "My surname is not Gu." "Then is your mother's surname Gu?" Yuer shook his head. Imo frowned. If his surname isn't Gu, then he has nothing to do with the Gu family. Yuer looked at Imo, his face showing shame. "Brother, I'm sorry, my mother told me not to reveal our surname." "It's all right." Imo smiled and comforted him. "When you're out and about, you must be vigilant, even with me." Yuer still felt guilty. Imo then bought Yuer a skewer of candied hawthorn. Yuer immediately became happy, biting and chewing, his little mouth stained red. "Is this your first time eating it?" "MHM." Yuer nodded. "Mother doesn't let me eat it." Imo sighed. He was a bit confused. Whose child was Yuer? Not letting him eat candied hawthorn. Was it because the family was too poor to afford it, or too rich and worried about him getting sick? "Yuer, is your house big?" "MHM." Yuer spread his small arms, drawing a large circle. "It's very, very big." Imo nodded. "So you're the child of a major aristocratic family." But it might not be the case. A child's perception of big is different from an adult's. When he was young, he thought Immortal Pass City was very, very big. The road from the south of the city to the north was very, very long. But now he could walk this very, very long road in half an hour. "Do you have any impression of Qingzhou City?" Imo asked again. Yuer licked the candied hawthorn, tried his best to recall, and shook his head. "I don't know. I think they all look the same." Imo was stunned, then nodded. That was indeed the case. After seeing so many immortal cities, big and small, they all seemed to be more or less the same. But this made things troublesome. Without any clues, it would be difficult to find them. Yuer thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "Brother, I remember. I have relatives in Qingzhou City. My mother said she was bringing me to find relatives." "What relatives?" Yuer shook his head. "What's their surname?" Yuer still shook his head. Imo sighed. "Never mind. It was a clue, at least. Afterward, Mo Hua inquired around, and then sat down at a noodle restaurant at the entrance of Qingzhou City. He had asked. The Gu family was the most powerful family in Qingzhou City. No, including the surrounding immortal cities of the Qianxua prefecture. They were a fifth-rank family. And according to the rumors circulating in the city, a young master of the Gu family had been kidnapped by human traffickers, and his whereabouts were still unknown. As for the young master's name and appearance, the Gu family had not disclosed them to the public. Perhaps it was due to his special identity and certain taboos. The Gu family only announced that for any clues about kidnapped young cultivators under the age of 10, they would inform the Gu family. If the situation was confirmed, the Gu family would offer generous rewards. They could even offer an enrollment quota for the Qianxua prefecture. An enrollment quota. Mo Hua already had the sect token, so he had no need for it. Besides, he didn't know where that Gu family young master was. He needed to arrange for Yuer, this young master, first and find his family. Should I directly ask the Dao court for help? Mo Hua pondered and shook his head. He was not familiar with the Dao court of Qingzhou City. Moreover, the Gu family incident seemed to be causing a great stir, with most of the officers and registrars of the Dao court looking for the Gu family's young master. They might not pay much attention to Yuer's matter. These were not the main issues. Mo Hua suspected that some cultivators within the Dao court might be colluding with human traffickers. This was also something Uncle Zhang Lan had warned him about. The Dao court was not as clean as it seemed. The conflicts of interest within the Dao courts of various regions were very complex. One could not judge a book by its cover. It was better to be safe than sorry. Any outsiders were not entirely reliable. It was best to hand Yuer over to his biological parents. He has relatives in Qingzhou City. Then should I go door to door asking? Mo Hua shook his head again. That wouldn't work either. Those who could establish themselves in Qianzhou had significant backgrounds and high thresholds. He might not be able to get through the door. Moreover, this would also be a waste of time. Similarly, even if someone claimed to be Yuer's relative and acted more affectionately, Yuer, being young, would not be able to distinguish whether the person was a relative or someone with ulterior motives. In the depths of his heart, Mo Hua felt that both these methods had problems. Once it passed through the hands of outsiders, there would inevitably be changes. This was a warning he occasionally felt in his heart after learning Heavenly Secret's calculation. Although it was still very weak and not obvious, nor particularly accurate, it could sometimes be surprisingly effective for decision-making. Mo Hua considered for a long time before deciding to use the simplest, most cumbersome, but also the most direct method. Stake out at the gates. Entering and exiting Qingzhou City, the gates were unavoidable. Qingzhou City was the hub connecting to the Qianzhou academic circles. If Yuer's parents wanted to find him, they would sooner or later pass through Qingzhou City and appear at its main gates. As Mo Hua thought this, his heart suddenly leaped, as if the karmic causality he foresaw would, following some heavenly secret, become a reality in the foreseeable future. Mo Hua was shaken. This was true Heavenly Secret's calculation? No, or rather, it was the prototype of true Heavenly Secret's calculation. The image of Master Zhuang reappeared in Mo Hua's mind. He imitated his master's movements, formed hand seals, closed his eyes to meditate, and activated his divine sense. After a moment, nothing happened. Mo Hua stroked his chin. He suspected that when his master performed calculations, forming hand seals was just for show, making him look more immortal and debonair, but it was actually useless. When he imitated his master's appearance now, his mind went blank, and he couldn't calculate anything. Or perhaps it was because what he was currently learning was only divine sense calculation, far from the level of Heavenly Secrets calculation. It was just that after doing a lot of calculations, there were occasional faint premonitions related to Heavenly Secrets in his sea of consciousness. After all, his master had never taught him Heavenly Secrets calculation. Mo Hua sighed. He was still not entirely clear about what Heavenly Secrets were. He was even more clueless about how to calculate them. Heavenly Secrets calculation. In the future, when I encounter other Heavenly Secret techniques, I'll try to find them and study them, see if I can compare and contrast, and gain insight into true Heavenly Secrets calculation. Mo Hua nodded. One couldn't always be calculated by others. He should also calculate others occasionally. Mo Hua turned and looked at Yuer, instructing him. We'll wait here. You keep an eye on the main gate. If you recognize anyone, your parents, relatives, teachers, or your family's carriages and horses, tell me. MHM. Yuer nodded. Then the owner served 2 bowls of noodles, one large and one small. Mo Hua ate, while also pondering Heavenly Secrets calculation in his mind. Yuer imitated Mo Hua, slurping his noodles, occasionally looking up. Seeing Mo Hua by his side, he felt a little more at ease and continued to eat his noodles. It seemed that as long as he was by Mo Hua's side, those bloody, cruel, and demonic nightmares would gradually dissipate. The two of them kept waiting at the main gate. Outside the gates of Qingzhou City, there was a constant stream of traffic, with all sorts of cultivators coming and going. However, After waiting for several days and eating noodles for 5 or 6 days, there was still no progress. Imo Hua was beginning to doubt if his guess was correct. It should be right. Imo Hua frowned, concentrating his thoughts. In his mind, a carriage and a face faintly appeared, with a hint of a trace. At this moment, in the Gu family in Qingzhou City, in a quiet but luxurious hall, a beautiful woman in palace attire waved her hand, shattering the exquisite tables, chairs, porcelain, and screens in the room. Even the walls, reinforced by formations, showed fine cracks. The maids outside the room turned pale, lowered their heads, and silently retreated. Facing the woman, a handsome man with profound cultivation, dressed in luxurious clothing, was forcing a smile. "Warner, don't be angry." The woman in palace attire's beautiful eyes were slightly red, filled with anger. "How can I not be angry? The esteemed Shangwan family's direct descendants' bloodline can be abducted? Do you think I'm a fool?" The man in luxurious clothing said softly. "Warner, no one wants this." "Shangwan E." The woman said hatefully. "Yuer is my child. If you don't care, I care. Yuer is so young, so well-behaved. He is my life." The man's handsome eyes were filled with pain. "Yuer is also my flesh and blood. How can I not care? Then what has your Shangwan family done?" The woman questioned sternly. The man in luxurious clothing said bitterly. "Warner, you are also part of the Shangwan family now. Don't say such things. If father finds out." "What if he finds out? He was already dissatisfied with this marriage and always looked at me unfavorably." The woman in palace attire looked at the man. The affection that was once in her beautiful eyes now turned as cold as a knife, even filled with deep hatred. "He doesn't like me, so he doesn't like Yuer, his grandson. I'm telling you, if Yuer disappears, I will hate your Shangwan family for the rest of my life." The woman's voice trembled slightly, showing both determination and the pain of parting from the one she loved. "Including you." Shangwan E. The man's heart was like being twisted by a knife. "Warner." The woman in palace attire said hatefully. "Now tell me honestly, who exactly abducted Yuer? What have you investigated? And where is Yuer?" The man sighed, his face filled with sorrow. He knew his wife was passionate and loved their son as her life. Before, he dared not tell her the truth, fearing she would be overwhelmed with grief. So he hid everything from her, saying he had clues and would find Yuer soon. But now that he could no longer hide it, he had to tell her the truth. On the surface, this matter seems like a coincidence. Yuer went out to watch the Lantern Festival, and many people were watching, but in the blink of an eye, Yuer disappeared. We went to investigate, but the heavenly secrets were like water, leaving no trace. We have no idea who abducted Yuer, or for what purpose. However, we can vaguely trace that after Yuer was abducted, someone was transporting him outwards. They were a group of human traffickers. They divided into several groups and left Qingzhou City in batches, seemingly to transport Yuer outside the Qian prefecture, to an unknown location. During this time, the Shangwan family, the Gu family, and the Dao court have mobilized a large number of cultivators to search. The Shangwan family operates in the shadows, while the Gu family and the Dao court are in the open. For every batch they investigate, they kill them. For every batch they kill, they investigate again. No matter how many they kill, there are always some inconspicuous ones who slip through the net and coincidentally send Yuer out bit by bit. It's as if everything has been calculated. So, the elders infer. The man's heart churned with coldness, and he said painfully that there is a powerful being who has grasped the heavenly secrets, with meticulous planning and divine wisdom, secretly setting up a grand scheme, wanting to. The man paused, took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Kidnap Yuer, this child born from the first direct marriage between the Shangwan and Wenrin families in 1,000 years. Chapter 584, Precisely Calculated. The Shangwan family and the Wenrin family, the first direct descendants to be allied in marriage in 1,000 years. Their own child, though supported by the two great aristocratic families of Qianzhou, was being schemed against, facing such immense peril. A trace of sorrow flickered in the eyes of the woman in palace attire, as if excessive grief had caused her meridians and breath to become somewhat disordered. The man's heart ached. He reached out to support her, but she pushed his hand away. And then? The woman in palace attire asked coldly. "Then, what did you find?" The man helplessly withdrew his arm and sighed. It was Gu Changhuai who found a clue to Yuer. Following the clue, he tracked them to a restaurant several dozen li outside the city and found a group of human traffickers with only early foundation establishment cultivation. But the man shook his head, his tone bitter. Yuer was kidnapped again. The woman in palace attire was taken aback. "Again?" The man said hoarsely. "It was another group. They ambushed us with formations and killed with spells. The formations were hidden, powerful yet unexpected. The spells used were the common fireball technique, executed cleanly and efficiently, leaving no trace. And among the human traffickers, one knew the sword-breaking gold technique. Sword-breaking sect." The woman gritted her teeth. The man chuckled wryly. It has nothing to do with the sword-breaking sect. They are likely renegade disciples. The sword-breaking sect wouldn't dare, nor would they be foolish enough, to use such a conspicuous sect-protecting sword move. I don't care, the woman said hatefully. If you can't find Yuer, the sword-breaking sect will pay the price. All right, the man could only agree. He knew that reasoning was futile at this moment. The man in fine clothes sighed and continued. The sword-breaking golden sword technique is a metal element sword control method, focusing on offense and killing. Its power is immense. Clearly, the human traffickers encountered a powerful enemy and were fighting for their lives, thus resorting to this desperate move, revealing this sword technique. But the man in fine clothes' pupils trembled slightly. This extremely powerful sword technique, even at the Foundation establishment realm, failed to inflict even the slightest harm on the enemy. Not a drop of blood was shed on the sword. Not even the skin was broken. This indicates that the opponent's cultivation is likely far superior to these human traffickers. Golden core, or perhaps even nascent soul. The woman sneered. Good, so many people are targeting Yuer. He's just a child of 4 or 5. How could he be so coveted? Before, it was a grand plan by a mighty being who could fathom the secrets of heaven. This time, could it be another expert skilled in heavenly calculations who intercepted him midway? The woman in palace attire questioned her husband with biting sarcasm. The man lowered his head when questioned by his wife, sighing helplessly. This time, it counts. The woman froze, then angrily said, Shangwani, do you think I'm an ignorant fool? Since when did heavenly calculation techniques become so cheap? This one is a mighty being, that one is an expert. How can there be so many experts? How many cultivators in this world are truly skilled in heavenly calculation techniques? Do they have nothing better to do than to plot against my Yuer? The man chuckled wryly. Warner, I'm not lying to you. I asked Elder May of Xuanji Valley, who is skilled in calculations. The woman in palace attire asked coldly. What did he calculate? The man found it somewhat difficult to speak. He went mad. The woman was stunned. The man sighed. Elder May, when he tried to calculate the person who kidnapped Yuer, he couldn't figure out anything at first, saying that the heavenly secrets were obscured, a fog of confusion, leaving no trace. Later, I pleaded repeatedly. Elder May couldn't refuse and used his essence blood, employing the Xuanji Valley's ancestral profound calculations to deduce it. At first, he did manage to pierce through the mist and saw a vague, misty figure like water. When he looked again, the man fell silent for a moment. The woman said angrily, What happened? The man sighed. His expression turned to terror, he spat blood, his entire body turned cold, and his mind also became abnormal. He suddenly went mad. He kept muttering about the great horror of karma, about mountains of corpses and sins, and said he was bitten by corpse sin, saying he would soon turn into a zombie, trembling uncontrollably. The woman's expression shifted, but after thinking carefully, she became angry again. What is all this nonsensical talk about mountains of corpses and corpse sins? You believe such absurdities? What does this have to do with you? The man was speechless. He also didn't know how Yuer became entangled with these karmic connections, but Elder May's incident was indeed true. He had truly gone mad. Is that Elder May truly from Xuanji Valley? The woman asked again. Yes. Where's he now? Elder May, his mind is deranged. It seems his sea of consciousness was injured. He has been sent back to Xuanji Valley for treatment. The woman's eyebrows suddenly knitted, and she said coldly. So, without proof or witnesses, you are trying to deceive me with this fictitious Elder May. The man said in a low voice. Warner, when have I ever lied to you? His words carried a hint of pleading. Fine, then I'll find Yuer myself. The woman in palace attire declared decisively and turned to leave. The man panicked and immediately grabbed her. You cannot leave Qingzhou City. The woman took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and asked, Why? I'm worried about you. Worried about me? The man's voice grew slightly cold. I married you, breaking some of the rules of the aristocratic families and defying the ancestral teachings of the Shangwan family. Many people are watching us. They might target Yuer, and it's possible they might do something to you. Now that Yuer is missing, I fear losing you too. The woman said coldly. Is staying in Qingzhou City safe? The man insisted. Qingzhou City is within the Qinchu estate, and an ancestor laid down a formation here. The heavenly secrets are clear. Outside Qingzhou City, the heavenly secrets are completely chaotic, and anything can happen. The man's expression was extremely solemn. There were great terrors in the cultivation world. Some truly formidable cultivators, who had attained enlightenment of the great Tao, possessed many unfathomable heaven-defying methods. Some would even set up grand schemes to nurture demonic karma. The closer one got to the peak of cultivation, the more one understood the true nature of this world, and the more terrifying the hearts of people became. So what? The woman asked indifferently. You want me to hide in this city and abandon my child? Warner, don't interfere. The man said gently, almost pleadingly. This matter's karma is too great and too terrifying. The person who orchestrated Yuer's abduction possessed profound heavenly calculation skills and left no trace. The person who kidnapped Yuer, within his karma, held immense killing intent. These were not feats that ordinary cultivators could achieve. The grand Tao of formations, calculation techniques of spiritual sense, heavenly secrets, and karma. These were all extremely profound and complex matters. Although Warner had studied formations, she had only learned them to a generally good standard. Being praised and admired as a heaven's favored daughter was merely ordinary, worldly goodness. It was goodness within man-made regulations. She had no idea how profound, truly intricate formations were, how deep spiritual senses could be. How profound and terrifying were those formations that surpassed the cognition of ordinary cultivators, those that broke through ranks, those that manipulated heavenly principles beyond man-made regulations. The woman in palace attire did not understand these things. She simply looked at her husband, her gaze gradually shifting from anger to despair. Did you make plans long ago? The man remained silent. The woman paused, enduring the pain, and said word by word, Yuer cannot be found. What do you plan to do? The man dared not meet his wife's eyes, shifting his gaze away, and said in a low voice, Father's intention is for us to have another child. The woman's face turned ashen, her body trembling, her eyes filled with endless grief and hatred. She hated her husband, and she hated herself. Shangwan, you are truly heartless. The woman said, tears welling up. Good. If you want a child, go find another woman to have it with. I, Wenren Wan, have only Yuer as my child in this life. Yuer, he was so obedient, so kind. How could he? Yuer's smiling face surfaced in the woman's mind, and her heart ached as if pierced by needles. Suddenly, her heart trembled, as if by some unseen force. She could feel where Yuer was, waiting for her. Her child was waiting for her. The woman's heart ached immensely, and she turned to leave without regard for anything else. Warner, it's too dangerous. The man tried to stop her again. The woman's gaze was icy. If you don't go, I will. If I can't find him, I'll search for a lifetime. Even if I die, I want to die with Yuer. You just wait to become the head of the Shangwan family, and casually find another woman to have another child with. After speaking, the woman, her eyes filled with tears, flicked her sleeves and departed. The man wanted to stop her, but when he reached out, he couldn't grasp anything. His face was pale, and he sighed. After a moment, a young servant entered the room and respectfully said, Young master, the family head requests your presence. The man was stunned for a while before weakly saying, I know. He was the young master of the Shangwan family, and thus the next family head. However, he felt less like a master and more like a slave caught in a dilemma. Yet, within the vast aristocratic family, he didn't know whose slave he truly was. Shangwan sighed deeply and walked to his study in the Gu family. After standing respectfully for a moment, he heard a deep voice from within. Come in. Shangwan entered the room and bowed. Father. The study was elegant and luxurious. Seated in the center was a cultivator with a profound aura and great dignity. His appearance was dignified, though his temples were slightly gray, and faint lines creased his brow, still showing that he had been extremely handsome in his youth. This was Shangwan Yi's father, and the true family head of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Su. In a few days, I will be leaving. You will have to handle matters here yourself, Shangwan Su said, writing something, his voice low and indifferent. Yes, Shangwan Yi replied respectfully. Shangwan Su looked up at his son and said indifferently, You shouldn't have married Wenren Wan. She is too impulsive, willful, and lacks foresight in her actions. She is, after all, a descendant of the direct lineage. I don't know how the Wenren family educated her. An aristocratic family's daughters can be willful before marriage, but once married, they represent the family's face and must uphold the family's interests. Their actions must always be proper. Even if they are upset, they must endure it. Father. Shangwan Yi's voice was slightly raised, interrupting Shangwan Su. Warner is a good wife. Yuer's disappearance has caused her excessive grief, and her slight rudeness is understandable. It's only human nature. Shangwan Su looked at his son, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. After a moment, he slowly spoke. How is Yuer? Still searching. Shangwan Su sighed. Yuer, he is pure-hearted and a good child, but he will not be a good family head. Shangwan Yi interjected. Father, I only have Yuer as my son. Shangwan Su's gaze turned slightly cold. I told you if. Shangwan Yi said, then the next family head will definitely be the child of you and Warner. Shangwan Su sneered. She may not be willing. I will wait until she changes her mind. Shangwan Yi lowered his head and bowed, but his tone was firm and irrefutable. Shangwan Su's brows twitched slightly, but he ultimately said nothing, only stating indifferently, I understand. The atmosphere in the study became somewhat tense. Shangwan Yi did not wish to linger, so he rose to take his leave. Ear. Shangwan Su called out to Shangwan Yi, hesitating for a moment, his tone softening slightly. You must know that being a family head is not an easy task. Cultivation families are based on their clans. One must understand priorities and weigh losses and gains. Indecisiveness and sentimental attachment are not permissible. A cultivator's life is very long. No matter how much you love someone, over time, affection fades, and hearts also change. As the family head, you must know what is most long-term and what is most beneficial. You must also harden your heart and make decisions. Only then can I persuade the ancestors to entrust the Shangguan family, which has spanned 10,000 years, to you. Shangguan remained silent. Father, I understand. Shangguan glanced at him and knew that his son did not understand at all. He felt some annoyance, but after all, his composure was deep. He calmed his emotions and sighed. Think about it more. Yuer is your child, the blood of the direct lineage, but he is also just one of the many disciples of the Shangguan family. You must weigh the importance yourself. Shangguan Yi's face was filled with pain, but he said nothing, bowed, and respectfully withdrew. Shangguan looked down at the jade slip. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at the spot where Shangguan Yi had just stood. Thinking of his distressed expression, he felt a surge of anger and, more so, of frustration at his son's lack of ambition. I, in my lifetime, was a rake, passing through countless flowers without leaving a single petal in my heart. How could the son I father be such a devoted fool? He looks refined, but he has no ambition, constantly thinking only of his wife and child. Shangguan frowned, full of dissatisfaction. After a long while, he sighed and spread out a map. The map depicted the entire Qianzhou. Lines were drawn across it, and after being calculated by a compass, they transformed into profound heavenly mechanism patterns, yet they had no beginning or end. No one knew where they came from or where they were going. Only faint traces of wild, ancient aura remained. This was the work of the person who abducted Yuer. Shangguan's gaze became solemn, his face like still water, and he murmured, "From the alliance, birth, to death, has it all been calculated? Who has such great means? To be able to hide from the ancestors and use the only direct descendant of the two great aristocratic families, Shangguan and Wenren, as a sacrifice. What are they trying to sacrifice to? What are they trying to reverse in the cycle of life and death?" Shangguan felt a chilling coldness that penetrated to his very bones. In the Gu family courtyard, Wenren Wan, dressed in palace attire, was consumed by thoughts of Yuer. However, upon stepping outside, she felt a sense of bewilderment. Search. How to search, where to search. Yuer had been abducted, and it was highly possible that he was no longer within this state, or even Qianzhou. A faint despair and profound powerlessness arose in her heart. The cultivation world was vast and boundless. She could not perform calculations, nor did she understand heavenly secrets. To find Yuer was like searching for a needle in a haystack. She also deeply hated herself, hating why she hadn't pleaded with her ancestors to learn such profound and obscure cultivation methods. Otherwise, she could have used her own abilities to track Yuer's karma now. Even if her spiritual sense was exhausted, even if her sea of consciousness dried up, even if... Wenren Wan stood dazedly for a while before coming back to her senses. She looked around with a sigh, pondered for a moment, then called for the Wenren family's guards to drive her out of the city. No matter what, she had to leave Qingzhou City first. Outside the city, she might find some trace of Yuer. Wenren Wan secretly made up her mind. If she couldn't find him in a month, she'd search for a month. If not in a year, she'd search for a year. If not in 10 years, she'd search for 10 years, or 100 years, until her lifespan was exhausted. I must find Yuer, and he must be found alive. The last 4 words, she dared not think of them. She feared seeing Yuer's cold, lifeless little face, feared knowing that her cherished child was gone. This was more painful than killing her, his mother. Wenren Wan felt a sharp pain in her chest. The carriage left the Gu family, traveled through the streets, passed by the market, and after an hour, approached the city gate. Wenren Wan was focused on going outside the city and did not notice that in a noodle shop near the city gate, 2 young cultivators were slurping noodles. Mo Hua and Yuer, who had waited for several days, tired and hungry, were busy eating noodles and did not notice a low-key but luxurious carriage silently driving towards the city gate. The city gate was bustling, with carriages and horses everywhere. As they passed each other, parting ways, Wenren Wan suddenly froze. For a moment, as if a mother's heart was connected to her child's, she felt that her son was nearby, even very close. But she knew that Yuer was no longer by her side. Her obedient and sensible son, who knew whose hands he had fallen into, his life and death unknown, and whether he was being abused and tortured. Wenren Wan's heart ached even more. The carriage continued to drive out of the city. But as the carriage moved further away, Wenren Wan felt increasingly uneasy. Even in a daze, she had a premonition. It was as if she was getting further and further away from Yuer, and as soon as she crossed this city gate, she would be separated from her son forever. The premonitions in a cultivator's heart were not without reason. Wenren Wan felt a sense of panic and unease. She immediately said, "Stop." The carriage stopped, and she quickly alighted, looking around blankly. After a long while, her peripheral vision caught sight of a noodle stall in the distance. Wenrinwan's entire being seemed to be struck by lightning. At the noodle stall, there were two young cultivators. One was slightly older, with a face like a painting, his demeanor clear and gentle. The other was small, for a 5 years old, looking very much like her year. Wenrinwan's heart trembled, and she could barely breathe. She wanted to speak, but her emotions were too turbulent, and she couldn't utter a word. Imo was eating noodles when his divine sense suddenly stirred, sensing someone looking at him. He looked up and saw a woman of exquisite beauty and noble bearing in the distance, her face streaked with tears, looking at him with disbelief. This woman was both unfamiliar and somehow familiar. Imo had never seen her before, but through some vague karmic connections, he seemed to have some impression. Imo suddenly realized something and patted Yuer beside him. Yuer was learning from Imo, burying his head and slurping noodles. Prompted by Imo, he looked into the distance, his little face froze, and his chopsticks fell to the ground with a clatter. Yuer's eyes instantly filled with tears. Mother! Despite the surrounding noise, this mother was clearly heard by Wenrinwan. The immense joy of finding what was lost made her chest tighten, making it difficult to breathe. Her tears blurred her vision, obscuring Yuer's appearance, but she still ran towards Yuer without hesitation. She seemed to have forgotten that she was a golden core stage cultivator, forgotten that she possessed cultivation, and only remembered that she was a mother. Yuer also, with tear-filled eyes, took small steps and rushed towards her. The two embraced. Although her vision was blurred by tears, obscuring Yuer's appearance, Wenrinwan held Yuer tightly in her arms, disregarding everything else. She dared not let go. She feared that if she let go, her child would disappear again. Even if it were a dream, she hoped that this dream could last longer, allowing her child to stay in her arms for a while longer. Yuer and his mother wept in each other's arms. Imo nodded with satisfaction. Although it was muddled and based on guesswork, it seemed his calculations were quite accurate. Yuer had found his mother and should be safe now. He could rest assured. Next, he could go to Qinshu Estate and pay a visit to the mountain gate of the Grand Dao sect. Thank you for the tips from Ichi Xiuxian, Wang Shui Luan Lian, Taodabuju Zhongla. Heya. Chapter 585, Mr. 2. Qianzhou, a certain forbidden area. An underground secret chamber, dim and gloomy. Within the chamber, an altar was set up, and upon it rested a colossal, bone-white skull with a human face, sheep horns, and terrifying fangs, stained with blood. Mr. 2 knelt before the skull. His face was pale, with a greenish hue, and his fingers were slender. They looked as if they had been steeped in blood for too long, cracked, and stained with crimson. Mr. 2's pupils were hollow, as if something had parasitized him. He muttered hoarsely, as if speaking to someone or to himself. That person is dead, his Dao bone stripped. The gates of the netherworld will open sooner or later. The living will die, the dead will live. The 10,000-year plan is about to fall into place. Everything was calculated. That child must be obtained. Goodness is the breeding ground for evil. His blood, his flesh, his sea of consciousness are the best offerings, his divine sense the best divine fetus. But he was snatched away. Mr. 2's numb expression suddenly contorted in pain and anger, blood seeping from his eyes. As if reprimanded, he felt fear and shame. It's not my fault, it's not my fault. He trembled as he spoke, and after a long while, he calmed down and continued. That child is gone, no one knows where. To search again is to seek a needle in a haystack. Heaven's secrets are too elusive. But that child still has a mother and a father. They can be made to conceive again. With the four symbols demonic formation, the nascent demonic fetus, and the defilement of karma, as long as his mother leaves Qingzhou City, we can obfuscate heaven's secrets and capture her. This act will anger the Dao court, offend the Shangguan and Wenrin families, and ruin a millennium of planning. The demonic seeds of Qianzhou will be annihilated. But to die for the divine lord is their honor. As long as we capture the child's mother, everything will be worth it. With her, we can control Shangguani. Mr. 2 sneered. Shangguan Su is deep in his stratagems, cold and calculating, but a balance must be struck. His son is deeply affectionate, his weak spot obvious, making him easy to manipulate. Force them to conceive another child. This child, with the direct bloodline of the Shangguan and Wenrin families, will be in our hands from birth, the perfect replacement. However, Mr. 2 coughed up a mouthful of blood. We miscalculated again. Someone has disrupted our karma. Mr. 2 declared angrily. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, and his voice became sharp and frenzied. Inhuman. Who? Who is it? A voice, neither human nor beast, echoed in the secret chamber. After a long silence, Mr. 2 coughed a few times and calmed down again. I don't know. I cannot calculate. No, Mr. 2 gritted his teeth. I dare not calculate. I saw a boundless fog, obscuring heaven's secrets, I saw endless mountains of corpses, seas of bodies. I saw a pair of blood-red, cruel eyes. I saw the abyss of exploitation. I saw the perversion of the great Tao. This is the aura of Tao calamity. I. Mr. Tu's eyes widened in terror, his teeth chattering. I dare not calculate. I will be corrupted. I dare not. Mr. Tu trembled pitifully, bashing his head against the ground, blood gushing from his forehead, repeatedly chanting, I dare not. But moments later, blood seeped from the human-faced, sheep-horned skull. An evil thought flowed into Mr. Tu's sea of consciousness. Mr. Tu instantly regained clarity, his gaze gradually calming. Yes, that's right. This is impossible. Mr. Tu murmured, this cannot be real. Tao calamity is merely an illusion, a means to deceive heaven's secrets. If someone were truly raising Tao calamity, I would be dead by now. This person is a liar. He tricked me. Who exactly is he? Mr. Tu frowned, asking and answering himself. I personally visited that eatery, disguised as a human. My formation was broken, leaving some traces, but the method was clumsy and unpracticed. He must have done it intentionally. With clumsy, unpracticed methods, he couldn't break the formation. Someone who could break it wouldn't be so unpracticed. This person is very cunning, insidious, and deceitful. A supremely skilled formation master. Must also be an old monster. What would he look like? Mr. Tu began to sketch this person's portrait in his mind. Middle-aged or older, or perhaps an old man, with several hundred years of cultivation. A hooked nose, nasolabial folds, a sinister gaze, with sharp light hidden within. He likely appears gentle, but his smile is effeminate and malicious. Mr. Tu felt this description was quite accurate. He took a deep breath, his gaze filled with resentment. Disrupting my divine Lord's grand plan. One day, I will find this person. I will offer his flesh and blood as sacrifices to feed the demons. I will offer his living soul as an offering to the divine Lord. May he be plunged into a barren purgatory, never to be reborn. Let him know that the divine Lord's majesty cannot be violated, and the master of the great wilderness is immortal. Mr. Tu's expression was fanatical and fearless. Meanwhile, Imo, who usually consumed people, was unaware that someone also wanted to consume him as a sacrifice. He was eating something himself right now, and he was eating true mountains of delicacies and seas of treasures. To thank Imo, Wenren treated him to a very, very large meal at the largest and most expensive restaurant in Qingzhou City. Imo had never seen so many dazzling, inexplicable, but undeniably expensive dishes. He didn't recognize a single dish on the table. Because they were so expensive, the taste in his mouth felt very peculiar. Imo didn't know if they were good or bad. He just felt like he was chewing spirit stones, not food. However, fortunately, he wasn't a picky eater and ate quite happily. Yutra sat next to Imo. Although he wasn't hungry, seeing Imo eat happily, he, like a clever child, ate whatever Imo ate. Wenren watched Yuer intently, afraid that her child would disappear in the blink of an eye. She still felt like she was dreaming. She had held on to a sliver of hope amidst despair, but she never expected that by simply going out, she would actually find the child she had longed for day and night. Wenren felt it was somewhat unbelievable. Shangwan found it even more difficult to believe. He had rushed over upon hearing that Yuer had been found. Seeing Yuer in person, he was both surprised and shocked, and at the same time, very puzzled. He only murmured, "This is impossible." This defied heaven's secrets, defied karma. Things should not, and could not, be this way. Wenren did not give him a pleasant look. Shangwan was also sensible and did not stay long. With mother and son safe, the weight on his heart had been lifted. As for his wife, he would slowly coax her later. Shangwan thanked Imo and said, "Young friend, if you need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." The Shangwan family. "We are not interested," Wenren said coldly. "Hurry and leave. I have no appetite with you here." Shangwan forced a bitter smile and left helplessly. However, before leaving, he glanced at Imo thoughtfully, pondering something. Besides Shangwan, Imo also met a young master named Gu. He was extremely handsome, fanning himself with a paper fan, exuding a romantic aura, though he appeared rather arrogant. Wenren said, "This is my cousin, my surname is Gu, and my given name is Changhui." Imo politely said, "Hello, Uncle Gu." Gu Changhui was extremely surprised, but only said words of gratitude. He asked nothing else and took his leave after a while. As he departed, he also glanced at Imo. In his arrogant gaze, there was deep suspicion. Imo quietly asked Wenren, "Anyone, does this Uncle Gu have poor interpersonal skills? The way he looks at people is strange." Wenren paused, then couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Don't mind him. Changhui has a good heart, he's just young and arrogant. And this is the first time he's met you, so he's a bit unaccustomed, and his attitude is a bit cold. Please don't take it to heart." MHM. Imo nodded. "Oh, right." Imo asked again. "That uncle just now, The one who looked very handsome and had a gentle temper. Is he Yuer's father? Wenren said with some disdain. Yes. She briefly explained Yuer's identity to Mo Hua. Yuer was the child of a marriage alliance between the two great aristocratic families, the Shangguan and the Wenren, possessing the direct bloodline of both families. Therefore, Yuer's full name was Shangguan Yu. Mo Hua, eating what looked like a chicken leg but was from an unknown spirit beast, or avian, looked calm, even a little bewildered. Do you know the Wenren family? Wenren couldn't help but ask. Mo Hua shook his head. And the Shangguan family? Mo Hua still shook his head. He came from a small place like Immortal Pass City and knew almost nothing about the aristocratic families of Qianzhou. Although the Qianzhou map he obtained also marked some aristocratic families, Mo Hua hadn't paid much attention to them. His attention was entirely focused on the major sects in the Qianzhou prefecture. Moreover, these aristocratic families were all over the place. This one had its foundation, that one had its origins, their influence was immense, and they had histories spanning thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Mo Hua simply couldn't tell who was who. Wenren was a little surprised. She hadn't expected Mo Hua to truly know nothing. You? Aren't a cultivator from Qianzhou, are you? Wenren asked tactfully. Mo Hua nodded. I'm a rogue cultivator. My home is in Lizhou, from a second-rank small immortal city. My parents are only in the qi condensation stage. Wenren's mouth opened wider, even more astonished. Then, how did you get to Qianzhou? I came to study. Are you alone? Yes, my parents are very busy, and they are only in the qi condensation stage. It was too dangerous along the way, and I was worried about them, so I came alone. Wenren didn't know what to say. She felt like this child might have said things in reverse. Then she sighed silently, filled with emotion. No wonder they say that children from poor families mature early. From Lizhou to Qianzhou, such a long journey, traveling alone, crossing mountains and rivers, enduring wind and dew, facing demonic beasts and cultivators with ill intentions. This required not only cultivation but also rich experience, extraordinary courage, firm determination, and unyielding perseverance. And Mo Hua looked like he was only about 10 years old. At his age, the scions of aristocratic families were still cultivating carefree, unaware of the hardships of the world and the wickedness of human hearts. Wenren looked at Mo Hua, inexplicably feeling a pang of sympathy. She instructed Yuer, from now on, you must learn more from your Mo brother. Yuer nodded repeatedly. Wenren dotingly stroked Yuer's head, and suddenly a doubt arose. She looked at Mo Hua and, after a moment's hesitation, asked, Then, how did you save you? Mo Hua was Yuer's savior. Out of politeness, Wenren had not used her divine sense to pry. But from her outward observation, Mo Hua was only at the foundation establishment cultivation level. His blood energy was weak, his spiritual energy not strong. He came from a humble background, and he didn't seem to have any good spirit artifacts. Even if he had a high-grade spirit artifact, with his spiritual energy, he might not be able to unleash its power. How could such a young cultivator have rescued her? He couldn't have possibly killed more than 10 human traffickers by himself, could he? Mo Hua said shyly, I was just lucky. I happened to be passing by and saw that those human traffickers had all died for some reason. Yuer was locked in a box, so I picked him up and brought him to Qingzhou City. Mo Hua stuck to his previous story. He was just a passing, kind young brother. He was just a little bit lucky. The deaths of the traffickers had nothing to do with him. Wenren was stunned by his words, but she couldn't help but feel suspicious. Everything was too coincidental. How could human traffickers die for no reason? And how could he just happen to find Yuer? There was something fishy. Seeing that Wenren didn't quite believe him, Mo Hua thought for a moment and then sighed, showing a look of afterthought. Speaking of which, this is also Yuer's great fortune and resilience. If my luck had been a bit worse, and I hadn't encountered him, and he was picked up by someone else, it would have been troublesome. Wenren's heart skipped a beat. Exactly. If he had been picked up by someone with ulterior motives or who had planned meticulously, then Yuer would be in grave danger. She pondered for a while longer, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt Mo Hua's words made sense. Shangguan had told her earlier that Yuer had been caught in a scheme, secretly calculated and kidnapped, and should have had no chance of escape. But man's plans are no match for heaven's. By a stroke of chance, Yuer was rescued by this child, Mo Hua. Doesn't this show that Yuer has great fortune and good luck? What mother wouldn't want her child to have profound fortune? Wenren felt comforted. Of course, this child Mo Hua was also lucky. But if Mo Hua was lucky, shouldn't she feel fortunate? If he hadn't been lucky, he wouldn't have been able to save Yuer, and she might never have seen Yuer again. The more Wenren thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and she couldn't help but nod. Mo Hua was right. Yuer indeed had great fortune. And if Yuer could have great fortune, why couldn't this child Mo Hua be lucky? What problem could there be with a lucky child saving a fortunate child? With this thought, Wenren became convinced, believing it by 7 or 8 parts. She then liked Mo Hua more and more, feeling even more grateful, and said sincerely, Mo Hua, you have rendered a great service to the Shangguan and Wenren families. What do you want? Mo Hua was taken aback and felt a little embarrassed. He saved Yuer as a matter of convenience. Now, asking for a reward seemed a bit like using his favor for personal gain. Besides, he quite liked Yuer. Anyone also treated him very well and treated him to good food. Mo Hua thought for a moment and decided that a reward was not necessary. It would be enough if they helped him with a small favor. Andy Wan, can you send me to Qiandao sect? Although this place was within the Qianxua prefecture, it was located at the edge of the prefecture. Qianxua prefecture was a 5th-rank prefecture, vast in area, and it would take him some time to travel there. If he missed the appointment and delayed his time, he wouldn't be able to join the sect, which would be bad. Wenren Wan, however, misunderstood, feeling a bit ashamed and embarrassed. Qiandao sect is one of the 4 great sects, and its entry requirements are extremely high. With the Wenren family's connections, it might be difficult. Mo Hua was startled, then shook his head. Andy Wan, you just need to send me there. Wenren Wan was confused. Send you there? Mo Hua thought for a moment, feeling that Yuer was kind-hearted. Andy Wan was also very good, and the Wenren family was also a major aristocratic family. It seemed unnecessary to hide anything, so he continued. I have an entry token. Wenren Wan was stunned and stammered. Qiandao sects. Entry token. I'm working hard on it, and there will be another chapter later. I'll post it as soon as I finish. Chapter 586, Taoist Sect of the Firmament. Mo Hua was also taken aback. Wenren Wan's reaction was somewhat beyond his expectations. Is the entrance token for the Taoist Sect of the Firmament very valuable? Yuer, who was eating beside them, looked at her mother with a bewildered expression. Wenren Wan sighed. An entrance token signifies admission without examination. In the Qianxua prefecture, from the largest to the smallest, any sect's entrance token is very valuable, let alone for a top-tier sect like the Taoist Sect of the Firmament. Top tier? Mo Hua was slightly stunned, then recalled Wenren Wan's earlier words. The 4 great sects? Wenren Wan nodded slightly. The Qianxua prefecture is a 5th-rank prefecture, with numerous Taoist sects. The total number of sects, large and small, is not less than several thousand, if not close to 10,000 foot. Among them, the highly esteemed upper-tier sects are the 4 great sects, the 8 great gates, and the 12 streams. Besides these, there are also some sects that are not weak in strength, but lack slightly in heritage. These sects are collectively known as the 100 Qianxua sects. The 4 great sects, 8 great gates, 12 streams, and the 100 Qianxua sects. Mo Hua recited them silently, committing them to memory. Wenren Wan continued. Among all the sects in the Qianxua prefecture, in terms of Tao lineage, the 4 great sects are the strongest, followed by the 8 great gates. The 12 streams can rival the 8 great gates, but they specialize in one path and are somewhat biased. For example, the Broken Gold Gate focuses on swordsmanship, the Myriad Dharma Gate on spells, and others specialize in formations, alchemy, item forging, talismans, beast taming, martial arts, and so on. And the Taoist Sect of the Firmament is one of the top sects among the 4 great sects in the Qianxua prefecture. Top sects? Mo Hua was a little puzzled. So is it first or second? Wenren Wan's expression was a bit complicated as she whispered. All 4 great sects claim to be first and are unwilling to be second. Therefore, all 4 great sects are top tier, but they cannot explicitly state whether they are first or second. Mo Hua's mouth fell open. They could even engage in such scheming. So, Wenren Wan said sternly, as the 4 great sects of the top-tier sects in the 5th-rank prefecture, the admission requirements are extremely strict. An entrance token that grants admission without examination is naturally extremely precious. Even for aristocratic families like the Shangguan and Wenren, it is extremely rare. Wenren Wan sighed. Mo Hua was a little lost in thought. He never expected that what his master had left him was such a precious item. After finishing speaking, Wenren Wan immediately remembered something and cautioned, "You should keep this entrance token carefully and never tell anyone about it." Mo Hua nodded. Seeing Mo Hua's calm demeanor, unafraid despite possessing a treasure, Wenren Wan nodded inwardly. But then she became curious. "Where did you get this token?" "I picked it up," Mo Hua replied. Wenren Wan was taken aback. Picked it up? Could an entrance token for the Taoist Sect of the Firmament really be picked up? Mo Hua came up with this excuse almost instantly. "Back then, I was hunting demons in a great mountain in Lizhou. By chance, I found a storage bag. Inside the bag was a token with the words Taoist Sect of the Firmament on it. I inquired about it, and only then learned that this was an entrance token for the Qianxua prefecture. The Qianxua prefecture is very far from Lizhou, but I thought that since I found it, it was an opportunity that shouldn't be wasted. So, I traveled across mountains and rivers to Qianzhou, hoping to be accepted into a sect and learn some cultivation knowledge. This was a simple and unadorned story of seeking Tao. Half true, half false. It sounded crude, but there were no apparent flaws. Wenren was skeptical, but she thought that some people were born with good fortune, so this was not something impossible. Moreover, the person saying this was Mo Hua, who had just saved her child. Wenren decided to believe him for now. However, Mo Hua had some concerns. Anyone, can this entrance token really grant admission without examination? Of course. Wenren stopped halfway, frowned, and seemed hesitant. Logically, holding the token and entering the sect should be fine. The issuance of entrance tokens was extremely strict. Not anyone could issue them, nor could anyone obtain them. When one entered the sect would perform a slight calculation of karma. As long as the person holding the entrance token had a pure origin, no evil karma, no bad consequences, and was not someone who killed to steal treasure, stole others' opportunities, or had malicious intentions, there was no issue. Even if it was picked up, it would be considered an opportunity from the heavenly Tao, and the sect would not refuse. However, Mo Hua's situation was a bit special. The Taoist sect of the firmament was too large, and every slot was extremely precious. Moreover, Mo Hua was a rogue cultivator with no background, and more importantly, his spirit root. Wenren said softly, Mo Hua, your spirit root. A mid to low grade minor 5 elements spirit root, Mo Hua replied. As expected, Wenren sighed. His spirit root was far too inferior, basically not even touching the floor of admission requirements. But Wenren did not want Mo Hua to be sad, so she said, the Taoist sect of the firmament is a large sect and values its promises. They should accept you. Mo Hua knew Wenren was comforting him, so he smiled, thank you, anyone. But he also had some expectations in his heart. The Taoist sect of the firmament was much larger and had higher entry barriers than he had imagined. It was probably not that easy to truly join the Taoist sect of the firmament. However, things would work out when the time came, and he had to go regardless. Wenren also said, after you finish eating, rest for a night, and tomorrow I will have the Wenren family's carriages and horses safely escort you to the Taoist sect of the firmament. Mo Hua smiled and thanked her. Then he remembered something and whispered, anyone, there's one more thing. Wenren replied, just say it. Mo Hua quietly said, can you not tell anyone about me saving you? Wenren was stunned, then understood. To be able to scheme against the Shangguan and Wenren family's direct descendants, and to be able to conceal the heavenly secrets so that both great families could not deduce the karma, the forces behind it must be extremely vast, and their schemes must be far-reaching. Mo Hua was just lucky to have saved you incidentally. But if these people knew that it was this child, Mo Hua, who ruined their plans, then this good luck would turn into misfortune. Mo Hua was still just a child, a rogue cultivator with low cultivation, no power, no influence, and no background. He would likely truly perish without a burial place. Wenren's heart trembled, and her heart felt a pang of sadness. She knew the pain of losing a child. Mo Hua also had parents. If Mo Hua lost his life because he saved Yuer, how heartbroken would his parents be? She herself would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Wenren said solemnly, don't worry, I will have all the informed parties keep their mouths shut and absolutely not reveal any information. Mo Hua smiled brightly. Thank you, anyone. Wenren looked at Mo Hua's clear smile and felt a little relieved. After that, Mo Hua rested for a night in Qingzhou City, played with Yuer for a while, and the next day he took the Wenren family's carriage northward towards the Qianxua Prefecture. Qianxua Prefecture, a renowned land for learning. Along the way, sects were countless. Amidst the swirling mist, Taoist courts stood in great numbers, magnificent and awe-inspiring. Aura-filled mountains, the clear cries of spirit beasts, as if in a fairyland. Cultivators in various sect Tao robes came and went, their escape lights crisscrossing. Mo Hua was shocked. This is the Qianxua Prefecture. This is Qianzhou's largest place for seeking the Tao and learning. The scenery along the way was endless, and Mo Hua stuck his little head out of the carriage window, watching all the way, filled with emotion. The sound of hooves echoed leisurely. The mountain path was hidden in the mist. Traveling was like riding on clouds. 2 days later, the carriage arrived at the Taoist sect of the firmament. From afar, a massive mountain peak stood tall, reaching into the sky. Palaces were arranged on the mountainside, and observatories were scattered about, grand and magnificent. Veiled by clouds, it resembled the jade celestial capital in the heavens. Taoist sect of the firmament. Mo Hua felt a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, and a touch of apprehension in his heart. The carriage stopped at the foot of the mountain. A guard from the Wenren family cupped his fist and apologized. Young Master Mo, the Taoist sect of the firmament has strict rules and does not allow carriages to go up the mountain. We sincerely apologize. We can only escort you this far. It's all right. Mo Hua waved his hand, thanked the guard, and then walked straight towards the Taoist sect of the firmament's mountain gate along the high steps. Up close, It was even more elaborately carved and adorned, exuding an immortal aura. Along the way, there were also other students who stopped their carriages and dismounted, walking up the mountain, seemingly intending to join the Taoist sect of the firmament as well. However, they were dressed more luxuriously, their brows more arrogant, with family elders protecting them and guards surrounding them. Mo Hua, on the other hand, was dressed simply and was all alone. Fortunately, he was already accustomed to this. Mo Hua walked alone, and soon arrived at the Taoist sect of the firmament's mountain gate. In front of the mountain gate was a towering threshold, almost taller than Mo Hua himself, separating those going up the mountain and Mo Hua. Several disciples of the Taoist sect of the firmament were guarding the mountain gate. Upon seeing Mo Hua, they stopped him and asked his purpose. Their tone was polite, but at heart, there was a hint of disdain and arrogance. I have an entrance token and wish to enter the sect. Mo Hua presented the entrance token. These disciples of the Taoist sect of the firmament were somewhat shocked. After exchanging glances, one disciple said, "Please wait here for a moment. I need to report this and request an elder's decision." He then added, "Please fill in your cultivator's origin and resume." Mo Hua looked at the so-called origin and resume, which involved filling in where his family was located, his background, and his spirit root. Mo Hua filled in everything truthfully. This disciple took Mo Hua's resume, took a sealed box, sealed the entrance token, and then entered the mountain gate. He walked along the wide jadestone path for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, arriving at a hall. In the hall, several elders of the Taoist sect of the firmament were in discussion. This disciple presented the sealed box and explained the situation. The elders all looked surprised. An entrance token? They looked at the person at the head of the table and asked, "Elder Shun, what do you think?" Elder Shun, sitting at the head of the table, had deep legalist lines on his face, and his Taoist robe bore 4 golden patterns, clearly indicating his high status. Upon hearing this, Elder Shun took the entrance token and, upon seeing the characters on it, suddenly frowned. "Elder Shun, is something amiss?" Another elder asked upon seeing his reaction. Elder Shun shook his head and handed out the entrance token. "All of you take a look." The other elders were somewhat puzzled. After taking it and looking, they were all taken aback. One elder slowly read aloud, "Those who enter the sect with this token shall not be refused." This character. It's not right, is it? Shouldn't it be those who enter the sect with this token? We sincerely hope you will permit them. Yes. Why is it in such a tone of edict? This entrance token. Is it fake? Elder Shin shook his head. It's real, but it's an old one. Old. The elders were somewhat surprised. Elder Shin nodded. This is from the sect's old records. Elder Shin looked at the entrance token with a slight sigh. This is a batch of entrance tokens from quite some time ago. At that time, the Taoist sect of the firmament was in decline, and its strength was insufficient. They had to act subserviently to others, so these entrance tokens used the tone of an edict. Shall not be refused means that our Taoist sect of the firmament cannot refuse. But Elder Shun's eyes were bright, and his voice grew stronger. With the diligent governance of our Taoist sect of the firmament's successive sect leaders, the hard work of several generations of cultivators, the unity of the entire sect, and meticulous efforts, the sect has grown to this day. Our Taoist sect of the firmament is no longer what it used to be. All our disciples are heavenly prodigies, with top-grade aptitudes. Now, we are the leader of the 4 great sects. We are the largest sect in the Chinchua prefecture. Therefore, the format and wording of this entrance token have been changed. It is no longer shall not be refused, but rather we sincerely hope you will permit them. It is others who beg us to permit them to enter, rather than us being ordered by others to accept disciples. Elder Shun's words were powerful and resonant. The elders also felt their emotions stirred, sharing in the pride. One elder said, "Then, since this entrance token is an old matter and not very glorious, should we refuse it?" Elder Shun thought for a moment and shook his head. "There's no need to be so hasty. Everything requires careful consideration. These past events, although not glorious, are undeniable facts. We cultivators must remember past humiliations and engrave them in our hearts so that we can carry our burdens and continue to grow, allowing our Taoist sect of the firmament to stand for 10,000 years." Everyone praised him. As expected of Elder Shun. Farsighted, great vision, extraordinary magnanimity. Elder Shun waved his hand slightly, then remembered something and asked, "What is the aptitude of this disciple who came to seek admission?" Someone handed over a resume. Elder Shun only glanced at it and frowned deeply. Rogue cultivator. And a rogue cultivator from a remote area of Lizho. Mid to low grade minor 5 elements spirit root. Elder Shun felt it was almost unbearable to look at. The other elders also passed around this resume. One elder couldn't help but laugh. In the specialties column, it says, "Formations?" The others were stunned and also chuckled. He really dares to write that. He probably has nothing else to write. Right. Formations? An elder shook his head. My fifth-generation great-grandson has extremely high talent in formations, yet I don't dare to let him pursue the path of formations, let alone claim to be proficient. Truly, the fearless know no fear. After all, cultivators from small places might feel they've accomplished something just by learning a few formations, unaware of the vastness of the world and that there's always someone better. An elder laughed. Why not ask him how many formations he actually knows? You're really that idle. What's the point of asking? Can he even draw a second-rank formation? Don't underestimate cultivators in the world. That's true, but this is Qianzhou, the Qianxua prefecture. All the geniuses in the cultivation world are gathered here. We don't lack one formation genius like him. After discussing for a while, someone curiously asked, how did he get this entrance token? That's true. An old entrance token. Perhaps he picked it up? Where is it so easy to pick up? Couldn't it be? He killed someone to steal it. Or perhaps he's someone's pawn? Elder Shin shook his head. I did a brief deduction just now. It was a bit blurry, and I couldn't quite figure it out, but it seems relatively clean. There are no issues, and likely no evil causes or consequences. It's probably truly picked up by chance. An elder clicked his tongue in admiration. He's really lucky. Indeed, to even pick up an entrance token. Elder Shin nodded. Some people in this world do have extraordinary opportunities. Since this child has such an opportunity, then, an elder tentatively asked Elder Shin's opinion. Elder Shin pondered for a moment and then said slowly, having an opportunity is one thing, but Elder Shin's expression was slightly arrogant, lamenting. Our Taoist sect of the firmament has such a great opportunity, he cannot bear it. The elders were stunned and exclaimed one after another. Elder Shin's words are excellent. Too great an opportunity is not necessarily a good thing. People with shallow fortune cannot handle such immense blessings. This is also for his own good. But some elders had concerns. If we refuse it, won't it damage the prestige of our Taoist sect of the firmament? After all, those who entered the sect with a token were usually not refused. If they refused, they might be accused of being untrustworthy, which would sound bad if it got out. Elder Shin frowned, pondered for a moment, and then said earnestly, it's not a refusal, it's pending discussion. The crowd was stunned. Pending discussion? Elder Shin nodded. It's not a refusal, it's just that this matter is special and requires thorough discussion. Thorough discussion. Since it was a discussion, how long would it last? A month, a year, or a decade or more? Would there be a result? And what would that result be? That would be the Taoist sect of the firmament's business, and no one else had the right to comment. Elder Shun did not say these words, but everyone understood. Everyone nodded. This is the best way. This matter is of great importance. Indeed, it requires thorough discussion. As expected of Elder Shun, his handling of matters is proper, his progress and retreat are well measured, and he grasped the nuances perfectly. Then, what should be done with this entrance token? Someone asked again. Elder Shun said indifferently. Just record it in the cultivator's resume. Entrance tokens were precious, 1 token per person. Once recorded in the resume, after the token was returned, others could not use it again. And once it was marked as pending discussion, the matter of the token holder entering the sect would be stalled. This was how the matter was properly handled. Elder Shun nodded slightly. The entrance token flashed with a faint light as the resume was recorded. Elder Shun then wrote, pending discussion on the resume, and tossed the resume aside, where it would be buried under other documents and gather dust. As he threw it, he saw the name on the resume again. Imohua. Elder Shin forgot this name as soon as he saw it, not paying it much mind. I've done my best. These 2 chapters are nearly 10,000 characters. Chapter 587, Genius. Afterward, Elder Shun began discussing other matters. The sect entry token, which was recorded in the resume and shelved as pending, was returned. The disciple handed the sect entry token to Imohua. The matter of sect entry still needs to be discussed. How long will the discussion take? Imohua asked. The disciple replied politely, with a hint of indifference. Elders' discussions are not for us disciples to question. I don't know, it's up to fate. Imohua understood the situation. Take me in or don't. They were still being so evasive and deliberative even after he had a sect entry token. It was likely a polite rejection. He didn't believe that he, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, was worth 10 days or half a month of discussion for a 5th-rank sect like the Qiandao sect. It would most likely just be dropped. Imohua shook his head. He hadn't expected that after traveling such a long distance, he wouldn't even be able to enter the Qiandao sect. He glanced at the threshold in front of the Qiandao sect's mountain gate, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The threshold of the Qiandao sect is truly high. Imohua put away the sect entry token. Although this sect entry token was now useless, it was still left to him by his master, so it served as a memento. One doesn't enter a family without being part of it. A sect like this, so grand and luxurious, with a high threshold, that only accepts geniuses, was indeed not suitable for him. The Qianxue prefecture was vast. He would find another sect. If this place doesn't keep me, another will. Mo Hua's spirits lifted, and the slight disappointment in his heart vanished. He raised his head, chest out, and swaggered away from the Qian Dao sect's mountain gate. However, as he descended the mountain, he brushed past a cultivator wearing the standard Taoist robe of a Qian Dao sect elder, with hair and beard half white, and a stern countenance. One went up the mountain, and one went down. The two passed each other without noticing. This Qian Dao sect elder with a stern countenance had 4 golden stripes on his Taoist robe. He walked into the mountain gate with an air of authority. Disciples along the way saluted him with clasped hands, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Only upon entering the Qian Dao sect's discussion hall did he frown. Elder Shen looked up and said, "Elder Zheng, you are late." Elder Zheng took his seat and snorted. "It's all the same whether I come early or late." The atmosphere became somewhat strained. Elder Shen smiled and said nonchalantly, "Let's continue the discussion. With the approaching disciple enrollment, there are many matters to attend to. We should deal with them promptly to avoid delays, and once concluded, everyone can relax." The others chimed in agreement. The atmosphere then returned to normal. Various matters were brought up one by one, including disciple enrollment, sect system improvements, instructor rewards and punishments, and elder benefits. The elders discussed, offered their opinions, and then observed Elder Shen's reaction before reaching a consensus. Only Elder Zheng, who remained silent most of the time, would speak with sharp words when he did, creating a tense atmosphere. However, with only one voice against the others, he couldn't change anything. In most cases, he could only close one eye and reluctantly agree. But half an hour later, when discussing a particular matter, Elder Zheng's attitude became stubborn, even angry. Only those with upper grade spirit roots are allowed to enroll. Elder Zheng slammed the table in anger. What nonsense is this? Elder Shen's face twitched slightly, but he managed to control his anger with his composure and said calmly, "Elder Zheng, as a teacher, do not utter vulgar words and lose your decorum." Elder Zheng retorted, "Hypocrite. What decorum? If you have no shame, why should I?" Elder Shen said, slightly angered. "Elder Zheng." He took a deep breath and said, "Only those with upper grade spirit roots can enroll. This is the consensus reached after discussion by all elders." Elder Zheng sneered, "Consensus on what? You're just saying what you want." At this, the elders present looked somewhat displeased. Elder Shen said coldly, "Are you implying that I, Shun, am imposing my will? Not you, Shun, but your Shin family." Elder Zheng sneered, stating directly, "What are you? Just a nascent soul cultivator. Why should others show you face? It's your Shin family's face they're showing. Your Shin family is a colossal entity, an aristocratic family for 10,000 years, deeply rooted. You are merely a human transmission talisman for your Shin family." Elder Shun was furious, presumptuous. The other elders were also in an uproar. Elder Zheng sneered and remained silent. Elder Shin said coldly, "Elder Zheng, your baseless accusations are slandering me and the Shin family. Whether it's slander, you know in your heart. What the atmosphere in the Qian Dao sect is like, why do I need to say more?" Elder Zheng sneered again. "I heard that even great cultivators in the Void Glimpse realm have to bow and offer you a cup of wine to take a position in the Qian Dao sect." Elder Shin still merely said, "Nonsense." Elder Zheng continued to expose his flaws. "How many spots have you secretly withheld over the years? Who have these spots been given to? To the Shin family? Or sold at a high price to aristocratic families that are in cahoots with the Shin family? Do you want the Qian Dao sect to change its name?" These words were extremely serious, and the elders present changed their expressions. Elder Shan, however, calmed down and waved his hand at them. "Everyone, let's disperse for now. We'll discuss this later." Elder Zheng has encountered some issues in his cultivation, injuring his sea of consciousness. He occasionally speaks nonsense. Please bear with him. The elders, as if granted amnesty, saluted and dispersed. In the empty hall, only Elder Zheng and Elder Shun remained. Elder Shun's expression was solemn, and he said calmly, "Our Qian Dao sect has developed from a small sect to its current state thanks to our sect's tradition and numerous talented disciples with extraordinary potential. Spirit roots determine a disciple's talent and their cultivation potential. A good horse deserves a good saddle, and a sharp sword is for a hero. As a top sect, our Qian Dao sect naturally needs disciples with top-tier aptitude. Only geniuses with upper grade spirit roots are worthy of our Qian Dao sect. I don't understand. What is wrong with this approach that has caused Elder Zheng to lose his composure and utter such treasonous words?" Elder Zheng sneered and retorted, "How many of the past generations of the Qian Dao sect had upper grade spirit roots? There were those with upper middle, upper lower, and even middle lower grades. If that's the case, were the ancestors of our Qian Dao sect also unworthy of being disciples of our Qian Dao sect?" Elder Shin frowned. "You are quibbling." He paced back and forth in anger before speaking. "Times have changed. The great Dao evolves. Today is not yesterday. Nowadays, cultivators with upper grade spirit roots are everywhere. Why can't?" Elder Zheng questioned. Who is it that has upper-grade spirit roots everywhere? Elder Shin was taken aback. Elder Zheng's gaze was sharp. It is the aristocratic families, the clans, that have upper-grade spirit roots everywhere. Not all cultivators. Elder Zheng said word by word. Not all cultivators. You have forgotten your roots. Elder Shin's gaze flickered, and he remained silent. Elder Zheng's emotions calmed down slightly, and he slowly spoke. Our Qian Dao sect's ancestors toiled to establish the sect. Was it for the sect to grow stronger? Yes. But after growing stronger, what was it for? For us to seek fame and profit, and become arrogant? No. It was for us to establish the sect, spread the Dao, popularize cultivation methods, and pass them down to the world. This is what Qian Dao means. Elder Zheng trembled and said, the foundation of our Qian Dao sect is establishing the sect and spreading the Dao. To whom do we spread the Dao? To all cultivators in the world. By spreading the Dao to the world, the Qian Dao sect will have a foundation and a future. Otherwise, if we only focus on growth and personal gain, no matter how rich or strong the Qian Dao sect becomes, it will only be a tree without roots, a castle in the air. Elder Shin's expression was indifferent. Elder Zheng, what you said does not contradict what I am doing. Elder Zheng looked at him with extreme disappointment. Elder Shin said, ultimately, our Qian Dao sect can only teach a portion of cultivators. It is impossible to truly spread the Dao to all cultivators in the world. Therefore, we can only teach geniuses first, and then spread it to the world for the benefit of all. Upper-grade spirit roots are geniuses. Elder Zheng's gaze was sharp. What is a genius? Elder Shun was startled again. Elder Zheng sneered. Upper-grade spirit roots are geniuses? What a joke. Those with talent and a heart for the world are worthy of being called geniuses. What kind of people does our Qian Dao sect nurture? Cold and arrogant geniuses who seek personal gain. Do they care about the world? Do they even know what the world is? Do they know what kind of lives the cultivators in this world live? Their gaze is only towards the sky, only caring about themselves. Do they notice the dust at their feet? Elder Shin frowned. This has nothing to do with spirit roots. Elder Zheng nodded. Yes, it originally had nothing to do with spirit roots, but... He pointed at Elder Shan. Do you not know what the aristocratic families have done? Elder Shin's face twitched, becoming slightly ferocious. Elder Zheng continued. Well said, spirit root heredity. Through marriage alliances between aristocratic families, spirit roots have improved generation by generation. For those at the bottom struggling to survive, just having enough to eat is good enough, let alone talking about spirit roots. In a few hundred or 1,000 years, the disciples of aristocratic families will all have upper grade, or even upper grade spirit roots. The cultivators at the bottom will only be qualified for middle grade, or even lower grade spirit roots. What skillful means? Elder Zheng's voice was filled with bone-chilling coldness. And then, we sects will use spirit roots as a barrier, and from now on, all enrolled disciples will have upper grade spirit roots, all from aristocratic families. Those cultivators from the bottom, born in poverty, will not be qualified to enroll, nor will they be qualified to receive the inheritance. In this world of cultivation and seeking immortality, they will only be qualified to spend 100 years or so working like beasts of burden. Elder Shun was furious. Utter nonsense. His gaze sharpened, and he said coldly, Elder Zheng's implication is that all those from aristocratic families are selfish and will not care about the world. I recall that you, Elder Zheng, are also from an aristocratic family, aren't you? Elder Zheng said, human nature is not related to one's position. There are naturally those from aristocratic families who care about the world. There are naturally those from the bottom who fawn over power and influence. But these good and evil aspects of human nature are not related to cold social strata. Although there are some variations, their fundamental nature will not change. Those from aristocratic families will naturally protect the interests of aristocratic families. Only those from the bottom, who have suffered hardships and seen the suffering of cultivators, might think of protecting the interests of the powerless and influence-less rogue cultivators in this world. Now, this esteemed Qian Dao sect, which gathers all cultivation inheritances in the world, seeks the private gain of aristocratic families and clans, monopolizing cultivation knowledge, which goes against the founding principles of the sect and is a betrayal of the ancestors' teachings. Elder Shin remained unmoved, looking elsewhere and changing the subject. Elder Zheng, you are alarmist. With all you've said, isn't the Qian prefecture still prosperous? Elder Zheng's gaze was like a sword. The prosperity of the Qian prefecture is the prosperity of the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families are blooming, but you haven't seen the devastation across the 9 provinces. The Qian Dao sect is assisting the wicked, aiding the monopoly of aristocratic families, placing them above all living beings, and seizing the benefits of the world for themselves. This is the injustice of the great Dao. Elder Shin's expression was indifferent, as if he heard nothing. Elder Zheng, filled with righteous indignation, paused for a moment before slowly saying, the way of heaven is to reduce the excess and replenish the insufficient. If human ways are unjust, The way of heaven will forcibly transform. Elder Shin felt a chill surge directly to his heavenly spirit, and he couldn't help but tremble all over. He glared and shouted, "How dare you? You?" He pointed at Elder Zhang, his finger trembling, and said sternly, "Arrogant, ignorant, absurd. You deserve to be executed for your words." Elder Zhang's expression was blank. Elder Shin calmed his anger and shock, looking at Elder Zhang coldly. "Elder Zhang, please speak cautiously. If you continue to spout such reckless nonsense, the Qiandao sect may not be able to tolerate a radical elder like you." Elder Zhang snorted coldly, his face firm and unmoving. Outside the Qiandao sect, Mo Hua began his plan for seeking knowledge. Since the Qiandao sect did not accept him, he had to find a way to join other sects. Mo Hua specifically bought a clearer map. The Qianshui prefecture was vast, with many sects, and outside the sects were many immortal cities affiliated with them. These immortal cities were adjacent to the sects and prospered because of them. The cities had complete facilities for cultivators to buy and sell items, eat, and lodge, and some cultivators also resided there. These immortal cities looked similar to Lizhou's city outside the Five Elements sect, but they were much more formal, and large-scale construction was prohibited to avoid conflicts of interest and disturbing the sect's peace. Furthermore, to reach various sects, one inevitably had to pass through the immortal cities outside the sects. Within the immortal cities, there were also large carriages that traveled along designated routes, passing through the immortal cities on the outskirts of various sects. Although the travel fees were a bit expensive, they were still within Mo Hua's affordable range. Mo Hua began to plan his routes carefully. After planning, he began to systematically submit his registration resume to all the 4 great sects except the Qiandao sect. Although the chances were slim, one had to try everything. Starting with the best sects, Mo Hua planned to submit them one by one. He was hoping for a stroke of luck. However, his resumes were all rejected, without exception. This was within Mo Hua's expectations. After a slight disappointment, he began to submit his applications to the 8 great sects below the 4 great sects. There were quite a few 8 great sects, 8 in total. Moreover, the distances between them were somewhat far, so one route couldn't cover them all. Mo Hua had to pick a few to test the waters. As expected, they were all rejected as well. The reason, without exception, was unsuitable spirit roots. The 4 great sects and the 8 great sects all required at least upper-grade spirit roots. Among them, the 4 great sects had already begun to require spirit roots of upper-middle grade or higher. "I'm afraid that in a few years, they'll only accept upper grade," Mo Hua muttered to himself. The 8 great sects were slightly more lenient, but they still required upper-lower grade spirit roots, which Mo Hua could not afford. If the 8 great sects wouldn't do, then perhaps the 12 streams. Mo Hua thought to himself. Among the 12 streams, there were bound to be a few sects that specialized in formations. Given his skill in formations, he felt he might have a chance. But to Mo Hua's surprise, he was still rejected. "Young master, your spirit roots are still a bit lacking," said a tutor in charge of admissions at the 10,000 Formations sect, politely informing Mo Hua. He felt a great pity in his heart. He had asked Mo Hua some questions about formations earlier, and Mo Hua had answered fluently. Not only that, but some of his insights made the tutor sigh in admiration. He also asked Mo Hua to draw a few formation diagrams. The expertly drawn formation patterns, the skillful layout, the calm brushwork, and the subtle, almost master-like demeanor made him doubt his own eyes. This was the aura possessed by formation masters and elders within the sect. Yet Mo Hua had a youthful face and a pure demeanor, appearing to be only 15 or 16 years old. The tutor found it incredible, yet also extremely regrettable. Our 10,000 Formation sect also requires upper-grade spirit roots to be eligible for enrollment. If one is a first-rank formation master, the conditions can be relaxed, requiring only middle-upper grade spirit roots. But, the tutor sighed. Mo Hua only had middle-lower grade spirit roots, which was still quite far from middle-upper grade. "Are there no exceptions?" Mo Hua asked, puzzled. The tutor regretfully replied, "No. The rules were set by the sect leader and the elders. He, a mere tutor, had no authority to change them. Without rules, nothing can be done properly." In the many years of the 10,000 Formation sect, there had been no precedent for changing admission requirements. Unless you had enough background, you could go through the back door. But in that case, it would have nothing to do with the admission requirements. Mo Hua asked, confused. For formation sects, are spirit roots also so important? The tutor liked Mo Hua and patiently explained, spirit roots determine cultivation methods and cultivation levels, so they are naturally important. The higher your cultivation, the stronger your spiritual sense will be, and the more you can become a higher grade formation master. Otherwise, no matter how well you learn formations, if your cultivation is only at foundation establishment, at best you can only become a second-rank formation master. Formations above second rank will be impossible to learn in your lifetime. But having said that, the influence of spirit roots on formations is not that exaggerated. The reason why the requirements are becoming stricter, the tutor pointed upwards, is because the 4 great sects are doing it. They are the leaders, and the 8 great sects, 12 streams, and even the 100 sects of Qian Shui have no choice but to follow suit. After all, if other sects' disciples are all upper grade and upper middle grade, and your own sect only has upper lower grade mixed with a few middle grade ones, it doesn't look good on the surface. Moreover, there are too many cultivators now, especially those with upper grade spirit roots. There is no shortage at all. Therefore, the threshold has been raised step by step. The tutor shook his head with some helplessness. He truly wanted to accept Mo Hua, but he couldn't. Being insignificant, he had no say. He also didn't dare to ask the elders for advice. Because on several previous occasions, when he encountered disciples with good formation talent, but slightly inferior spirit roots, and wanted to accept them, he was rejected by the elders. In the words of the elders, our 10,000 formations sect is a formation sect. If it's hard to find a frog with 2 legs, are there not plenty of formation masters with 2 legs? Rules are rules. Whether we have 1 or 2 more first or second rank formation masters makes no difference. It's not worth breaking the rules. Mo Hua sighed, and had no choice but to give up. He had to face reality and lower his standards again to search among the 100 sects of Qian Shui. Most of the 100 sects of Qian Shui also required upper-grade spirit roots for enrollment, but some had special requirements, such as specialties in alchemy, item forging, talisman crafting, or formation drawing, which could allow for slightly relaxed conditions. They were not like the 4 great sects, 8 great sects, and 12 streams, and they knew their place, so they were not as strict. And among the 100 sects of Qian Shui, there were indeed sects willing to accept Mo Hua. They were willing to lower the enrollment spirit root standard to middle-lower grade. But Mo Hua couldn't go there, because it was too expensive. The spirit stone tuition for the 100 sects of Qian Shui, meaning the enrollment fees, were several times more expensive than those of the upper-tier sects like the 4 great sects, 8 great sects, and 12 streams. Although they lowered the spirit root requirements, they did not lower the tuition requirements. Mo Hua couldn't afford the tuition, so he still couldn't enroll. The lousier the sect, the more expensive the tuition. Mo Hua sighed deeply, feeling somewhat helpless. The place of Qian Shui seemed different from its appearance. It was also completely different from what he had imagined before. This did not seem to be a place purely for seeking knowledge. What should I do now? Mo Hua thought about it endlessly, but couldn't come up with a good method. In the end, he decided to find a place to just get by for now. If all else fails, he would learn formations himself, find a way to become a beginner second-rank formation master, and then in the immortal cities of Qian Shui Prefecture, he would draw formations to earn spirit stones and look for other opportunities. A few days later, Wenren also learned about Mo Hua's situation. She was busy taking care of Yuer and had asked the Wenren family's alchemist to examine Yuer's body for any injuries, hidden ailments, or the presence of evil energy. Shangguan had also asked someone to divine Yuer's karma to see if there were any ominous signs. After several days, Yuer was safe and sound. Wenren breathed a sigh of relief and, naturally, began to think of Mo Hua. Mo Hua had clearly stated that he did not need any reward, but Wenren felt a sense of guilt and still had someone secretly protect Mo Hua and see what he was doing. When she heard that the Qian Dao sect had not accepted Mo Hua, Wenren was furious. The savior of Yuer, why wouldn't they accept him? When she heard that Mo Hua had submitted many resumes but was all rejected, Wenren became even more angry. They have eyes but cannot see. Mo Hua is such a good child, yet they still wouldn't accept him. Shangguan, who was by her side, found it both amusing and exasperating. What was this all about? Sects accepted disciples based on spirit roots, bloodline, and family background. What did it have to do with saving Yuer or being a good child? Wasn't this unreasonable? But Shangguan dared not utter the words unreasonable. If he did, he would be finished and would have to sleep in the study for months. Shangguan could only nod. Yes, yes. Shangguan knew his wife's personality. She was loyal and righteous, and usually very smart, but when it came to people she cared about, she could be a bit impulsive and overprotective. He himself was once the person she cared about the most, but ever since they had their son, he had to take a back seat. Shangguan felt a bit helpless. There is only 1 chapter today. I will work hard and try to add another chapter by the end of the month. Chapter 588, Sect. Qian Dao sect must be looking down on Mo Hua because he's a rogue cultivator with no status or background, no one to back him up, making him an easy target. They're really going too far. Wenren said indignantly. I'll back him up. Shangguan gave a wry smile. He's not from the Wen family, nor is he from the Shangguan family. So how can you back him up? He saved Yuer, and he's indebted to both our families. Wenren insisted stubbornly. Shangguan said helplessly. Didn't you say this matter shouldn't be publicized and shouldn't be told to outsiders? Then how will others know he's indebted to both our families? Without any reason. If you go to Qian Dao sect to seek justice for him, Others will see it as deliberately provoking and making an enemy of Qian Dao sect. Qian Dao sect is a top sect. Even our Shangwan family can't easily offend them. Shangwan Yi said earnestly. Wen Renwan frowned and asked Shangwan Yi, then what should we do? Shangwan Yi felt a slight joy in his heart, but he still feigned difficulty on the surface, intentionally pondering for a moment before saying, how about we use some connections to find a sect for Mo Hua among the 100 sects of Qian Prefecture? It can be considered repaying Yuer's karma. No way. Wen Renwan immediately shook her head and questioned, is Yuer's life only worth a spot in the 100 sects of Qian Prefecture? You agree, but I don't. Shangwan Yi was stunned and sighed. For the 4 great sects, although we can get spots, the spirit root hurdle is insurmountable. Then the 8 great sects. Wen Renwan said, no lower than that. 12 streams. Shangwan Yi was interrupted by Wen Renwan. No, the cultivation in the 12 streams is too biased. Even if one specializes in a certain path, one must have a general understanding of other disciplines. Otherwise, their experience will be limited, their vision narrowed, and it will be very easy to stumble in low-level places in the future. My father said this is the knowledge barrier in cultivation. Some things are very simple, but knowing is knowing, and not knowing is not knowing. These simple things seem like common sense, and after knowing them, there's no big deal. But if you don't know, no matter how high your talent or comprehension, you might spend your entire life racking your brain and still not understand it. Mo Hua is a rogue cultivator with a weak foundation to begin with. He definitely cannot join these 12-stream sects, otherwise, he'll be blinded by a single leaf in the future, with barriers everywhere, and his path to Dao will surely be arduous. He must join a cultivation sect with a long inheritance and complete disciplines. If the 4 great sects are truly hard to get into, then forget it. At least the 8 great sects. Wen Renwan said decisively. Shangwan Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect his wife to have such insight and consider Mo Hua so deeply. A person of deep emotions, although a bit reckless in their actions, treats others with sincerity, genuinely thinking for them. Shangwan Yi sighed, but the 8 great sects are also not easy to get into. The middle to lower grade spirit roots are too far off. Not to mention, coming from a rogue cultivator background, the foundation built with scarce inheritance, the shallow blood qi, spiritual energy, and Dao foundation. Wen Renwan insisted, if the Shangwan family can't do it, then there's the Wen family. If the Wen family can't do it, then the Shangwan family plus the Wen family, we can always muster enough influence. Shangwan Yi said in a low voice, isn't that making too much of a fuss? Wen Renwan simply said, are you going to help or not? Shangwan Yi hesitated, unable to speak. If he helped, the favors involved would be too great. If he didn't, his wife would not be appeased. Moreover, Yuer's matter was indeed a substantial favor. Shangwan Yi was in a dilemma. Seeing his wife's beautiful face and her eyes filled with deep affection, he finally sighed and said, I'll try. Wen Renwan was overjoyed and smiled, but halfway through her smile, she remembered she was still angry with her husband and forced herself to stop. Then I'll go find my father. Isn't that too good? What's not good about it? Even though I'm married, aren't I still his daughter? Wen Renwan thought for a moment, patted Shangwan Yi's shoulder, and said, I'll wait for your good news. With that, she left gracefully. Shangwan Yi sighed again. This was no small matter. To get a small cultivator with a middle to lower grade spirit root, no status or background, and a hasty foundation establishment into one of the top 8 great sects in Qian Prefecture would come at a considerable cost. However, since he had promised his wife, he couldn't go back on his word. Moreover, Mo Hua's faint, unfathomable figure reappeared in his mind. He was clearly just a small cultivator. Why did he have a feeling of being unable to see through him? Shangwan Yi felt somewhat uneasy, so he found Gu Chonghuai and asked, when Yuer was kidnapped, no, rescued, were there any other suspicious signs in that eatery? Gu Chonghuai frowned. What do you mean? Shangwan Yi thought for a moment and then told the truth. I suspect that Mo Hua might not be as simple as he seems. Perhaps there's some special karma associated with him. Gu Chonghuai was slightly startled. Karma? Shangwan Yi thought for a moment and then said, perhaps it wasn't a coincidence that he rescued Yuer. In the world, for every action, there's a reaction. This could be an opportunity given to him by someone else. Gu Chonghuai's gaze sharpened. You mean? Shangwan Yi carefully said, I guess. Some powerful cultivator, skilled in calculating heavenly secrets and mysterious, saved Yuer and then gave this opportunity to this child named Mo Hua. Gu Chonghuai frowned. Why? Shangwan Yi shook his head. I haven't figured it out yet. Gu Chonghuai's gaze turned cold, and he nodded. But he knew in his heart that it was probably not that simple. He had always had a vague feeling that the dozen or so human traffickers in the eatery had died strangely. And Mo Hua, he had met the child once. Although he looked innocent, his eyes were extremely profound. Both innocent and with a hint of strangeness. People should not be judged by their appearance, even if it's just a child. Gu Chonghuai was suspicious and somewhat wary. However, he never liked his cousin-in-law, so he kept these words to himself and didn't say anything. In the following days, when Renwan worked hard to get Mo Hua's admission quota, and Shangwan Yi also helped. Both of them used many aristocratic family connections and spent a large amount of spirit stones, and also owed considerable favors. These matters caused some dissatisfaction among the Shangwan and Wen families. For the Wen family, Wen Renwan was a married daughter. A married daughter was like splashed water. But now she not only didn't help, but also took advantage of her own family, which was hard to justify. As for the Shangwan family, helping an unknown small cultivator at the expense of the Shangwan family's interests touched upon many people's benefits. Many disciples of the Shangwan family itself didn't have admission quotas to the 8 great sects. Now, for no reason, one was being given to an outsider. They naturally wouldn't be willing. Furthermore, the admission quotas for various aristocratic families were related to the family's reputation and involved some benefits. If the person admitted committed evil deeds or was mediocre, it would bring shame to the Shangwan family. Of course, if he achieved something, it could also bring some benefits to the recommending Shangwan family. However, this was Qian Prefecture, and an outsider with mediocre talent entering the 8 great sects, where geniuses were as numerous as clouds. What achievements could he possibly make? They would never believe it. Therefore, many Shangwan family elders complained to the family head, Shangwan Su, about Shangwan Yi's actions. Shangwan Su then summoned Shangwan Yi and reprimanded him in public. Wan'er's actions have gone too far. Since she has joined the Shangwan family, she should prioritize the Shangwan family's interests. You must act with propriety and not be dragged down by her to do things that are out of line. Shangwan Yi did not retort, only lowered his head to admit his mistake, taking all the blame upon himself, and said, "Your son will pay attention next time." Mistakes can be admitted, but never corrected. Next time means that this matter will be seen through to the end, and he will pay attention next time. Shangwan Su sighed. His son had both intelligence and methods, and he was very eloquent. His actions were not wrong. Since this matter had already begun, it naturally had to be seen through to the end. Bearing some pressure and changing course would make him seem cowardly and indecisive. It was nothing more than giving a small cultivator an opportunity. Whether to give it or not was not a major mistake. However, he was too sentimental. Moreover, in the final analysis, this matter still required him, the father, to clean up the mess. Shangwan Su waved his hand. "You may go." Shangwan Yi cupped his hands and took his leave. Shangwan Su, however, frowned. For this matter, he still had to apologize to the old ancestor. The old ancestors had terrifying cultivation and were in seclusion. They were the true masters of the Shangwan family. They strategized and calculated the heavenly secrets of the Shangwan family and deduced the great karma of the Shangwan family. The fate of the Shangwan family, or rather, all the colossal aristocratic families in Qian Prefecture, was in the hands of these old ancestors. No matter what, they could not displease the old ancestors. Shangwan sighed and frowned. But what were the old ancestors calculating? What was the fate of the Shangwan family? He didn't know any of these things, as he couldn't deduce heavenly secrets despite his considerable cultivation. Shangwan Su looked up at the sky. The heavenly Tao was vast and boundless, just like his confused expression. After a moment, he sighed in his heart. What is the heavenly secret? Why can't I figure it out? Without comprehending the heavenly secret and deducing karma, no matter how high one's cultivation, they are merely playthings for others, for the old ancestors, for those old monsters, and even for the heavenly Tao. Shangwan Su's frown deepened. Shangwan Yi received the reprimand, but the matter of entering the sect was brought into the open. This matter was half done, and with sunk costs, it would basically not be stopped midway. People from other branches of the Shangwan family only wanted Shangwan Yi to be reprimanded and didn't care about what he actually did. Shangwan Yi then seized the opportunity to openly seek connections and use backdoors, working with Wen Renwan to obtain admission quotas for Mo Hua. A few days later, Wen Renwan found Mo Hua and placed 3 embossed golden calling cards before him. The cards bore the names of 3 sects, Taiye sect, Chongshu sect, and Taishu sect. Mo Hua was startled. "Aunt Wan, these are invitation cards for admission. Take a look and see which sect you want to join, and I'll submit the invitation card for you. These 3 sects are all among the 8 great sects. Although they don't compare to the 4 great sects, they are still quite good," Wen Renwan said casually, but her eyes showed a hint of pride. Mo Hua's mouth widened in surprise. 8 great sects, and I can choose. He thought for a moment and lowered his voice. "Aunt Wan, these are very valuable, aren't they?" "They're all right, nothing special," Wen Renwan said lightly, as if she didn't want Mo Hua to feel too burdened. Mo Hua was touched. Since arriving in Qian Prefecture, Aunt Wan had been the kindest person to him. Although it was because he saved Yuer, her unreserved gratitude and repayment of kindness were extremely rare and precious. "Aunt Wan, this." Mo Hua's expression was complex. "Don't worry about it," Wen Renwan said. "This is all you deserve." "But," Wen Renwan immediately frowned, "I went to great lengths to get these, Don't say you don't want them. Her gaze was sincere and earnest, and her tone was undeniable. Mo Hua felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at these invitation cards, pondering silently. He did indeed want to join a sect. Although he could get by in Qian Prefecture by drawing formations for others and earning spirit stones, and then look for opportunities, it would take too much time, and he might not necessarily encounter any opportunities. If he delayed too long, his cultivation would be hindered. His progress in formations would also be slowed. He didn't know when he would be able to save his master. Mo Hua looked at Wen Renwan and saw a flicker of concern in her eyes, clearly showing she was putting a lot of effort into this and genuinely cared for him. Mo Hua felt relieved and nodded, no longer being coy. Even heroes have difficult moments, let alone being a child. When one shouldn't be stubborn, there's no need to be stubborn. When others are good to you, accept their kindness generously. He will repay this kindness when he has the opportunity in the future. Thank you, Aunt Wan. Mo Hua said with a smile, silently remembering her kindness. Wen Renwan also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled brightly. Hurry and choose. Which one do you like? Can I really choose? Yes. Mo Hua looked at the 3 invitation cards and suddenly asked, Taie, Chongshu, Taishu. Why do these 3 names sound somewhat similar? They are from the same lineage. Wen Renwan explained. These 3 sects have some historical ties to their ancestors. It's not an exaggeration to say they are united by the same spirit. However, times have changed, and now they are completely independent sects. It's just that their names are somewhat similar. Wen Renwan added, these 3 sects have had good relationships with the Wen family in the past, and also some connections with the Shangwan family, though not deep. Now I'm using the favors of both the Wen and Shangwan families, so I got these 3 invitation cards, but you can only choose one. Okay, Mo Hua nodded. He stared at the 3 sects, frowning. These 3 sects were completely unexpected choices. Taie, Chongshu, Taishu. He hadn't paid much attention to them before. Even when he submitted his resume for trial, he hadn't paid much attention to them. He always felt that these 3 names didn't quite match him. Entering a sect is a major event. You must choose carefully. When Renwan's tone became more serious, she thought for a moment and felt she should explain clearly. These 3 sects have excellent relationships with my Wen family. By rights, I shouldn't say this, but Wen Renwan leaned closer to Mo Hua and whispered, although they are all 8 great sects, there are also ranks among them. Among these 3 sects, the best is Taie sect, ranking among the foremost of the 8 great sects. Next is Chongshu sect, only in the middle tier. Taishu sect is even worse, considered the lowest tier. The original heritage, due to being from the same source and stream, is only different in branches, so the gap isn't that large. It's just that in recent years, the sect elders and disciples they have cultivated vary greatly. Of course, there are also differences in sect status and cultivation resources. Wen Renwan explained in detail to Mo Hua again, and then said, you think carefully. Mo Hua stared at the 3 sects for a long time. After careful consideration, he decided, Aunt Wan, I choose Taishu sect. Wen Renwan was stunned. Why would you choose Taishu sect? Mo Hua had his own reasons. Taie sect and Chongshu sect were middle to upper tier, which meant higher entry thresholds and greater costs to join, and Aunt Wan would owe more favors. Since that was the case, choosing the lowest tier Taishu sect would be better. Moreover, Mo Hua didn't want to compete with heavenly prodigies. He just wanted to cultivate steadily and learn formations quietly. As one of the 8 great sects, Taishu sect, in terms of heritage and cultivation resources, was enough for him. Of course, there was another reason. Mo Hua said with a serious expression, Taishu sect sounds cooler. To explore the heavenly Tao to the extreme and roam freely in the great void. Taishu sect. When Renwan was stunned, her thoughts momentarily disordered, and she couldn't help but think, this child Mo Hua's thinking is indeed somewhat unusual. You? Have you really thought about it? Yes, Mo Hua nodded solemnly. When Renwan said tactfully, Taie sect and Chongshu sect would be better, and their sect strength is also stronger. Mo Hua's small face was firm. The strength of a sect is only temporary, but coolness is for a lifetime. When Renwan opened her mouth, speechless, and finally sighed. All right. Oh, right, when Renwan added. Do you have any specialties? So I can write it in the invitation card, and then have an excuse, no, a reason to recommend you to others? Mo Hua said, my formations are all right. Formations? When Renwan hesitated for a moment, feeling embarrassed to say it directly, and vaguely asked, anything else? She felt that Mo Hua, coming from a small immortal city, might not be very clear. Qian Prefecture was a holy land for cultivation. Formations were profound and vast. In a place like Qian Prefecture, don't rashly say you specialize in formations, as it's easy to be ridiculed. Mo Hua said, my formations are really all right. He took out the first-rank Heavenly Pivot Ring and showed it to Wen Renwan. Although he could also draw second-rank formations, he hadn't been rated yet and wasn't considered an early-stage second-rank formation master, so it wasn't appropriate to boast. It was better to be humble. You're actually a first-rank formation master? When Renwan was somewhat surprised. Even in a place like Qian Prefecture, it wasn't common for aristocratic family disciples of Mo Hua's age to become first-rank formation masters. Even if Immortal Pass City was a small immortal city and the rating was more lenient and the formation level lagged behind, the first rank there might be a world of difference from the first rank in Qian Prefecture, but it was still not easy. Saying specialize in formations could barely pass as a white lie. At least on the surface, having a specialty made it easier to explain. When Renwan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, the matter was thus settled, and Mo Hua decided to go to Taishu sect. However, the most important reason why he chose Taishu sect was something he hadn't told when Renwan. Roaming freely in the great void. When he saw the words Taishu sect, his spiritual sense stirred. After silently deducing, he felt a faint thread of obscure causal circulation. Although this karma was obscure, it was clearer than in his previous deductions. Within the karma, the image of the Yellow Mountain Lord, whose evil thoughts had been slain in the dilapidated mountain temple, reappeared in Mo Hua's mind. There were only a few fleeting scenes. But unlike the Yellow Mountain Lord Mo Hua had seen, its aura was extremely strong. Its body was colossal, its eyes were bloodshot, and boundless ferocity and malevolence entwined its body. Simultaneously, a name that pierced the heavens with sword chi and was filled with killing intent also appeared. The Great Void Divine, Thought Manifestation, Sword True Art. Thanks to the readers Tao Tao Not Tao Tao, Win Chocolate, 202005, 20090004, 8171. Innately Incapable, Tonas, I Am Yun Muya, Wang Shui Lun Lian, Sangchen for their rewards. Chapter 589, Entry. Taisu Divine Sense Manifesting Sword True Art. Mo Hua frowned slightly. This was the only incredibly long and imposing-sounding name he knew so far. But he was still completely clueless about everything else. What kind of sword technique was this? Was it a body cultivator's sword technique? Was it a sword art that honed the sword to its extreme, killing people with sword energy? Or was it a pure divine sense sword technique? Mo Hua sighed. Although he had deduced a trace of karma, the clues were too few. His divine sense was limited, and his deduction methods were insufficient, so he couldn't just snap his fingers and figure everything out. It seemed he would have to enter the Taisu sect to find out the origin and secrets of this sword art. Was it truly, as its name suggested, capable of manifesting divine sense into sword energy, roaming freely in the Taisu, and slaying evil spirits? He absolutely had to clarify this. Mo Hua nodded. Ordinary sword techniques could be ignored, but this one might involve manifesting divine sense into a sword. He had used his divine sense to establish his foundation, and he was walking the path of proving the Tao with divine sense. Not learning divine sense manifestation into a sword did feel a bit inconsistent, even though he had said before that he wouldn't bother learning mere sword techniques. But there was no helping it. Riding a sword was indeed very cool. If he could truly learn it, he would take back everything he had said before. Riding a sword. Mo Hua thought of that boss Jiang from before, his golden body charging up, condensing into sword energy, shining with brilliant golden light. Although he ended up like an idiot, chopping the thatched hut with his sword, the resplendent sword light he condensed truly made Mo Hua envious. It was much more impressive than his little fireballs, and its power was immense. He wanted to learn. Mo Hua's eyes sparkled. However, if such a powerful sword art truly existed, it would at least be a sect-protecting divine ability, and the Taisu sect might not be willing to teach him. Mo Hua hesitated for a moment, then relaxed. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a road. Take his senior uncle, for example. He hadn't intended to teach him either, but didn't he still manage to steal? No, he learned it fair and square. Could the sect leader of the Taisu sect be even more stingy than his senior uncle? Mo Hua's thoughts stirred as he made his plans. Next, he just needed to get into the Taisu sect. Once he entered the Taisu sect, he could find a way to learn this Taisu divine sense manifesting sword true art. Even if he didn't learn it in the end, he shouldn't be discouraged. Learning more about cultivation, formations, and other cultivation knowledge to supplement his own shortcomings was a guaranteed profit. However, Mo Hua frowned and thought of another matter. Lord Huangshan. In the fleeting glimpses of heavenly machine deduction, he had seen another, unfamiliar, Lord Huangshan. Blood-red eyes, sharp claws, a colossal body, fierce and malevolent. Its aura was exceptionally deep and extremely powerful. This was not something a mere second-rank mountain god, even one that had fallen into demonic ways and become malevolent, could possess. There was a problem. This Lord Huangshan was highly problematic. Mo Hua's bright, intelligent eyes narrowed slightly. This yellow-skinned creature definitely lied, deliberately concealing something crucial. Although it was down on its luck and weak now, it must have been prosperous before. And judging by its size, it was definitely very, very prosperous. The white-robed sword cultivator who had managed to kill it once must have been much stronger than it let on. This divine sense-manifesting sword art was definitely not trivial either. It seemed he would have to find that troublesome mountain god again, when he had time, and ask him these questions clearly. How dare it deceive me? Mo Hua snorted coldly, his gaze carrying a hint of danger. In a remote, dilapidated mountain temple, eating crooked melons and cracked dates, enjoying meager incense offerings, and basking in the bright sunlight that leaked through the broken temple roof, Lord Huangshan, with its narrow face, looked leisurely. Suddenly, a chill swept over it. Lord Huangshan couldn't help but tremble. The warm sunlight felt a few degrees colder. What bad thing is targeting me? Lord Huangshan's expression changed, and it frowned, pondering hard, but it couldn't figure it out no matter how hard it thought. It had been very low-key all these years, acting like a turtle whenever trouble arose, bowing and scraping to everyone, occasionally apologizing and playing the victim. It hadn't offended any powerful cultivators, nor any wild ghosts or malevolent spirits. Its life had been a bit poor, but it was peaceful. Lord Huangshan thought for a long time, but was still a bit bewildered. Suddenly, a cherubic yet fierce little face appeared in its mind. Lord Huangshan froze directly and grinned wryly. No way. That little brat. Lord Huangshan felt bitter, and the melon in its mouth no longer tasted sweet. Mo Hua wanted to go ask Lord Huangshan for clarification, but he couldn't spare the time now. Moreover, Lord Huangshan had been prosperous before, so its methods were definitely formidable, and it might even have some trump cards. If he were to find it, he would need to plan carefully and prepare thoroughly. The matter of entering the sect was more important now. He could ask Lord Huangshan about it later when he had time. After all, the mountain god could run, but the temple couldn't. If the temple couldn't run, then it couldn't escape either. Wenren delivered the visiting card to the Taisu sect. It contained Mo Hua's background and his specialty of proficient in formations. Since the connections had been taken care of, it was merely a formality. The elders who handled it all stamped their Dao seals, indicating their agreement. Finally, this background document was delivered to the sect leader of the Taisu sect. The sect leader had the right to veto an applicant. Of course, in such matters, he usually turned a blind eye and pretended not to see. Unless their stances clashed, their interests conflicted, or their disputes were sharp, he wouldn't incur the wrath of the masses and go against the elders and aristocratic families to reject this application. After all, it was just one spot. No matter how dissatisfied he was, there was no need to cause discord with the elders over such a trivial matter and damage the dignity of the Taisu sect. However, he was indeed displeased. The sect leader of the Taisu sect was over 300 years old, with a middle-aged appearance, thick black hair, a focus on health preservation, a peaceful expression, and a hint of laziness. He felt a bit displeased and helpless. Even with connections, they shouldn't listen to those aristocratic families for everything. The sect should have its own integrity. But as he said this, he unfolded the resume in his hands, only to be somewhat taken aback at the first glance. The Taisu sect leader looked up at the elder who handed him the resume. Are you sure there's no mistake? This elder was tall and thin. They hailed from the same sect, and both were disciples of the Taisu sect 300 years ago, with the elder being his junior brother. They had both entered the inner sect from the outer sect. Now, he was the sect leader, and his junior brother was an elder, making him one of the elders he trusted the most in the Taisu sect. The elder gave a wry smile. How could such a matter be treated lightly? The Taisu sect leader shook his head, completely puzzled. What's the meaning of the Shangguan and Wenren families? The two great aristocratic families recommending a rogue cultivator? This is truly strange. The elder replied. It said there's some past favor. What favor? The elder shook his head. How would I know? The Taisu sect leader considered for a moment and nodded. Repaying kindness is indeed a good deed. Then let's accept him. The elder asked, aren't you going to stall? This was considered a customary practice. Stalling meant putting off the decision to express dissatisfaction, and then obtaining support for certain matters from the sect's elders. For some matters that the sect leader wanted to push forward, which were originally difficult and faced multiple constraints, he could now use this opportunity to exchange favors and gain more elders' approval. This would make his work smoother. Alternatively, he could ask for another favor from the Shangguan or Wenren families. Or, he could increase the admission fee for this disciple. Because accepting someone outside of the usual process was a form of trade-off. Where there are people, there are always conflicts of interest, so these things were inevitable. Compared to other sects, the Taisu sect had less internal strife. The Taisu sect leader shook his head. No need. He flipped through the resume and sighed softly. It's rare for these aristocratic families not to abuse their power for personal gain, but to repay kindness. This is truly rare. And this child is a rogue cultivator, isn't he? Rogue cultivators have a difficult life. There's no need to add to his admission fee. Let's treat him equally, just like any other disciple. The elder nodded. All right. The Tai Su sect leader continued to flip through the resume and suddenly saw the words proficient in formations in the specialty column. He was stunned and speechless. After a long pause, he exclaimed, "This is truly young and fearless, with commendable courage. Let alone rogue cultivators." Even the direct disciples of the Shangguan and Wenren families, and even the direct disciples of the entire Tai Su sect, few dared to claim to be proficient in formations. The elder chuckled, "This child is fearless due to ignorance, and it's not entirely his fault. He'll know after he enters the sect. The path of formations is not that simple." The Tai Su sect leader nodded slightly, and then said, "Then it's settled. Tell him to come for entry in 3 days." He glanced at the resume one last time. The name Imo Hua was written on the resume. Imo Hua. The Tai Su sect leader murmured the name, nodded, and silently noted it down. "It's quite a nice name." The subsequent sect entry procedures went smoothly. Wenren was also somewhat surprised. She had expected the Tai Su sect to haggle a bit more, but everything that followed was unexpectedly smooth. Imo Hua could enter the Tai Su sect in 3 days. Wenren breathed a sigh of relief. The matter was finally settled. Imo Hua was also very happy. Despite some twists and turns, he could finally enter the sect. Wenren made arrangements for Imo Hua's entry, purchased some items, and 3 days later, brought Imo Hua to the foot of Tai Su Mountain, where the Tai Su sect was located. Before parting, Wenren gave him some reminders about sect matters and points to note after entering. Some disciples are arrogant and overbearing. Try to ignore them as much as possible. If you get into trouble, don't be afraid, tell the elders, and then have them find me at the Shangguan family. If you get bullied, don't fight back. You have small arms and legs, you can't beat them. You should go to the elders. If the elders don't do anything, I'll back you up. You need to learn to protect yourself. Wenren worried that Imo Hua, being so young, so well-behaved, so innocent, and so kind, might be deceived, ostracized, given the cold shoulder, or bullied after entering the sect. He might suffer in silence and be wronged without anyone to support him. Therefore, she felt very sympathetic. Although Imo Hua felt he wouldn't be bullied, he was still grateful for Wenren's concern. Imo Hua nodded repeatedly and said confidently, "Don't worry, anyone. I'll be careful and won't let anyone bully me." Seeing Imo Hua's confident demeanor, as if he hadn't been bullied before, Wenren couldn't help but chuckle and pat Imo Hua's head. Yu also came to see Imo Hua off. Her small face was full of reluctance, and she whispered, "Brother, can I come visit you when I have time?" Imo Hua looked at Wenren. Wenren smiled and nodded. Imo Hua then said, "Come find me when you have time, and I'll make you a mighty big tiger." Yu's eyes immediately lit up, and she nodded like a pecking chicken. MHM, MHM, MHM. Afterward, a senior disciple from the Tai Su sect came down to pick up Imo Hua. "This is your senior brother Su. He's also a disciple of the Shangguan family, but he's 2 terms ahead of you. After you enter, you can ask him if you don't understand anything." Wenren introduced him to Imo Hua. Imo Hua looked at this senior brother. He was wearing a black and white interwoven Dao robe with Tai Su patterns printed on it. He had a distinguished demeanor and a kind smile, appearing easy to get along with. So Imo Hua cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother Su." Shangguan Su also returned the greeting warmly. Afterward, Wenren left, holding Yu's small hand. As they walked away, Yu kept looking back, waving goodbye to Imo Hua reluctantly. After Wenren and Yu left, Imo Hua followed his senior brother, Shangguan Su, up the mountain. Tai Su Mountain was very high, and the mountain gate of the Tai Su sect was halfway up the mountain. So, from the foot of the mountain to the mountain gate, there was still a considerable distance. Shangguan Su had a deep cultivation and steady steps, while Imo Hua had exquisite movement techniques and light footsteps. After they walked for a while, Imo Hua felt a bit bored, so he started chatting with Shangguan Su. Shangguan Su was a bit reserved at first, but seeing Imo Hua's innocent and bright demeanor, sincere and friendly, he also felt a liking for him. Moreover, after entering the sect, he would be his junior brother. Although he was just an outer sect junior brother, they still had a fellow disciple's camaraderie. So, Shangguan Su answered all his questions without reservation. After they got acquainted, Imo Hua's little mouth chattered incessantly along the way. "Senior brother Su, are the sect's rules strict? If I break the sect rules, will I be expelled from the sect? If I'm not expelled, will I be confined? Or will I be punished by guarding the gate and sweeping the floor? Senior brother Su, if I unintentionally, occasionally, coincidentally, by chance, learn something secretly, will that violate the sect rules? Of course, I'm not trying to learn secretly, I'm just asking. Also, what does the sect leader look like? Are the elders bad-tempered?" Shangguan Su found these questions amusing and exasperating, but he answered them all. "Don't worry, the Tai Su sect's rules are relatively not that strict. Unlike the 4 great sects. In the 4 great sects, disciples' movements, their every walk, sit, and stand, are strictly regulated, and they must adhere to propriety. The times for getting up and going to bed daily must not be delayed. Whatever the elders and instructors teach, you must learn. If you don't learn well, you will be reprimanded, or even made to request your own withdrawal from the sect. The 4 great sects also have many assessments. Good performance receives preferential treatment. Poor performance receives cold glances. Cultivation, formations, item forging, alchemy, talisman crafting, etc. All these are tested, and no carelessness is allowed. The rules are extremely strict. There's a minor assessment every 10 days and a major assessment every month, and passing the assessment determines the disciple's rank. Therefore, disciples of the 4 great sects must be ambitious. Mo Hua felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Is it that exaggerated? Shangguan Su nodded. Yes, that's why they are the 4 great sects. They must be better than others in everything, and the disciples they cultivate are true elites. Shangguan Su sighed, feeling a sense of admiration and envy. Then his tone became more relaxed. Of course, our Taisu sect is much more lenient. There are many inheritances within the sect. You can learn whatever you want. Even if you don't learn well, you won't be overly blamed. It's fine even if you get a D. Of course, you have to be able to pass the approval of the instructors or elders. Otherwise, if you really anger them, it won't be very good. Learning methods. Except for the truly sect-protecting divine abilities, most methods can be learned by outer sect disciples. As it is a sect that imparts the Tao and teaches, the barriers between lineages are not that deep. If you learn it, it's your own ability. Of course, sect-protecting supreme arts are an exception. There aren't too many rules for daily time. As long as you attend classes on time and complete your assignments on time, you have quite a bit of free time. The sect doesn't overly restrain you. Self-directed and autonomous, learn whatever you want, and it's fine if you don't learn well. This means that one can slack off. Mo Hua nodded. He realized that the Taisu sect was the right choice for him. Shangguan Su added, "You'll see the sect leader at the sect entry ceremony in a few days. Anyway, it's just the sect leader's appearance, and he's quite approachable. The sect leader is quite easygoing and values health preservation. As for the elders, it's hard to say. There are all sorts of them. Some are easy to talk to, while others have rather bad tempers. For your cohort, let me think." Shangguan Su frowned and pondered, then said, "There's an old elder who teaches formations. He's very, very senior and hasn't retired. He stays in the sect to teach formations. He has a peculiar temper and is extremely strict, unable to tolerate even the slightest imperfection, let alone any carelessness from disciples." Shangguan Su looked at Mo Hua and sighed. "Your luck is a bit bad. Be careful." "Oh." Mo Hua nodded, but he was also curious about who this old elder was. Shangguan Su was about to say more when he looked up and realized that as he was chatting with Mo Hua, they had unknowingly reached the halfway point of the mountain gate of the Taisu sect. Mo Hua also looked up and saw an ancient and mysterious mountain gate. The threshold of the mountain gate was not high. A stone tablet was hung on the gate, on which were carved 3 ancient, vigorous, and Tao-filled characters. Taisu sect. These 3 characters, like knives and swords, were integrated with the stone tablet, embodying righteousness and hidden depth. Yet upon entering the gaze, they contained an inner edge of sword intent. It seemed to be the handwriting of a great sword cultivator who had returned to simplicity. Mo Hua was captivated after just one glance. He didn't understand sword techniques or cultivate sword energy, but vaguely, his divine sense could perceive the ethereal and vast sword intent, like soaring through the Taisu. Taisu divine sense manifesting sword true art. Mo Hua murmured silently in his heart. "Junior brother?" Shangguan Su saw Mo Hua in a daze and looked at him with confusion. Mo Hua snapped back to his senses and asked, "Senior brother Su, these 3 characters." Shangguan Su looked up. "Oh, these 3 characters have been here since the founding of the Taisu sect. It's probably the handwriting of some old ancestor of the sect. They're very old." He glanced at the sky again and said to Mo Hua, "It's getting late. Let's enter the sect. You've just joined, and there are many formalities to complete." Mo Hua nodded and followed Shangguan Su, stepping over the threshold and entering the Taisu sect. As Mo Hua stepped over the threshold and passed through the mountain gate, he didn't notice that the 3 characters Taisu sect above the gate were imbued with a flowing light, trembling slightly, and emitting sword intent. Then, the surrounding clouds and mist condensed above the mountain gate, and after being tempered by the sword intent, they transformed into pure and refined vapor, rising gracefully into the sky. This sword intent was extremely condensed yet extremely subtle. The tempered clouds and mist exuded a perfect, furnace-fired color, but they blended seamlessly with the surrounding clouds and mist. Most disciples and elders of the Taisu sect felt nothing, but the Taisu sect leader, who was meditating and practicing health preservation in his room, suddenly opened his eyes. His figure flickered, and he appeared outside his room. Looking through the towering mountains and the Taisu Dao court, he gazed towards the mountain gate and saw the gracefully rising vapor above it. The Tai Su sect leader stared blankly for a long time, exclaiming incredulously, "My Tai Su sect's mountain gate is actually emitting smoke. I've tried my best not to move today. I'll try my best tomorrow and add an extra chapter." Chapter 590, Tai Su Sect. Within the Tai Su sect, it was ancient and magnificent. Clouds steamed and mist rose, full of immortal aura. A wide and long jade stone mountain path, like heavenly steps, led directly to the mountain peak. With the mountain path as the central axis, cultivation buildings lined both sides, with pavilions, towers, palaces, and courtyards, all antique and elegant, immersed in the white mountain mist, as if imbued with the essence of time, appearing even more profound. As Imohua walked among them, he felt his worldly dust cleansed, his heart serene, and his spiritual sense much calmer. Shangwan Su led Imohua to some pavilions on the right. He met several cultivators, who might have been instructors or elders, spoke a few words, and completed some procedures. Afterward, Imohua was to be examined by several elders. This included blood, meridians, cultivation methods, and spiritual sense, among other things. This examination used a spirit tool, akin to a glazed mirror, rather than the elders directly probing with their spiritual sense. For disciples from aristocratic families, their cultivation methods and Tao techniques were often ancestral, making it impossible to allow others to pry into their secrets, especially high-level elders. Otherwise, their lineage could easily be leaked. The sect's purpose was to impart Tao and teach skills, not to steal inheritances. Elders arbitrarily probing a disciple's foundation would commit a grave taboo of the sect. This was especially emphasized in the Chinchua prefecture, where aristocratic families were numerous and lineages were strictly guarded. Therefore, such examinations could only be conducted using standardized spirit tools. During the examination, they only skimmed the surface. The purpose was merely to check if disciples' blood was impure, their meridians chaotic, their cultivation methods deviated from the righteous path, or their spiritual sense harbored evil. The objective was solely to prevent disciples from falling into evil ways or suffering demonic deviation. When Imohua was illuminated by the glazed mirror, the elders took a look and all nodded. His Tao heart was clean, and his aura was pure. He was a genuine young cultivator with a kind heart, devoted to the Tao. However, his aptitude was truly lacking. Also, the image on the glazed mirror was somewhat blurry, as if affected by interference, making it a little unclear. But as long as he was a genuine young cultivator, that was enough. Since they were already admitted, they could not, and were too lazy to manage aptitude. "He's fine," one elder said. Imohua breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, Imohua's storage bag was also inspected. This was mainly to prevent admitted disciples from bringing any improper items up the mountain. For instance, dangerous talismans, prohibited pills, or illegal formations. Especially demonic artifacts. The Tao court had established laws, clearly distinguishing between the righteous and the demonic. Refining, privately hoarding, or even using evil artifacts were all grave crimes. If a disciple was found to be privately hoarding an evil artifact, their admission quota would be revoked, and they might even be escorted to the Tao court to be dealt with as a demonic cultivator. The family behind them would also be implicated. Therefore, all demonic cultivation methods, Tao techniques, and spirit tools were not tolerated by the Tao court, nor by righteous sects. Beyond that, there were also some contraband items. Some disciples would privately hoard pornographic pictures and jade slips that were unsuitable for minors and could disturb the Tao heart. These were not considered major offenses, and the disciples would only receive a simple reprimand from the elders. However, these pictures and jade slips would definitely be confiscated, and there was no hope of getting them back. What surprised Imohua the most was the spirit stones. There was a limit on spirit stones. One could not bring too many into the sect, just enough for daily cultivation needs. This was to prevent overly wealthy aristocratic families from indulging their disciples by bringing large amounts of spirit stones into the sect, either to win over disciples and bribe instructors, or to squander them carelessly, engaging in extravagance and comparison, thus creating a chaotic atmosphere within the sect and severely damaging the pursuit of the Tao. Therefore, most sects would place restrictions on the spirit stones disciples brought into the sect. Imohua learned about the spirit stone quota for the first time. He was a little worried that the tens of thousands of spirit stones he had saved, including those obtained from killing the human traffickers, were too much, and he might not be able to bring them through the mountain gate. As it turned out, he was overthinking. The amount of spirit stones he only brought was already considered quite frugal and simple. Imohua was stunned. He finally understood that a single hair from an aristocratic family was thicker than his entire person. The wealth gap in cultivation is too vast. Imohua sighed helplessly. Everything Imohua had placed in his storage bag was ordinary and clean. The truly important items, like the heavenly evolution art cultivation method and the 5 elements formation flow diagram that sealed strange origin patterns, he had placed in his storage ring. The storage ring was given to him by his master, and others could not see it. After the elders finished their inspection, they returned the storage bag to Mo Hua. However, perhaps seeing Mo Hua's storage bag was somewhat shabby, with not many spirit stones, and that he was a rogue cultivator, they couldn't help but comfort him a few words. It doesn't matter if you have fewer spirit stones. Once you enter the sect, as long as you work hard, you can be self-reliant and earn some spirit stones, enough for your cultivation. Be self-reliant and earn spirit stones. Mo Hua was stunned for a moment. Did this mean he could also fleece the sect for some benefits? If he worked diligently and fleeced more, did it mean that by joining the Tai Su sect, he not only didn't have to spend spirit stones, but could also make a small fortune? The Tai Su sect was truly a good place. Mo Hua's eyes sparkled, and he smiled, saying, "Thank you, Elder." The Elder nodded slightly, inwardly praising him. Poor yet steadfast, not abandoning his aspirations. Although from a rogue cultivator background, he is optimistic and upward-looking, a good child. Afterward, the procedures were completed. Mo Hua received a new storage bag. This storage bag was better than the one Mo Hua had used before, with a larger space, stronger and more attractive, and it was also marked with the Tai Su sect's emblem. It was a pattern of profound white and two colors, with the flow of the two poles. The two poles in chaos gave birth to the Tai Su. The more Mo Hua looked at it, the more he liked it. Inside the storage bag, there was a Tai Su sect disciple's Dao robe, some pills, some cultivation classics, and a Tai Su token. This token was the disciple token. It was also the most basic token of the Tai Su sect, made of jade, warm to the touch, with a grand but slightly simple form, and only a single sword mark on it. This meant that Mo Hua was a newly admitted disciple at the early foundation establishment stage of the Tai Su sect's outer sect. Shang Wansu said, "This Tai Su token is very important, so you must keep it safe. Anything you do within the Tai Su sect, as long as it involves sect authority, will depend on this token. You will need to present this Tai Su token to enter the disciple residence, the Dao transmitting pavilion, the training grounds, the alchemy rooms, the item forging rooms, the library, and so on. If you have sect merits and need to exchange them for cultivation items, you will also rely on it. Also, look at the back." Mo Hua was taken aback. He flipped the Tai Su token over and saw that the back of the Tai Su token emitted a faint glow, with wisps of patterns appearing as text. Shang Wansu said, "This Tai Su token can also be considered a communication jade slip. It will contain some information notices from within the sect, such as the sect leader's orders, elders' commands, including some disciple messages. And most importantly, the cultivation class schedule." Mo Hua was stunned. "Cultivation class schedule?" "Yes," Shang Wansu nodded. "It will tell you what cultivation classes you need to attend, at what time and location. The sect has many classes, covering cultivation, formations, item forging, alchemy, talismans, Dao techniques, and more. The arrangement of classes and the times and locations of lectures are very complicated. Occasionally, the elders or instructors giving lectures have private matters to attend to and need to reschedule or postpone classes. Therefore, the coordination and scheduling of disciples' cultivation courses relies on this Tai Su sect disciple token. At what time and which class, the Tai Su token will remind you. If you arrive on time, it will mark your attendance. If you skip class, it will also record it. These may seem simple, but they contain extremely complex formation logic. Formation logic? Mo Hua's eyes lit up. Shang Wansu was surprised. He didn't know why Mo Hua suddenly became so happy. After thinking for a moment, he slowly nodded. "Yes. Senior Brother Su, what formation logic is it? What is the name of the formation? Is it a 5 elements formation, or some other category of formation?" Mo Hua asked enthusiastically. Shang Wansu gave a wry smile. "I don't know. I just heard from the instructors. The sect won't teach us this kind of formation, otherwise, there would definitely be disciples who would find a way to tamper with the Tai Su token to cheat." Mo Hua felt a bit regretful. He really wanted to know what this formation was, purely for the sake of studying formations. He was a genuine cultivator and would not cheat. But since senior brother Shang Wansu didn't know, Mo Hua had no way of finding out. But what kind of formation could it be? Mo Hua frowned, beginning to ponder. The Tai Su token. Every disciple has one, which means this formation is similar to a spirit hub formation, constructed in a centralized control manner. There is a place where the formation eye is stored, and above the formation eye, the formation hub is constructed. Through the formation hub, all disciples' Tai Su tokens are connected, constructing an entire set. Mo Hua frowned. A set of communication formations? Or, perhaps more than that, it has other functions? Mo Hua walked in thought, his small brows furrowed, mumbling to himself along the way. Shang Wansu looked at him, chuckled, and shook his head. He didn't know what his junior brother was pondering. Mo Hua pondered for a while longer, but although he was proficient in 5 elements formations, and even some supreme formations, his overall knowledge of formations was limited, and he couldn't figure out anything more. He tried to derive or sense the Tai Su token again. Inside the Tai Su token, It seemed that some formation was indeed drawn, but it was completely sealed within the token, not revealing any trace. I can't figure anything out. Mo Hua felt a bit regretful. It seemed he could only wait until school started to improve his understanding of formations, consult relevant classics, and further enhance his formation attainments before studying the formation within the Tai Su token. As the two walked, they arrived between a cluster of palaces and towers. This is the disciple residence, where disciples live and conduct daily cultivation. To the left, past the training grounds, are the Dao transmitting pavilion and the item forging rooms, alchemy rooms, and other buildings that teach various cultivation professions. Each disciple gets a room in the disciple residence, which is also very quiet. Whether you're self-studying or cultivating, no one will disturb you. With your Tai Su token, you can enter the disciple residence and find your own dwelling. Shangwan Su explained patiently. Mo Hua looked at the Tai Su token and saw that it indeed had the characters Tai on it, followed by the number 50. Tai. Mo Hua was a little confused. Oh, Shangwan Su seemed to just remember. I forgot to tell you, the Tai Su sect recruits disciples every 3 years, with about 1,000 new disciples each cohort. If you advance to the middle foundation establishment stage within 3 years, you can be promoted to the next cohort. If not, you will be held back a grade. These nearly 1,000 people will be divided into the disciple residence, and the division of residence is also the division of classes. Because it is the Tai Su sect, the disciple residence starts with Tai as the first character, and is sorted by the earthly branches starting from Tai Jia, Tai Yi, Tai Bing, all the way to Tai Ren and Tai Gui. A total of 10 residences, meaning 10 classes. Disciples in the same class live in the same building. You are Tai Yi, so you will live in the Tai Yi residence, and number 50 means it is the 50th room. Mo Hua quietly asked, is this divided by cultivation level or aptitude? Shangwan Su shook his head. No, it's random. The elders draw lots, and whoever gets assigned is who they are, so it depends on luck and your destiny. Oh, Mo Hua nodded, understanding in his heart. He thought to himself, given his aptitude, how could he possibly be assigned to Tai Yi? It turned out it was his good luck. Shangwan Su smiled. The 4 great sects, they strictly rank disciples based on bloodline, status, and background. Therefore, each time disciples are assigned to the disciple residence, they have to consider for a long time, involving many interests. Where you live also determines the disciple's status and treatment. Furthermore, once decided, to encourage disciples to advance, they must be constantly adjusted based on their academic performance ranking. If their cultivation slows down, or they learn poorly, they will gradually be demoted to the last positions. Our Tai Su sect leader and elders are much lazier. They directly draw lots, and whatever the outcome, that's how it is, saving a lot of trouble. Mo Hua clicked his tongue in amazement. The 4 great sects were truly terrifying. The disciples they trained probably only knew how to compete with each other. However, this might also be the intention of aristocratic families, or the sects above, like raising poisonous insects. Only the truly outstanding prodigies can stand out. But these had nothing to do with him. Given his aptitude, besides formations, in all other aspects, he wasn't even considered mediocre. He could only muddle along. Shangwan Su thought for a moment, then pointed to some buildings in the distance opposite them, and quietly cautioned. The disciple residence over there is for female disciples. It's quite far away. If you have nothing to do, absolutely don't go there, or you'll be considered a little pervert. Little pervert? Mo Hua was startled. Yes, Shangwan Su said, still feeling lingering fear. I remember before, a few male disciples from the same cohort wanted to go over there. To find something, but they were discovered by a group of senior sisters and junior sisters and beaten half to death. Their injuries were too severe. They were unconvinced and complained to the elders. The elders were furious when they found out and beat them again. It was truly miserable. Mo Hua opened his mouth, but after thinking about it, he quietly said, aren't they asking for it? Having ill intentions was one thing. Being beaten and still not learning their lesson, and then complaining to the elders, was like walking into a trap. Mo Hua shook his head. As expected, lust clouds the mind. Cultivators must have a firm Dao heart and be vigilant against female allure. I'm just reminding you, don't spread this around anywhere, alright? Shangwan Su said. Don't worry, senior brother Su, I definitely won't say a word. Mo Hua vowed solemnly. Shangwan Su nodded, you go in. I am 2 cohorts ahead of you and live on the mountain behind this one. If you need anything in the future, come ask me again. MHM. Mo Hua nodded. Thank you, senior brother Su. Shangwan Su waved his hand and left. Mo Hua, holding the disciple token, entered the disciple residence and found room number 50. He presented the Tai Su token in front of the door, and then a light flashed on the door. The formation was unlocked, and the door opened. Mo Hua walked in, looking around, feeling quite surprised. The room was very spacious, with a desk, chairs, a screen, carpets, and a bed, all the necessities, simple yet elegant. but it was very much in line with the style of cultivators who sought a pure and simple life. Imohua was also very satisfied. This room would henceforth be his home in the Tai Su sect. Imohua settled in like this. 3 days later, the Tai Su sect held its grand opening ceremony. The grand opening ceremony, held once every 3 years, was a ceremony organized by the sect leader and numerous elders to welcome newly admitted disciples. Although it was called a grand ceremony, it was actually quite simple. The ceremony was held in the vast training grounds in the center of the Tai Su sect. Over 1,000 disciples were bustling about. The sect leader spoke first, followed by several esteemed elders who spoke in turn, saying much the same things. They spoke of the Tai Su sect's long history, profound heritage, ancient lineage, and glorious achievements. Then they encouraged the disciples to cultivate diligently. In the future, upon achieving success in their cultivation, they would bring glory to the Tai Su sect. They also emphasized the importance of upholding the Tao heart, adhering to the righteous path, not deviating, not falling into evil ways, and so on. It was also Imohua's first time seeing the Tai Su sect's sect leader. He seemed to be just an average sect leader's appearance, with a gentle expression, wearing luxurious robes, and possessing a deep aura, but Imohua couldn't discern anything else. Only his hair was thick and black, and as Shang Wansu had said, he was very good at health preservation. The Tai Su sect leader was also silently observing the multitude of disciples in the training grounds. On the surface, he showed no expression, but inwardly he was murmuring. Looking at them, they're just an ordinary cohort of disciples, average, not too bad, but not particularly outstanding either. For no reason, why did the mountain gate suddenly emit green smoke? The Tai Su sect leader was puzzled. After the ceremony, everyone dispersed, and formal cultivation classes would begin the next day. And after participating in the introductory ceremony, it meant that Imohua was officially admitted. He was now a disciple of the Tai Su sect. After this, he could practice diligently and peacefully learn formations. The heavenly secrets were chaotic, and karma was obscure. Many things in the world were profound and complex. Imohua knew little and was powerless at the moment. He was just a small foundation establishment cultivator. He could only do what he was supposed to do. Step by step, cultivate diligently, learn formations bit by bit, and ascend the great Tao, step by step, to save his master. And the next goal was the golden core. The innate Tao, transforming into a golden core. Imohua's gaze was firm, shining brightly. He wanted to forge a divine sense of 20 patterns or more, an indestructible golden body, achieve Tao through spiritual sense, and become a great cultivator in the golden core stage. Thank you to book friends Burned Flame Mage, Sanqing, Lively and Fragrant, Sun in the Heart Pavilion. I have a sword that can shatter mountains and seas, and 201808312003344333 for their rewards. There will be another update later.